Good Wednesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And I don't know. This Fromber thing is getting, there is no question in my mind that Fromber wants out of here. Fromber is pissed off. This is like the third event that he's had. It seems to me, and Salazar said no, it was just crossed up. It was too loud. Yankee fans, blah, 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 blah. Fromber crossed him up. Is it in your mind, was that on purpose?
Yes.
Yeah.
Look at the look of the catcher. Look how he wasn't ready for the how.
And
look at the reaction of Fromber.
Yeah.
Yes, 100%. And I'm watching. What am I watching right now? What is this? This is Get Up. They're about to lead off with one of their lead stories is going to be Fromber doing this. I think everyone knows this is a cross up. I wouldn't have thought that an intentional cross up. Wouldn't have thought that until you take a look at what took place. Previously, the way that he's behaved, some of the comments he's had where he's been negative towards his own team. And then, I kind of chalk that up to frustration, whatever. This is past the, if you cross your own guy up on purpose so that he takes one off the arm, like, what are we doing here? What are we doing? Was he really mad that he called a pitch that got launched? Make a better pitch, Fromber. This is really disappointing that a guy you're trying to make the playoffs. You're trying to win the division. Forget winning the division, make the playoffs just in case. I think you're going to. But this is absolutely asinine that this is going on.
Yeah.
See, and they're showing the catch. They're showing Salazar telling Fromber something before they're zooming in on him. And I guess he tells him to back off the mound or something.
Yeah,
is that what it is? Okay.
Yeah. And Fromber's reaction, for those of you who don't know,
tell him the whole thing.
As Salazar, bases are loaded, Grisham at the plate. Salazar is waving his hand, which you never see. He's waving his hand for Fromber to step off. And Fromber just throws the pitch anyway. Grisham goes the other way. Grand slam, game over, more or less. And then right after that, Fromber throws a fastball, which Salazar did not know was coming. It goes off of his chest, and you could and the look on Fromber. If that was a mistake, if he crossed him up, Fromber would go, "Oh man, oh sorry, dude." Or, you know what? Oh, or something to that effect. Fromber just turns around like, you know what? No big deal, whatever. And this is another incident where this is like the third time Fromber was pissed off one game where the right fielder was playing in right center field, ball down the line, scored a run from first base, and he said afterwards, I can't position the outfielders. Then he was pissed off about when Young was pitching his no-hitter, that Fromber goes, I can't even get a drink of water, okay? I can't even get – that's how fast we were, 3 up, 3 down. I couldn't rest. I couldn't do anything. Nice job, guys. I can't even get a rest, enough to get a drink of water, which you never say, which you never do. Fromber he is pissed off at this organization, and it just feels like he just wants out of here. He just wants out. And it's like this, I don't know what you do in the post. Do you start Fromber the second game? Do you start him in game 2 of the postseason?
You have to. You have no choice now.
I guess. I don't know. Let's see how Garcia pitches. Let's see how Javier's pitching. Let's see what happens down the stretch.
You want to get your catcher killed? You want to get Yainer Diaz killed? You have to start Yainer. You have to start Fromber. I don't want to get all of our catchers killed with fastballs that are called curveballs. Now, Valdez said, so they both got called into Joe Espada's office. They had a meeting. So everyone knows this is a thing. This is not like a speculation thing. The Astros knew it. Salazar knew it. Fromber knows it. Then Fromber said he apologized Fromber said that he apologized in the meeting and that it was not intentional. That's what Fromber said. I just think, we're going to sit here and speculate. We don't know for sure, but I know. We don't know for sure. Sometimes you don't know for sure, but you just know. I mean, the fact is, the response of the response of Salazar, the response of Fromber, the response of the national media, the fact that this is an article that's being written all over the place. Everyone knows. Everyone knows
Yeah.
Fromber, worst best case scenario, it was an accident, but it happened on the heels of him getting called off the mat, trying to get called off the mound, which I don't know. Maybe that's an unwritten rule of baseball. I don't know about. Who knows? But this is really a problem. All this stuff is happening with Fromber post All Star break, right? Hasn't all of this gone down after All Star
Yeah,
break?
yeah. I
I mean,
mean, where he's
that's a small amount of. Well, and what's his problem? What's he mad about?
well, he doesn't have a contract. He's out of here. He's just another one of
Well,
the
I mean,
guys that.
has he not played for the Astros? Have I missed it? Fromber didn't play here and
Well,
doesn't
I
know
get
how
it,
it
but
goes.
not everybody's got to like it. And
Well, that's true.
Fromber's the first one that's really, other than, um, other than Cole putting on the Boris hat right after the game. Fromber's the first one that has, given any care. Looked like he cares at all or is pissed off about it. He really is. I mean, Carlos didn't, Springer didn't say anything. I mean, all these guys, they just, went through the season and off you go, and we'll see you. But Fromber's not. Fromber seems to be pissed off about this whole. He is saying stuff that you just don't say. You just don't do the stuff that he's doing right now.
Yeah, that's. I mean, it's so far. I mean, it's this is. I mean, the Astros have been known for being one of the great teams. Teams truly love each other, play for each other.
Yeah.
There's not internal strife or internal issues that you hear about. No whispers behind the scenes that you really hear about. I haven't really, not that I can think of off the top of my head. And this is one of the first times. It's what makes it disappointing. You're not playing good baseball for a while. This has been a very strange, bizarre season, and yet you got a bunch of guys all together on the roster at the same time that should give you your best chance. And yet, I get it. You're not hitting. We haven't even talked about that. We talked about Fromber. You're not hitting. You have a hard time just getting a base hit. You're having a hard time getting a base hit. You score, you get beat 7-1, but Fromber is playing. He's pitching poorly. He's playing bad baseball. It can't be intentional because it's a contract year. But I remember when Randy Johnson looked like crap for the
Yeah.
Mariners. Then he gets traded, and all of a sudden, no one could touch him.
11 and
And
1.
it's one of those things where you just, he had like a 5+ ERA when he was with Seattle before that trade. Framber Valdez looks like a guy who, he looks like a guy who's doing whatever he can to get off the team. But this isn't a trade deadline situation. He's pitching for a contract. So this doesn't make any sense that he's getting the piss kicked out of him like this. It was, he had his moments yesterday where he was dealing. He wasn't terrible yesterday, but you know there's something off about Fromber. You could see how far out of the zone he was missing. And we had to watch on that little screen, but I mean he's missing way off and outside on some of his pitches. He's really not locating well. So I think he's frustrated. I think he's not pitching very well. But the negative thing is it's impacting his teammates. And that you just can't have that. But I don't know what they can do, John. It's not like they're loaded with pitching. They can just sit for Umber.
Well, let's see what again. We got a full month here to find out if Garcia can pitch. If Javier, look at the Javier last outing, no hits. I mean, if he's back to Javier and Luis Garcia is pitching well, we'll watch Alexander tonight. I mean, honestly, if you're going to pull this kind of crap and say the stuff that you're saying, and actually he looks like his Shiva getter is broke, then you know what? So, he's gone anyway. What's the difference? He's gone anyway.
Yeah.
So, we hurt Fromber's feelings by, you know what? We either, he has got to change his attitude, or, the postseason can be 2 games again this year. And you can't have Fromber Valdez, having an attitude out there and being pissed off and not be the best he can possibly be.
He sucks right now.
Yeah, he's not
He's
good.
not good as a pitcher.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, so it's a double bubble. You get not good as a pitcher, and then you get a guy who, has a bad attitude. Like this is we just aren't used to seeing this with the Astros. When's the last time you saw somebody like?
Nothing.
When's the last time we saw this?
Uh, I don't remember this. If you want to, I going back to all the way.
Derek Bell sometime would do some stuff every once in a while where he got frustrated, but
the last time was that
Lima would lose it psychologically.
Mitch Molesky.
Wow, when he fought his own teammate.
Behind the
Was there
cage.
ever anything with Jeff Kent?
No, I think they like Kent. I mean, I heard Bagwell talking about him the other day. He liked Kent. I mean, obviously, and you had, the pitcher you sing about. What's his name?
Well, you did have Sean Chacon choke the general manager.
Chacon choked out his GM. That's fun.
Yeah, I guess that's an issue. But he was cut.
Yeah,
he was cut after that.
Yeah, I'm hoping nobody tries to choke out Dana.
I hope Fromber doesn't choke Dana. I really do. And then what if he chokes Dana Brown and Dana Holgerson?
Then he's just got something. He just hates Dana's. That's all.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't remember a time where the Astros have dealt. It's funny. You see it on other teams. When you see Beavers, had his issues over there. We have not had this level of drama. There's been drama in the with contract stuff. Will he or won't he? When really it was always going to be won't he? But I haven't. Maybe somebody can send something in. I'm not on Twitch, so I can't see a chat, but maybe somebody can tweet us. I can't recall the last time the Astros had this kind of drama on the team. I really can't, other than somebody choking a general manager.
Yeah. Yep.
That was kind of a big
like
deal.
I said, Mitch Molesky, you had two guys fighting on the team, and they had to get rid of Molesky. He was no good.
God, when was that?
That was a long time ago.
Early 2000s?
Yeah. Yep. I mean, it's been 25. It's going on 25 years that we haven't seen anything like this.
Well, I mean, Jose Altuve was trash talking everyone that one year.
Jose Altuve never trash talked anyone in his life.
In his life.
Yeah. Yeah. That's it. No, that's just a great. I mean, I don't know how you handle it in that locker room either. I mean, if you're Altuve, hey, what's going on, Fromber? What is the deal? I mean, you don't get into a guy's financial business, but when it's affecting him on the mound and affecting games, well, and he'll probably go, hey, you just shut up and hit, okay? Because look at every time. Listen, I got a feel for Fromber because even when he gives up just one run, he's leaving trailing. It seems like they don't ever score for this dude.
No, and I'm sure he's frustrated with that, especially because it's a contract year. But just because you're trailing, hey, if you're trailing and you've given up 5 runs, that's not good for your contract either.
Yeah, he had 13 straight games where they won the game, but only got 9 wins out of it, and because they didn't hit for him, and they still were able to win late. But they didn't hit while he was on the mound. He should have had 13 straight wins himself.
Well, if it's manifesting itself into this kind of attitude, on the field and when he's being interviewed, then that's not, that just not a team guy. That's as simple as that.
Yeah, and we've never seen this. We've seen him have his own problems. He's had a problem, with not being able to handle when adversity. But we've never seen this. This has got to be. We're speculating, obviously, but this is different. This is different than anyone we've seen in 2 decades for the Astros. This is different, and he seems to be. It seems, I don't know. I'm speculating that it's about the contract, but he ain't happy. He ain't happy. That's for sure. He says he's doing stuff that you just don't do at the major league level. 7:15 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. Just getting it started. We got a lot of Texans talk to cover today. A lot of stuff to do. So don't you go anywhere. Underdog is what we're talking first, though.
Yeah, I'm talking about underdog fantasy, and this is. I'll give you an example. I'm talking football, but we've been talking about baseball this whole segment. Hey, if you think a pitcher is not going to do well, if you think a pitcher's guy, it's in Fromber's head. You can go look at the statistics on baseball as well and just go lower on strikeouts or lower on total outs, innings pitched on Framber Valdez. You can go do that for any sport that's out there with Underdog Fantasy. Take your sports knowledge, evaluate and analyze the situation, and then start picking higher or lower with the picks. And you got a chance to win, a ton of money. You win huge 500 times your original play. Are you kidding me? This is something that you can do, and that allows you to play along with the games you're watching. Obviously, football starts tomorrow, the NFL starts tomorrow, and you're going to be all over Underdog. If you've never played Underdog, I can't tell you how many times I will get a screenshot of somebody who has played four different players, higher, lower, and they've won all four. And I'm like, man, that's got to be a great feeling. And it is a great feeling, trust me. And when you win like that, you know that, hey, this is making the games a lot more fun. So play along with the games that you're watching with Underdog Fantasy. Statistics available up and down the lineup, so many different receptions, touchdowns, catches, rushing yards, sacks, whatever you can imagine. They've got it for you at Underdog Fantasy. All you have to do is download the app, use promo code Lance, and when you make your first deposit, use promo code Lance. Once you make a $5 play on Underdog Fantasy, they're going to give you $50 in bonus cash into your account. That's incredible. That's what they're doing for you. Now, it's so easy. You can do it Thursday night games, Monday night games, Sunday, Saturday in college football. It's available at all times. Underdog Fantasy is the best spot for your fantasy football and for your pick'em challenges. It's Underdog Fantasy. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. The Texans. Man, I'm going to tell you what. This is going to be really, really interesting. I'm putting in a bite from Sean McVay, Dell, and about offensive line play. And, you know, we got Ursary at left. He's got a face. I was watching some video of Jared Verse, and holy crap.
He's really strong.
I don't feel good. I don't feel, of course, Cam Robinson, would you feel good about that? No, you were not going to feel good about that, right?
No, but this guy's really powerful, like very explosive and powerful. He's gonna, it'll be a good test to see if he can set his anchor, and because Jared Verse is not a slippery rusher, he's not a guy that's going to beat you around the corner with speed. So he'll be there for Ursary whenever he's rushing on his side. It's just a matter of can you handle his power.
So it's Ursary against Jared Verse and Byron Young.
Yeah, Byron Young's no slouch either, by the way.
Yeah, or Alaric Jackson versus Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson Jr.
Now, I think Alaric Jackson's got the worst of it.
He might. I mean, these are two of the top defensive ends in the game. Not
Yeah,
that
I think
Jared Verse isn't, but I mean, I don't. Okay, what combo has the most sacks Sunday?
Texans. Although that's a quarterback who will get rid of it, but I'll still say Texans.
He's a lot more. CJ's a lot more mobile. We'll see if he's, after last year, if he's going to be able to.
His mobility is pretty average in terms of escapability. I mean, I could see some sacks coming now. Don't. I mean, it's the more I think about it, like.
Boy, he got sacked quite a bit last year, but allegedly they're better. I mean, I guess you get rid of Laramie Tunsil and you put in a rookie first game. I guess they're better. I don't know.
Over under on sacks. No, that's not better. That's not better.
No.
That individual position is not better. What you hope is that Tomlinson and Ingram and Andrews, that's a brand new guard center guard. You got a brand new guard center guard, and that's by design. The Houston Texans had a chance to play Scruggs, had a chance to play Patterson. Of course, Mason's gone. They had a chance to put those guys in the lineup, and they chose not to. That tells you what they think about those players in terms of their pass pro or something, or their ability or their mentality or whatever it is, whatever combination of things. But they basically said, we'll take our chances with Ed Ingram. We'll take our chances basically with the player who was one of the poorer pass protectors in the league in Ed Ingram last year, and a guy who has started, I think it's one game and played in 3 games his entire career and missed all of last year in Jake Andrews. He's only been in the league 2 years, and he barely played at all his rookie year and missed all of last season, and he's better than Patterson or Scruggs. That's pretty damning at the center position.
Right.
That's pretty damning. So, we'll see. We'll see how the Texans do there. That's why this whole time I've just been preaching low-scoring game.
Well, here is about that. Here is Sean McVay on this subject. Here is Sean McVay talking about that very subject of the offensive tackles against these defensive ends.
We'll get a gauge to see how he feels. The answer is, yeah, that's the plan. We want to make sure that we're taking it a step at a time throughout the course of the week. But, he earned the right to be in the position where, you pay him. He was a huge priority for us to get him back. He's done everything in his power to be ready to go. This has always been the end goal in mind, is to be ready to go against the Texans. Now, it's a great challenge. We know what a great team they have as a whole, and especially great defense, but I do believe that we'll be at our best with him out there.
Okay, that's Alaric.
He is so energetic.
Yeah, he is. That's Alaric against these defensive ends. Yeah, I just think you're gonna have to. I'm kind of glad Nick Chubb is here because he's always been good. He's when he was in his prime, he was one of the highly rated pass protectors in the backfield.
Yeah, he can bust one.
Yeah, and he can. You know what? He's going to help out. I like that. I think you got to have Stover and I know Dalton Schultz doesn't really he's not into that whole blocking thing, but he's going to have to chip. They're going to have to slow everything. You're going to have to slow him down. But I agree I think it's all about not being as stupid as they were last year and falling for all of those stunts. It just seemed like they were just, there was they had no unity. There was no cohesion on that offensive line last year.
No.
And what we saw in what we've seen even in practice against your own team, that they're better. They're not just leaving their guy, and they're not just leaving their zone and leaving it wide open for guys to stunt and come right up the middle at them.
Yeah. No, well, I mean, that's the whole key. Half the key is the physical, but the other half is the mental. And the Texans were really poor at the mental last year. They didn't recognize twists. They didn't have very good football IQ when it came to what they needed to do against games. You could see it in the Green Bay game. You could see it in the Minnesota game. It was basically a blueprint for the rest of the year for all the other defenses. I remember Mike Mayock, I was texting, he was calling a game, and he goes, man, when I was studying this, the Texans game, they really struggle against a long twist. The longer twists, they stay on it for a long time. And so if you do that, you have no chance. I don't care how physically talented you are, you have no chance. You're gonna open up a lane for the rusher. But physically, what I'm worried about is I'm even if they're mentally good, I'm really worried about if Ed Ingram's good enough physically to protect the quarterback. I'm worried about if Jake Andrews has enough experience. I mean, I know he doesn't. If he has enough experience to handle, now he's an interior blocker, so it's a little bit easier from a pass pro standpoint. But you got a guy with no experience at center, basically, a right guard who's not very talented against in pass pro, a rookie on the left side against one of the guys who was a leader in pressures this last year. And then, on the right side, I think Titus Howard will be fine. Laken Tomlinson's a veteran. I'm not going to worry too much about him. But what really concerns me is you don't have Joe Mixon. Like right now is the time you run the ball, you run off play action. You try to stay ahead of the sticks a little bit. I'm concerned because you don't have Joe Mixon. I'm concerned. It's funny. We've been in two fantasy drafts, and every time, and I took Joe Mixon in one of them just late, and it's like it feels like people don't think he's coming back after 4 games.
Yeah, I don't.
There's a lot of negativity around Joe Mixon this year.
Well, there's because of the secrecy. I mean,
Yeah.
why are they not saying, no, Joe's going to be fine? And berating the media for trying to report on a big story with this football team.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous. Let's get Eddie in here before we break. He wants to talk about this Fromber situation. What do you say, Eddie?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Look, I was just trying to see if maybe if y'all noticed it, but I mean, it was quite obvious it was intentional. I mean, and if it wasn't, he showed very little lack of remorse or any care to see if his catcher was okay. I mean, he didn't even care, and that was quite bothersome. But call me crazy, but I wanted to see what y'all thought about AJ Blue Ball, man. I see a hidden gem there. I don't know about you guys, but that guy looks special. I think he could possibly help us out if we do get rid of Fromber. I just want to see what y'all's take is on that.
Yeah, I think he's got some ability. The other day he came in dealing hard. I think Blue Ball's got some. He's got an arm, John. I don't know if he's a pitcher, but I know he's got an arm that can be a pretty impressive arm. I don't know. There's something about him that flashed, and I'm kind of with Eddie. I feel like there's something that might still be there that they can work with.
He does have an arm. Listen. We can go back to Hunter Brown in 22 when he came up, and it was like, wow. I don't feel. Do you feel that way? I mean, I like what Blue Ball's bringing, but
No,
in
not
a
that.
crucial situation, I'm going to Okert, or I'm going. I'm not going to. I don't know. I don't. If it's game on the line, I'm not sure. Hunter Brown, when he came up, it was like, man, put that guy in. He's
Right.
awesome. I'm not sure that Blue Ball's there. Not to me anyway. I don't know.
No, no, not that. I'm not going that far with it, but blue ball. I mean, I do think blue ball, based on some of the appearances, he had a rough one a couple of times out, but then, the other day he was pretty good. I think, I don't know. I think he might have a bullpen arm. He might have a bullpen arm that they can cultivate. And you know how the bullpen is a transient position anyway for the Astros. I can see one of these guys being gone next year, and then blue balls in spring trying to earn a spot as a middle inning reliever, somebody who's got a big arm, a 96-mile-an-hour plus fastball. I can see that. I
Y-
can see that with the
Yep.
Astros.
Yep. 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 All right.
Not. I don't think he's a full time. I don't think he's long term starter or anything like that. Just a bullpen arm.
Yeah. Yeah, and come in and throw, 90, 98, 97, but that's fine. That's great. Um, I'm not sure that he's ready for that big time. We'll see. Maybe Joe puts him in there and says, you know what? Hey, go out, go get us some important outs here. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. Joe's got a lot of confidence in young guys. He's had to. He's had no choice. He's had to put them in big situations all year.
Right.
Time for you to talk about Zadok Jewelers.
Let's talk about Zach. Speaking of having confidence, I've got confidence that Zadok is going to absolutely kill it for you if you are looking for the perfect gift. And they're great on Mother's Day, they're great on Valentine's Day. But did you know that they're really great for birthdays and for anniversaries? That is where they also shine. If you're looking for a gift that is going to blow her away, Zadok Jewelers is your spot. It's your location. They got great watches, great engagement rings, obviously, awesome earrings, tennis bracelets, diamond, or rather, pendants, diamond pendants. The thing is, when you step into a Zadig Jewelers location, well, the one at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard, you're going to be met by somebody who knows everything that they need to know, that will answer your questions and help you look like a star. They can take your budget, work with your budget to find something that's absolutely perfect. They know all the top designers. They know what is hot right now, and they can even help you design something if you want to customize your own piece, something that you have an idea about. You want to bring a picture in for them, they can help you do that as well because they have master craftsmen in there to design the perfect gift. Even if it's your own invention, your own concoction, they can do it for you. At 1801 Post Oak Boulevard, it's a beautiful location, over 28,000 square feet there, and they're ready to serve you with the most unique pieces that you're going to find anywhere in the state of Texas. It's been 4 decades plus, family owned, family operated greatness right there off of Post Oak. It's Zadok Jewelers. Go to Zadok.com. That's Zadok.com.
AirTeamLTD.com. AirTeamLTD.com. It is the place to get your HVAC services. Whatever it is that you need air conditioning wise. If you haven't looked at your air conditioners in a while, that's something you need to do. I've had so much work done at my house because I was stupid. Don't be stupid like me. Get them checked out, and because minor things will turn into major things. Okay, you're gonna burn your motor out. Burn the motor out, you're done. It might just need Freon. There might be some coils that need to be, whatever the case may be. Don't let that turn into a $20,000 job. Okay, be smarter. Be smarter. And AirTeam LTD, they're awesome. I mean, I've had to replace air conditioners. I use them. They couldn't be better. Couldn't have been a better experience, and it won't be for you either. They've got 24-hour emergency service 7 days a week. 713-936-5346. Or just remember this, airteamltd.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Come on in, 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776. The Astros lose again last night, lose to the Yankees, and that's just embarrassing because you're their daddy. You are the Yankees' daddy. And losing to that team is just embarrassing, okay? I get losing to the Rockies. I get losing to the Angels. I do not get losing to the Yankees. I just don't get it. Thankfully, the Mariners lost last night. Rangers lost. You're still 3 games up.
That's unbelievable.
I mean, you've been about as crappy as you could be. Offensively, you're just so up and down. It's just it's maddening. And you're 13 games over 500, you got a 3-game lead. It is. It's amazing. It is amazing. You are squarely, though, however, you are headed to the wild card game. It would be nice to finish first or second in the league. That doesn't look like it's going to happen, although Toronto is only got – it's not a huge lead they've got over you. It's 4 games. But you're running out of season now, and there's no reason to believe that you're just going to be great for the rest of the way. There's no reason to believe that. Even though, I mean, this team has pitching, it has hitting, this team is a much better. Remember when, at beginning of the season, we were like, this isn't it. You know what? When you look at this team on paper right now, you're like, yeah, this team could be a Toronto. Detroit's not great. Toronto's not great. The Yankees aren't great. The Red Sox.
But we're saying that based on paper, but not really results. I mean, the only reason the Astros aren't fighting for their lives for the playoffs is because it's just been an unbelievable fortuitous run of negative. Remember, that was a team that had won 8 in a row, the Mariners, and it caught up with you, and you're like, oh my God. And since then, they have been atrocious.
Yeah. Yep.
Absolutely atrocious. Every time you lose, they lose. So it doesn't even matter. Calvin Raleigh hit his 51st home run. Who cares? Big deal anyway.
Yeah. I mean, that's
by the way, can everyone please acknowledge the presence of our Lord and Savior? Because the way that he healed Micah Parsons' back once Parsons got traded to Green Bay, I'm watching highlights of him sprinting off the line with pass rush, and I just think, the power of prayer is so amazing.
Did you see the sled video when he turned the sled over?
Yeah. Micah Parsons prayed away his back injury, and I just think that's incredible. Yeah. That once he left Dallas, it's somewhere on the flight probably the prayers kicked in.
Yeah.
And he's able to move again.
Well, I mean, there's precedent. Randy Johnson's back got a lot better when he came here.
Yeah. Randy Johnson's back got
a lot better.
That's right.
God will save you if God will save your back if you get out of a bad
You got to pray on it. Yeah, you got to pray on it, and then also hope to get moved to another team.
Yep. And then, in that environment, that new city, look
at it happen to Carson Beck. he preyed on it and then took a portal deal to Miami, and look what happened. A win.
Maybe they have better chiropractors in Green Bay than Dallas.
Yeah, that's probably
You know
it.
what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I mean,
because Green Bay is kind of a big, big city.
A lot of big people that they have to work on their back a lot. A lot of big people.
Yeah, so I was just happy to see that back injury healed up quick.
Yep. And Cal Raleigh, I mean, he's a lot stronger this year.
He is. There's no doubt about it. It's, one of the most amazing performances for a hapless team I've ever seen.
All right, we're not going to go through all that again. All the guys who improved.
No, I'm just saying for a hapless team,
Right.
He's hitting a bunch of home runs, but late 90s and early 2000s, but whatever.
Right. Let's get Jim in here. Let's talk about Jordan and Fromber. What do you say, Jim?
Hey, guys. Look, I've been following you guys forever because I'm from Houston. So back in the 6'10", 15, 60, all that. Love you guys, but I just want to get to who are we kidding ourselves? I'm an old-time Oiler fan. I've been through the Houston horrors. I'm actually a Notre Dame fan, but I was rooting for U of H when Danny Davis and, Montana came out and threw up 28 in the fourth, so I've been crushed. Let's not kid ourselves. I think Lance said it earlier this year. This Astros team, it's not going to get it done. You cannot have a player of Jordan's ilk and play him one day and sit him 3 days, play him one. I know I'm exaggerating, but it is frustrating. You got 23 games left. He is the great one. He is the straw that stirs the drink in that lineup. People get better pitches. I mean, he is an equivalent to Judge from the left-hand side. Not as good a defender, but as a hitter, he definitely is. You got to game plan for him. And when he doesn't play, and you play two utility guys, I'm sorry, the guy from Dubon is a great story, but he's not an everyday player. You pick one or the other, Dubon or Urias. That's it. And this grounding into double plays, I don't know if you look, but I think the Astros lead the league in GIDP.
Yeah.
And
yep.
As far as Framber, I love what Framber's done for us, but I just think he's ready to go. I know we don't have much of a different option, but I hope the Astros catch fire in the bottle. But it's been a hell of a run, but I just don't see it this year. I hope so, but it's frustrating when Jordan doesn't play because he's great. Thanks.
Yeah. I mean, we've said that. We said that at the beginning of the year, but it seems like this team has changed. I don't know. This team is a lot better than the one that was really crappy to start the season.
I like fire in the bottle. That's what I like on that one.
Yeah.
He took the lightning in a bottle and turned it into fire in a bottle, and I actually kind of like that. I also think they're playing like a fart in a bottle.
Yeah, it is a fart in a bottle. Right now, it's a fart in a bottle.
Everything he said is true. Like, this is a team they're not built to do anything, to be honest with you. I mean, they're built for it, but they don't give you that vibe. You've got Jordan can't stay healthy or play long term, and maybe they're obviously not going to be sitting him on the bench in the postseason. But the real problem is that Fromber is not Fromber anymore, and you're hoping against hope that somehow magic happens with Arrighetti or Garcia or Christian Javier. And, maybe it could, but you'd like to see something sustainable. But it still doesn't answer the question about why is this lineup so impotent? Why? Why do they struggle against, they'll throw up a 7 every once in a while, but what? I don't understand what's going on with this level of hitting with Correa and Pena. Why is Joe Espada turned into the bunt champ? Why are the Astros bunting all the time now?
Yeah, and
I thought he was an analytics guy.
Yeah, and in situations that you shouldn't bunt. I mean, that's happened a few times this year. I don't know. That's well, if you got to manufacture a run somehow, I guess. you got to do it. You got to do it somehow, some way. But there have been a couple of situations you're like, this is not when you bunt. This is not. This is a bad time to bunt. Altuve did it. I think Altuve does it sometimes for hits.
Jeremy Pena, you had Pena
Yeah.
bunting yesterday. They were down 2-0, and he's trying to. That shows absolutely no confidence in his offense at all. You got one of your best hitters putting down bunts. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah. All right, 713-780-3776. I mean, let's go. You guys got thoughts? All right. You got jokes? Let's go. You can tell us your best joke this morning. 713-780-3776. Tomorrow will be at Texas Card House in Spring Cypress Road at 45. It is a great facility. Now, they're both great facilities, the two of them. There was one on Westheimer at Green Ridge. Clean, beautiful, safe, big parking lot, bar open till 2, games all the time. There's a game going on right now, Texas Card House. We're going to be up in spring. They're loaded for bear every month with tournaments. It's incredible. They've got it's ridiculous. They got on Saturdays $40 entry, $10,000 guarantee. That is awesome, people. You've got every month you got $100,000 guarantee and a $40,000 PLO guarantee. These are incredible, and this is why Texas Card House is the best. Now you can also play at home if you want. You got the app that you got, the Hijack app, where you can play at home. You can deposit the money and take out the money at either Texas Card House location. It's just, if you're a poker player in this city, there's one place to go, and that's Texas Card House. It's just the best. TexasCardHouse.com. We're going to be there tomorrow. Come on by. In Spring Cypress Road at 45. Let's go. TexasCardHouse.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Davis Mills got an extension. He's here through next year. $7 million. What a job. What a great job. I wouldn't go anywhere either if I was him. You know, some guys go, no, I want to go get a starting. Nah, I'll just take that 7. I'll take the 7 large and sit here. I'm fine with it. I'm fine. I'm good. I like CJ. I like, not having to worry about getting hurt. I like this. This is cool. This is great. Sit around, hat backwards, charting plays, 7 mil. Thank you. So, God bless. Apparently he's got this. I don't know. I think I heard his wife is pregnant or whatever. He's going to have some long neck kids now. There's a lot of, 7 million can fill up a lot of neck area. That's pretty cool.
What?
I don't know. I'm just saying. Dude, God bless. You know what? I'm not gonna hate on him.
God bless you and your long neck progeny.
Yeah. No, you know what? Chase, Daniel. All the guys that have sat around all those years collecting all that money.
You want him to do is go in.
How great is that?
Get a game, win a game for you when a quarterback's hurt.
Well, yeah.
That's all you want.
But you want a quarterback like Aaron Rodgers who never missed a game. That's what you want. You want him to be Green Bay's backup forever. He never missed a game. That's what you want. I ain't got to go in there. Just give me that to make sure that check cashes. I'm good. Play a preseason game or 2. I'm good. I don't know why. Why did they come up? And why did they give him $5 million this year? They had to up it to 7. You don't think he would have signed for that 5? I'm pretty sure.
I don't know. I don't know. He's got some starting experience. I don't know. Who knows?
Maybe he would have. I don't know. Where are you going to go? I guess.
Why are you pocket watching a backup quarterback?
You know what? They're better.
Every dollar counts, Lance.
Is he better than Spencer Rattler?
Is Davis Mills better than Spencer Rattler?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think so too.
Spencer Rattler sucks.
How many guys?
I don't know. What are we talking about? Have you ever watched Spencer Rattler play football?
Yeah, I've seen
for the Saints. It's not good.
I don't know. Davis Mills still has the red mark of they picked Case Keenum to win a game over him. So.
Well, that was a couple of years ago.
Still exists, though.
Last year, Davis Mills was the guy.
Nah, Case Keenum was hurt. I don't know what he was doing.
He was the man.
There's a reason that the Saints right now are the favorite to pick first.
We can talk about it, but I will always remember, hey, the Texans needed a win, and they skipped over him.
Yeah, they did.
And went to Case.
Yeah, they did.
Tyler Shuckett. Well, that's a guy who played a lot of football,
Tyler Shuck
too.
is.
And look, I'm not saying Davis Mills is a great quarterback. I'm saying Spencer Rattler's not good. They'll find out when Tyler Shuck comes in as soon as he gets pressure on him, and it's not good there. If they have great protection, Tyler Shuck can make some throws.
Is there a worse quarter? Maybe Cleveland. He could start in Cleveland.
Who, Davis?
Yeah.
No, he wouldn't start over
Flacco.
I don't think he'd start over Flacco. I'm not sure he'd start over any of those guys.
Really? I would rather have Davis Mills than Shador or Dylan Gabriel in there.
You say that based on his experience?
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. They're gonna make.
That's fine.
Is he better than Danny Dimes?
No, I don't think so.
Is he better than?
We did watch him play.
Yeah.
Granted, it was for a really bad Texans team.
Yeah.
But we did see him play. It wasn't great.
Hey, he won a big game to give us C.J. Stroud. That's all I know. Won a big
Thanks to a miracle missed interception. Yes.
Yes. One of the worst
misplays of a football ever. Look how your season has changed. Your history has changed. Why didn't they just do what Steve Ballmer did with Kawhi. Just slip Davis Mills $2 million under the table off the books. So you can, on the cap, it's 5, but he actually is getting paid 7.
You got to explain that. You got to explain that.
So Pablo Torre,
How does Pablo get these stories, by the way?
He's
Basically,
one of the few.
Pablo Torre is like a big snitch now. He's going in and digging in and
or
finding
he's
the
just
real
a reporter.
stories.
Yeah,
Well,
I don't know if he's a
investigative reporter.
snitch.
Investigative reporter.
Yeah, he's an investigative
He
reporter.
snitched on the NFL.
Well, he's a reporter. He's not snitching if he's
we
a reporter.
call him a snitch.
I know
in the
you
NFL.
do. I know you do. But he works for Meadowlark Media, which is what Dan Le Batard's media company, and he has unearthed a story where Steve Ballmer, the owner of the Clippers, decided, well, at least maybe he was forced to, he had to give Kawhi apparently more money, extra money that he couldn't do legally as far as the NBA is concerned to get him to sign way back in 2019 or so. Kawhi wasn't all that up over the moon to sign with the Clippers. He demanded a lot of things, private jets, homes, and the Clippers decided to throw him a little extra cash. And it turns out that little extra cash allegedly is $28 million to be a spokesperson for some tree company. I'm not sure exactly.
Tree trimming company.
And he was
28 mil.
And of course, there's nowhere online, nowhere on his social media profiles where Kawhi's ever promoting this tree company. So it appears to be $28 million for a no-show job to convince Kawhi to sign with the Clippers back in 19. And that would be a circumventing of the salary cap, which would be...
That should be a loss of draft picks and a massive fine.
And who knows what happens to Steve Ballmer if it leads right back to him, which you imagine it would if this is all true. The Clippers have already sent out a statement saying these are provably false accusations, or at least the reporting is provably false. So we'll see. But he's got the paperwork, like 3,000 pages worth of documents. He has employees for the company on the record talking about it.
Pablo Torre, you mean?
Yeah, Pablo Torre, knowing that Kawhi was getting the deal. Now, of course, they did the funny thing of obscuring the person's identity and changing the voice, much like an investigative journalism show from like the 80s. But it's all there. It's like an hour and 20 a podcast. It's on video, and they talk about it. And if it's real, it's real trouble for the Clippers.
That's real trouble for Ballmer. I mean, you can't. It's a tree planting company.
A tree planting company that Kawhi never did any work for.
Right.
$28 million.
Hey, listen, that's the other owners.
It's hard work, though.
You know, unless some of them are doing that as well.
I'd be. What are you talking? If I'm another owner, I want all their first round picks gone.
Yeah, no. I listen. Ballmer's in big trouble if this is true.
Absolutely,
Big trouble.
Remember Joe Smith? Remember when Minnesota got hit with Joe Smith? No, there's precedent in the NBA. If you circumvent the cap, that's a major penalty. That's going to be millions and millions of dollars in fines, and they should lose a minimum of 2 first-round picks. A minimum.
Now, as John, okay, we're looking at it as a sports story, but this is fraud, right?
Yeah.
So does the actual legal system get involved in this?
Well, it's fraud in the sense that did he pay taxes on it? Because if he paid taxes on it,
yeah, there's an LLC because the company predictably went bankrupt. So some of the people they owe were listed, like the Red Sox are owed money apparently, and so is Kawhi, like a $7 million payment to Kawhi's LLC, and it's not something that's very.
Wait. What do you Red Sox? What are you talking about?
The Red Sox are on the list of creditors.
For this tree planting business?
I guess, yes. That's part of the document.
Wait a minute. So that means they're also funneling money through there to players?
No, it is that the tree company owes people money, and the Red Sox are one of them, according to the documents being written.
Please explain to me how a tree
company own. I didn't see this part.
Oh, Major League Team
I was
money.
watching the video, and on the creditors list, Kawhi's LLC is on it, and the Red Sox are on it.
Okay, well, that's a big question.
Why the Red Sox are on it, I don't know.
How come they haven't paid anything for the draft, the NFL draft?
What?
How come I can't get a little taste of this tree company?
Why would you be involved? Why would the NFL be involved?
Because I do tree stuff too.
No, you don't.
What tree stuff?
I do
you
as
can't
much
even
as
clean
Kawhi
your
does.
gutters without falling and
I
killing
do
yourself.
as much as Kawhi does with trees.
Well, that's
We wouldn't
probably
let
true.
you near a tree trimming, tree planting, tree nothing.
Can't they get a little taste of NFL draft stuff?
No,
He wants in on the fraud.
apparently.
And the grift. Okay?
It is some pretty good grift, it looks
It
like.
does.
By
All
the way,
right.
I'm watching a Fromber home run. We come back, we'll talk about how Fromber's basically quit on the team. And he grooves a fastball in the middle of the plate, and somehow the catcher's responsible. I mean, you kidding me?
Well, I don't think I've ever seen a catcher like waving as he's in his windup. I mean, that was weird. The whole thing was just weird. All right. Elliot, we'll get you in on the other side, too. Allstate Windows and Siding is first up.
Allstate Windows and Siding is company here locally owned and operated. It's family. It's family company. When you have family company, it's always just means a little bit more. They're always thinking about the product. They're always talking about their product. They're wearing the T-shirt, the polos as much as as they possibly can because it's something that means that much to them and has for generations. And Allstate Windows and Siding, what the first thing that stands out to me in talking to the owners is it's very important to them that they have the best product possible for you. They understand that the weather here is extreme to say the least in many different directions, extreme. And so the best thing for you to consider is if you want to lower your energy bill, you need to have windows that are made to keep the air conditioning in. If you want to improve the look of your home, you need to have new windows and new siding because it really improves the look of the home and you're also done with it. You do it once, you're basically done with it. Dilapidated wood looks terrible. You have to repaint it. You have to have it repaired. You don't have to have those things done when you have siding from Allstate Windows and Siding. It's going to withstand all the elements and come out looking great. There's no more painting. There's no more fixing it. The plank siding is going to be locked in and it's going to look great on your home. Improve your energy efficiency, make your house look great on the exterior, add safety elements with those double pane, double strength windows. And you know what? Get it done one time and you're done. They have 0% financing for an entire year. So you can just pay as you want for the full year. You don't have any interest rate during those first 12 months. That gives you a great chance to get it now and pay for it over time. And that's a big advantage. Big discounts when you mentioned 97.5 that you're a listener for both Windows and for siding. You just have to mention you're a listener of the show. It's allstatewindowsandsiding.com. That's allstatewindowsandsiding.com.
All right. It is 8:07 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's get Elliot in here. He's been waiting, and then we'll get what did you want to talk about, Dale? What were we going to talk about on this side? I forget. What's up, Elliot?
Hey, good morning, guys. Good to hear you this morning. I had my final fantasy draft last night, and there's a lot of running backs going in the first round or two. You got the legacy guys between like the Henry, the Barkley, the CMC, and you got the young next generation guys, the Genty, the Bijans, the Gibbs. And my question, I guess, is specifically for Lance is what was the differences between these young guys from a draft analysis standpoint when they were coming into the NFL? Did you see them all as generational, or like did one's film stand out more than the other? There's obviously an eye test that you can apply to all three of them, but I'm just curious of what you saw with them coming out.
Well,
Did
hold
you
on.
see
Let me
one
make
that
sure.
was better there?
Henry, wait. Who are the three that you're talking about?
The Genty, Bijan, and Gibbs, the three young guys that are going in the first round. Not the legacy guys, not the Henry, Barkley, and CMC,
Oh, yeah.
but the guys that are in their year 1, 2, or 3.
So Bijan had rare. I had him up there pretty high. But Bijan, I didn't give him a 7.0, which is like perennial All Pro, but I had him up there really high. And he had just tremendous balance, tremendous. He had a great ability to either elude you or run over you, and so you didn't know which you were going to get, and it kept defenders guessing. He had pretty good speed, but he was a very effective player on all three downs, and he could run with power. So you got a guy who can run with power, elusiveness, and can play on all three downs, and that's what you
Every
want.
one of those guys except Gibbs was projected to be in this spot. Henry was
Yeah.
a
Well,
Heisman
Henry was the
Trophy winner.
second. Yeah, but Henry was a second round pick, and
Uh,
Henry is runs. Henry's outside. He's an outlier, a 250-pound running back who, frankly, has to be in the right kind of offense. Like you've got to get him downhill. You got to get his legs moving, because like with long leg running backs, you can't ask them to do a lot of short area cuts early in the run because they lose all their momentum. So if you get him downhill, though, he's a freight train.
yeah, but Heisman winner. Saquon was incredible.
Yeah, Saquon's the
Genty
highest.
was incredible.
Saquon and Genty are the two highest I've ever written up.
Yeah. It's not like this is the only one that's really surprising is Jahmyr Gibbs a little bit.
A little bit. Well, I think Derrick Henry, to an extent, was a little surprising that he turned into exactly what he's turned into, just because we hadn't really seen that. It had been a long time since we had seen a guy 6'4", 250 pounds do the things that he did. But Jahmyr Gibbs, you're right. Jahmyr Gibbs was not a full-time running back at Alabama. He shared carries at Alabama. We knew he was an explosive player, could hit explosive plays. For me, the thing with Gibbs was I know he's going to be good out of the backfield. I know he's a slasher who's going to hit some chunk runs for you, but are you going to be able? Is he going to be Alvin Kamara? And there's nothing wrong with Alvin Kamara, but Alvin Kamara, he's never had a 1,000-yard rushing season his entire career, not once. And
Yeah, but
that's the thing I was wondering about with and that's great. And fantasy football wise, that's awesome that he gets so many total yards and catches and PPR and all that stuff. But if you just need to go win a game and you're handing the ball off, you're not just the Saints have never been a team that says we're just going to hand it off to Alvin Kamara and give him 24 carries. Gibbs did some of that last year when Montgomery went out. Gibbs actually had some games where he had more carries. So, but I do think at his heart, he's a little bit more like Alvin Kamara. Like I think Jahmyr Gibbs is still a guy that you don't want to give a ton of carries to, maybe 15 carries a game, 14 carries a game, but you want to just get him in space. So throw it to him a little bit.
Yeah.
I love Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah.
But Jahmyr Gibbs also was somebody who Ben Johnson said, I want that guy. He's going to unlock our offense.
Yeah.
But it was important that they had David Montgomery with them. First, it was DeAndre Swift. And then they said, we got to have one hammerhead in here to do the heavy lifting.
Yeah, no, agreed. And Alvin Kamara, it's the total yards. How many times you throw to that guy? And it's the same with Gibbs. Yeah, listen, all of these, CD Lamb came out, all of the first rounders except maybe Nico, and Nico's going in the first round in a lot of drafts. Nico was a third rounder. But you look at, Jamar Chase, high draft pick, great college career. CD, great college career. You're looking at guys that are they're they've got the pedigree. All of them got the pedigree, except
And
Nico.
see,
Nico's played his way into it.
that's another thing with Derrick Henry, though. The reason he's kind of an outlier, he's not a third down running back. What makes, you talk about Saquon Barkley, Bijan Robinson, a lot of these guys here, Ashton Genty, a lot of the guys you're mentioning are going to play all three downs, where Derrick Henry's more of an early down guy. But Derrick is so dominant as an early down guy that it's superseded and transcended what some of the expectations were for him. But typically, when you want to find an elite running back talent, you got to find somebody who plays all three downs, and then you want them to be able to um, be able to score in short yardage situations, short yardage touchdowns, and be able to, if you can, hit chunk plays. And so to do that, you've got to have a certain level of speed. That's when you're looking for the perfect back. And I'm trying to talk about the perfect back, but the old saying is you got to be able to create for one of two ways, and I turned it into one of three ways, either with elusiveness, power, or speed. And if you can combine two of those three, you're going to be in great shape. If you can do it with speed and elusiveness, where you can make somebody miss and then you can take off with, or if you can do power, power is yards after contact. So running and being a creator after power, Joe Mixon's not really elusive. He's not fast, but he has got tremendous power.
Oh, yeah.
But all those guys I mentioned, Jameer Gibbs is elusiveness and speed. Genty has all three. Saquon Barkley doesn't usually run with a tremendous amount of power, believe it or not. Everyone just assumes he does because he's all rocked up, but he's really more elusive in speed. But he can, he does have the physicality to hit
His
you.
legs are about as powerful as it gets.
Yeah, but Derrick Henry
No.
can beat you with power and speed.
Yep.
Everyone sleeps on the fact that when he gets rolling, you're not catching him.
No.
Derrick Henry is insanely football fast for a big running back.
Yep. All right. Let's get Garrick in here in a hurry. He wants to talk a little Astros baseball before we break. What do you say, Garrick?
Hey, guys. I'm calling because my issue right now is I've been defending Joe Espada most of the season, but the Astros' offensive woes really go back to batting Jose Altuve third. If you look at the numbers, Jose Altuve has been terrible with men in scoring position this season. On top of that, he has grounded into the most double plays with runners in scoring position this season with 11 and the third most overall. But if you look at his numbers, he gets on base and he hits when there are no men on base. Conversely, the Astros' best hitters with runners in scoring position are Jeremy Pena, Carlos Correa, and I would go ahead and say Yordan Alvarez. So what this tells me is the Astros should be batting Jose Altuve leadoff. Jeremy Pena should be either second or third, with him, Alvarez, and Correa being the guys in the middle of the lineup. And that way you'll score more runs because you'll have a guy getting on base and you'll score more runs. I know Pena has taken off since he became the leadoff hitter, but he just became a good hitter. So if you got a good hitter and he hits almost 340 with men in scoring position, he should be batting second or third with Yordan and Correa behind them, and then Walker further down the lineup. But Espada consistently wants to bat Jose Altuve in the 3 spot, and he's killing a lot of their rallies. He's coming up with men in scoring position, and he's either popping out, grounding into a double play, or occasionally, or just giving weak contact and occasionally hitting into double plays. I'll hang up and listen, guys. Thanks.
Well, the numbers back you up. This year with nobody on, he's got an 828 OPS. With runners on, 731. Runners in scoring position, 704 OPS, which is bad. Bases loaded, he's got a 444 OPS, which is terrible. Leading off an inning, he's got an 827 OPS. 828 with no on, 827 leading off an inning. And it's just, the numbers are backing you up on this. When he leads off, In the batting in the one hole, however, his OPS is 721. When he's batting third, his OPS is 878, nearly 900. Nearly 900 in the three hole, as opposed to 721 leading off. I think when there's runners on, Jose Altuve has expanded his zone. Jose Altuve, it gets up there and he's hacking, and pitchers know it, and they're throwing him crap on that first pitch, and he's behind all the time. He gets behind in the count because he's so aggressive with runners on for that first pitch. Now, I mean, I don't know if the OPS says bat him third, because look at his OPS when he's batting in the three hole versus the one hole. And in the two hole, he's the worst of all, 649. So in the three hole, he actually is better off. However, with runners in scoring position, he's not very good.
His walk to strikeout's really bad. Is in the leadoff spot. It's not bad in the two hole. It's not great in the three hole. But to to his point though, when you have a swing and miss player, when you have a guy who has poor plate discipline, which Altuve was never great with plate discipline, but it seems like it's getting worse. That's not a great. When you're in an RBI spot, that can be really tough when it comes to being a rally killer. I mean, he mentioned it, and you hate saying those things about Jose Altuve because Altuve has games where he just rescues you, and we know how great he is. But this has been an unusual year for Jose Altuve with men in scoring position. He has not been the same Jose Altuve.
Nope. I think, and I think in large parts because how aggressive he is with runners in scoring position.
Yeah, it's like he's getting worse as he gets older, not better.
Yep. 819 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's talk a little underdog again.
Underdog Fantasy, a chance for you to play one new feature. The new feature's ladders. I played Streaks last year. Streaks is great. Streaks, you start with two different players, two different entries where you're going higher or lower on statistics. If you win those two, you now have unlocked the third one. And so you pick the third one. You keep going up and up and up. If you get to 11, you're going to get a huge payout. It's awesome. You can do that for as little as $5, but you can also cash out along the way. So let's say your streak has reached 6. You've got 6 consecutive wins where you've gone higher or lower on the statistic that you've chosen for yourself. It's not one you have to pick from. You get to choose the statistic you want out of the vast array of NFL and even college statistics that are going to be out there. Once you're ready to cash out if you want to. You don't have to take it all the way to the end, but if you do, the payout's going to be substantial. And that's what Underdog does. It lets you put the game in your hands. How do you want to win? Do you want to play flex, where it's like insurance? You just have to win 3 out of 4, 2 out of 3, 4 out of 5, or do you want to try to win it all? Go 4 out of 4 and go chase the big dollars. That's what Underdog allows you to do. You're going to watch the games anyway. Play along with the games you're watching by going to Underdog Fantasy. Download the app. Use promo code Lance on your first deposit. When you make your first play of $5, they're immediately going to transfer $50 of bonus cash into your account. So you're getting free money to play with. Turn that money into big dollars just using your sports knowledge and your ability to analyze the games. It's that simple. Underdog Fantasy. Watch the games and play along with Underdog Fantasy. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This Arch thing, Louis Riddick now, the hype doesn't match the tape. Jordan Rodgers, the hype doesn't match the tape.
Credit to Jordan Rodgers. He was first. He was the one who stepped out.
He did step out. Yeah, where was Louis Riddick before?
I don't think he was
when
one of
Paul
those.
Feinbaum. Jordan Rodgers actually said it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I felt the same way. What you guys? How many times did I ask our guests? We got to settle down. We need to settle down, okay? Because this is way too much. And the hype before that game, they did a half hour on Arch. It was like, holy crap, guys! He couldn't beat out a 7th rounder last year. I mean, the game that Ewers was having against Ohio State, and he couldn't come in. Tua. I mean, Nick Saban goes to Tua in the second half of a national championship. When Jalen was the guy all year, and he could not one time could Sark go to Arch.
But Jordan Rodgers actually watched. Like he watched the tape, and it's on there. I could see it just from watching TV last year. When it comes to elite traits, Arch just doesn't have them. He doesn't have big. And I had an argument with an NFL guy on text back and forth. He's like, I've seen him throw. He's the real deal. I'm like, that arm is just an average arm. That's nothing special about it. He does have good size. He is a pretty good athlete, but I don't know. He doesn't throw with great timing. He made receivers
he waits. He doesn't process.
But it was an issue last year where it doesn't come out on time, and he made receivers wait last year. Now, I thought it was interesting. Tom Brady. I was listening to Tom Brady during the break. I was listening to what he said, and Tom Brady said what's extremely important. He said you need to have adversity to basically scar you over. You need to have these issues. You have adversity. This can make you a better quarterback.
Yeah.
And Tom Brady's from the old school of you do need adversity, and this could end up being a really good thing for Arch Manning.
And he ain't facing Matt Patricia every week either.
No.
Yeah, right?
No, it's going to get easier.
It's Ohio State, first of all.
Yeah,
on
Ohio
the road,
State.
in a big atmosphere, the first real big game he's been in. And it was Matt Patricia and his defense. So, yeah, Arch is going to be better, but Arch ain't. We got to. I mean, it's too crazy both ways now because Arch feels like crap. I saw an interview with him yesterday. He looked like, oh my God, he looked really bad. Like,
but it's because of our society, our media society. Now we have to turn. We can't just say we're very excited to see Arch Manning's first, full-time starting season. You can't just say that. It's got to be he's the best quarterback since the best since Tim Tebow ever in college football. It's got to be he's the Heisman. He's the first round. He's the first pick of the draft. You can't just say we're excited to see him and see what he's about. Like, we can't just say that. It's got to be you have to make some grand statement, a grand comment. And now I think we're seeing overreactions. Now it's got to the point, John, where I think people are overreacting to him not playing well.
Yeah. Right.
Just like you just said.
He's
not
he
facing
stinks.
Matt
He's
Patricia.
just terrible, and he stinks. And he was adopted, and all of these things that,
Can't believe they said he was adopted.
Well, Peyton said it, but it was AI.
Oh, well.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. That does sound like a smart aleck thing Peyton or Eli might say.
It does. Well,
like they might say on the Manning cast. It does feel like something they could say.
But not after that game.
No.
I don't think they say it after what they saw. It'd have to be after, like, Arch did something silly, like he tripped, but he was having a great game.
Yeah. Not after he crapped the bed against Ohio State.
Well, maybe Cooper was adopted. We don't know.
I don't know. As Art said, the ears tell the story.
Yeah, the ears. But listen, Arch's ears, they do. They're very Eli-ish. 713-780-3776 is the number. If you want to get in here with us, you are more than welcome.
Gary, I got a feeling we're going to have a real roller coaster of Arch Manning talk with, like, he's going to be one of those guys, and then he's going to play well. See, Arch is that guy. He's him. No, he's not. Can we just let it play out and see what he is? We don't know what Arch is. Stop anointing him. It doesn't mean he's not going to be good, but there definitely wasn't enough to start crowning him this early. That was crazy.
Yep. Well, let's get Gary in here. He wants to talk about Arch. What do you say, Gary?
Hey, Lance, please, Lance, please don't interrupt me. And John, yes, we don't need to settle down. Unfortunately, I do agree with you, Lance, that we're in this society to where they set people up, but it's set up, so it's predicated on if he does well, see, we told you. And
right.
now that he played like crap, we want to provide a soft landing spot. No, we don't settle down because unfortunately now with social media, when we are ripping other QBs and we're talking about them and we're talking about him possibly being the first overall pick to go to Cleveland and save them, we disrespect the quarterback that have put in the time. This guy has two uncles and a grandfather and possibly great-great-grandfather that he talks to every day. So we set it up. Oh, poor war is me, that to where he can talk to this is his very first game against Ohio State and Matt Patricia. Well, in the NFL, everybody's defense is Matt Patricia type. So but it was all set up to all this. And no, we don't settle down. When you can talk about other quarterbacks, and now we have free reign to social media, we can step up and bark back too. When you put down other players and other quarterbacks for whatever reason, then it's fair game. It happens. It's a microwave society. But I hear you guys saying, hey, well, Matt Patricia, or one game, Ohio State, NFL caliber quarterbacks. Well, damn it, if he's gonna be the first overall next year, everybody in cornerbacks.
He's not going to be. He never was going to be.
Well, but wait.
He never was going to be. You're arguing it.
Everybody's saying it. Everybody's saying it.
Gary, no, it's not. It's not. Well, you can talk to everybody else because this show is not saying it. This show is not saying it. Gary just wants to argue with something that didn't happen. He had his call. See, this is what Gary doesn't like. He had his call all planned out, and he doesn't like it. Doesn't really fit with what we said. We always said before the game that we didn't see the Arch hype at all. Before the game, we said that.
Gary, you don't even listen to the show because I've been saying it all off season. He was way overhyped. So stop, Gary.
And no one also said he can't take heat.
And so
he can
if
take
he's
all the heat he wants.
overhyped and he plays poorly, they gave him way too much credit beforehand. So you shouldn't bash. He's been just average since he came out. Since he's been with Texas.
Terrible spring game, his first game. Remember the spring game, his freshman year, how bad he was?
His freshman year. He couldn't make a decision to throw the ball.
Gary, we don't care if you get on Arch, man. I don't care if anyone gets on him. What we're saying is
he was overhyped.
We shouldn't be crowning guys before they even play. That's what we just said. There was no reason to crown him. The Matt Patricia stuff is just real football. You don't engage in football talk, Gary. You don't analyze anything. You just jump on a quarterback's back based on pigment, and that's all you do. So you don't even have any analysis. I've never heard you analyze anything, to be honest with you. All we're saying is Arch, it looked bad, but he is going to face lesser defenses and lesser coordinators. So then he's going to play better, and the hype will start building again. I don't know what he's going to be, to be honest with you. I don't think he has elite skills as an NFL quarterback. I think the quarterback from South Carolina is going to be the first pick, and I've thought that since last May. Since his previous May, Lenore Sellers is going to be the first quarterback. I don't think I never thought Arch was coming out. Not once did I ever believe Arch Manning was coming out this year. Because the Mannings, and even when Arch said, I don't know where that's coming from, because you're not ready to come out, and all your uncles all played 4 years in college. You've barely started at all.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Gary just had an argument. He was ready to. I don't care if social media tears him up.
Gary called into my
show. That's social media.
Thing.
Yeah.
And
when did we hype up Arch?
I didn't do it on my show. In fact, I've had my questions about Arch. You've made your questions known quite clearly. Gary tends to argue on these shows about things he's heard on other shows.
Maybe.
That's kind of how it goes.
That's not how it was here. 834 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. I want to talk. You know what I hype up a lot? Coors Light. You know why?
Yeah, you do.
I do. But you know what? It deserves all the hype it gets.
You're the Gary of Coors Light.
I'm telling you, yep. I'm going to hype that. I'm going to hype up Coors Light. And you know what? It lives up to the hype. That's the thing. It ain't like Arch. It's living up to the hype. It's it's the greatest beer ever. Okay, and it is. And there you have it. So there's no I have no problem whatsoever getting on that hype train. What? Love train. Coors Light train. All right. And we were playing yesterday and we're playing today, and there's a lot of Coors Lights flying. We had our fantasy draft. Boom, Coors Lights. What? Yep. It's a great run I'm on. I got to tell you, I'm on a great run. What was it? The best beer in the history of beers. And we're best of friends, and we're going to stay best of friends. And I'm going to hype it up as long as I live. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Going to climb on, brother.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Baseball is embarrassing itself. Did you see that Freeland Devers fight?
Yeah, I did.
That's
Did you
fun.
see
Well, it wasn't a fight, but
a lot of the push? Oh my God! Devers comes in after, and Freeland's got his back to him, and Devers just comes up and pushes him a little bit, and then there's like 12 guys, and they're in front of him, and now he's pissed off. Now I'm coming after you.
Well,
Baseball.
this is your sport. I've been telling you baseball's a joke for years, and you keep pushing back on it. Now look at you.
The baseball fights are Now, there's been a couple great ones.
But what fights in sports are real? Like,
well,
what?
NBA used to be real now.
I mean, no one does that anymore. There's too much money involved for guys to actually getting real fights now.
Hockey is real.
Why? Yes. Hockey's the one sport where we're just okay with guys beating the brains in of the opponent. It's hockey. Let them do what they want. But of all the other sports, no one's really getting into a fight. I make $1 million a game. Why the hell would I be fighting?
Yeah. No. Yeah.
Or $500,000 per game.
Yeah. The money's good. The money's great. So.
There's still fights in locker rooms though. Between players on the same teams.
There should have been one last night with Salazar and.
Yeah. So I want Dell. I just sent you the Dallas Braden. I sent you the Dallas Braden tweet. We can listen to his Dallas Braden, former, big league pitcher. He broke this down, the Fromber and Salazar situation. In case you missed it, if you didn't watch a game and you're just joining us, Fromber Valdez shook off a pitch. I didn't realize this because it's pretty subtle. He shook off a pitch from Salazar, and that's why Salazar said back off the mound. And he shook off a pitch from PitchCom, and he didn't back off. Instead, he threw the pitch. He grooved it right down the center of the plate. Bang, grand slam, opposite field, Crawford boxes. Then Fromber, 2 pitches later, ends up throwing a fastball that clearly was called, a different pitch, and he just nails Salazar in the arm or chest or wherever with that pitch. And it's pretty clear to everyone involved that Fromber did that intentionally. And this has been a Fromber who has been very frustrated for several months now. They're talking about on ESPN. There's national articles being written about it. And Dallas Braden, former pitcher, takes you through the at-bat where he gave up the grand slam, and then afterwards, Del, when you got that ready, you can just play his breakdown of it, and you can listen to what a Major League Baseball player,
right,
former Major League Baseball player, is seeing.
All right, we'll do that. We got a couple of calls here. Del's getting that run.
Okay.
He's got to listen to it first.
Okay.
And then we'll play that. Spencer wants to talk LSU football. What do you say, Spencer?
Hey, boys. So, of all the Arch Manning talk, that's fine and good, but I think it should be wall-to-wall LSU Tigers because that defense on Saturday was one of the best Tiger defenses we've seen in a very, very, very long time.
Yeah.
I mean, I know Aranda was a great DC there, but, I mean, his last couple of years, the defense actually wasn't that great. The Burrow year, we scored like 50 points a game. The defense was okay, but it wasn't great. I mean, that defense on Saturday, they put pressure up front. They appear to have really good cover secondary guys, cornerbacks and safeties. They have fast linebackers that go side to side and up and down, and it was fantastic. And I love the defensive play calling. One thing I hate is when defenses go into a prevent defense and give up 8, 9, 12-yard chunks over and over and over near the end of the game. LSU's DC kept it coming. He just kept the pressure coming, kept playing the same defense, and it really was just a phenomenal performance. The game should have been 24-10. I still can't wrap my brain around that absurd reversal of I thought they were going to give him a touchdown instead of the 1-yard line, and then they said no catch, which is just ridiculous. And so even though it was only 17-10 final score, it should have been 24-10, and that was a dominant defensive performance. Nussmeier played really well, didn't make any dumb mistakes, threw the ball well. Durham looked good out of the backfield. LSU might be the best team in the SEC. So go Tigers.
That's one opinion, Spencer. But if we heard from Dabo didn't give high grades to either team.
Well, we got
I've got the audio in here.
Yeah, you ready?
Well, do you also have Brian Kelly's afterwards?
Yeah, yes, we have the Dabo.
Okay,
here's
Let's play 'em
Dabo
both.
talking about the game and their loss, and then Brian Kelly responds to the grades that Dabo put out there.
If we make the first tackle, Wade's got the guy. He's got. I don't even know how his knee didn't go down, but without that run, like I said, the last 58 minutes is 2.8, and that is a physical group. It's a very smart quarterback, and that is a back. So they're gonna be a problem, and they got some explosive dudes, and it was a hell of a game. It was a hell of a game. down the last play, right out of the gate. It's like getting the final exam day one of class. They made a 65, we made a 58. Neither one of us were great.
So that's Dabo.
That's Dabo.
And, of course,
And here's Brian Kelly's response to that.
in a world where everyone can hear everyone else, here's Brian Kelly.
We dominated him in the second half. So he's either a really good grader for, giving himself a 58, or he's a really hard grader on us, or he didn't see the second half, which that might be the case. He might not have wanted to see the second half.
God.
And then, by the way, I got Mike Gundy too, and what he's talking about. Well, I'll send that to you, Del. We got a lot of sound to play here. We got the sound from.
Hold on, before we play any more sound on the rundown, Lance, would you like to watch another video on your phone so that sound comes out over the air again?
When did I do that?
During the middle of the Dabo sound.
Kind of did.
Is there
What
another?
did it say?
It's just music.
Your music came through.
Music?
Yeah. Every time you fiddle on that phone, music comes through.
I just sent a text message back because Mason wanted us to know that there was a no-show job for Kawhi Leonard. We needed to talk about it on the radio.
Thanks, Mason. We got to
Yeah.
it.
Thanks, Mason. Thanks, Mason.
Yeah, I appreciate the heads up.
All right, we have got a break. We got Longhorn Keithman's going to want to get in here. We'll do that. We have got all kinds of sound that we've got to play. We've also got to talk about John Daspit.
Yeah, John Daspit is. I'm glad I get to talk about John Daspit because there may be someone out there who is in a car accident and they don't know where to turn because they know that there's medical bills. There's medical bills piling up. They're not going to be able to work because they work a job where it's physical labor and they've got an injured back or an injured knee and back. It could be any combination of things. And they're just like, I don't know what we're supposed to do. And then what happens is the insurance company says, don't worry, we'll take care of this. We're going to make everything right with you. And then what happens is they look out for their side of the equation and you do not get a fair settlement at all. And I don't want to see that happen to you. I'd rather you call John Daspit as soon as this happens. Get with the Daspit law firm because they will start fighting for you immediately. They'll make sure that everything is followed. All the bills are going to be paid medically. All your time that you miss from work is going to be compensated for because that should not come out of your pocket. That was not, it was someone else's negligence caused that. And then on top of that, they're going to make sure that you are compensated for your pain and suffering. You need someone on your side who's not going to give in to the insurance company, that's going to fight hard for you, that you're the most important person in this entire situation. So if you're injured at work, if you're injured, on the job, if you're injured on the roadway or just on location somewhere due to someone's negligence, make sure that you call 713-CALL-NOW and let them start fighting for you right away. It's 713-CALL-NOW or go to daspitlaw.com.
Time to talk about my peeps over at Game Day Men's Health. Heading over there Friday, as a matter of fact. We can't wait to get my pellets. And it's going to be different. And you know what? This is the answer for me. There's an answer for you. How to get your testosterone, how to feel better, how to look better, how to perform better, all of the things that you want. You want to be better. Game Day Men's Health makes you better, okay? If you're somebody that's getting older and you're getting sluggish and you're like, it's just part of aging. Well, you don't have to age. You don't have to. Get your testosterone right, because that helps you perform better in every way, shape, or form. You don't have to deal with a lack of testosterone, and you don't have to pay to find out whether or not you're a candidate for testosterone, which the other places do. Game Day doesn't charge you. Game Day has labs on site. Game Day has experts. Game Day has all the peptides to make you feel great. Game Day Men's Health. You're thinking about testosterone? I think they're just different. I think they're just better. GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, 8:48 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We will get to Dallas. What's his last name?
Braden.
That's right. He threw a no-hitter for the A's.
His claim to fame, and of course now he's in our lives forever now.
Yep.
I was trying to think of the Astro that compares to Dallas Braden. Not Mike Fiers, because he threw a no-hitter and then he did all the other stuff. Is there an Astro you can favorably comp to Dallas Braden? Like he had a moment in the sun, and if we turned him into what Dallas Braden has become, where he's on the broadcast team strictly because of that.
Chris Burke has been. I mean, he had the one home run to win and send them to their first playoff win.
What's
and
he do now?
He's on ESPN forever doing college baseball.
Well, what about Jim DeShays?
Jim DeShays.
That's going way back.
Yep. Yeah, but
Jim
DeShays is more personality.
And Braden, well, I would say had a moment. We've had actually a lot of guys like that we've actually had a lot of guys like that over the last
and then we
10 to
turned
15
them in,
years.
and they got a career out of the moment.
Well, I don't know if it's out of the moment.
That's why Chris Burke makes some sense. Although it's not with the Astros specifically, like Braden, he does A's stuff, but he has the hit.
Yeah.
And now, as you said, he does college baseball for ESPN in perpetuity, it seems.
Yep. Well, he was a really good college player at Tennessee.
Yeah.
Yep. Let's get, before we play that
SEC
sound.
takes care of SEC.
Before we play that sound, let's get Longhorn Keith in here. I think you want to talk about Arch, Longhorn Keith?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Yeah, just a little bit, but more specifically the team as a whole. First of all, shout out to the Ohio State fan base for we had a great experience out there, man. We got out there Thursday and just took a tour of the campus and saw the stadium, and really nice folks, nice environment, no real bad problems out there. And the game itself, allow all this talk about Arch. And you guys, you're right, I kick back at Garrett a little bit, don't know him, but you guys in Dale shows never bought into. As a matter of fact, you kicked against the old Arch hype. So I'm not sure where that's coming from, but to the point that my concern or my frustration with the game was not so much the Arch's play, because I didn't come in with high expectations of him being like a savior. I did say that he would be better than Quinn Ewers just because of his ability to be a little bit more mobile and to stand in the pocket, and he did prove that he could stand in the pocket during that game, which was really good to see. However, my concern was with Steve Sarkisian, man, and I don't like to default to the coach who's like, hey, we need a new coach. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, but he needs to hire an offensive coordinator, because I think Steve Sarkisian gets a little too arrogant with his play calling, and more specifically with his ability. He doesn't like to accept the fact that what he's calling and the adjustments he needs to make are not working. And Matt Patricia schooled him. And it wasn't because they were better athletes. I literally watched. I was at the game and I was texting my friends and I go, Bro, if you were seeing what I'm seeing, all of our on play actions, all of our wide receivers were running deep routes, like deep go routes or post routes. And I'm like, but you gotta basically this young quarterback in his first game on the road at Ohio State against some damn good defensive backs. I didn't understand what he was doing, and he didn't throw a single pass across the middle until late. Now I know Arch missed a few of those open receivers, but still, man, you got to dial up plays that make it obvious for him, like this is your number one read. So I think, Steve Sarkisian needs to do a better job there. In my humble opinion, he needs to hire an offensive coordinator. Then last, I'll leave you with this, man. I'm still obviously excited for our team in this season. I will tell you, though, I'm a little concerned. This hype, the hype that people are giving Arch is not my problem. The hype that people are giving Manny Muhammad, the defensive back for us, it's sick. That dude is the worst cornerback I've seen in the Texas uniform in a long time. Yet he keeps getting all this, he's this first-team All-American. In every single game, he gets a holding penalty or he gets a defensive pass interference. The worst defensive back I've seen in the Texas Longhorn uniform for many years, man. So, anyway, I'm looking forward to the rest of the season, man. Thanks for all you guys do, and we'll talk soon.
All right.
Keith with the zag. Yeah, that Arch stuff. But what about this cornerback that no one knows?
That's message board anger right there.
Yeah. Oh no. He's paying attention. Okay. He got received. Yeah. Either Arch was throwing it sideways or down the field. He's right. I mean, I don't know. Sark needs to catch it. Sark needs to catch it.
Well, the goal-to-go stuff.
The goal line.
That stuff has been there, infuriating Texas people for years now.
Yeah.
His inability to find ways to score touchdowns when they're in close.
And that's really an art form. Like it's, what he wants to do is be a bully, but he doesn't have offensive line to blow people off the ball. And so you have to create ways to keep the defense on their heels. You have a very short end zone, so you can't really stretch a field out. So how do you get people, how do you count? How do you run counters? How do you have misdirection? What are you going to do? How are you going to execute? How are you going to expose the other team's weakness or, execute towards the other team's weakness? He just hasn't done a good job. He's got a great reputation as a play caller, but it's really taken a hit, I think, over the last few years. It's really taken a hit. And, it's amazing how often I watch game tape on quarterbacks. I'm watching full field game tape, and it's amazing how often I see offensive play designs where you have multiple vertical routes in against, especially when you have an offensive line that can't protect, or you have a quarterback that's not great at, it doesn't have a lot of poise. If you have Arch Manning, you've got to make, like, it's everything Keith said is true. Number one, he should have been running more. He should have designed an offense that takes advantage of Arch's legs and runs the ball.
Mm-hmm.
That takes so much pressure off of him, and he puts him in better down and distance situations. Number two, have the easy throws dialed up. You got to have some easy throws dialed up. And I'm not sure that Arch is ready to throw accurately on crossing routes and moving, and moving patterns. He didn't throw with much accuracy and ball placement at all on some of those throws. So I question whether or not he maybe needs to have a static passing attack where get a lot of stop routes, short slants, things like that for him. Of course, the sideways throws are just going to be what, unfortunately, that needs to be some of the throws you make with Arch just to get him some confidence back, I think.
Yeah. 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here. Let's do the Dallas Braden.
Oh, by the way, I do want to say, we talked to Matthew Frazier yesterday, who's a Longhorn fan. He said the same thing Keith did. He said, I got to tell you, for the first time ever that I've been to an Ohio State game, and he's a Longhorn, he went to the game, he said, they were great. He said, no issues.
Really?
They were really friendly. He said, it's almost like they've heard about their reputation and they all tried to, everyone's trying to do something about it. I said, yeah, but you guys lost. What would have happened if you won and tried to leave the stadium? He said, yeah, maybe it was different. He said, but I'm telling you, in game, before the game, we didn't have any issues with Ohio State fans. And Keith just said the same thing. And you know what their reputation is.
Yeah, no, that's different. I mean, That's different than it used to be. That's for sure. Good for them. Good on them that they're not the biggest a-holes.
Either
in
that
sports.
or they're tricking you.
And you got a national championship in your back pocket. That's going
Yeah.
to calm you down a little bit as well.
Yeah, probably so.
Then Ryan Day loses to Michigan again. Then we'll see them come out in full force.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right, let's break, and then when we come back, we'll get the Dallas Braden thing in here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But first, I got to talk about Chastain Ford. And what's the date today? Oh, my goodness. Chastain Ford. It is September 3rd. We are past. Listen, there are still so many great deals out there, Chastain Ford. They are ready for you to get over there and take advantage of their pricing, take advantage of the way that they go about it. It just doesn't get any better than Chastain Ford. I saw an F-150 that I saw somebody, they got it from somewhere else, and I was like, you know what? If I'm going to go and I'm going to buy a vehicle, if I'm going to buy a Ford in the city of Houston, I'm getting it from Chastain Ford. I know the transparency. I know that I've got them always wanting to do the best for me. I know that they're going to get me into the truck or the SUV that way I want it, not the way that they want it to get as much money as possible. I just know that it's just going to be a better car buying experience. I love me some Chastain Ford. I buy all my vehicles from Chastain Ford. Every vehicle we have is from Chastain Ford and will continue to be that way. You're looking for the best way to get into that Ford truck or SUV. There is one way to do it. ChastainFord.com or on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. 5 minutes from downtown, Chastain Ford. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Before we get to Dallas Braden and his thoughts on the Fromber situation, we are going to be at Texas Card House tomorrow. We want you to come on by. It's the one in Spring Cypress and 45. Just a nice little short trip for Dell in the morning. That's going to be awesome. Dell can't be more excited about being there. He loves. First of all, he's a big poker fan. Secondly, he gets to drive up to Spring, which he wants to do every day.
You know, I am a person who likes a road trip. Throw on the playlist, you're good to go for 2.5 hours. I enjoy the drive to the Golden Nugget because you just put on the music and you just cruise.
And you go.
On 10 for 2 hours and 15 minutes and you're good. But those trips are taken at 3:30 on a weekend, or maybe a little later in the afternoon or the evening, and you're heading east and traffic's not so bad. If bad at all.
Nothing at 6 in the morning.
6 in the morning? Well, you know where I live?
You got to go 5:30. You got to go about 5:30.
Am I leaving the house at 5 o'clock?
Yeah, that's all. That's it.
All because you guys couldn't figure out something.
Last time we were supposed to be there, we were at
the one on Westheimer, and I was here because
we owe him this one. This is great. I love it.
I'm glad
I'm going to make another mistake so we can go back again and play.
I would advise you don't do that.
Yeah.
Just head on out to the right location. They have a couple. We're going to be in Spring tomorrow, and then on Friday we're at East River 9.
Friday, East River 9.
We got a busy day.
Friday night, we're going to be at the listener appreciation party. We got 2 tickets at 9:15 exactly. 9:15 exactly. You're going to call in, and caller number 4 is going to win those 2 tickets. 9:15 exactly. You're going to win 2 tickets. Okay. 9:15 exactly. 713-780-3776 if you want to come to the listener appreciation party. Raheel wants to be there. Some of you guys got to do something about this.
Well, he's using ugly language.
I know he's not someone that.
Do we want him there?
Yeah, that's another question.
Yeah, I mean, is he going to be someone who provides value to the proceedings, or just going to be an energy vampire?
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway,
just come in and be snarky. Are we looking for that?
Listen, I don't want to give you our problems. Our problem is Raheel. Okay, that's our problem.
It is our problem.
Yeah, we don't need to force that on you. Okay. Dallas Braden. Lance found this. Here is Dallas Braden explaining the Fromber situation from last night. In case you didn't hear, Fromber. Now, I forgot about this too. Last year, Yiner and Fromber got into it. You'll remember that?
Yeah, that's right.
That's because he kept shaking Yiner off, and actually wouldn't even throw the pitch that Yiner was calling. He crossed up Yiner too. He just wants to throw his own pitches. So, this happened last year. This is not like Fromber. Oh, it's Fromber's all of a sudden changed. Actually, Fromber. This is what Fromber do, and here we are yesterday. For those of you who missed it. Fromber didn't. Salazar didn't want a sinker. Fromber wanted to throw a sinker. Threw the sinker. Grand slam, and then to make up for it. So instead of just admitting, well, that probably was the wrong pitch. No, I'm going to throw a fastball when you call for a curveball, and it'll tear them off your chest. And that's what happened yesterday. Here's Dallas Braden explaining the situation.
All right, folks, we got fireworks in Space City, and we're going to take a look at what's gone down. What I want you to pay attention to here is the head of Fromber Valdez. Fromber is going to shake. It's very subtle, but it's there. That's why his catcher, Cesar Salazar, tells him, back off, step off. Watch the shake. Boom, right there. And you see, no, step off. Fromber says, no, to hell with it. I got 96 in the tank. Here's a sinker. See what happens. Oh, God. Grisham absolutely hammers it. We know how it goes. Everybody's happy. Well, everybody not wearing an Astros uni anyway. Fromber, pissed, furious. That dude's super jacked, super excited. You can understand why. Let's fast forward, though. We can watch Aaron Judge high five Grisham, everybody. Again, very excited about what's happened. Fromber, not so much. Because that happened. So what happens next is what's got everybody scratching their head. Because Fromber, the next sequence here, for me, pretty telling. First pitch here, change up. It's to start the at-bat, misses high. Okay, whatever. Well, now, remember, this is the era of pitch con. You can hear what's coming. You know what's coming. If you have any second guesses, you step off. Fromber says instead, you know what? Wearing. Your fault, Caesar. You threw the sinker onto Grisham's bat. Caesar's like, bro, come on. And Fromber pissed. Take-home message here, 100% intentional.
100% intentional. They denied it. They said the right things. Joe Espada had them both in his office right after the game, and rightfully so. This is another case of Fromber being petulant and pissed off. Fromber's had himself a pissed off month and a half or so. And it's showing on the mound. He's not the same guy. He's not a number 2 starter for a championship team right now. He's just not. I mean,
like a 4th or 5th.
Yeah.
The way he's pitching right now.
Listen, if down the stretch, Javier is really, really good, or Garcia is really, really good, you play the wild card game, and you lose game 1. Are you putting Fromber out there right now that you're in a must-win situation? I ain't.
I'm probably not going to.
I ain't doing that right now.
I
Not
mean,
the way. Not with his
I'd like
attitude
to,
and the way he's throwing. Forget the attitude. It's just he's not been good. I don't know. This is so. It's so un-Astro-like. It really is. It's very un-Astros.
That's the most disappointing thing.
Yeah.
It's not this. We don't have these issues. We don't have these problems, and now it's popping up at the worst time. The only thing that's not making this worse is Seattle's such a bunch of slappies. If Seattle was playing even a slightly above average ball right now, they'd probably have a 1-game lead, and we'd be really sweating like, oh my God, are the Rangers going to catch us and knock us out of the playoffs? Instead, we're sitting here on Dream Street like we don't have a care in the world, and they're not even playing good baseball.
Yeah.
It would be a much bigger deal. Can you imagine the amount of heat if the Astros were on the verge of falling out of the playoffs? I mean, because that's how they're playing. They're not playing like a playoff team. But what's really disappointing is that Fromber, we just have not had these issues. We just have not had these issues. And now Fromber is legitimately turning into a spoiled, petulant brat, just like you said. And it sucks because it's not like he's good right now. He's not good.
Yeah.
You deal with that stuff when you have somebody who can really play. But right now, and when I say right now, this is like 6 of his last starts have been disappointing.
Yeah.
5 of his last 7. That's not good. That was the guy who set the record for most, consecutive quality starts. That's the epitome of being consistent. And that's not what he is anymore.
Nope. It's a situation that they're going to have to address. They've got to address this. They've got to, Joe's got to figure out. I don't know. I think Joe's done an unbelievable job. This is something would it happen with Dusty? I don't know. Would all this be happening with Dusty? Or, or AJ? I don't know. Are they taking advantage a little bit? Is Fromber has he taken advantage of Joe the last couple of years? I don't know. If Joe was tougher, if Joe was a hard ass, because Joe is by all accounts, Joe's a really nice guy, players manager. But has that led to Fromber, acting like this? In a way that just isn't Astro. Does Jose Altuve have to step in? Does Carlos Correa have to step in and say, Fromber, what the bleep? What's going on, dude? We can't have it. We can't have you acting like this. Maybe that's got to be it. Maybe the players and Joe just can't get it done, and then the players have to step in. We'll see. I don't know, but Fromber's got to be better than he has been. That's for sure. If they're going to do anything, Fromber's got to be better. You got it. That's one thing we've been able to count on for these 6 years now. You can count on Fromber, and you can't count on him anymore. Can't count on him right now, anyway.
It's just
can't count on him not to act like an a-hole.
An a-hole and pitch better.
Well, the team
things.
The team itself is untrustworthy. Fromber is another example of this. Like the lineup from night to night, you never know. Now Max Fried's a good pitcher, but they were hapless last night, and Fromber the last month and plus has been someone you can't count on to not only provide a good performance, but not do something wild, whether it be talking after, as you talked about earlier, the game, or apparently now in game. He doesn't even wait till after the game. It's now in game stuff that you don't see from baseball players.
And he's the one that made the crappy pitch. He's the one that shook off any pitch change. He's the one that grooved the fastball, the sinker, I should say, with a were tailed in right over the heart of the plate. Like, who's he mad at?
Well, he's mad that
He threw the pitch he wanted, and he
Yeah.
threw it poorly.
yeah, I don't know. Was he distracted by Salazar waving at him?
Well, that might have been. He might have thought he was showing him up. You never know with baseball players.
Right. Well, yeah, I don't know.
I mean, that probably was a little distracting to see a catcher
It was. I
waving
thought
you.
it was. I've
And
never
you're not
seen it
going to
before.
take a.
Have
You're
you
not
ever
going to
seen
balk.
that? I've never
No, I
seen
haven't.
that.
I've never seen that before. Not in the middle of a windup.
No.
I mean, what is he going to balk at? It's, I don't know. Throw a better pitch. It was just disappointing. It's just a piss poor pitch, though.
Yep. All right, let's talk. Let's get back at it. We're going to be Friday night. We're going to be at St. Arnold, and St. Arnold is a place to get your beer on.
St. Arnold is a place to get so much more than your beer, your cider, root beer for the kids. They make them all. They make them all right there on the premises. They have tremendous food too. Tremendous food. I'm a big fan of their chicken sandwich. They've got a great burger, but the pizzas are untouchable. The mushroom pizza specifically is one of my absolute favorites. We're gonna experience how great St. Arnold is for ourselves on Friday. But we also want to invite you. I want to invite you that if you want to hold your private event there, whether it's small event like 20 or as large as 300, they can accommodate you. They've got audio and visual capabilities so that they can set up a deck for you where you can turn it into a business meeting. You can do something that's fun where you have pictures that you want to show and you want to have fun. They can do that for you as well. They've got the sound system waiting for you. They'll cater the entire event, whether it's something small like an appetizer table, or if you want to go all the way in terms of what you want to cater with everything on their menu. They have a great chef, they have a great menu, and of course the freshest beer and cider and the best service that you're going to find anywhere. It's an amazing place to have your own party. So make sure that when you get your Christmas parties set up, you get birthday parties, you get whatever the event is, make sure you get to the private events section of St. Arnold. Go to starnold.com, click private events, and then go from there and set up your private event at St. Arnold because they will handle all the heavy lifting while you have a ton of fun. There's great spots open right now, but they fill up quickly. So make sure you go to starnold.com, private events, and have your private event at St. Arnold today.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here. Our Texans take on. By the way, I'm going to the game. You guys want to go to the game? Texans taking on the Rams.
You're going?
I got tickets if you want to go.
When are you leaving?
I leave Saturday.
Houston. Oh, okay.
Saturday.
So, Rams are 3-point favorites. The over-under is now dropped to 43.5. I still think it goes below that, but I actually kind of, I'm kind of liking the Rams a little bit more as the game gets closer. I just think they have a consistent running back. They know who they got at running back. They've added another pass catcher in Devontae Adams. We'll see how much he has left. They have Puka Nacua, who's been one of the most prolific pass catchers. They got, we know what we have defensively. It's good. It's really good. But I just think when you look at the offensive side, they've got some pieces in place who have been consistent. They know what to expect from them. And right now, the Texans are, without a running game. I mean, I hope there's a running game, but I don't have a lot of hope right now for that. I do think it can be a really close game, but I'm trying to figure out where the Texans' offense comes from.
What happened to you?
What
happened to you?
What?
Earlier this offseason, it was like the Rams don't care. I don't really understand what this line is. Texans are going in there and winning this game. What happened to you?
Yeah.
Scared.
Is it the flu or something? What's wrong with you?
The flu. He's sick.
Whatever is making me
got
sick
it.
is
wrong with
making me
you?
more
He
got
negative.
tickle in his throat.
Now he's got the Texans. Running game. I don't know. I
Something's
think the
tickling
Rams are
his
going to
throat.
win.
Well, I thought
Proven
Joe
weapons.
Mixon was going to play back then.
Why? He wasn't practicing.
Well, I was saying that stuff in summer. I thought his foot, most foot injuries, like my foot injury, healed faster than his. But
No,
that's
it
me.
didn't.
Yeah, and so I was in a booth for like 3 months. But Joe's been out for seemingly 7 months with a foot injury,
With
basically.
a mystery injury.
With a mystery injury.
All of a sudden now, sounding a little soft on these
soft.
Texans and Rams.
Well,
sick, and I think the Texans are going to lose now.
Ed Ingram's starting.
That's not
I
comforting.
wasn't expecting that.
That isn't comforting.
That is.
I thought Joe
That does
Mixon might
change some
play.
things.
I thought Joe Mixon might play. I just, Matt Stafford's playing now.
Oh,
Thought his back was going to still be hurt.
you're not alone. Bill Barnwell, teams that will make the playoffs and won't. Houston Texans out of the playoffs.
Whoa.
So who does he have winning the division?
The Jags?
Jacksonville?
It must be Jacksonville. How about that?
What is going on? First Lance, now Barnwell?
Well, now Barnwell.
Well, numbers guys. Both of us are numbers guys.
Daniel Hunter. And I don't know. Who can win this division?
I mean, I think the defense is just too good. You're going to win the division. I just want to see. Look, if CJ Stroud is good, CJ Stroud, then there's not going to be any problems. But CJ really needs to prove it to me. I'm a little concerned that was that first year an outlier? Because here's what's weird. You didn't have a great running game. You didn't have a good offensive line. They were constantly hurt. You had Tank Dell, who was a rookie. You had Nico coming into his own that year. But really, things weren't optimal for his first-time play caller and Bobby Slowick. Things weren't optimal for C.J. Stroud, and he still played really well for a chunk of the season. Last year really gave me the blues with C.J. Stroud. It wasn't what I expected at all. And I was sitting here bragging and like, you got other teams are quarterback poor. You're the sorry people. And now all of a sudden I realize, I hope we're not the sorry people and everyone else is the queen.
Well, I don't believe that's the case. No, there's no way the Texans don't win this division. There's no way. Bill Barnwell.
There's no way.
He doesn't know anything about football.
There's no way.
He doesn't know
Football
anything about our
outsiders.
Texans, though.
He doesn't know our Texans.
What's he talking about? The Jags?
We got D'Amico. We got the best defense
He's
in the
backing
league. We
Trevor
got-
Lawrence?
Yeah, listen. We're going to play a bunch of unders this year. And we're going to win this thing. Okay?
Trevor Lawrence, by the way, is going to be one of the shock and all players in fantasy football this year. You heard it here first.
What are you saying? You're backing
Yep.
him too?
Yeah, because I'm backing Brian Thomas. And who's throwing the ball to Brian Thomas? And now he's got Travis Hunter too. He's got Liam Cohen. I have, yesterday in our fantasy auction, I know. I have a feeling Trevor Lawrence has a big year this year,
Trevor Lawrence.
but I still don't think they win a division.
Stop already. Listen, Cohen's going to make a difference there, but D'Amico's going to make the difference here. I'll take him. I'll take D'Amico over Cohen any day, and I'll take CJ over Trevor Lawrence, and I'll take the defense over that. I mean, listen. Stop already. You're being a scaredy cat this week. I mean, you are. Dell, he's soft.
Who's soft? Lance?
Lance.
Yeah, he's not coming to work. He's picking the Jags. He's very soft.
He's picking the Jags? Oh, my goodness.
No. I'm not picking the Jags. I think we're going to win the division. I just think Trevor Lawrence is going to have a better year than expected. And I know that's much to Gary's chagrin, but he's a white quarterback. He's bound to have a really good season.
So that's why you're picking him, because he's
yeah, that's all we do anymore. That's how we pick our quarterbacks. we fan up with our quarterbacks, even though they're not. My quarterback is CJ Stroud, because I'm a Houston guy. So my quarterback is CJ Stroud. If he gets hurt, I will begrudgingly be a Davis Mills guy. Not really. I'll just tell you the truth on it. But no, I don't know why. I guess now that they have to play the games, I'm less confident. Now that I'm faced with, when I look at the offensive line and then I look at the running game, and I'm just like,
well, here is D'Amico talking about the offensive line. The offensive
I know
line
he's not worried about it.
No,
D'Amico's not worried about it.
He's
And
not
Nick's not
concerned.
worried about it, and I shouldn't be concerned about it.
he's not concerned. Nick's not concerned. You shouldn't be concerned. D'Amico, here's D'Amico on the offensive line.
This game, I think ultimately it is right now, as I continue to go through it in my mind, I think it really hinges upon both offensive lines blocking two really talented defensive lines. The Rams have one of the best young defensive lines in the NFL, Verse, Fisk, Turner, Young. It was a young group, and those guys they get after it. They play relentless. They're tough. They're going to be a really, really good group to challenge our offensive line, and the same for their offensive line versus our defensive line. We have a really good group up front, one of the strengths of our team, and we have to, it's going to be a challenge to see how that shapes up, but both offensive lines are going to have to play well, and whoever wins that battle, I think, will ultimately decide the game.
I think what he mentioned was Kobe Turner. He mentioned Turner. That's the guy that really needs to worry Texans fans a little bit, because I think where they line him up is going to be a concern. I think, whether it's Laken Tomlinson or Ed Ingram, he's going to give either one of them trouble.
Fisk, too.
And you got Fisk also, who, it depends on, Fisk will rush from inside. It's going to be Fisk and Turner rushing along with Young and Verse. That is a tremendous amount of disruption and energy from that defensive front. So what D'Amico said, how do you counter that? You get the ball out quickly, or you stay in short yardage situations. How are you going to stay in short yardage situations? Honestly, you're going to have to throw the ball early you're going to have to work backwards, as they call it. You're going to have to throw early on the down to where you're trying to get 4 and 5 and 6 yards. Your passing game may have to be your running game a little bit. Now, I'm kind of giving up on the run, and I probably shouldn't. I don't know what's going to happen. I need to quit acting like the Texans aren't going to be able to run the ball with Nick Chubb. It's like I've been just so swayed by all the negativity around Nick Chubb, and he has nothing left, and he can barely move. And I think that's why I've gone from really positive to really concerned, is because I'm acting like Nick Chubb can't get. Hey, Daria Gumbawale, Nick Chubb, Damian Pierce, there's some guy, Woody Marks, there's some guys in that team that can go get some yards on the ground. And while the Rams are a disruptive front, they're not like drain cloggers. They're not somebody that's just going to eat up the blocks. I mean, you do have a chance to move some of those guys around. That's not the biggest defensive line you're going to see. In fact, I would argue that it's one of the smaller ones. Poona Ford's not 330 pounds. He's a squatty body, but so the Texans, I think they do need to run the ball well, but it's important that they are good on first down. They cannot afford to be below average on first down, because if they get behind the sticks, man, it is going to really be an issue for that offensive line.
Well, same goes. It's for
The
the
same
other
goes the
side.
other side too.
Yep.
Yeah, the same goes. The only difference is I know that Kyron's a hammerhead. I know that Devontae Adams. Oh no, you know who doesn't want to see Devontae Adams? Jalen Petrie.
He no.
Remember that one time where he had a good game
Yeah, but that was
against again when he was with the Jets?
Yeah, that was not. That was
That
not
was
against
matched up
Jalen
on Jay.
Petrie.
Yeah, it was. He was matched up in the slot on Jalen Petrie and then gave him the blues.
Oh.
Yeah, and Aaron Rodgers in the second half found him twice from the slot.
Oh yeah.
And Jalen, and I was like, why is Jay? Move your corners, travel your corners. Don't let him mismatch you like that.
I was
Oh,
thinking.
don't worry. Jalen's going to get a taste of Puka and Devontae.
I was thinking of when he was with Green Bay and he was matched up with the safety that they kept.
Oh, with from LSU's with Kansas City.
No. It wasn't Reed.
Eric Murray?
It was Eric Murray.
Yeah, he got matched up with Eric Murray on back-to-back.
Yeah, the whole game.
Yeah.
That got.
That was a good feeling.
That was terrible. That was the worst.
Hey, what's the scheme where our safety guards their wide receiver one?
Oh, the
what
whole
are we
game.
running here? What kind of coverage is this?
That was who was the DC was a former player, defensive lineman from Notre Dame.
Oh, Anthony Weaver.
Great Anthony Weaver.
Anthony Weaver.
Oh, that was brutal.
Oh, that was it for Anthony Weaver.
Well, no. Well, the
gotta
Texans,
go.
He learned his
telling you-
lessons, apparently.
He did.
Well, I'm telling you, we played Kansas City, and what's his name? The safety that went to Kansas City.
Eric Reed.
Justin.
Eric
Reed.
Brother. No, it was brother Reed.
No, Justin
Reed.
Reed.
Justin
Brother
Reed.
Reed?
Yeah,
Like
Justin
a
Reed.
deacon? Like
Remember
a deacon
when-
in the church?
Brother Reed. Remember when Justin Reed was covering somebody for the Chiefs and it got called back? He got beat at the goal line one-on-one. It got called back for an offensive holding. They ran the exact same play. Justin Reed was on the exact same coverage and got. And I'm like, what are we matching our safeties up with wide receivers? It's just a long storied tradition of matching up
That's
subpar cover guys on top receivers.
We have a tradition like no other.
It's
Like
tradition
LSU
unlike
has
any other.
the number 7 to their playmaker, 18 to their leader.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
Texans. Guys who should not be covering elite receivers.
23.
We'll put them on there.
We'll give him number 23.
Yeah, and let them cover receivers they shouldn't cover.
Yeah. Oh my God. In honor of Eric Murray, we're going to give him number 23. All right.
Honor of Eric Murray.
Who's 23 this year? Is it one? Is that the rookie corner? Let's see who will be in a bad spot on
Jalen
Sunday.
Smith. He'll have to play at some point.
What rookie will be covering Devontae Adams?
Who got that coveted jersey? Time to talk about, hey, Coors Lights flying today at Wildcat. We're going over to Wildcat. We got me and my boy. We're going to be drinking some Coors Lights, playing some golf, having a big time. Then we go to our fantasy draft, drinking some Coors Lights, having a big time. Wildcat, watch it. We're coming. Here we come. We're playing today. It just doesn't get any better. You combine golf, fantasy football, Coors Light. You know, we'll eat a little something, maybe. You know what? Oh, and then Nick's place. We're going to Nick's place for our fantasy draft. I mean, holy crap, does it get any better today? We'll have a calzone to die for with our cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Wash it down with a beer that's going to refresh. I got a big day planned. Big day. Doesn't get any better than this. And then tomorrow we go over Texas Card House, drink some Coors Lights while we're playing some poker. What? My life, it doesn't get any better. It just doesn't get any better when you're drinking a cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. We had them yesterday. We had a golf tournament yesterday, and then the fantasy draft, and the Coors Lights were flying. And today, man, I'm having a week. I'm having a life right now. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Join me. Climb on, brother.
Zadok Jewelers, ZADOK.com. Go to the website, see everything that they offer. Zadok Jewelers, the reason that I'm so impressed with Zadok Jewelers is when there's so much to choose from, but did you know that they're a boutique location for many of the top watch designers and sellers and brands from around the world? And what that means is when you're a boutique location is you have a cutout swath that's in the store. It's 28,000 square feet. They've got a section right there for some of the different boutique locations that they that that they offer. And so they'll have unique timepieces that no one else is going to have. You're going to have a hard time finding them anywhere else. If you're someone who loves a luxury watch, they have timepieces that will blow you away. And they buy, they sell, and they trade. So if you're someone who already has some luxury watches, you probably already know that 1801 Post Oak Boulevard and Zadok Jewelers is the spot to go to get your watch game on, because they're going to have it for you, men's and women's. They also have master craftsmen who are certified in repairs, so they can repair any of the watches that you have from any of those top brands. They can repair them for you as well. But they have an amazing selection of luxury watches that is going to be something for you to keep and pass down in your own family, or just wear or trade whenever you see fit to trade and get something new. They can do that for you as well as Zadok Jewelers. Stop in, and even if you're just window shopping, just step in and just go browse the selection. You're going to be amazed. 1801 Post Oak Boulevard, always top-notch service and the best selection you're going to find anywhere in the city of Houston is Zadok Jewelers.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, our penultimate segment here on the show this morning. We are at Texas Card House tomorrow. We gave away the last two spots, huh? For
this show, the rest of the lineup will give
away
away their final pairs as well.
You got some to give away in your show?
Yeah, I do. Paul Gallant, Killer Bees. So if you missed out on this show, keep listening. You're going to have your chance.
Okay. You still got a chance today. Keep listening.
Can you guys get Raheel taken care of?
Can you just do it, Lance? You do nothing
do
for
you mean?
Raheel ever.
What are you talking about?
I've been on City Cats like 12 times already, okay? You do nothing for
It's
him.
not the name of it.
It kind of is.
I mean, you could do him the favor of actually saying the name correctly.
Yeah.
City Cast.
City Cats, that's what I said.
I've had him on my show to promote City Cast, talk about some of the particular...
You're saying City Cats now.
City Cast. I've had him on the show to talk about the stories that are going on in Houston. He does some important stuff, talking about what's going on in our city, and yet you reduce it to a joke. You're not a real friend.
I actually put the time in.
I put the time in.
The promotion in, and I talk about saving the dome, okay? That's what I do.
Saving the
Saving the dome.
Yeah.
What?
Good Lord.
Saving the dome. That's right.
Saving the
That's
dome.
irresponsible.
Yeah.
No one.
That rat trap.
Yeah. That's right. We'll get the cats all in there. Boom. And we'll get rid of them rats, and now we make it, you know what?
What do you want to make it
We have
into?
an historical site. I want to make it into a giant casino hotel. That's what I want to make it into.
Good luck.
Yeah. But we can't do that because we're holier than thou.
Don't you love going to the Golden
In
Nugget?
the meantime, we'll drive 2 hours and 15 minutes and give Louisiana all our money.
Wait a minute.
Dummies.
I got news for you.
Hold on.
Big dummy.
Hold on. When's your next Golden Nugget commercial?
I love Golden Nugget.
You just said.
Now, what is he doing?
What are you doing?
Let's make a Golden Nugget in the dome.
You just spent a great couple days at the
Golden
Golden
Nugget in the dome.
And now
They
you're
put you in a
saying-
beautiful room.
And now you're saying it's dumb to drive there when
No, I said it's
giving them the money is dumb.
Well, giving Louisiana the money.
But that's where the Golden Nugget is.
Well, it's a Golden Nugget in the dome.
Is Tillman planning on that?
I think so.
You
If I
don't
was
know
him,
that.
I would.
You
Have
don't
you
know.
seen any of the new legislation that's coming out? We're cranking up the church stuff in this state. There ain't no dome. There ain't no casino coming anytime soon, friend.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if he should be, if he isn't.
You better recant what you just said.
I know.
And apologize.
I feel like Tillman, if anybody would, you think they put another that Tillman wouldn't get it? Yeah, you don't know. You don't know Tillman.
We just got an email.
The ambassador.
We got an email discussing how much the Golden Nugget enjoyed having the fantasy football draft there, and it was great for them. And look what you're doing.
No, love it. I love them.
Oh, but
I want them to move it over to the dome.
They don't want to do that.
10 minutes from me, not 2 hours.
Okay.
15 minutes.
No, the drive's fine. I told you I love a drive.
Yeah, you
Throw
do.
on my music. I love it.
No. Yep. We talked about Kawhi.
Well,
Leonard
tell people about that.
had a
But
20
by the way, before you do that, I got to do a quick spot. So Gary's tree planting service, Lance Erline here for Gary's tree planting service.
No, you don't get a non-paying job.
You're not getting. The point is you don't do any spots. Kawhi never promoted.
Yeah, but I'm doing the actual work though. That's the point. Listen, guys, if you're looking to plant trees, this place is the best tree planting place in the world.
He's trying to get on the Clippers payroll.
It's aspiration, by the way, not Gary's.
So Gary's $28 million no-show job. Kawhi Leonard, apparently Pablo. Well, this is Pablo Torres said. I didn't say this, okay? And he had an endorsement deal with a fraudulent tree planting company secretly funded by $50 million from owner Steve Ballmer. If this is true, the Clippers are in some trouble, bro.
Oh, yeah.
The Clippers are – Ballmer's in some trouble. They could force him to sell the team because of something like this.
So 2 owners in a row, they forced to sell the team?
That same team. Same team. Maybe dude could buy it back.
I don't know. Is Sterling alive still? Is he alive?
No one knows.
No chance.
I don't know that. No, they're not letting the slumlord buy it back. No.
Slumlord
He was
racist.
good for the game. Donald
Who was he good for? Clippers opponents? Who was he good for?
He was good for
one lady who wore that big visor and the helmet or whatever.
Woman, V.
He's alive, but he's 91. I'm not sure they're looking for 91-year-old owners, racist owners, to get back into the game.
That's what the league's looking for.
The governor,
racist governor.
The league who won't even say owner. I don't know if they're looking for the racist governor, 91 years old, to be back.
Right. So I put in the Mike Gundy. Why don't you play it and you tell me? You tell me, Del, if this is this really bulletin board material for Oregon, or maybe they took it a little too far, and because this is what the Oregon media wanted to start something up with Dan Lanning. For those of you who didn't hear, Mike Gundy, said, they got a huge payroll over there, and you know what? And maybe it's not fair. They should play teams with the same amount of money as they have. And Dan Lanning came back, and he said, UT Martin, they got that same money, Oklahoma State. Listen, we're proud of what we're doing here at Oregon. We're committed. Maybe they're not committed at Oklahoma State. So a little tay-to-tay going on between Oregon and Oklahoma State this week. Here is what Gundy originally had to say.
Well, same thing as you. They're a good football team. Oregon is playing really well. I think they're well coached. They're spending a lot of money. And, they've put a lot into that organization, and you can see they're a good football team.
Is that really bulletin board material?
No. If that's the extent of his comments, it's not.
Yeah.
They do spend a lot of money. And Lanning was proud of spending a lot of money.
Well, wait, where's the part where he said they need to be playing teams that are in their tax bracket?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have that.
He said that. That's an actual quote.
I thought he said that on the radio show,
well,
right?
And
yeah, it's on the radio show, yeah.
Well, and apparently on the radio show, he said, we're going to cover up our Nikes. Well, I don't know if it's not true or I don't know. But somebody said on his radio show, we're got to cover up the Nike because, I don't for whatever reason.
No, that's not
Oregon.
true. Anything that says you're disrespecting one of your sponsors is absolutely some kind of fake post. That can't be true.
No, we would never here.
No. We wouldn't do something like that.
We would never suggest that the sponsors.
Gary's Tree Factory. We put your trees exactly where they're supposed to go.
Why Gary?
And we love the Golden Nugget. Here at Gary's Tree Factory, we plant trees at the Golden Nugget, the greatest casino in all of Louisiana, where God intended casinos to be.
All of the world.
That's right. Let's move
God
it.
wants casinos in Louisiana, not Texas.
Let's move it to the dome. Yeah. That's what I want.
Yeah, let's not be dumb. Or what did you say again?
Giving all our tax
Giving all our
money
money to Louisiana. Yeah, that's what you said.
see,
Whoever is running things at the Golden Nugget and invites us back there all the time, it's great there. We love giving money to Louisiana.
Yeah.
We love it.
So,
right?
You know why that guy, why there's somebody all the time standing at an entrance to the casino?
Yeah.
Because they hit the clicker. Every person that walks in there, there's a tax. Every person that walks into the casino.
Well, I walked in there just for a shortcut to get to the sports book.
And Tillman's like, hey, go the long way around.
No. It's easier for me to walk through the sports book.
Don't be cutting through the casino.
Yeah, no, sorry.
Did you play any games at all, Del?
No, I don't care to.
Yeah, they don't need you there anymore.
I'm aware.
They don't want you there.
You're not suckering me. I saw that happen to my mother enough. Oh, we're going to comp you the room. Yeah, okay, sure. How much money did you spend to get that comp?
By the way, how amazing is this? Kawhi's gotten paid this much money for 2 no-show jobs, basketball player and tree guy. This has been incredible.
He's the ultimate bag.
This is straight out of The Sopranos. Just nonstop no-show jobs. You don't have to play basketball. You don't have to plant these trees. Nothing.
Well, he was never going to plant trees.
That's
he was
right.
supposed to be a spokesperson for them and never did any of that.
That's right. Well, it's better if he would have had to plant them.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Because he didn't do that either.
Did you see what Will Middlebrook said about the Fromber situation? This is an all-time scumbag move by a teammate. Wow. Listen, I don't know about that, but it's bad.
Yeah, no baseball player. Like, there's some back and forth from some people who think, well, it was an actual cross-up, not on purpose. No baseball player thinks that was not on purpose.
No, everybody that was definitely. And when you look at Fromber, if it was an accident, he would have put up his hands and gone, "Oh, dude, sorry."
Yeah, he did not do that at all.
He didn't do anything.
Give me the ball back.
He took the ball back. That's all. I mean,
he turned his head. He was pissed. You could see in his head, even after he hit him, you could still see the anger in his eyes.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's just this has got to be. They got to do something about him. Somebody's got to do something about him. He's out of control right now. It seems like every game he's got a controversy. At least he doesn't throw the ball into right field nearly as much as he used to. That's the only positive we got out of Fromber this year.
Slow rollers to the mound.
Yeah. It's the only positive we got lately out of Fromber is he doesn't throw it in the right field.
You know what? I'll take more errors if it meant less runs.
Right.
And the comparison, what Max Fried did on that bunt, his play compared to what we expect from Fromber when he has to make a play in the field. Yeah, the 8 years, $218 million that Fried got. Yeah, Fromber's not getting that.
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
You know what?
I'm gonna readjust the number.
Yeah, Fromber's costing himself some money right now. He's costing.
Oh, he's not just with his play, with his behavior.
Yeah.
You know, Will Middlebrooks played for the Boston Red Sox that won a championship in 2013. That was one of those gritty, grimy Red Sox teams. Guys like that, teams like that, they don't, they're not going to be. And ever since Fromber got braids, he's gotten sassy. That's really what it is. No one wants to say it, so I'll say it. Ever since Fromber went to the braids, he's fighting with catchers. That's what's happening.
It's not even
he's
braids.
bad-mouthing.
They're extensions.
Yeah, it is. Oh, yeah, they're extensions.
Yeah.
Take him out and go back to being a humble pitcher.
Will Middlebrooks ended up marrying Jenny Dell, who was their sideline
And then she had to stop working.
She had to quit.
Yeah, she had to go get. She's now. Isn't she on Fox? She does the Big Noon Kickoff. Is that her or is that someone else? Jenny.
Yeah, that's her.
I think it's her.
Yeah, she's the woman that Gus Johnson calls the All-American Girl. He said it so often now. He's just done the acronym. Like, let's go to AAG. Yeah, AAG. Let's go to AAG. I'm like, everyone's like, what are you? All-American Girl.
But yeah, by the way, if you see Gus do this on Saturday, it happens every Saturday. Gus Johnson will start trending. Click it, and it'll be about 65 to 70% of the people absolutely hate Gus Johnson with a passion, and then the other percent mostly, will like him. It is no in between.
No.
You either like Gus or you do not like Gus, and people will let you know what their thoughts are.
I don't care. I just don't like the screaming as much. He
Well,
doesn't. He
it's
doesn't
sorry.
scream as much as he used to, so he's better. I mean,
He doesn't.
I don't think he does.
There wasn't a lot to scream about when Arch threw an interception. There were screams.
From Texas people.
Yeah. All right. News of the Week coming your way next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Don't forget, we're at Texas Card House Spring tomorrow. If you want to stop on by, say hi. We don't get up to Spring too much. Not nearly enough for Dell's liking. But here's the deal. Aqueduct Plumbing Company gets all over. Aqueduct Plumbing Company is, to me, I don't know a lot of plumbing companies. I never had need for plumbing but when you need a plumbing company, holy crap, it's important. It's kind of a big deal. 281, you have to have this number in your phone, 281-488-6238, because Aqueduct Plumbing Company is, when you need them, you got to have them, and they're great. Great. Not going to charge you a dime. Lance, these other companies, I don't know where the plumbers thought, hey, you know what? We can just charge you for showing up. Stop already. That's not how we're doing business at Aqueduct.
They charge you for showing up because then they got leverage that you have to use them when they tell you what's wrong. So they can tell you exactly what's wrong and then charge you any amount of money they want, and you're stuck. That's not how Aqueduct works. They say, look, we're just going to come out there and tell you what's wrong. And if you want to go with someone else, go ahead. And we'll be there when you call for us to come back and do the job the right way. I had that issue. I had to have them come out and do a major repiping issue that someone else had done previously, and they fixed it. And when I go with Aqueduct Plumbing Company, they fix it right the first time, they diagnose it quickly, and they get out here quickly as well. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com, AqueductPlumbingCompany.com.
Here on the show, and a reminder, tomorrow we are at the Texas Card House in Spring. We want you to come on out there. And then Friday we're at East River 9. We want you to come out there as well on Friday. And then the listener party. Keep on listening today to win tickets. A Florida man allegedly ran over foot model with car on their first date after she refused to let him smell her feet. Was Lance in any way, shape, or form involved in this?
I don't know. Was he?
You know why, Del?
I like pretty feet.
That's right. Del, Lance, do you feel for this guy who ran
No.
over the foot models with his car because
No, I don't feel for him. But what's the foot model's name?
What do you? Oh, you want to?
see.
Wait a minute.
I'm not going to do that.
I
to
just asked.
Nicole.
It's just asking
I'm not
questions.
doing that to Nicole.
So he ran over her feet, or just ran her over?
He ran over her
Maybe
feet.
she had a long second toe. Maybe she had that super long second toe.
Well,
That'll
then
get
she
you
would
run
be
over.
a foot model.
No, she wouldn't.
So he wanted to smell them, not just look at them.
He wanted to smell them.
Golly. Okay, that's too much, fella.
Yeah.
On a first date?
So he was pissed off and he ran over.
On a fifth date?
On a first date.
Well, maybe.
It's too much.
Well, if you know the girl and you might, 4 dates in, you might ask. And she's like, you know what, I like you. Sure, you can smell my feet. That happens. But on the first date, you're asking for too much.
A Kentucky man has been arrested after he allegedly entered his brother's home and stabbed him in his testicles with scissors. Do you feel like this is a family that's having some problems?
Yes.
Stabbed his brother in the testicles.
What day did this happen? Because maybe the Mark Stoop offense pissed him off, and sometimes you lose your mind. Watching Kentucky football.
And a criminal Dean had entered his brother's home without permission, only for his brother to wake up to find him standing in his bedroom, and then started. Oh man, that's family. I don't know. That sounds like Kentucky to me.
Famously on this show, I didn't get to spend a lot of time with my brother. I just don't foresee a time where I'm standing in a family member's room unexpectedly just to stab them.
A woman in a psych unit diagnosed with dementia at age 56. Turns out it was menopause. They may have misdiagnosed her.
Oh, boy.
That was a severe case of menopause.
I don't know how they connect. How
I have no idea.
You get confused by one because the other is presenting itself.
Yeah, it appears they may have overdiagnosed her. And that's it. That's it for today. Oh, one last one. I don't want to live in Hardin County. Apparently, their fire station caught on fire and burned to the ground.
Well, they don't keep the water in the fire station, right?
Yeah, but you would think.
Do they have what's it called? Now I'm blanking on the thing. I would hope fire extinguisher, certainly.
You would think.
But maybe it was going to take more than that, and they didn't.
Sprinkler system?
I don't know.
Anything. I don't have a lot of faith in my fire department if, in fact, they can't put out their own fire.
Guys, do something. This looks terrible.
Yeah. I mean, that's.
And you know what? Probably another fire department got called. Other fire trucks got called to come to that fire department. How
and they were laughing at them.
Yeah. Do they not keep like a hydrant near a fire department? Because why would we? So maybe they didn't have access to the water they needed. I don't know. It feels like.
Why would we? They don't carry their own water. You already said it.
No, but maybe they would never assume that an actual fire station would catch on fire. So there's no hydrant anywhere nearby.
Well, have you ever heard of a police station getting held up and robbed?
Yeah, no.
No.
You ought to be able to put out your own fire, though. I think that should be a prerequisite.
Going into a restaurant, selling tamales at a restaurant. So some bars around town where the lady will come in with tamales. Yeah, well, you'll do stuff.
Yeah,
like
we can't go by what
you went
would
to a
do.
restaurant. You went to a restaurant that had a 20-ounce Coors Light in a restaurant that didn't sell it. Of course, they bought it for you. So
yeah, they bought.
I would think of it like this way: like some teams can scout other teams, but are bad at self-scouting. Maybe this is what this is. Hey, we can put out fires, but when it comes to us, what are we doing? We don't know.
That good.
I don't know.
All right, we're done. Mopey and Mapes next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We'll see you tomorrow at Texas Card House in Spring. Right now, though, I'm talking about Air Team, airteamltd.com. That is another family-owned business that I really, really, really appreciate. I've done a lot of business with them. I love what they've done for me. I really do. They have been fantastic with me, and they'll be fantastic with you. knowledgeable. They've been doing this for, 30 plus years. They've been in business. The Curtises have been around doing it, and they're teaching their kids. You don't stay in business for over 30 years. You don't have people that have worked for you for over 30 years that stay with you if you don't do it right. If you're not really, really great people that know how to know about their business, do their business right, treat people right, give a great product. They do it all. I'm telling you, if you've got any HVAC issues, I have, and I used AirTeam, and I love what AirTeam did for me. They've got no interest, nothing down, no payments for 90 days situation for you. It's really tough for you to get this right now, but you got to have air conditioning. So if you got any problems whatsoever, call AirTeam. AirTeamLTD.com. That's AirTeamLTD.com.
Yeah, that whole thing about Fromber making a statement about how much he's worth with Max Fried on the other side, that didn't work out. If we're talking about plummeting your value, Fromber did all the things he needed to do to make him probably an untouchable for the Astros, because this isn't just a blip. This is kind of now a pattern of behavior. And if you missed it last night, you may not have been locked in on the Astros last night for multiple reasons. Maybe you had it off to the side, saw that they were down, and kind of didn't lock in. But they're down 2-0. The bats are silent. Max Fried's doing his thing on the other side for the Yankees, and then Fromber, let's say over a sequence of pitches, maybe turned almost every Astro fan off of him. Of course, he gives up a grand slam after shaking off his catcher, Salazar, telling him to step off. Now, it was a late motion, so, okay. Maybe Fromber says, I'm throwing this pitch. Turns out he shouldn't have thrown the pitch. A sinker that he didn't locate, hit the opposite way by Grisham. And that changed the game. It went from a 2-0 score, you're 1 out away from getting out of it and keeping your ball club in it, to the game's over, opposite field shot to the Crawford boxes. And then we got to the complications that have led to the discussion so far today. It wasn't the very next pitch. There was a pitch, and then we had the pitch. There's some questions about whether Fromber hit Salazar on purpose. And you say, how could you hit your own player on purpose? Well, that's the debate we're having. At least some of us are having. Some people think it's intentional. Dallas Braden, who was in our lives because he threw a no-hitter, what are we talking about, like 15 years ago or so now? However long ago it was for the A's. He broke it down, former player, says he definitely thinks Fromber crossed up his catcher on purpose to drill him with a pitch. The two guys involved, Fromber and Salazar, say that did not happen. In fact, let's play the clip from Salazar. I saved it over there, Sean. Salazar, the catcher in question, Cesar Salazar, explained, at least from his view, what happened when Fromber hit him with a pitch he wasn't expecting.
Yeah, I mean, the heat of the moment, obviously, it was a big spot for the Yankees. The stadium was loud. I thought I pressed the button, but I pressed the wrong button. I was expecting another pitch, but it wasn't it. That wasn't it. But I pressed the wrong button, and yeah, that's what it was. No, me and Framber actually have a really good relationship. We've been talking for 3 years now, especially too. Last year we talked a lot too, and we have a really good relationship. Like I said, the heat of the moment got to us. He apologized after. He's great. He's not. It wasn't anything bad about it. It's just pressed the wrong button, and I was expecting another pitch.
I'm not gonna lie. He sounds exactly like me when I'm telling a lie. Like when I was a kid and my parents asked me a question. It's a lot of repeating the same things, a little stumbling over your reasoning.
It was the heat of the moment.
I don't think I've ever said that, explaining why I did something, but it was a lot of repetitive talk, trying to make it sound reasonable enough that they believe me. That's what that sounded like. And that's now where we are. Did Fromber Valdez, out of anger, out of frustration, intentionally drill his catcher with a pitch that the catcher wasn't expecting? As if the night overall wasn't bad enough. You get popped by the Yankees. You give up a grand slam. The game is over. And if people weren't out on him before, the response online to what occurred in that inning strongly in favor of Fromber. I saw people say, let's DFA him immediately. I was like, I don't know that that's going to happen, but that's how people felt. They're sick of it. The people in baseball players, Willie Middlebrooks, former baseball player, Dallas Braden, as I mentioned, all believe it did intentionally. The Astros themselves telling you it didn't happen. Fromber and Salazar were called into the office of Espada, and they had a discussion about it. I don't know if they came together and said, this is what we're going to say, or all of what Salazar said is true. if I'm judging by Fromber's reaction after he hit Salazar, where there was no, oh, my bad, it was nothing. Just took the ball back and kept it moving. It feels like a man who did that on purpose and didn't care that he did it on purpose. But I don't know. I got one of the people involved telling me that it wasn't on purpose. Fromber, through an interpreter, said it was unintentional. He apologized. I tend to like to go by what I see as opposed to what I hear. And what I saw was a guy who was like, I'll drill you again if I want to. That was his reaction when he got the ball back. This may be being made more of. I think a certain host of the afternoon show, that host being Jeremy Branham, does not believe Fromber did it because logically it doesn't make sense for you to do that to your catcher. But when you're angry, sometimes logic goes out the window.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with, if you told me he did it on purpose, if someone inside told me they did it on purpose, I'd be like, you know what? I'm not surprised. I would actually be surprised if I found out, however I would, that it was not intentional, considering the response of the person in question. It feels like a guy who was pissed, who has shown the inability to sometimes handle his emotions and has allowed those emotions to overflow to after games where he's talking about how his teammates didn't do this or do that, or I shouldn't have to do this. There's a pattern of behavior right now. This would take it to another step, though, because at least he waited till after games to do things unlike other baseball players. This one, I don't know if I've ever seen it. If it's what it appears to be. And look at me yesterday. Hey, you know what, Robert?
I know.
Show everyone who you are.
We did it on Paul's show too. Just like, hey, this is a good audition for him. Not just for the Yankees, but going up against Max Fried. It's a TBS game where there's probably more people that will watch this game than watched last year's playoff start that he had because it was in the middle of the afternoon on a weekday. Like this, nope. Or I guess he did make a statement.
I don't think it's the one he wanted to.
He made a statement.
And now this is from Michael Kay. He is the play-by-play voice of the Yankees. Now, this is him criticizing the Astros. But beyond Fromber's, let's say unprofessionalism, if we're going to call what happened last night intentional.
Mix up. The heat of the moment got to him.
Yes.
The heat of the moment. Not got to him in the fact that it made him so angry that he intentionally plunked his catcher. No, the heat of the moment got to him because he didn't want to step off the... Wait, what? I don't know how the heat of the moment got to him.
Whatever Salazar's putting out there, if you take that at face value, so be it. But beyond Fromber's heat of the moment actions, he's also not known for being a great fielder. And since we're doing the Max Fried comp, because Max Fried is the most recent big-time left-hander to get a big deal, he got it in the offseason, you're going to hear criticism of the Astros bunting, but also you're going to at least hear the play by Max Fried, and maybe it just illustrates how different those two guys are.
And a bunt, and it's caught by Fried. Why? And it's a double play. Terrible baseball there by the Astros. They're down by 5. And Salazar tries to bunt.
Yeah, that Salazar involved again, if you missed it. He bunts. Max Fried, cat quick, gets off the mound, catches it before it hits the ground, then doubles off, I think, Dubon. Just what was part of a great night for Fried, not so great night for Salazar, and an awful night overall for the Astros. So Fried makes the play, puts together a good pitching performance, and Fromber, one of your alleged aces, does what he did. So 5 innings for Fromber, 8 hits, 6 earned runs. Only walked 1. Congratulations. But did give up the grand slam.
In control.
And now embroiled yourself in a controversy where no one believes the reasoning that is being put out there. If you are saying it didn't happen intentionally, you are saying that because you don't believe it's logical for him to do it. And you are right. It isn't logical. But no one is suggesting anger leads to logical actions.
Or that Framber Valdez is a logical person when he's on the mound.
When he's in those moments, what about him seems logical? You would hope it's not true, and I hope Salazar is telling the truth, but it feels for all the world like we got to make sure this story gets tamped down, because if we don't do it, it gets even uglier.
It's the classic case of the two people get called into the manager's office, and when they come out with the exact same story, that's where it's like, okay, there should be a little bit of difference in how you're telling the state of events that happened. Like, this sounds like they got in a room together and said, okay, this is what we'll tell them, just to hope this blows over. Which, I mean, it probably will.
It probably will, yeah.
Like, I don't know if Dallas Braden's going to be checking in on the next Framber Valdez start.
Unlikely, unless he does something else. But
yeah, or unless it's against the A's.
Yeah, if it's a normal outing, I don't think it'll go past this. You mentioned that maybe they got together to give a statement that kind of
just get the story straight.
Get your story straight. This is what Framber said through an interpreter. What happened with us? We just got crossed up. I called for that pitch. I threw it, and we got crossed up. We went down to the dugout, and I excused myself with him, and I said sorry to him, and I take full responsibility for that. And then when asked if he did it on purpose, no, it was not intentional. So yes, we're gonna lean on it being crossed up.
Cross up.
Because a cross up is just an accident, right?
Yeah, you throw down the wrong sign. Oh no, wait, they have pitch comp, so they're saying what pitch.
Yeah, but Salazar told us that he hit the wrong button. It was loud. The Yankee fans were celebrating the grand slam, so it was loud. A couple of pitches later, it was loud, and they screwed it up.
Okay,
that's where we stand. If you have thoughts on your one of your aces, if you think he should be DFA'd like I saw online, the number is 713-780-3776. So, in a night where the Yankees had a good time, and otherwise would have been an uneventful night, we just would have been talking about the Astros' bats disappearing again. We get this.
Honestly, without that one pitch,
it's just another Astros.
Just another they lost.
They lost.
They lost like this to the Orioles 2 weeks ago.
Yeah,
so
the Mariners lost too, so big deal anyway. And in fact, the Rangers
that was the funny. I mean, now they are just like the funniest tweet of the night every night of just like absolutely like soul crushing Astros loss, where it's like this team has to look themselves in the mirror and ask themselves what kind of team they want to be.
I do see a lot of those tweets.
And then 20 minutes later, Mariners lost, by the way. So lead remains at 3.
Yeah, and the Rangers,
the
Rangers who were hot lost as well, so they're 4.5 back.
I guess this is just what it is. Okay, cool.
Yeah. So as much as those soul-crushing losses continue,
mirror looking, no.
The lead remains the same and sometimes increases by week. So,
I saw that Chandler Rome had something where it was like the Astros are 9-9 in their last 18 games. And have gained 3 games or something.
Because they were a half game up at some point.
Yeah, they gained 2.5 games.
Yeah, and it has not mattered because the ineptitude of the Mariners continues as well. So there we are. We get back to, I guess, normal baseball tonight, unless it's an epidemic and now we're just going to have Astros pitchers plunking their teammates.
Well, it'll still be loud, so there might still be a mix-up on the pitch
I wonder if the Yankees get a rally going and push a couple runs across if another mix-up will occur because of how loud it is. Will Jason Alexander be confused with his catcher?
I mean, he's inexperienced.
Yeah.
Framber Valdez has started probably 5 World Series games, and he got mixed up.
With the Yankee fans celebrating. So maybe this is all Astros fans' fault for not buying up all those tickets.
Yeah.
If not for them, it wouldn't be as loud as it was, of course, if Framber hadn't given up the ground slam, and also wouldn't have been as loud on a pitch he probably shouldn't have thrown because his catcher said get off the mound. But whatever, let's push that aside.
It's a mix-up.
Mix up again. So I'm blaming not Framber, not Salazar, Astro fans. Stop allowing the Yankees to take over, and then if you do that, then we won't have these mix-ups. So show up to the ballpark. That's all.
Yeah. Cesar Salazar wouldn't have a bruise on his ribcage right now if you guys bought tickets.
And having to repent for that because, thou shalt not lie. Perhaps he wouldn't have to repent if you guys had shown up to the ballpark.
We see Cesar Salazar is seen at a local church. walking out of a confessional booth.
Man, you think that's just a normal thing. He had to go in there for what
Every
happened last
Wednesday he
night.
does that,
Yeah, sure. All right. What a night. Not a great one. Controversy surrounding the Astros. They've been a relatively controversy-free team since, the big one years ago. There's not a lot of reason to put the Astros on the headline recently because they've not been a spectacular baseball team. They're just cruising along thanks to the Mariners. Ben Verlander hasn't tweeted out their inevitable in a long time, I imagine. So we haven't
still up in the air.
We haven't seen that recently, but now headlines. They're on Get Up of all things.
What?
Yeah, they're on Get Up
is
this
talking
morning.
about baseball.
Yeah, first off.
A day before a Cowboys game?
Yes. And now they're being forced to talk about something we're going to talk about when we come back. And it makes me ask the question, maybe the Rockets aren't such good negotiators if we go by what the Clippers did. Maybe all the teams are doing that. We'll talk about that story when we come back. This is a nutty story, but in some ways not surprising that an owner would try to get that off. And my question is, does this border into illegal? Does it go into illegal where the government would get involved, considering what Pablo Torre is reporting about Kawhi Leonard and the LA Clippers? We'll talk about that. We, of course, will talk Texans because they'll be at practice today, back in action as they get ready for the Rams. We'll see if Chauncey Gardner-Johnson is actually out on the field. Is he a full participant or will he be limited? I love those designations. We're back to that time of the year where the practice report comes out after the practice and we find out if a player was a full go or he was limited. Because D'Amico said they expect him to play against the Rams. So the first step is he out there practicing? And is he visible? Is he in team warm-ups? Is he off to the side? We'll see a little bit later. But we'll hear from D'Amico Ryans on what he expects out of the Rams, considering the weaponry they have. And we'll also hear from Sean McVay because he has some thoughts on his O-line and what they're going to have to deal with. All right, we're just getting started here. We're here till noon. Remember, we're still giving away a pair of tickets to the Listener Appreciation Party. So if you missed out with John and Lance this morning, we're going to have our final pair of tickets to give away. Paul Gallant Show, they'll have a pair. Or
No,
that
we're
show
already, we're already
you
done.
giving them out?
Yeah.
Oh. Then I don't know if the Killer Bees have given out their final pair. So you may be able to get a pair of tickets from the Killer Bees or not. But guaranteed, we do have a final pair. We'll do that. But before we do any of that, I want to talk about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. It's pretty simple. Not many people, if any people listening, if they're not actual plumbers, know anything about plumbing. It's not something you look into. Some people look into, changing their own brakes or changing a tire, but the plumbing thing, nah. And even if you do try, it's generally a disaster. Get someone who knows what they're doing. Get someone who can diagnose what your problem is and fix it so there are no issues going forward. And those people are the people at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Go to the website, aqueductplumbingcompany.com, and check out all the services they provide. They have a nice drop-down menu, label services that you can see. So if it's a giant job like a repipe because you got an older home and the pipes rolled and they're corroding and you can see things in their water that you don't want to see, you never want to turn on the tap and see something that's not just clean water because you clean yourself with that water. You clean your dishes with that water. You cook with that water. You want it to be clean. Aqueduct Plumbing Company will take care of you there. So big jobs, small jobs, doesn't matter. Whether there's a leak, something, if there's an issue with your toilet, they'll fix anything because they're the best at what they do, and that's simply doing a great job fixing plumbing issues. So go to the website, aqueductplumbingcompany.com, and remember this, if you don't know what it is, and you don't want to get charged for what the problem is, they'll do that. They give you that free price quote. So they'll kind of diagnose the problem and get you a quote without charging for it. And you can also call them at 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238. It's Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Just go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Well, I just got called into the manager's office. And sure, I was out in the public eye telling you we had tickets to give away, but got called in and said, actually, we don't. The honest truth, actually, I don't want to tell you the truth. I'm going to pull a Salazar and lie. Simply my mistake.
A mix-up.
Just
Heat
a
of the
mix-up.
moment.
You know what? I'm not gonna call Salazar a liar. I don't know if he's not telling the truth.
You're going to use the same explanation that he used.
Yes. Yeah, it was just a mix-up. It was loud in here when I was informed that we didn't have tickets to give away. I didn't hear. I got confused.
Yeah.
Joe's a great guy. I mean, we actually have a great relationship. Don't worry.
He came in and apologized.
He came in and apologized for it. Don't worry. It was just loud in here. You know, a lot of 790 people in here. I couldn't hear. So there it is. Sorry about that, everyone. We don't have another pair of tickets to give away. Just how it is. The party is on Friday, so I hope you guys, if you did want to come, got your chance. I know some of you still wanted in and didn't get the opportunity. Apologies. I thought we did have a pair, and that probably means the rest of the shows don't have pairs to give away as well, I would assume. But it was loud, so I don't know if I got it all. All right, we'll move on from that. So, do we believe that what the Clippers did, if you don't know what they did, allegedly they have been accused of paying Kawhi under the table when he was a free agent back in, 2019? Kawhi wasn't so tutti-frutti about being a Clipper, so they had to give him some extras, and his people demanded extras. It was very 1990s SEC when it came to benefits to secure the signature of a player you coveted. It felt like, if you read up on what happened, like an illegal recruiting type deal where, whatever it takes to get your signature, we'll do it. And whatever it takes and that's alleged to be a no-show job worth $28 million, where Kawhi was supposed to be a celebrity spokesperson for a tree planting company called Aspiration. Now, the company was allegedly backed by Steve Ballmer to the tune of $50 million. The company filed for bankruptcy, and some of the creditors on that Chapter 11 form that Pablo Torre finds out showed to the world, the Boston Red Sox were on the list, but they were owed less than Kawhi Leonard. Kawhi Leonard had an LLC that wasn't very creative. It had his initials and his number in the LLC, and he's also the listed name on it. So if they were trying to hide it, they didn't do a great job of it. Maybe didn't think investigative journalism still existed. His LLC is owed $7 million. Kawhi, after the research was done, has been shown to never talk about this company, never make appearances for this company. There is no evidence that Kawhi Leonard ever spoke for Aspiration Tree Planting Services, or whatever the hell they're officially called. So, it is being alleged by one of the employees of the now defunct company that it was strictly a salary cap circumvention move. That, sure, he was going to get his max, but that wasn't enough to secure his signature. Yeah, we're going to give you the most money we can give you and trade our entire future for Paul George because you don't want to be here without another star. That's not enough, though. Kawhi wanted another $28 million to make this work.
I will say, just like timeout right here, doesn't this make the Shea Gilgeous-Alexander Paul George trade like 5 times worse?
Of course.
They did that for a guy that didn't even want to play with them.
They needed so many extras to get this done. They had to succumb to every demand because they're the Clippers.
And every legal demand, and then had to do some basketball illegal ones.
Yeah, basketball legal stuff. And I don't know if falls under the scope of fraud, so maybe it's actually illegal stuff. I don't know if that'll come out. I don't know all the legalities of it. But yes, if it is proven to be the case, they have done one of the things that gets you the biggest punishments in basketball, circumventing the salary cap. What does it mean? They don't even have a lot of picks because
they don't have, I don't think, any picks the next 5 years.
Well, not one's tradable.
Yeah.
So they'll take away the tradable ones, I guess, the non-tradable ones
Yeah.
that they had to keep because of the rule, the Stepien rule. As someone tweeted, they better win now because their future is done if this is proven to be true. Now, I don't know how it works. I don't know how great the NBA investigative team is. I guess if they ask, Pablo Torre will turn over all his findings if he so chooses, and then we'll see where the NBA goes with it. We know if this was David Stern, he would probably force Ballmer out of the league. But does Adam Silver want to force the Clippers to do something I don't think that's ever been done? 2 owners in a row.
Yeah, I was
had
going
to be
to say,
forced to sell the team.
It's happened one other
Yeah.
time, and you won't believe who he owns.
Yeah, could it happen twice in a row?
Yeah. No, I mean, it's just it just makes all the Kawhi Leonard era of the Clippers, which was already, I'll say, disappointment, probably failure, but let's go disappointment. Let's be nice, say disappointment, even though it seems like a failure. It makes it way worse. It makes it so much worse that they risked all this just to like lose 3-1 in the bubble.
Blow a 3-1 lead, yeah.
Blow a 3-1 lead in the bubble.
Have him get injured.
Have him get
miss
hurt.
playoff series, or even play a game and then get injured for the playoff series.
Yeah, for like 3 straight years. Like, it just makes it all just like, oh my God. It all, honestly, if I'm a Clippers fan today, you sit there and you go, wouldn't it all have been so much more simple if they just kept Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and 1 million first-round picks and just like, oh, I guess we'll just try again with another free agent. I guess, what if we try to get Jimmy Butler instead? What if we
tried to pair Jimmy with Kawhi, and Jimmy didn't want to do it, so that Paul George allegedly was next on the list.
If I'm Jimmy, I was like, I didn't know I should have asked for a tree planting gig.
Yeah, 5 years later, Riley won't give me the max. I could have gotten an extra $28 million from the Clippers if I so chose. Yeah, it has been an era of Clippers basketball, much like all the eras of Clippers basketball, where there's been disappointment. This one can lead to some real consequences for them. I don't know what it means for Kawhi. The jokes are flying.
Well, he still owed $7 or
$7 million. I don't know. I don't know if he will,
I'm getting my money.
I don't know if he still will get that $7 million, considering. But I don't know how people will view Kawhi. I mean, the jokes are flying. Wasn't the Clippers already his no-show job? The predictable jokes. I mean, Stephen A. went on television this morning, and he said if it's true, he doesn't know many people more gifted at getting money for not working than Kawhi. So those jokes will be there for the foreseeable future.
That's true.
Yeah.
He's gotten paid for like 3 full NBA seasons and then also $28 million for a no-show job. Like, that's diversity that you don't normally see. Like, Anthony Rendon, he's no-showing one job.
And at least he's been open about, I don't really care for baseball anymore.
I don't understand how you don't make one video of like, hi, I'm Kawhi Leonard, and I'm very passionate about planting trees.
Something.
Like, just so it's not entire, obviously.
If you're getting paid $28 million for a couple of videos.
For one video, that would also be
very
fishy.
suspicious. Maybe that's the point. Because if Kawhi Leonard is openly promoting a tree planting business, you start to look into, people probably would look into, how much is Kawhi getting for this? For Kawhi Leonard of all people. I mean, does he speak in his New Balance commercials? If he does, probably not a lot.
I know at least in one of them he doesn't.
So if Kawhi Leonard is talking about a tree planting service, people are going to look into it. So maybe that's why they didn't want to, because he has a history of, not being a guy who does that.
The Amazon rainforest is known as the lungs for the earth.
So if he wound up doing it, that would raise some eyebrows. So maybe that's what their thought was. But even still, you got to be better than this.
Or just do, or
to their credit, it did take like 6 years for someone to look into this and find it.
That is true. Have them cut a ribbon somewhere. Have them do something. Put them on the board.
Something.
Like, maybe that's what you do. You put them on like the board of trustees for this, and he just makes $28 million for his position on the board. Now, again, I'm not saying I'm still giving you illegal things to do. I'm just saying that it would have, I guess, looked a little bit better.
And this is a guy who was lauded for, still driving his broken down college car when he was a Spur. Remember that? Like that was part of his lore. He was
Yeah.
driving the same car
Like
he
a
had in
Nissan,
college,
yeah.
something like that. I don't know if it was a truck or some economy vehicle. People's like, it's Kawhi. It's just about ball.
Oh yeah, you know what? That was Daniil Hunter who still drives the Nissan.
yeah.
Now the Nissan he drives is like still
Very nice. Sure.
yeah, it's very nice, but it's like 10 years old.
Yeah. But Kawhi's lore doesn't say a lot. One of those stars we don't normally run into, and he'll drive the car he drove in college. Look at him now, taking allegedly taking $28 million no-show jobs. Eric, I see you. We'll get to you when we come back. Anyone else want to join us? The number is 713-780-3776. It does lead me to think that maybe we shouldn't have given so much credit to Rafael Stone for all of his negotiating tactics. I don't believe that's going on with the Rockets.
I wish this story would have broken the day he was in here.
Yeah. Hey, would you like to talk about it? Of all the things you don't want to talk about, let's talk about this. Yeah.
Got a question.
Yeah, I know.
Got a question, sir.
I know it was tough to trade Jalen, but it was for Kevin Durant. Now, you've been lauded for your contracts that you signed this offseason. Care to respond to what's going on here and why what you did looks a little fishy now?
Yeah.
No, I don't
Albert
believe.
Şengün really took a haircut on that deal. Huh?
Yeah, Albert Şengün for, I don't know what the company would be, but would it be tree planting? What would it be? It would have to be something where he wouldn't have to show up, and it wouldn't be like speaking engagements because that's something you can track. But either way, we don't believe the Rockets are involved.
It would be like cleaning up Galveston Beach.
Yeah, and it's funded by Tillman Fertitta, oddly enough.
I mean, he does business down there, so it makes
Quite a
sense.
bit. He wants the pleasure pier to be as clean and enjoyable as possible.
And Şengün is on the board.
Some 23-year-old is on the board of this company,
making $25 million.
Yeah, to show up to Zoom for board meetings. We have no evidence of that. We don't have the ability of Pablo Torre to investigate. And frankly, we don't care enough to try.
Yeah, I don't want him. I don't want Pablo Torre sniffing around the Rockets.
Stay away. The deals that Rafael Stone got done for Jabari and Alperen, and then, of course, Jalen before he got traded, all on the up and up. That's what we believe. But the Kawhi thing, it's just funny because, of course, it's the Clippers. Of course it is. All of this nonsense turned into what? Complete disappointment, and then they gave Kawhi another max. Now we know why Paul George didn't get his and why Kawhi got his. Because if they told Kawhi no, he's got all the receipts.
They had to pay him off.
Yeah,
they had to pay him
to keep him quiet.
And it didn't even work.
It didn't work, of course, because once again, they're the Clippers. All right, Eric, we'll get to you when we come back. If you want to join them, 713-780-3776.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
The Texans have named their captains. Not a big surprise who's on the list. No need to hit the horn. It's Aziz Al-Shayer, CJ. Although Dari may be a bit of a surprise, but he's like, special teams? I guess you'd give him that. Of course, Nico Collins is there, and Will Anderson is there. So names you expect. Of course, I don't know what a name you'd be surprised by. I mean, it's just captains. Guys vote on them around the league. But there it is. Your leaders for the Houston Texans as they begin preparations. Those have already started, but they begin really in full because they'll be out in the practice field today as they get ready for the Rams this Sunday. We'll see, as I said earlier, if Chauncey Gardner-Johnson's up and ready to go. All right, let's get to Eric here. What's up, Eric?
Hey, Dale. As Framber Valdez and Micah Parsons to the Houston Astros, I think they should have traded him before the deadline and gotten something for him like they did for Kyle Tucker. And also, who's the backup for Archie Manning at Texas? There's some rumblings going around that they might put him in, and Archie Manning's not doing so well. I'll hang up to listen.
There are no rumblings, and it's Arch. Archie is the grandson. Excuse me, the grandfather. We did joke about that.
Matthew Caldwell.
There were people feverishly Googling who the hell the backup quarterback at Texas was. I don't think anyone cared about that until what we saw on Saturday.
He's backing up the 76-year-old Archie Manning.
Well, no wonder they look so bad on Saturday. Matthew Caldwell, as Sean would know, being the big Texas guy. Aren't you the Texas guy, Eric? You would have told us, but you are not giving anyone real information. There's no rumblings about Matthew Caldwell taking that job. It would be a giant admission of a giant recruiting failure that no one should be admitting because it's game one of the season against a big-time opponent. And we all expect him to be better. And he will be better. And if he's not, there'll be a much different conversation.
I did see this, though. What do you think his QBR was?
I mean, of course it's going to be atrocious. What is it?
It was 59.8.
Where does it rank in the country? Don't they normally do that on ESPN? They put the ranking.
I can pull it up.
Is that better than expected? Probably, right? Because he didn't throw an interception.
No, he did.
He did throw. He threw an awful interception.
170 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception, 58 QBR, good for 60th in the country.
He didn't feel like the 60th best quarterback in the country.
No. Well, how about this? DJ Lagway against Long Island.
Yeah, he didn't put up good numbers.
120 yards, 3 touchdowns. He was 29.8 QBR.
Is it
104th in the country?
Is it opponent adjusted?
It has to be.
Like DJ Lagway wasn't.
We should be talking about him getting pinched.
DJ Lagway was not happy with his offensive performance. Oh, his team's offensive performance against
QBR,
Long Island.
Yeah.
Then he saw his QBR. I was like, what the hell? I mean, it wasn't great, but this? Damn. As far as Fromber, Eric, you have been relatively consistent on they should have traded Fromber. And they were never going to because the window is always open. And they kind of proved that at the deadline. They went out and got multiple starters in that lineup. So they were never trading Fromber. And this is where we are now. In hindsight, people are probably agreeing that they should have traded Fromber, but it was never on the table.
Just because he made a mistake?
If there was a mix-up.
Just because there's
It wasn't a mistake. It was a mix-up.
Yeah, that seems aggressive, even from Astros fans.
But I will give Eric credit. He always wanted Fromber traded. He thought that they should have tried to get something for him before even the month that has been, where he has been inconsistent with his pitching performances and someone who is speaking, you might say, out of turn after the game. So I don't like to give Eric credit for a lot of things, but he gets credit for that. If I'm of the opinion that Fromber should have been traded, Eric was on that way before this most recent run of nonsense. Lance Zierlein thought that way too. That let's get something for him because he didn't think much of this team going into the year. And
I know during the offseason, especially after the Tucker trade, it was like,
we talked about
Fromber,
it. Are we this? I don't know how good this team's going to be. Are we going to trade Fromber? And
if we're going to sell off, or not sell off, but sell guys before that you're not going to sign.
Yeah.
When they become free agents next year, just trade him too.
Yeah, Bregman was gone.
Mm-hmm.
They traded Tucker. We thought, hey, why not Fromber? And Fromber was always part of the equation for this year.
And then it was like, hey, you know what? We actually do need a starter, a guy who can be a starter. And then basically from the start of August until last night, not good.
No.
Just because he didn't see Cesar Salazar asking for him to step off the mound. And that's the only reason. It was a good start up until then.
Well,
it was a fine start.
It was 2-0, bases loaded. Like, if he could have got out of that jam, then
We've
yes.
seen him wiggle out of jams like that.
That's true.
Just a mix-up. Nothing to see here.
And
it happens. That's baseball.
Tip of the cap. If it would have ended that way, yeah, okay. You give up a grand slam. That sucks, but all right. Well, then you had to top it off with.
People wouldn't be asking for him, or not asking, demanding that he gets DFA'd. Had he not thrown the pitch they threw, 2 pitches later?
Yeah, they would have been frustrated with the performance, certainly.
But he had a month of these performances.
It's the Yankees. You want to win that one, and your lineup isn't scoring runs. You want to have one of your aces keep you in the game. Okay, bad performance. But Fromber's like, I'm not done yet.
Hold on, wait a minute.
Hold on, got one more for you. And then
I got one more mix-up for you.
Yes, the mix-up. Fine, mix-up, no mix-up. I just don't see a lot of mix-ups with PitchCom. We don't see a lot of that.
Also, it could have been like the story could be, and actually the story is, no matter what, that Cesar Salazar thought it was going to be a breaking ball. What he got was a sinker. Like, that is just true.
Yes.
That is true. And whatever, if you want to say it's intentional or if you want to buy their line that it's unintentional.
And we know Fromber has thrown pitches. Well, we saw it with the home run where he avoided the catcher's instructions. He did that last year with Yiner, where he shook off Yiner and it resulted in disaster. So
stop shaking guys
Stop
off.
shaking your catcher off.
Has it ever worked?
I'm sure, and it probably has because we don't find out about it because the pitch worked. But in the very public ways that it doesn't work, maybe he should learn a lesson.
Yeah.
Keith, you want to talk NBA? We'll get to you when we come back. Hang on. You got a question about the NBA. If you want to follow Keith, the number is 713-780-3776. But before we get to Keith and you, Sean's going to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, the official daily fantasy sports partner of the Houston Astros. How about that? And also the number 1 daily fantasy sports app in America. And you can get involved in the action already on Prize Picks. Right now is the best time to get in on the action because MLB every night, like we're talking about, you got NFL kicking off on Thursday, and whatever you want, it's on Prize Picks. If there's a golf tournament, if WNBA is in full effect, obviously college football is in effect. We have a max discount offered to you for Dak Prescott on Thursday to get more than half a passing yard. That's right. He just needs to get 1 yard, and you're on your way to making money. Maybe you combine that with a little bit of Houston Astros action tonight as they look to respond. And after the, I'll say, disappointing outing from Framber Valdez, but now they have their rock. Jason Alexander taking the mound, 4.5 strikeouts is his projection. You want to go more on that because you think Jason Alexander is going to right this ship for the Houston Astros. Whatever you want, it's on Prize Picks. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups when you get your first $5 lineup. All you have to do is use the promo code MAPES. You don't have to win. The money is guaranteed. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
there it is on First Take. The Fromber, Cesar Salazar mix-up. So the Astros are now a national story again.
I mentioned it before, but we really need to hit home. How much you have to do something wrong as a baseball player
to wind up on First Take.
To wind up on First Take on September 3rd.
Yeah, with football around the corner, still run off from the college football, the Kawhi Leonard story.
Like, there's a lot going on.
You've got Mad Dog's a baseball guy, so it's right in his
what
wheelhouse.
he's mad about today?
No, he was mad about the game in Brazil, the football game in Brazil. He was mad about that.
Ooh.
But you got Lewis Riddick, Mad Dog, Stephen A., and I guess Molly.
Okay.
But you got Mad Dog.
They can call up, I don't know.
I don't know who their baseball guy
Doug
would be.
Glanville or someone?
I don't know. What's
Eduardo Perez?
Yeah, exactly. What's Eduardo Perez doing? But they got Mad Dog for it. So
yeah.
So that's how egregious this mix-up is that is making it on First Take to start an hour of programming. Yikes.
Again, Cesar Salazar definitely thought a breaking ball was coming.
Yes. So
the question is, was it intentionally
to bean him? Yeah, or was it just Fromber
intentionally to beam him,
throwing another sinker because he was tired of listening to Salazar?
Yeah,
or,
tired of having him stop. Don't pitch that pitch.
Or Salazar just hit the wrong button, according to him. Just hit the wrong button. It was loud in there. I hit the wrong button. I'm not sure how that works. It's too loud.
It's too loud.
I hit the wrong button. Yeah, I was, and Keith and Jay will get to you. I think that's Jay, because Jay, the person allegedly who's known as Jay, because he didn't want to give out his real name, it felt like. So I guess we'll find out when we get to him. I was at NRG for the Mexico-U.S. Gold Cup final, loud as hell. You know what I never did? Text the wrong person or
typo.
Yeah. A typo would be understandable because there's a lot of buttons.
Yeah, really.
PitchCom, no.
There's like 4.
Yeah. So I don't buy it was too loud in there because you weren't yelling the pitch out to Fromber. But whatever. Do what you got to do to make it look like your pitcher didn't hit you on
it's
purpose.
working. It's definitely not a big deal.
Yeah, no one's bringing it up.
As Stephen A. Smith was on
it makes sense.
90 straight seconds of yelling about it.
It makes sense for us to bring it up. Either way, whether his explanation is good or not, real or not. But the fact that it made it to First Take means what you guys are saying no one is buying. You know what? Maybe it's just a misunderstanding, just like the mix-up. Let's get to Keith, then we'll get to maybe Jay, whoever that is. All right, Keith, what's your question?
Hey, guys, love the show. I want to take a deeper dive into this Kawhi thing. I missed the first hour if you guys touch on it, but this Kawhi Leonard thing, is this a legacy story drop for Pablo Torre? And how does this story define Pablo Torre's legacy? And then secondly, with Kawhi and Ohtani dealing with all these money issues, they're both New Balance athletes. They're both in LA. They're both superstars. Is there a correlation there? But also, this is big. This is a big-time story for the legacy and the career of Pablo Torre. We got to give him his flowers that this is, real deal stuff. You know what I mean?
It appears to be real. He's got the backing of apparently 3,000 pages. He does have a employee of Aspiration discussing this. They did the whole obscure the voice and identity thing.
I would love to do that just once.
I don't know what the repercussions are. I guess Ballmer could sue you for telling a lie, at least according to him, because the Clippers have already said these are provably false accusations. We'll see what they can prove. But as far as Pablo Torre's legacy, I don't know if it defines his legacy. Does it take him to a different sphere? It depends on how far this goes. If the NBA takes the team away from Ballmer, not saying that's even in the realm of their power, but if they took the team away from Ballmer, if Kawhi's kicked out of the league, that's not going to happen. The results of the story define how we look at the guy investigating the story, because he's going to continue to do these stories. Like the Bill Belichick thing he uncovered, that took a turn where people didn't take it very seriously because, you're just talking about an old man with his girl. Bill Simmons, who was a known Patriot fan, took issue with the story because partly, and for the most part, embarrassing one of his legends. Let's be clear.
Yeah.
I mean, he took Torre to task for saying, is this real journalism? You just talking about some salacious detail. He wouldn't care if it was Jimmy Johnson and some younger woman. It's this guy, Bill Belichick. So he took him to task. We'll see how. He pretty much said he wasn't a real journalist. We'll see how he thinks about that. But the result, if it leads to ramifications that we've never seen, then Torre's legacy will go beyond the internet, where people are like, If Pablo Torre's calling, hang up the phone. You're done. Move out the country.
Too early.
It's too early for that.
Wickersham still clears them.
The fact that no matter what happens with Kawhi Leonard, the fact that I know that Saban assistants call him daddy,
Wickersham.
he wins. For the purposes of this
He
show,
had to team up with Wickersham to get that, by the way. Pablo Torre doesn't get credit for that.
yeah, Pablo Torre,
He was in the Finals MVP that year.
It's true. This is a broad story and with a lot of people involved, as you might imagine. Not just one man is finding out all this stuff. Like Sam Amick's involved as well as part of the written part of it on The Athletic. So there's a lot of people who invested time in this story. But of course, when you do an hour and 20-minute podcast to talk about it, and you got people and visual evidence, you're going to be at the forefront. So his legacy, I don't care for Pablo Torre's legacy. It doesn't matter to me.
Yeah. Long way to go.
Yeah, he's in his 30s. I'm sure he'll break more stories. I just think I think it's funny. It's the Clippers and Kawhi. Of course it is.
Lee Jenkins is still better than him. Come on.
All right. I mean, relax. I mean, it's his day. I mean, we don't have to just start talking about people who are better than him.
Lee Jenkins was undefeated in finals, in final stories, final drafts.
So where's Pablo? Is he LeBron where he's lost
Shea.
some?
He's Shea.
He's got one.
Yeah, got one.
You don't think the Bill Belichick story puts him up there?
It's not real journalism.
Like, you and Bill Simmons agree. Congrats.
Some guy who lost by 35 to Sonny Dykes. Congrats.
You know what? My hope is that becomes his legacy. We talk about legacies. I hope Bill Belichick's legacy is not just the Sonny Dykes thing. He was an awful college football coach.
Went 3-5 in the ACC.
Yeah, under 500 in the ACC for his career. That's my hope, overshadowing what he did with the Patriots because he's a Tom Brady merchant. All right, let's get to the caller known as Jay. What's up, Jay?
What's up, Dale? Thank you for taking my call, man. I am a few days late, I know, so forgive me, but I'm a Steelers fan, and I've been trying to pay attention to all of the quarterbacks that are projected to be first-round guys in, the upcoming draft. And I think it's being kind of modest, man. Carson Beck looks outstanding, dude. I was expecting to hear you speak more of him, but watching Sellers, he did what I expected him to do. I think the only guy I didn't get to see Mateer from Oklahoma, but watching Carson Beck, he had it all. He slid in the pocket. He was extremely accurate. Even in the second half when Notre Dame's defense started to clamp down, he didn't make any bad mistakes. He still managed the game well. Just want to know you guys' opinion on what y'all saw from Saturday's quarterback. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it, Jay. Yeah, Carson Beck, he's in a very good situation. That offensive line is one of the best in the country. To your point, he did slide away from one of the few pressures he saw and made a throw to the freshman Malachi Toney for a touchdown. In some ways, it's similar to the Cam Ward touchdown throw against the Gators to open up the year last season. He slid to his left. His ball was to the back of the end zone, one caught by Jacoby George. But I did think of that moment when Carson Beck did it. It was a very nice play. The C.J. Daniels touchdown, that's about C.J. Daniels. Like, Carson Beck put it in a spot where it could have been intercepted, but his guy made a play. You'll take that. It was a spectacular play, probably a play that you might not see again this year, but it worked out, and he managed the game, didn't make mistakes, which was my concern. And some of his chances to maybe make mistakes was limited by the fact that Miami just put the ball in the running back's gut for the better part of the second half. But
thank you, Mario.
But
won him the game.
But if you had the under, that helped too. But to Carson Beck, that's the performance you needed. Apparently, he went through a very tough offseason beyond the fact he was recovering from the injury. Of course, some of you may not know, but he had some embarrassing moments where the Cavender twins lit him up on the internet for his alleged, let's say, out of relationship activities. They allege that he cheated on one of the twins. The other twin is happily engaged to Jake Ferguson, the tight end for the Cowboys. So, hey, love is love, I guess. He had a car stolen. The car was a Lamborghini, but he had a car stolen. So he had his issues. Apparently, he went home to talk with his family and came back different and revived and rejuvenated. And you saw some of the emotion after the game where he was interviewed, and you saw him kind of barely get through the interview, just speaking about his as they say, journey. So good performance by him. Lenore Sellers looked the part. Virginia Tech was a bit more squirrely than I thought, but he has all the physical attributes to be the number one pick. Lance Erline thinks he will be.
Oh, really? I liked Garrett Nussmeier. I thought he played well. As much as we
joke about him,
in the offseason. I mean, credit to him. He went a big time matchup on the road.
Did not make a mistake.
Didn't make a mistake. Didn't throw one to the other team. So I thought, and he would just look so much in control of the offense, which makes sense. He's been there for 4 years now. But yeah, I think he looked like a pro quarterback out there.
Yeah, it was a credit to him. That's a tough environment. Clemson, they got Tom Allen as a DC.
Yep.
He did a good job.
Great defensive line. Just getting the ball out fast.
Yeah, he
should have another touchdown pass on his record.
Yeah, that was a dime.
Yeah, the throw to Barron Brown.
While it won't go on his record, the scouts saw it, so that'll go as a check mark for him. Yeah, Nussmeier's going to be one of those guys that people will be locked in on all season to see. I didn't see much of Mateer. We'll get to see Mateer this week. They play Michigan, and we'll see what he's got. But Nuss, you've got certainly Carson Beck, Mateer.
Arch Manning, yeah. They all played great.
Sure, Arch Manning, sure. I was trying to think of quarterbacks who did not poop on themselves this weekend.
Julian Zayn.
He didn't poop on himself, but he didn't have to do much. It was 14-7. I mean, people are like, hey, what about Julian Zayn? What about him, actually? What did he do?
Yeah.
He pissed off Jeremiah Smith on like the first drive of the game when he missed him. But he did make a good throw, just dropped by the tight end, I think.
Yeah.
So the names will emerge. I wonder who's off the radar who will show up. The Cal quarterback is only a freshman, but he had a good performance. So yeah.
Raiola.
Yes, we talked about him when we were in Louisiana.
It was great to get Lance's live scouting opinions on Raiola, which was him like after a play happens, him leaning over and just being like, "Nope."
Oh yeah, you were sitting next to him during the draft.
Next to me, he'd just go, ugh.
And Lance is
or he would do the sarcastic good throw.
Yeah,
on
Lance
a
is
terrible
invested
throw.
because he loves himself some Matt Rules backing Nebraska this year. So
yeah,
Raiola has to be good, and he was uninspiring.
He was not thrilled
against the Bearcats. Appreciate it, Jay. You want to call in more? We'll talk a lot of college football this year. So if you want to chime in on the weekend that is this upcoming weekend, and of course the Texans will be at the forefront on Mondays, but we'll get into college football certainly on Tuesdays. Tony, I see you. We'll get to you when we come back. If you want to follow Tony, the number is 713-780-3776. We'll get to some Texan sound because D'Amico Ryan's very confident in his coordinator. First test for Nick Caley is this weekend against a good Rams defense. We'll see what D'Amico has to say about his coordinator for that first test. Tony, you're up next. Anyone else? 713-780-3776. We'll be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Let's get to Tony, who wants to talk some Texans. Then we'll get to D'Amico Ryans, what he thinks of his OC and his readiness for his Week 1 game against the Rams. What's up, Tony?
Hey, how you doing? I was listening to the morning show before, the one that comes on before John and Lance. I think it's Undisputed. But anyways, they got on the topic of teams that they felt like could possibly make the Super Bowl outside of like the top 5 teams in the NFL. When it came down between, they were between the Texans and the Broncos, I believe. And CC, he chose the Broncos, but the way that he spoke about the Texans, I found it to be absolutely ridiculous. Like, I understand, the Broncos have a pretty good defense and, the Texans have questions on their offensive line, but, I just feel like the Texans have a better overall team. And, I feel like we have a chance of actually winning our division, but I just want to know what you guys thought about that.
Yeah, I'm not buying the Broncos hype because of how they made Bo Nix successful last year. I don't think that is something that can be done this year. Now he's just going into a second year, so maybe the offense will be one where he's not throwing the ball as often near the line of scrimmage or behind it, and he will become more of a I won't say real quarterback, but that becomes more of a real offense that wasn't built to kind of cushion a first-year quarterback. The Texans have a fatal flaw, at least we perceive it to be, and certainly the national media isn't sure about their offensive line. Other than that, the quarterback who you should still believe in, you have an elite receiver. Now, running back all of a sudden does become a question mark because what does Nick Chubb have left if Joe Mixon is someone who will be out beyond the first 4 weeks of the season? But those are things you can mitigate. You drafted Woody Marks. We will see what Dameon Pierce is with more of a gap scheme. The Broncos don't have that fatal flaw. Like, their defense is going to be good, maybe competing with the Texans for one of the best defenses in football. Their offensive line is certainly better than the Texans. Now, they don't have a star receiver, and their quarterback, you're going to measure below C.J. Stroud. But as a team as a whole, you just start to look at who they are. You can't point to one singular unit and go, oof. If they're not going to win big, it's because of that. The Texans do have that. Now, they can prove that that's wrong, that evaluation of who they are right now is wrong. But I can see why that would be scary. I don't think the Broncos are better. I think if you get average offensive line play, the Texans have a real shot to do something big here, to do something they've never done. Now, do something they've never done means getting out of the divisional round. But, getting to an AFC title game, being part of the Final Four is a big accomplishment, no matter kind of who you are, unless you're the Chiefs because you're always there. But I would rate the Texans as more likely to do that than the Broncos because I believe in their star players. They have more of them than the Broncos do. It's just, can they get average O-line play? Because no team can go win a Super Bowl, at least I believe, with a line that's ranked 20 or below, unless you have a Mahomes who can kind of be Mahomes and make some of that stuff not as important.
Yeah, I'm always going to be more like pulled towards teams that are, I guess, more like peaky. Like they have like higher peaks where like the Denver Broncos offense doesn't have a Nico Collins.
No, Cortland Sutton is fine, but he's not Nico.
They don't have a Nico Collins. No. And they don't have, even like you said with Bo Nix, Bo Nix was pretty good last year, but like I would rather have CJ Stroud. And so I think the Broncos fall into the over the offseason, it's easy to look at the team and go like, hey, there's no like giant flaming pile of a position group on this roster. They're going to be pretty good. And I think if it stopped at pretty good, that's fine. What happens is, though, you go, well, show me the weakness. Show me the weak. They're going to win the Super Bowl or they're going to be a real contender. It's like, no, but you kind of do need the X factor, big play kind of element on your offense, especially on your offense or your defense. If your defense is the weaker unit, but you can force a lot of turnovers or you just have an amazing pass rush, I think that could get you there. But just being the overall, in a video game where you're just kind of like sevens across the board instead of like some tens and fives. Like, I'd rather have the tens and fives than a bunch of sevens across the board, because ultimately, when you have to play the Chiefs, when you have to play the Bills, when you have to play the Ravens, you're going to have to be able to get the ball to people who are just different than everyone
They're
else
just
on
better
the field.
than the scheme that's being drawn up,
Yeah.
than the
You
player
can't-
they're going against.
Yeah, you can't scheme your way to a Super Bowl.
Yeah. Like, Bo Nix, cool. But if you think, would you back Bo Nix in a game where he has to go into Baltimore? We saw what he had when he went into Buffalo last year as a rookie, but whatever, he's a rookie. Do you think where you're going to have good defenses, good coordinators ready to go, elite coordinators even, do you think I'm backing Bo Nix before C.J. Stroud? No. And I can acknowledge the Texans got their own problems. But if it's one or the other,
yeah,
I'm not backing Bo Nix in that offense, even with adding Evan Ingram and Cortland Sutton. I will take the peaks of C.J. Stroud over what I believe, at least right now, are the peaks of Bo Nix in that offense. Unless he comes out this season and he's no longer being babied as far as what they do to protect him, and he is a guy who you could say, if 35 dropbacks, we need Bo Nix to go win us a game, and he proves that over the course of the year, then opinions change. But as of now, my opinion leans with the Texans.
And I will say about Bo Nix being babied in the scheme wise, he was babied his freshman year or his rookie year with the Broncos. He was in a very, very easy offense, baby training wheels offense at Oregon.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't really in that kind of offense in Auburn. And when did Bo Nix not look good? When he didn't have the training wheels offense.
Yeah.
When he was making 5 plays a game where you're like, is this guy insane? Is he? What's wrong with this guy?
Yeah.
So I think he might be a guy that he's gonna need the training wheels on him the entire time, or maybe he can mature a little bit into Josh Allen. But so far, Josh Allen's the only guy who's been able to do that.
Yeah, and it'll be Sean Payton's mission to change that. Now, Sean Payton, if we're talking advantage and play callers, Sean Payton above Nick Caley.
Nah, give me Caley.
Okay,
he's ready to go.
Hopefully,
that's what I've heard.
Hopefully, well, let's hear from D'Amico Ryans on his play caller. A lot of glowing reviews outside the organization and inside for Nick Caley. What does D'Amico Ryans think of his play caller as he heads into his first regular season game?
Do you remember about when you first were a coordinator, when you went from position coach to a coordinator, and how can you help Nick Caley calling his first?
Caley is ready to go. Caley's been through a ton of situations all through training camp, all through OTAs. We've been through a lot of different situations. He's called a ton of plays throughout the offseason, throughout training camp, in the preseason games. He has reps on task, so he's ready to go.
Not worried. Now, if you would ask a coach about a football player, they generally don't go, well, a lot of the things he did in the offseason mean he's ready to go. You got to see it. You got to see it out in the field. You never know with rookies, right? That's a lot of what they lean on in. Well, we like what we see in practice, but we got to see it out in the field to know. When people start to heap expectations on rookies, they tamp it down by going, let's see him out there. But when the context is, well, he may not be ready. What can you do to help? Well, he's ready. Don't worry about it when it comes to his play caller. We'll see. We'll see if coaching is different, where the 7-on-7 stuff that he's running, the joint practice stuff where he's running, where he's calling a couple plays, but they're not really sequence of plays against the Lions and the Panthers. And situational football will get him ready when the Texans have the ball at the 25-yard line to start their first drive of the season, if they get the opening kickoff, whatever. You get what I'm saying. Whatever it is. Hopefully he's right, because if he's wrong, that would be 2 straight coordinators where he's missed. And there ain't no pressure on D'Amico, so I'm not leaning into, well, if he misses on another coordinator, now it's time to talk about D'Amico. But I like him to be right on this coordinator this time. The revolving door of coordinators for your young quarterback, no matter what your young quarterback thought of the first one, it's not good.
No, it's not good, and especially not good if it's a revolving door of guys getting fired, not revolving door of guys
because they get head coaching jobs. Yeah,
getting a head coaching job. So yeah, I mean, I don't really know what it looks like for Nick Haley to be ready. It's going to be what we talked about this offseason and what we talked about last year with Bobby Slowick of, hey, call the good plays, where it's like, does a play work? No, not ready, Nick Haley. Like, I don't know, would it be, I guess it would have to be like the adjustments throughout the game, because I don't even think, the first drive, I mean, it's going to be a scripted drive. I'd hope that's looking at least pretty good.
Yeah, what you've worked on all.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what we saw last year with Bobby Sloak, who was disappointing, was that they would get out and play well, and then the defense would adjust, and then the Texans would not score until maybe the fourth quarter with the Kaimi Fairbairn field goal to win it. Like that is what they did for the first half of the season. So I don't know what Nick Haley has to do or what he can do, especially in week 1, but even throughout the first month of the season to prove that he is ready in a way that Bobby Slowick wasn't.
Yeah, we heard quite a bit. This isn't cookie cutter. This is a Texans offense, not a Rams offense or a Patriots offense. The adjustments your OC makes after maybe his initial plan doesn't work. Sure, you want the initial plan to work. It's great to get off to a great start. But maybe you got boxed, as the kids would say. Maybe the DC has your number early. Do you have an answer for it? That'll be a real test of his abilities, and that's not even just from game to game. Like week 1, your game plan is analyzed, and there's an answer for you in week 2. Can you respond in game? Does it take till week 3 for you to make changes to figure things out? That'll be some questions he's got to answer, because no matter what D'Amico thinks of all the plays he's called, he has not had to deal with a coordinator having answers for him to start and then having to find new ones to get your offense going. So that'll be the test for Nick Haley. His coach thinks he's ready. I don't know how else he would think before week 1, because if he had any other ideas, we'd be in real trouble. But right now, D'Amico thinks he's ready. Sean, we got some sad news to talk about when we come back. You know how I always talk about how I have to watch the Astros in alternative ways?
Oh, yeah.
We got some news to talk about when we come back, because the alternative ways will have to get even more alternative considering the news that just broke over the last couple hours. I find it more important than anything Pablo Torre finds out about Kawhi and the Clippers. We'll talk about that when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Sorry, I'm laughing because the story I'm about to talk about caused someone to text me the alternative to this. I was aware that there was an alternative, but I do think it's funny that, oh, you think you got us? You don't really have us. So I talk about this a lot because I have YouTube TV. They don't carry Space City Home Network. In fact, I didn't even have YouTube TV all summer until football seasons come back. Because you know what, I don't get the Astros on this anyway. So I got Apple TV Plus. So when the Astros are there, I'll watch it there. But for the most part, I've had to find ways. Let's just say alternative ways to watch the Astros. Unless now that I have YouTube TV, I can watch them on ESPN or Fox or TBS. But if they're just got a regular old home game on Space City Home Network, I have to find a solution. And one of those solutions could have been Stream East, the noted, let's just say, I like to call it an alternative site. Other people like to call it piracy. That's what the government wants to call it. That's what the feds want to call it. And Stream East has been shut down. After a year-long investigation, Stream East has been shut down. Apparently, it was run by two men in Egypt. At least they're the ones who have been arrested. And it was a place where you could watch for free Premier League games, Champions League games, NFL, Major League Baseball, NBA. It was all there for you. They even had pay-per-view stuff and for certain MMA fights. So I don't know why you needed a year-long investigation other than to piece it all together, because we know it's illegal. I mean, it's not allowed. They don't have the rights to do that. But apparently the Alliance for Creativity and Entertainment, ACE as they're called, shut the thing down. And the feds got involved. International agencies got involved as well. And it's a landmark case, according to them, to shut down digital piracy. They called it a resounding victory. And at the very end of the article, Yahoo, The Athletic did a major piece on it, but Yahoo just piled quotes together from the article and put out their own little thing. Aggregation at its finest. Following the raid, Stream East's original domain is no longer available, though replacement services have already popped up. Ace told The Athletic it was aware of copycat sites and are looking into the issue. And one of those copycat sites was sent to me through text.
Do you think that the year-long investigation was a whole bunch of these suits being like, we can't figure this out? You know what? I saw the end of Catch Me If You Can, and then they, you cut to ringing a doorbell, opens the door. It's Pablo Torre, the one man who can find these two dudes in Egypt that apparently have the Morgan Freeman from The Dark Knight set up in their house where they can watch every game and broadcast it online illegally. They have that set up where, yeah, you mentioned it was great for, like, I don't know what app I'm supposed to have to watch this legally. I'll just go to StreamYard instead. Yeah. Like, instead of spending the time to, like, now how do I watch the FA Cup? I forgot. Whatever. StreamYard has it.
Yeah, you were one of the $1.6 billion visits. Billion visits over the past year. 1.6 billion visits.
I was probably like, I don't know, probably in the 50 range of those visits.
Allegedly, you're one of the 50.
I mean, do I have to say allegedly?
I mean, if you don't want to, you can. You don't have to.
I'm the one alleging it.
you self-snitching is what you're doing. I'm just telling you that.
Come get me, Pablo.
Pablo, Pablo's probably one of the 1.6 billion visits too. He probably didn't want Stream East going anywhere. There are alternative sites beyond the replicants of Stream East. There are plenty, but this one was the largest, and the feds got involved.
You cut off Stream East heads, and 3 more illegal streaming services pop up.
Europol was involved. The U.S. Department of Justice was involved.
Oh, maybe I shouldn't have said I was.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I just gave hypotheticals about where I could find Astros games if I needed to. So there it is. If you had Stream East as a bookmark and wondering what happened, big government happened. But as I noted, I've already been sent.
Yeah. We'll rally.
Yeah.
We'll go underground.
Don't you worry about it. if you have eyes on something that's supposed to be on ACC Network Plus and you don't have that, trust me, you'll be able to see it on Saturday. Trust. There'll be ways. Don't worry.
I'm trying to watch Wake Forest versus Elon. How am I supposed to watch this?
I mean, I want to see top 5 Miami against Bethune on Saturday. And it's only on ACC Network Extra, which will lead us into this conversation. The AP Top 25 is out. Came out yesterday.
Yep.
Normally, we'll be out on Sunday afternoons, right before kickoff of the NFL games. That's generally where it comes out. Maybe it got delayed. Sometimes. Last year was like at 1, or did it come out at like noon last year as well? I forgot.
I think it was around noon. But yeah, I mean, week 1 it always gets pushed back because they had to wait to see if they had to rank UNC.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, TCU winning didn't change things, but maybe if Bill Belichick had won, they would have put them in the top 25. So yeah, week 1's always a weird one where it comes out during the week because of the weekend of football that stretches into Monday with Labor Day. And the top 25 is out for the AP. No one really cares what the coaches say because those numbers don't go next to the names. And your AP Top 25, as expected, despite what Heather Dinich thought should have happened, where LSU would have been number 1, it is Ohio State. They beat the number 1 team in the country in Columbus, so they get the number 1 spot. Ohio State's number 1 team in the country. Followed by Penn State. They stay at 2. Ohio State leaped over them. LSU is 3 after their win in one of the Death Valleys. They beat up Clemson. Georgia 4, Miami rises to 5 after their win over Notre Dame. And the rest of the top 10 is Oregon, who beat up on Montana, but no one cares. They are at 6. No one really watched the game. Texas is at 7. They fall from 1 to 7. Clemson at 8. Notre Dame falls from 6 to 9. And South Carolina up into the top 10 after their win over Virginia Tech. They leaped over Illinois and Arizona State, who won but played opponents that no one thought much of. So there it is, your top 10. Ohio State, Penn State, LSU, Georgia, Miami, Oregon, Texas, Clemson, Notre Dame, South Carolina. No real complaints. I'm sure the Illinois people aren't thrilled that they lost a spot simply because South Carolina beat a Virginia Tech team many people don't think much of, and they didn't do it that impressively. But it's early. Virginia Tech's a better opponent than who Illinois played, so South Carolina gets into the top 10. Yeah, beating up on Western Illinois, probably not going to make a dent in people's minds. So there it is, man. And you've got, as far as the biggest game this weekend, if you start to look at the new top 25, it's number 15, Michigan, going to number 18, Oklahoma. We'll see if we had a caller talk about John Mateer. We'll see Bryce Underwood versus John Mateer this weekend. Game day is going to be there. Who's it a bigger game for? I think undoubtedly it's for Oklahoma, coming off of what was a bad year last year. Brent Venables in a pre-game presser of last week talking about how difficult year 1 was. I mean, years ago now, still referencing year 1. And they had a tough year. They did beat Alabama, which apparently doesn't mean that much anymore.
Nope.
But having Michigan at home, that's a game they need to win.
Yeah, I think it's more can't lose or more must win for Oklahoma. I think Michigan could win a lot of points by winning, could get a lot of feel good points, but I think it's mostly on Monday or Sunday morning where you're like, ugh, Oklahoma losing to a freshman quarterback like that.
Yeah. It'd be tough. Now Bryce Underwood did look good in his start against New Mexico, but that's a whole different environment. Going to Norman with game day being there, there's gonna be a lot of excited people thinking they're in for a big year. It is year 4 for Brent Venables? So if things are going to get going there in the right direction, it would be this year. After going 6-7, he's got 2 6-7 seasons on his resume. Went 10-3 in 2023. Quarterback issues last year, couldn't really settle on one.
Yeah,
they go in the transfer portal, get Mateer. Yeah. This is a giant year for him and the Sooners.
It was a real shame that Dylan Gabriel left after 2023 to go to the NFL.
No, he went to Oregon.
Oh, wait, so he still had eligibility?
Yes, and he decided he didn't want to play there anymore. I don't know why. I'm sure there were reasons like money. I'm sure they're leaning into the money aspect of it all. Couldn't have been anything beyond that why he wanted out of Oklahoma.
Okay. So they're too broke to pay for the good quarterback.
Well, they paid for John Mateer, so not that broke. They went and grab John Mateer, and we'll see him in action against Michigan. So I was trying to look at the rest of the schedule. I mean, Duke and Illinois is interesting because Duke had a pretty good year. They've got a good transfer quarterback, but Illinois is going to
Illinois,
Duke.
show something. If you're mad that you got,
I don't know that they're mad. I'm just
go and beat Duke.
You got the Cyhawk Bowl as well. Iowa versus Iowa State. Iowa State ranked, Iowa not. Iowa's quarterback, who they were excited about because they saw, so at least people were, because they saw a couple clips from a spring game or a fall practice. Gronowski, much like previous Iowa quarterbacks, 8 for 15 for a TD in his first start, 44 passing yards. That's the Iowa quarterbacks I recognize, not the ones that get people excited. And you know the opponent, Sean? Albany.
Oh.
He passed for 44 yards against Albany.
And people are crushing Arch Manning. How's that fair? He threw for
against
what, like 3-4 times as many yards
against Ohio State.
Against
I would say it's not fair. The whole Arch Manning thing isn't fair. The hype, the response, and even some of the let's say the bail being thrown his way. None of it makes a lot of sense. You can just grade it one game at a time. He has not played enough where you should be drawing big conclusions about who he will be. He struggled against Ohio State. That's fine. Next game.
Yeah, another game that's interesting and definitely more interesting this week than before the season started. South Florida going to Gainesville to play the Gators.
South Florida's got a run. They got the Gators, then they head to Miami. So while they had one point decided to turn it into a Big Four, at least they put up a billboard or so.
Mm-hmm.
If you wanna actually make that a thing, go on to Gainesville and then to Hard Rock the next week.
So they start their season. They started their season with 3 straight ranked teams. Now Boise State quickly unranked.
Definitely, they blew them out.
I don't know if they received a vote this week,
They
but
shouldn't have.
That's still pretty aggressive schedule.
It does get
Kirk Cignetti would be proud.
It does. It does get your fan base excited to see those two Florida schools on the schedule. I don't have much hope for USF for as much as
I think this is the one they have to get.
Yeah, if they're gonna get one, I don't know that Florida, despite having the SEC tag, is as good on their lines as Miami is right now. We'll see if Sunbelt Billy has them at a point where we can stop calling them that.
Also playing them back to back, where it's like
it's just the accumulation. Like the Boise State game was a big one for them because they wanted to show themselves that they're a pretty good team. They felt good about themselves going into the season. Okay, you win that one. Now you gotta hold up to the physicality of the Gators, and then the caveman football that Mario Cristobal wants to employ.
Hell yeah!
And now Now they played last year, and that was actually kind of close for a half because Miami's defense is atrocious. But then when they got going in the second half, they got run off the field. Cam Ward was actually pointing at spots where they're going to run the football, like on the goal line. He was like, no, we're running it here. And USF couldn't stop them. So no Cam Ward. Still a great offensive line. We'll see if USF has done enough to not allow Carson Beck to point to a spot on the field where we're going to run the football and not be able to stop it. Don't imagine Carson Beck has that type of swagger in him. We'll see. So
I wouldn't. If I was him, I'd just don't do that. The last guy could do that. You can't.
Yeah. You know.
Good game. Good game against the Irish.
Yes.
Let's not go crazy.
The last guy was on the way to becoming a number 1 overall pick.
Yeah. Just.
Although Carson Beck at one point, people thought that. I don't think that anymore, and I don't think he's on the path to doing that. Judging by how Miami's game plan went in the second half, I don't think they do either. They just want to make sure he's efficient, protected, and that would be good enough in their eyes to be part of a good year. All right, so top 25 is out. It is only Wednesdays. We still have to wait till Saturday. But tomorrow we got NFL games, at least one NFL game, with the Eagles versus the Cowboys. And I said put the Cowboys on early when people were complaining about them having a national TV game. Put them on early because at least they will be competitive and Dak's healthy.
You can always flex them out.
Yeah.
You can always flex them out later.
Later on, I don't want to be stuck watching the Cowboys in a primetime game that they can't be flexed out of. So at least early, there's some juice. We'll see how good they are. The Micah Parsons thing certainly takes some of that away. But Eagles, Cowboys tomorrow. Real NFL games tomorrow. All right. We'll go to break with that. We got one more segment to go. If you want to join the show, you can. 713-780-3776. After we're done here, Paul Gallant and then Killer Bees. But come join us. We'll be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
We didn't mention this, but one of the best jobs in sports is a backup quarterback. And Davis Mills continues to make plenty of money doing that job. Gets extended by the Texans, $7 million in 2026. I think he's making $5 million this year. He got a raise. Not sure why.
Let's go. The amazing preseason that he had, fighting off Keaton Slovis and Graham Mertz.
Sure. Okay. But Davis Mills will be around another year, and credit to him for continuing to cash in. Now, he was a day 2 pick. Were they doing?
3rd round pick.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out were they doing 3 days of the draft when he was drafted.
Was that also oh, no, that was 2021.
Yeah, he was drafted in 2021. I don't know if they had changed the format.
I think that was day 2. I think they still did it.
Okay. Either way.
3 days.
Either way, Davis Mills continues to do what he does best. Be a guy who's good in the room. Sure, the Texans didn't want to play him in a game they needed to win when Case Keenum was on the roster, but that's a couple years ago now.
That's more of a Case Keenum thing. You know?
Yeah, but without Case Keenum on the roster, Davis Mills is a solid backup. That's our assumption because we see him in the preseason. I don't know that Davis Mills is a solid backup. He hasn't been asked to win a game that they needed.
I think just being a guy who's started in the NFL before, that does give you some because there's a lot of backups where it's just
that's true.
God, Trey Lance is a backup, and it's we still have never seen him actually play. And the fact that he was the 3rd pick, he was the 3rd pick in the same draft that Davis Mills was the drafted in the 3rd round.
Yeah, the assumption is because Davis Mills wasn't tripping over himself as a starter. He wasn't great, but no one was going to be great for that team in that situation.
I'll say he was good enough to have a online following called the Mills Mafia. Now, I don't think
Were you part of that?
No, God no. That would require me to really watch the games. and really like break them down.
I'm
And
going to apologize.
in 2021, that was not my job.
You know, I'm apologizing to you. You were the account named Davis Mills Muse, so you weren't part of the Mills
Yeah,
Mafia.
get it right.
Apologies.
Get the
to
branding
you.
right.
Right.
But yeah, I think just being like decent enough, it's like, yeah, you're a pretty good backup quarterback.
If you never have to take the field again, more power to you. You're getting
Even better.
You're getting raises.
It's like Carson Wentz, where it's like Carson Wentz, I'm assuming that he's a good backup quarterback just because he's played well before. Like
that was a long time ago now that he
yeah,
played well.
but he played like well enough for the Colts to where it's like
Sure.
Now the last couple of games was not good.
Now he's a Viking backing up J.J. McCarthy.
Exactly. Josh Dobbs is a backup quarterback because he was good for 3 weeks.
But is he making $7 million a
No,
year?
probably not.
Yeah. Davis Mills is on the high end of backup quarterback.
Second highest to Marcus Mariota. Washington Commanders backup quarterback.
Look, I don't care how Cal spends his money, and if they think what his cap hit of about right under $5 million this year should be up to whatever it's going to be, and $7 million total for Davis Mills, more power to him.
For me, this is bad news for Graham Mertz.
Yeah, it does kind of rule him out winning the backup job next year, doesn't it?
Yeah.
There's not going to be a competition. If Graham Mertz is still around, it's to be the third stringer.
Because the Mills deal is fully guaranteed for 1 year. But that does matter. Like, he's not going to get cut
I
in
can't
training.
make jokes. Zach Wilson's making 5. So if Zach's making 5, then I guess Davis Mills makes 7.
If you needed to win a game tomorrow and you could only start either Zach Wilson or Davis Mills, who are you picking? We'll end the show on this, on a high note.
Oh, what a discussion. You would go with Davis Mills because he hasn't done a lot recently to show you he's not a very good quarterback, as opposed to Zach Wilson, who has. Now, Zach Wilson hasn't been in great situations, but he's added to those situations as far as them not being great. Davis Mills, not so much. You got your backup quarterback for another year, Texans fans. And maybe, I mean, there's no guarantee. We would love it to be the case, but there's no guarantee that CJ plays all 17. Whether those reasons are because they have clinched a playoff spot or he gets dinged up.
Yeah.
Davis Mills.
It's because they were 15-1 going into the last week.
I think 11-5 would be good enough to lock down the AFC South.
I think that's literally what the Chiefs did last year.
Yeah, I don't think they need to go 15-1. But either way, shout out to Davis Mills.
Shout out to Davis.
Keep cashing them checks, and it's a raise too. So whatever you're doing, you're impressing them. Get yourself a bump of about $2 million. All right, we're done for the day. We can get a bump. Won't be for $2 million though. At least this show will be out at Texas Card House in Spring. And then on Friday, we are out at East River 9. The entire station will be there for East River 9.
I won't, but that's all right.
Well, all the shows that represent the station
I
will
also
be out
won't
there.
be at Texas Card House.
Yeah, you won't be there either. I will be there because John and Lance will be there. And generally that means I'll be there as well. So that means I'm getting up not even getting up. Am I leaving the house at 4:30? I'll figure it out. Sean, since we're done for the day, what does that mean?
Shred up, Stroud!
I don't have a Davis Mills, unfortunately.
That's really on Gruden, not on you, for not talking about Davis Mills enough. All right, we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show on this Wednesday, September 3rd of 2025. I am Paul Gallant, and this is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, one that you can jump aboard at 713-780-3776. That's how you call. It's how you text. YouTube, you can join there and watch along at ESPN Houston or on Twitch at ESPN 975. I am wearing a Houston Cougars t-shirt in spite of the Cougs fan who was trying to get me to fight him at Kirby Ice House on Saturday. Don't think I've forgotten. Am I the bigger man? Yes. Also, my school's won a national title and yours hasn't, but it's fine. Look. You can also get on the show via the ESPN Houston app. It's on your iPhone. It's on your Android at 97.9 HD2. If you've been listening to me recently, you're probably getting a sense that I'm growing tired of this baseball season and this Astros team. For those who don't know, I'm a football guy and a bit of a baseball casual. I like watching baseball the same way that Alabama fans like watching Alabama. I only want to watch victories. If they ain't winning, if I'm not smoking a cigar after they win, I don't care. So I've been getting a little testy with the Astros of late, who are being given gift after gift after gift by the American League West. Rangers crapped themselves last night. Mariners had a team meeting, I guess, before the game. Also crapped themselves last night. So I was hoping to come into today's show talking about an Astros victory over a red-hot Yankees team. It was going to require the bats to show up. And guess what? They didn't. I should be crushing them because I don't care if Max Fried's on the mound for the Yankees. You should be able to score some runs with that lineup against any pitcher in baseball. One, not enough. So I'm watching last night's game, getting more and more and more and more frustrated with the Astros' lack of offense. But hey, listen, it's still a game. It's the fifth inning. All of a sudden, the bases are loaded. The game's on mute at this point because I'm thinking to myself, okay, I'll look up. If the score is a tie game, I'll actually re-engage myself. I look down, I look up, a grand slam had happened. And I'm like, what the hell happened here? I get up, I go make myself some espresso, I come back, and all of a sudden the internet is asking, what did Framber Valdez just do? And I mean, that's a wide range, ain't it? Because the guy has less of an ability to control himself, despite having specifically a team doctor for him, Dr. Andy Nunez. He cannot control his temper. So I was like, all right, well, what the hell did he do? So I watched the replay of the grand slam. Then I watched the replay of the pitch to Cesar Salazar, where Framber just guns it directly at his chest, turns around, walks straight backwards, doesn't even check to see if his catcher, who is a journeyman catcher, is okay. Cesar Salazar's played like 60 major league games. And you just pelted him in the chest with a I guess it wasn't a fastball. Whatever. It's 90 plus miles per hour in my book. That's a fastball. Directly in the chest. Nowhere close to where he was setting up. I'm no baseball expert, but take a look at that body language. Did that not look like someone who's pissed? And given his track record of throwing at guys when things hit the fan. Remember when he threw at Marcus Semien in July of 2023 with the Rangers after a big day for Semien? Remember when he threw at noted pest Jose Caballeros with the Seattle Mariners less than a month later that same season? When Fromber loses his temper, he acts like a complete baby. That was him being a complete baby. And I do not care if the Astros got their story ready to go by the end of the game. I don't care if Joe Espada said, yeah, it could have been a sign cross-up. I don't care if Cesar Salazar said, oh, yeah, we've got a good relationship, too. And it was a sign cross-up after the game. And I don't give a bleep about what Framber Valdez said through his poor meat shield translator over the course of the 5 minutes and 49 seconds that he spoke, taking some pretty tough questions. But, of course, having that little barrier, which is a very convenient one to have when you're a baby. Same kind of, I guess, barrier you have if you're a 2-year-old who can't speak and you're constantly throwing a bleep storm whenever things aren't going your way. That was pathetic last night, and I'm done with him. I've been done with him for a while. Now I'm at the point of, hey, why did they trade him at the deadline? Which, not the smart thing to do, definitely, if you're trying to win a World Series. But I'm just so tired of this crap. I'm so tired of it, and you should be as well. This is ridiculous. Fromber has zero ability to maintain his emotions. He has an effing doctor, a team psychologist, to help him out on that front. Has it improved at all over the course of his time? I'll say this about myself. I have anger issues. I know it. I get mad at myself more than anyone. I see a therapist. I talk to a therapist once a month about it. When I get mad at myself, I get very self-destructive. I say horrible things to myself, blah, blah, blah. But I've gotten a lot better at it over the entirety of my life. Fromber's not working on it at all based off of what I see. This is just a regular thing for Fromber. When he's on his A game, he's one of the best left-handed pitchers in baseball, if not the best left-hand pitcher in baseball. But when one little thing doesn't go his way, ranging from his jerseys to the length of his braids to, oh, I gave up a hit after a pitch that wasn't exactly where it needed to be. The guy has no ability to control himself, and I just do not care about the Astros team account of what happened last night. You shouldn't believe it. No one on the outside looking in believes Framber Valdez. The only people that believed the Framber Valdez story, I doubt Framber Valdez does. I doubt Cesar Salazar does. I doubt Joe Espada does. I would say the only person that believes Framber Valdez's side of things is probably Dana Brown, based off an interview he did a little bit earlier today. But this was pathetic, embarrassing, and I'm just sick of this. You should be sick of it too. GTFO. I don't want this anymore. You don't want this anymore. This guy is a head case. And are you just going to let this slide? Is this really going to be, oh, yeah, it's just miscommunication? Are you serious? That's it? It's just going to go by the wayside? Everyone believes everyone's account? This is the kind of thing that deserves the Private Pile soap in a sock treatment. This is what that deserves. He was an a-hole to one of his teammates last night. There are no ifs, ands, or buts about it, and I'm sorry, an apology isn't good enough. By the way, Fromber talked about the apology throughout this press conference where he talked about feeling remorse, which is something that I don't really buy. But he gave himself up through his translator, who hit the perfect person in the way of potentially, vomiting all over himself and ruining the story. He said, Framber Valdez did, that he wanted a specific pitch. He has no ability to call a pitch because guess what? He doesn't wear a pitch comm device. And he said, yeah, I wanted to make a call for a specific pitch. When asked how he could call anything given that circumstance, Valdez said, it wasn't necessarily that I called for it. That was just the pitch I had in mind. End quote. Oh, so Cesar Salazar, journeyman baseball players, a psychic now? If he was a psychic, I think that he would be more than a journeyman major leaguer. I think he would be there every effing game. He'd probably be hitting 500 at best, maybe at worst. So I understand how there is a world where you can look at all the accounts from Framber Valdez, from Cesar Salazar, from Joe Espada after the game lining up and say, yeah, this is fine. It's not. This could be a problem the rest of the way if something isn't done about it. It needs to be Correa yelling at him. It needs to be Altuve yelling at him. It needs to be Espada yelling at him. It needs to be Dusty Baker picking up the phone and yelling at him. How about AJ Hinch? Screw it. How many people can we have line up and yell at Framber Valdez? Because that was completely unacceptable, and I do not give a bleep about what he said. I just do not believe him. And you shouldn't either. That was on brand for what this guy is, which is someone who loses his temper on a regular basis and has shown no signs of actually correcting that. Get lost. DFAing him is crazy, but that's how mad I am today, and I suppose that this is what it's like if you are dating the craziest person on the crazy hot matrix. Like, I guess this is how it goes. You look the other way, you rationalize it with yourself, but after 7 effing years, and this is every single time with Framber Valdez, when something doesn't go his way, at what point are you going to say, I need to leave? I'm going to pack up my things. That's what I want to do today. Sean Mapes, hi.
Hi. You brought up the crazy hot scale. I think that's what an issue with this is that now he's on the wrong side of that, where he's not pitching well enough to where you look the other way on this stuff. Not just last night, but look at his stats from the month of August. He was bad all month. He's now reached the point where it's like the headache isn't worth it. Even back in, what was it? It was 2023 or 2022?
Oh, 22.
Back when it was like, oh, hey, he's really figured things out. He started talking.
The World Series season.
Yeah, he's talking to a therapist now, and it's like, okay, that. And even before that, he was like kind of still on the good side of like he's a good enough pitcher that you put up with this. And then yeah, it felt like he had things figured out, and now it's a backslide, not just in the performance, but it's also a backslide in the mental side of things too.
For sure. And now, like, you have to ask yourself this serious question. And thank goodness for the Mariners, and thank goodness for the Rangers. I should wear one of their jerseys today because they keep helping the Astros out. The offense is also to blame for last night's game. But Framber Valdez's next start, get this, at least as scheduled. You guys ready for this?
Oh, I think I know.
Are you ready? Because this is the problem. You want to sit Framber Valdez down, especially given just how he has pitched over the course of the last month. But Framber's next start is against the American League best, at times, Toronto Blue Jays, who are not playing particularly well right now. I mean, if you want to send a message, you can. What if that message makes him also lose his mind and slash your tires? That's where we're at with him. Sean's laughing. Is that out of the realm of possibility, given what he does? He throws things at people when he's mad. He's like Rico Bosco at Barstool Sports, a psychopath who somehow got on Fox Sports 1, and I'm not bitter about that at all. Not bitter about it at all. I could throw it high noon faster than him, I think, if I really wanted to. But that's neither here nor there. The Framber situation, I am tired of it. I have done too many segments about Framber meltdowns. I went in my Google Docs to check all the show rundowns from the past. I found Framber meltdown 11 times. 11. Not because there's some recurring segment about Framber Valdez meltdowns, but now there should be. Days since last Framber Valdez meltdown. It's not Chernobyl level, but we are getting to the point where this clubhouse has to be sick of this. And Cesar Salazar, my dude, you were a great teammate. You had your story straight before you talked to Astros reporters. Maybe it was because Framber Valdez was standing over you at your locker. That's how it was described on The Athletic. I don't speak Spanish. I have no idea what was said between the two. But he had Framber's back. Framber did not deserve anyone to have his back. And, you know, I think his testimony, even through that poor translator who's also a shield for him, basically helping him out. It would have been funny if Framber the whole time was like, yo, Cesar Salazar is just a total a-hole. He's stupid. He's there's a word, I can't say it, but it begins with bende. And sometimes it ends with a-hole. And it's one of those words where I'm wondering if that is what he was actually saying up there. I can't tell. His translator did a lot of work there, but he mentioned he apologized a couple of times. He said it wasn't an issue, but the pitch comm side of things, sorry. It's loud. There were so many Yankees fans there. Well, the TBS broadcast made it seem that way, that's for sure. But it's just such a stretch to believe this story as a whole. And you know he's gone already, which makes it easy to say this, but I'm done with him.
Yeah.
I'm not even pouring one out for him. I'm probably lighting a cigarette. I'm probably saying the same thing that those two guys who took Tommy DeVito in Goodfellas into the empty room with the tarp on the floor. And I'm going to say, that's that. Then I'm going to give a half Irish, half Italian guy a call. I'm going to be like, oh, Tommy. Oh, you ain't going to see him no more. That's how I feel. I'm at the point, because of this being such a recurring bit, that I want to DFA him, even though that would be a very stupid thing to do with the Astros in the middle of a pennant stretch. He kind of deserves that treatment. A stronger organization would sit him down the rest of the year, but you are in a very delicate situation if you want to win a World Series. But here's the other thing, too. I mean, just look at the way that Framber Valdez has pitched over the course of the last month. I mean, Sean, you mentioned it a little bit earlier. Outside of a nice outing against the Colorado Rockies, who blow, take a look at the other 4 outings. 19 earned runs in 4 starts post the trade deadline. By the way, his start before the trade deadline, he's bitching and moaning about the defensive alignments. We actually had his back for that. But again, it's consistent with the diva nature of this guy. And he's exceptionally talented, but you can't have all of these meltdowns and be the person that people are looking to in the locker room and saying, we're going to do things your way. Because this team already does it enough. You have your own team psychologist. They wear jerseys specifically so that you don't lose your mind. Is a service dog next? Do the Astros need to trade for whatever Herb Street dog it is? Honestly, I kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Let's Herb Street dog, happier Framber. I'm just throwing things out there at this point. He's wild. Absolutely wild out there. And SSRIs ain't going to fix that. Weed ain't going to fix it. Booze ain't going to fix it. This is who he is because it's been who he's been this entire time. And you know what? He's costing himself money with a performance like that, unless he made a phone call to the Yankees before the game and after he's like, yeah, this catcher screwed up my call. And he'd been a little flirtatious. Te amo, Los Yankees. And then he thinks to himself, you know what? Here you go.
How about this? Also, the funny part about the ball that hit Cesar Salazar in the chest, it was like a 92-mile-per-hour pitch right down the middle.
Yes.
Like, why didn't
that padding is not that thick.
Also, why didn't the batter swing at it? It was just a meatball.
I'll also say this: you would think Salazar could catch that.
Well, because he was ready for a breaking ball.
Correct. And Salazar said, yeah, I called the wrong pitch. Again, like completely falling on the sword.
Yeah.
We saw how Salazar looked at Framber afterwards. We saw Framber just go directly behind the mound, which is something he's been taught to do by his team psychologist when he is emotionally affected. It was all there. Like we don't need to talk to anybody after the game. And I really wonder how the rest of the clubhouse feels about this. I would not want him to play in the next game, but I know I kind of need him to play in the next game. It's a weird situation to be in, and I know this is how sports go. Sports are populated by high-intensity alpha men who are extremely competitive. You know, I'm not dumping on Fromber's ability. Fromber's been one of the most consistent pitchers in baseball, but he consistently does this. And he does it enough to make you wonder about when the next time is. Like, it's a ticking time bomb now. You know it comes again. Did he get it all out of his system in 1 month? Was August a rage room for Framber Valdez? That's what my hope is now. Oh, Framber, yeah, he got shelled by every team he faced that wasn't the worst team in baseball history, and then he abused his catcher. Which sounds worse if you have a dirty mind. It's not good.
But then after that, he was awesome. Great teammate, great pitcher. Astros win the World Series off the back of Framber Valdez.
That's fair, but I mean,
no, probably not gonna.
Remember the Braves series, like there's enough games where he just completely loses his cool, and obviously he's not getting another contract here. But I want to be done with this. You know, when I was 15 or so, I lived with my mom in Florida for high school. My dad and my sister lived up in Massachusetts. And my dad was engaged to somebody for a little bit. After that moment in time, I wasn't the biggest fan, to be perfectly honest, but it wasn't my problem. I was never there. But at the very end, I remember I came and I visited for spring break, and like they weren't talking, and they were living in the same house. And it was super awkward because it was a big house. And I mean, here I am, like sitting in the room playing Halo 2. I got my headset on, and you know, as one does, yelling profanities at children younger than me after I double killed their ass, maybe a teabag here or there. And then I just see my dad and his soon-to-be ex-fiance like walking around the house, no eye contact, no conversation, no communication. That's where I'm at with Fromber. It's awkward.
You're just running out the clock.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I also had that moment last night of just being like, so what were we thinking? Like 5 or 6 more starts?
Yeah.
That's about all we're looking at is just 5 or 6. And you bring up a good point about how they're in the middle of a race. And,
you can't sit them, but you need to.
And also, like, I'm pretty sure we can get 6 earned runs on however many innings. Like, I'm pretty sure we can get that from someone else.
Yes.
He hasn't been pitching well enough to be indispensable.
Yeah. Jason Alexander's going to actually give you more.
Yeah.
He's been your maybe best pitcher the last month?
Have higher expectations for when Jason Alexander pitches than when Framber Valdez does. And I do wonder if I do wonder how it plays in the clubhouse, because that's the one thing that we don't
This
know.
has always been a strong clubhouse, and things have changed in the post-Bregman world. There's been so many guys who have left, and it's great that Correa is back.
Yeah,
but
it's a big test.
This is a big moment, and we're not going to hear anything about what went down behind the scenes. We're not. But, guys, you can go to let's take a look here. Walmart.com. The Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? Walmart.com.
Does it cost extra if you get it delivered?
It doesn't actually, Sean. They can deliver in as fast as an hour.
This is not integrated, by the way.
This is not integrated. I'm just saying. Men's socks. Men's socks. Walmart.
Oh,
it's a very nice search. Okay, so the entire Astros team, you can get a 12-pack, 25 guys on a team. So you can get a pack of men's socks, Cushion Crew socks, a 12-pack for $9.84. So 2 packs of that, and then soap, Walmart.
Bar soap. Yeah.
Right. Bar soap, Walmart. If you were to go to Walmart and what should we use SpongeBob's limited edition natural bar soap? Should
I
we
feel
use
that's wasteful and disrespectful to Mr. SquarePants.
Okay, well you can get a Basis sensitive skin bar for $197.
That seems fitting.
Okay?
Sensitive skin for a sensitive starting pitcher.
For a sensitive starting pitcher. So one bar, $197. Multiply that by 24. So we're talking for the price of, let's say,
It's like 50.
Okay, $50 to $60. Everyone can give Framber Valdez the not approved by Walmart bar of soap and a sock treatment. That's all. So we'll see if the Astros do something like that. It is the Paul Gallant Show.
They shouldn't, by
Most
the
interactive
way.
sports talk show in Houston. They shouldn't. I'm not endorsing it,
But if they want to, we would understand.
but if they want to, that's how much it'll cost. And I think baseball players, even Cesar Salazar, Major League journeyman, can afford that. Thank you, Walmart. Up next on the Paul Gallant Show. Hey, fellas, who's been soft in the world of sports? Who's softer than Framber Valdez on the hill when you accidentally press the wrong button on the pitch comp? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. We'll talk about it. Stay put. In honor of the time that Ime Udoka called LeBron James a soft-ass boy every single Wednesday at 12:30, the Paul Gallant Show tells you who's been soft in the world of sports. Obviously, number one is Framber Valdez. Framber Valdez gave up a grand slam, and as he does, 2 pitches later, on a crossed-up pitch with Cesar Salazar, threw a 92 to 93 mile per hour pitch directly at his chest. Catcher's padding is not Kevlar. I imagine Cesar Salazar has some sort of welt. From that, man who has played all of 60 major league games is now getting abused by a multimillionaire pitcher. Hashtag tax the rich. Anyway, what else is going on? Soft in the world of sports. You know what? I love my Syracuse Orange. I really do. I'm probably the biggest Syracuse football fan in the city of Houston, Texas, which is not saying much because Syracuse football, it hasn't been great for most of the last 25 years. Last year was fun at the very least. Shout out to Fran Brown. If you watched Saturday's Syracuse-Tennessee game, you saw arguably the softest display in totality by 2 teams playing a football game ever. Indoors. How many times do you think someone's going to cramp first game of the year? How many times do you think guys are going to drop down to the ground as if they are cramping and are hurt to slow the game down? It turned into a nuclear war of flopping and cramping after these moments in particular as Tennessee was driving on a gassed Syracuse.
And now falling down is Demetrius Samuel Jr. And the Tennessee crowd not buying it.
This isn't a good look. This one looked blatant, where he just kind of hit the dirt. He was walking back to the huddle, didn't line up. You know that they're trying to crack down on this kind of thing, faking injuries. And I don't want to assume anything about any player, but this one to me looked suspicious. I hope that there isn't an injury. You're going to see it here on your screen. You're going to see it right here. You had 2 guys actually do it.
Deuce Chestnut was about to take a knee. Yeah, he was about to take the same injury as well.
I mean, that's just not the kind of that's just not what college football wants. They're trying to get this out of the game.
I want reparations for my 4 years of tuition at Syracuse. Reparations for that. 2 players flopping at the same time, and they didn't give me a scholarship to play. Me, the great Paul Gallant, one of the greatest safeties in a specific region of Florida at the lowest level back in the year of our Lord 2006. Unbelievable. Tennessee did it as well. Did they do it because Syracuse was doing it so much? I don't know. Syracuse, Tennessee began 15 minutes before Texas, Ohio State did. Texas, Ohio State, which obviously was a quick game that was low scoring with a lot of running the football. That game was over an hour before Syracuse and Tennessee wrapped up. One of the worst football watching experiences of my life. Syracuse and Tennessee, either you're just completely out of shape, which is embarrassing to start your year, or you were flopping the whole game because you couldn't handle no-huddle offenses. Either way, pathetic. Also soft boys. Who's been soft in the world of sports? How about this from Nebraska? Nebraska football had a big win to open up their year. And after the win, obviously coming on the heels of Travis Kelce's engagement to Taylor Swift, someone photoshopped, what's his name? Herbie Husker, the mascot for Nebraska, embracing Taylor Swift with his costume arms on her hip, her nose against his nose. Love, 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 love. They posted this. It was funny. But they deleted it a little bit later. Internet is forever, so you can still find pictures of it if you so choose. I think Nebraska's soft for taking it down. Flex, you won. You won in front of Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes with your Patrick Mahomes cosplaying quarterback.
Yep. And you beat a Cincinnati alumni-in-law. Is that how that works? Or soon-to-be alumni-in-law?
Right, exactly.
Because if there's one thing we know about Taylor Swift is she roots for the teams that Travis Kelce roots for.
Right,
so
exactly.
She's a big Bearcats fan.
So it was, for sure.
Yeah, you're right to stunt.
A moment of cuckery, for sure. What? What are you laughing at? That word is the correct word to use.
No,
here.
I guess.
Nebraska is going to Nebraska, okay? More soft. Who's soft in the world of sports? Soft girl. Why does this always happen in tennis? Why are tennis players, specifically lady tennis players, such crybabies? Czech tennis star Karolina Muchova broke down in tears at the U.S. Open when she saw an ex-boyfriend that she said, quote, shows up at places where he shouldn't be. Listen, I can understand how stalkers suck, but I mean, was he yelling your name the whole time? He would have been kicked out. These U.S. Open arenas are big enough where I wouldn't think you'd be able to pick out one specific person in the crowd. So they had to stop the match for a little bit because of this. Soft. Who else is soft?
I think tennis is the soft voice sport.
I have no respect for the sport, even I know
golfers are more mentally tough than tennis players.
Golf is a game of failure.
Yeah.
Tennis, look, I'm not denying it's a tough sport to play. I mean, it involves a lot of athleticism. It involves a lot of stamina. It involves a lot of arm and shoulder work. It is not an easy sport by any means. That's why people play pickleball instead, because they're too unathletic to actually play the real thing. But the amount of country club P words that are in this sport, it's just a complete turnoff and makes me never want to watch it.
Do you think if Framber Valdez played tennis, they'd be like, look at his mental toughness?
I think
look at this guy's a steel trap compared to the rest of these tennis players.
If you thought John McEnroe, tennis great, who was known for his temper, deserved to be suspended for life. I mean, Framber is 100% tossing his racket like a frisbee at the line judge every other tournament.
Who was it? Was it Djokovic that hit a ball straight at one of the ball boys? He just in between matches, just boom, just nailed a kid. Just eat that. That's what Framber would do.
Framber would do that. Framber would pretend he's going to autograph a ball for a kid and then
give it to a Polish CEO.
Yeah, exactly. You just pull the old fast one. Although that would be kind of funny in a way.
Yoink.
Why would you want that guy's autograph? You don't even know how to pronounce his name. Definitely don't know how to spell it. Whatever, though. That was a weird move. By the way, we found out. So that person, there was a fake post. That must suck. About this Polish billionaire. The quote that was attributed to him was a fake one. And actual accounts that should have known better ran with it, which led to me running with it. So for that, I apologize.
Accountability here.
Got to take accountability for our actions. Sometimes you get in trouble for doing the wrong thing.
Hand up.
Will Framber Valdez get in trouble for what he did last night? I don't know. The Rams are soft about this, at least. We'll see how soft they are on Sunday when Matt Stafford and Jared Verse are on the field for them. I'm terrified of Jared Verse versus Ariante Ursary. The Rams are mad that the Philadelphia Eagles broke an unwritten rule. What is that unwritten rule? It is signing a guy who's been released with the intent to put him on injured reserve and not lose them. This is a post from a Rams fan. In the NFL, there's an unwritten rule that teams don't claim waived and injured players. It's a courtesy so the original team can stash them on IR without losing them. 31 teams respected that, with Rams offensive lineman Willie Lampkin. The Eagles broke tradition and claimed him. All right, well, that's pretty funny because they're the Super Bowl champs and they beat the Rams in the playoffs last year. This actually has happened before, and it is a thing because Tom Coughlin got mad at Bill Belichick for signing Jake Ballard after the Giants tried to do the same thing with Jake Ballard. Does anyone remember Jake Ballard? Nope. Did it matter? Nope. But
That's such a
Eagles broke an
Belichick
unwritten rule. One more time, Sean?
Such a Belichick move.
It is a Belichick move.
I was like, I was actually thinking, I can't believe I've never heard of this because Bill Belichick would have definitely done this.
Yes.
Little did I know, he did for the great Jake Ballard.
For Jake Ballard, sometimes you gotta
Do what it
ball for
takes.
Ballard. Exactly. Anyway, Paul Gallant Show, Soft Boys. Who's been soft in the world of sports from the 8-2? Have y'all talked about Framber Valdez intentionally hitting his catcher in the chest? Yes. We spent the first 24 minutes of the show talking about it. We opened Soft Boys talking about it. We closed Soft Boys talking about it. And we will talk about this all day. Do you think I don't have the energy to stay mad at this crazy person on the Hill who needs an actual sports psychologist? By the way, the sports psychologist is not there every single game, and he was actually at last night's game. You think I'm not going to talk about this all show long? I'm done with Framber. I'm sick of it. I'm done with him. You can throw a no-hitter in the playoffs. I don't give a crap. The Astros probably won't score enough runs anyway. I don't care. I'm done with this. How are you feeling about it? Does anyone actually believe the Framber Valdez, Joe Espada, Cesar Salazar, state-run media account of events? Does anyone actually believe it? I'd like to hear from you. I'm not even going to jump down your throat. I want to know. I want to know because I'm at the point right now where there's no room for plausible deniability in my book when it comes to Framber Valdez. We know who he is. He's a guy who does not have the ability to control his temper. Paul Gallant Show, stay put. First, let me tell you about my friends at St. Arnold. St. Arnold has a beer for everyone. You know how much I love the lawnmower. St. Arnold has, in addition to that, a place for everyone. Their beer garden's awesome. If you've never been there before, you should check it out sometime. We went there for my birthday a couple of months ago as a station. And for private events, St. Arnold has a space for everyone. You can have your private event at St. Arnold, a wedding, a family reunion, a big birthday bash, a company happy hour, a trade show, corporate meeting, a holiday gathering, celebration of life. Why not? Because St. Arnold has a place, a space for groups of 20 to 300 people. The beer hall, which is where the company party, listener party, is going to be on Friday, with full audio and visual capabilities, projector screens, everything you need, the full in-house catering menu from the St. Arnold chef. They've got great food there. I love the chicken sandwich that they have. They also have beer for your event, the freshest St. Arnold beer in the world, straight from the source with wine, cider, and root beer to boot. Book your event now. Go to starnold.com. Click on private events. Again, starnold.com. Private events. And since you listen to ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, mention ESPN or mention Gallant and receive their brewery game package free for your event. Dartboards, Jenga, cornhole, pool table, and a photo booth. All sorts of fun that you can have at that event. But again, they're running out of time, and you're running out of opportunities to book that event. Go to starnold.com. Click on private events to host your big shindig today.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
So we know what the Astros want you to believe about Framber Valdez looking very much like he threw at Cesar Salazar after Salazar didn't call the pitch he wanted, which led to a grand slam. There's a variety of different accounts coming from the Astros on it. After the game, Joe Espada claimed a little bit of, no, I got to go back and watch it. Cesar Salazar immediately had Framber's back. Good teammate he is. And Framber was apologetic afterwards. But he also said it wasn't intentional. All right, well, why are you being apologetic about it? Why did you feel the need to say sorry? You didn't say sorry in the moment. It took you a while to say sorry. We had to ask you if you said sorry because of the way that you handled it. Junior Broncos is, I think, the only person that is defending Framber Valdez. I do not understand this. He says, we need more a-holes. This isn't Aggie baseball. Well, what if the a-hole is pooping all over your chances of winning the American League West? Because Framber has sucked for the last month, except for against the Rockies, who aren't a real team, and against the Nationals, who also aren't a real team. Those are his last two good performances, are against last-place dead teams. Otherwise, it's been a bunch of ass. Here's a report from Michael Schwab. I know people get mad at Michael Schwab. Schwab, for what it's worth, does have some connections. Seeing this report, I certainly want to believe it. Sources tell me tensions rose in the Astros clubhouse last night, says Schwab, after the loss, when players confronted Framber Valdez for his in-game actions involving Cesar Salazar. The argument escalated and coaches eventually stepped in to calm the situation. While intent behind the pitch remains unclear, Valdez's initial refusal to address Salazar frustrated many in the clubhouse. As it should! The whole thing looks embarrassing. All of baseball is laughing at you right now. I have friends from every single place that I have ever lived in asking me what the hell went down last night. And while I could tell them what the Astros official account was, I could also point to Chandler Rome's article that asks some interesting questions, much like Chandler asked a bunch of tough questions after last night's game. But what does common sense tell you? This is a pretty embarrassing moment for the Astros as a whole. You lose 6-1, and this happens, and no one outside of Houston is taking your side. And this is different than the sign-stealing side of things, because everyone was mad that you won there. This is one of those situations where everyone's like, wow, what an a-hole. I don't even know if I want to sign him on my team if he's a free agent this coming off season. You know? Junior Broncos says, Salazar has less than 10 starts in the bigs. Framber's a Cy Young finalist. If he wants to throw a meatball down the middle, Salazar should let him. Okay. Sure. Fine. But what happens if you've been playing like Cesar Salazar normally does at the major league level for like a month plus, and Jason Alexander's making you look like you suck? You know, this going back to, you know, conversations that we had when Joe was on the show back in the day. And I know Junior Broncos got his panties in a wad about, like, the idea of trading Framber. F Framber. They should have traded him. They should have traded him at the trade deadline. I don't want him here anymore. I don't care if that's an irrational baseball take. I think baseball minds don't actually know a bleep about the sport. They always flex. Yeah, I know ball. We got so many people that listen to this station who are obsessed with this god-awful sport, which I hate. But last night, I watched the game. I saw what happened, and I wanted that to happen right away. Because if this was a football team, that would happen. He would be gone. Another team might pick him up. Good luck with your Greg Hardy. Hopefully he doesn't assault people off the field too, because he's throwing baseballs at people as if they're a weapon. That's what he's doing. Whenever he has a little meltdown, oh, here we go again, throwing at Jose Caballeros, throwing at Marcus Simeon, throwing at my effing catcher. Hey, here comes the poor translator. He's the meat shield. Bring him out. Bring him out. Bring him out. Hey. Okay. Okay. You can do the Devers route. You can just go that route. Huh. How good is Fromber really? Grinding Coffee on Whiskey asks. He's an unhinged pitcher who thinks he's better than he is. Like, that's true based off of what we've seen recently. Like, you're carrying yourself with any confidence, Sean? What are you talking about?
Until last month, he was an unhinged pitcher who was good. You know, it was like, yeah, we would even say, like, you can just kind of pencil in 3, like, WTF moments a year of, like, what the hell is Framber Valdez doing right now? Well, why is he doing this? And the other 20-something starts, because he stays healthy, we're going to be pretty good starts for the most part. But there's always going to be, every couple months, just like what the hell is wrong with this guy?
Exactly.
And now you know, like we said in the first segment, the balance is just out of whack to where it's now a lot of what WTF's wrong with this guy.
Yes.
And a lot less 6 innings, 7 innings, no earned runs.
Who isn't tired of this? By the way, you know, you want to make comparisons, and Junior Broncos is saying no front office executive who needs a left-handed starter would care. Okay, but what if in the postseason, in all but one postseason, he has had stuff like this happen again? You know? I mean, think about that. He's got a Kershaw-esque track record. Except for Kershaw wasn't losing his mind and crying on the mound, essentially. But that's basically what Fromber's doing. Oh, no, I gave up a home run. I'm going to assault somebody with a baseball. Pitchers need their asses kicked. They really do. I loved Pedro growing up, but he was in the American League. Could throw high and inside on guys. What are the repercussions? Someone might charge the mound once. Pedro's going to at least hold his own there, but...
Yeah. Old-ass Don Zimmer might run at you.
Yeah.
Throw him to the ground.
Throw him to the ground. No, I mean, pitchers get to throw an object 100 miles per hour towards someone. There's no accountability for it. And it is kind of crazy. I've said this before. You should be allowed to bring the bat out. Oh, he gets a baseball. I get a bat. I'll go 50% with the swing. How about that? Paul, that's assault. That's not cool. You're going to teach the kids bad lessons. Well, isn't that what Framber Valdez is doing every single night? It's poor sportsmanship. Framber Valdez is failing the children of Houston. He is. That's going to happen now. Little Timmy, dead at the age of 8 because there's a cross-up between signs. And little Billy Bob, he was pissed off, and he just threw the ball as hard as he could at the little spot in between the neck and the chest pad. He hit him in, what was the first kid's name? I forget, but he's dead now. He's dead, and he's forgotten forever.
I forgot which one was Timmy and Billy Bob.
Timmy was the first one. Little Billy Bob was the last one. Okay, like, I'm just done with this experience. It feels like it happens regularly. And, I mean, he's a free agent. He's gone in a month plus. The Astros win the World Series. Will we miss him? Sure, I guess. But what leads you to believe that he is going to have another good start the rest of the year, just given how he's been for the past month? And 2, who in this clubhouse wants him around? No one wants him around right now. That could change in a couple of days as an 162-game season, but this is the kind of person who's going to get the silent treatment for a little bit.
Cesar Salazar seems all right with him.
Yes, Cesar Salazar deserves a raise for how he's handled this. From Fromber. If I see that Fromber gives him a grocery bag full of cash, I'm going to say $500,000 because Fromber's going to get a big contract this offseason. I think $500,000 is fair.
I mean, he was going to get a big contract.
Yeah.
We'll see how big the contract is now.
Yeah.
He's still going to get a deal, but just like, remember yesterday's show where we're like, there's going to be a lot of eyeballs on him. This would be a great time to have a great start.
Yes. Instead, this is what happened.
Like, I honestly think, I mean, there's no way to prove this. I do think he cost himself a little bit of money.
Yeah,
Whether it's like actual final contract or it's one team that's like, I don't want this BS in my locker room. Like,
Right.
I don't know. I feel like there will be repercussions on the, because it's a contract year. We talked about it before. It's a contract year. You'd think that he would, normally a lot of times guys that are, inconsistent for whatever reason, when it's time for a contract year, look who's become consistent now. Look who's really good, and they get that one big deal, and then they go back to being the inconsistent selves. At a certain point, credit to Framber Valdez, staying true to himself, being inconsistent, even in a contract year where he could have made himself millions and millions of more dollars had he been on his best behavior. But he's too real for that.
Yeah, he's
keeping
too
it
real. I know. There's some people that are like, yeah,
keeping it a buck.
He's a real one, and I bet there's someone in the town. It's Junior Broncos, I guess. Like Junior Broncos is really just enabling this a-hole behavior, like on the crazy psycho girlfriend who has never really done anything for you. Oh, 2022 though, man, he was great. Yeah, like Astros barely lost a playoff game that year. Even Verlander won a World Series game, for God's sake. Phillies sucked. They weren't a real team. They barely got into the playoffs. Like what? Put an asterisk on the National League champion that year.
They swept the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I remember I asked him a question like, could you guys go undefeated this postseason?
I did.
That was a big take.
I remember that. People did not like that.
That was a big take. Junior Broncos asked, how do y'all know who's your Who is your in-clubhouse source? Our eyeballs. Did you watch the game last night?
Yeah.
This is what I do not understand.
He's right here.
Watch the game. Watch the game. He looks like an unhinged person out there. Did you see him walk away from Salazar after hitting him there? He didn't even check. What an ass.
Does Junior Broncos watch the Astros?
No, I think he's trolling me right now. And again, it makes the best content possible because I am God when it comes to getting mad about things. But as SU Mello, who is a jackass on YouTube, says, 1 hour into the show, we're talking about the Astros who are going to be one and done. Yeah, probably because of Framber Valdez. But guess what? It's because of Framber Valdez. So speaking of Framber Valdez, more Framber Valdez on Framber Valdez 97.5 and 92.5. The Valdez. Valdez, Framber Valdez. Framber Valdez, Dana Brown? Stick around. Most interactive sports talk show in town, 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Framber Valdez, apparently, at least the Astros would have you believe, got crossed up with catcher Cesar Salazar in last night's Astros-Yankees game. Said cross-up may or may not have led to a Yankees grand slam, which led to another cross-up a couple of pitches later, where it seems like Cesar Salazar threw a ball as hard as he could when Salazar was expecting a breaking ball at Salazar's chest. Fun times. I love baseball. This is what we get to talk about. The Astros getting shelled 7-1 and an overpaid pitcher who's going to be more overpaid this offseason throwing an effing temper tantrum. Don't you love it? America's pastime, everybody. What a great sport. What a great sport. Thank God there's margaritas at Dyken Park. I don't know how I'd be able to suffer through this. Paul, they're a good baseball team. F it. I'm so done with this team. I really am. I am. I'm just done. God does will it, but can we get to October? I do not care about anything that happens the rest of this regular season.
You are sim to end of season.
Seriously, I'm done. I'm done with it. I'm done with it.
Hey, not to step on our 1:30 segment. One more day. One more day, Paul.
It's honestly, I've been in a bad mood the last couple of days because I'm just I'm so done. I want to talk about football. That's all I care about.
One more day. Yeah, and
all I care about.
We talked about this after the show. In a weird way, there's more football topics in April than there are 4 days before the season starts, just because it's just kind of a normal preparation week, but there's no previous week to talk about. So it's just we've been staring at this Eagles-Cowboys game for, 4 months now?
I had an entire rundown of things to talk about today. I did. Got up early, had it ready to go.
Dan Lanning.
And
shout to you. Dabo Sweeney.
Yeah.
Could have gone to.
Right.
Instead, Framber Valdez.
I had all this ready to go at 10 o'clock. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go to bed early. I'm gonna sleep in, and then of course all this effing stuff happens. I'm like, oh great. So all of that work that I did for naught. And I gotta talk about a guy who constantly has temper tantrums on the mound, throwing another temper tantrum on the mound.
I think that's...
Sir, you are handsomely compensated to throw an effing baseball, and yet you constantly are getting pissed off at everyone but yourself. Headbutt your wall. Headbutt your head against a wall. Gus Farrat yourself. Do what I do. When I'm mad, you know what I do? I beat myself up. You beat everybody else up. Beat yourself up. I'm not saying cut your wrists or anything bad. No, don't do that.
Don't do that.
What I am saying is, I don't know, do something constructive that helps you get that steam off that doesn't involve bludgeoning Marcus Simeon, Jose Caballeros, or Cesar Salazar, or whoever else we've forgotten in the many years of Framber Valdez pouting and crying and throwing a hissy fit over some of the dumbest stuff possible. It's a game, dude. We gotta wear the right jerseys. We gotta make sure my dreads have the perfect extensions. I'm just done with it. I want him gone. I don't. He could have 3 perfect games the rest of the way. Out. Don't care. He could hit 4 home runs in one of those 3 perfect games.
Okay, I would want him back.
No, I'd want him gone.
Okay.
Sell high.
I'd look the other way.
Sell high. Make a trade with Saudi Arabia. I'm sure they don't have a trade deadline. They'll pay him a lot of money. He could throw against the cricket players or something. I don't know what the hell they do over there. I don't care either. I'm just done with this. I'm done with Framber Valdez. Do I really want to read these Dana Brown quotes about Framber? I've spent this whole segment just filibustering it because I've seen them, and they make me want to throw a baseball back at Framber Valdez. Because Dana's even defending him, for God's sakes. He says Cesar Salazar. What the hell is up with this? It's like a few good men, and everyone's trying to make sure that no one goes down.
Who ordered the code red, Framber Valdez?
Yeah, exactly. And it's and then Framber's like, no habla inglés. What the hell?
Does this give you more respect for someone who was much maligned in his day as a Houston Astro for what he did when he was frustrated with himself. And
Ken Giles?
I'm of course talking about Ken Giles slapping himself in the face.
Bunch of people just texted that in.
Is that more constructive?
No, but
it's better.
I wouldn't be mad at him. I'd feel bad for him. I'd feel bad for him.
It's a cry for help.
You know? But he does this immediately whenever things hit the fan. There's a track record of this, and like him claiming ignorance, but also apologizing at the same time and saying, hey, we got our pitch comms screwed up when he doesn't actually have a pitch comm to call pitches with. It's just crap. It's complete crap. And I'm tired of it. Like they enable this behavior, and he deserves the private pile soap treatment. He does. He does. You're laughing. I like this.
It just seems extreme.
Imagine
that's
if this was your teammate in sports. No, I'm sorry. Like sometimes violence does solve the problems. And the only person that's committing violence is Fromber on literally anyone. Like who else does he throw things at? 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Does he throw change at the homeless people that sleep underneath the overpass that's right across the from Dyken Park? Does he do that? Does he have an American Psycho kind of way of letting off steam where he just hires a random person? I'm just asking the question.
Be careful.
It's a question.
Just ask questions.
It's a question. I've seen American Psycho a little bit too recently. None of that happened in American Psycho, okay? It's just a dream sequence. He wouldn't have been able to get away with all that. Up next, let's hear Dana Brown polish this turd. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Woof. Do we want to read the Dana Brown quotes about Framber Valdez? There's a part of me, I've seen them, and I've been on one today because I'm tired of baseball. I'm tired of the Astros basically throwing away the free games that the Mariners and the Rangers keep giving them in the AL West, like Framber Valdez throws baseballs at anyone who inconveniences him. It's enough of a sample size where if anyone's defending him, I do not, for the life of me, understand it. But listen, Joe Espada seemed to have his back. Cesar Salazar seemed to have his back. Everyone claimed that there was no intent behind it, but Framber did forget the whole checking in on Framber. Checking in on Cesar Salazar afterwards. Time for a new episode of Are You Down? With Dana Brown. After Cesar Salazar wanted a curveball and Framber wanted to throw a sinker and said sinker was knocked out of the park for a grand slam, and then 2 pitches later, Salazar wanted a curveball and Framber wanted a sinker, and Cesar's glove was down on the ground, and he took one to the chest. Framber Valdez walks directly back, doesn't even look back at Cesar Salazar. He knew it hit him right in the chest. Salazar pauses for a moment, picks up the ball, takes a couple of steps past home plate, gives the ball back to Framber. But don't worry, guys. They have a good relationship, and it's just a cross-up. And Joe Espada said the same thing. Here's what Dana Brown had to say about it on the Astros flagship station today. I believe that he was absolutely frustrated. Sometimes you get angry that you can't see straight, and he crossed him up. The way that is framed makes it seem like, yeah, sometimes you just become the Hulk on the mound out there. Do you know what the Hulk doesn't do? Lose. The Hulk generally wins in his rage berserker mode, and there are some casualties along the way. This version of the Hulk got its ass beat.
I like that the defense is still that Framber Valdez lost his mind. It's just that he lost his mind, but didn't do it on purpose. Like that same thing with Cesar Salazar. That's what he's also saying, where he's like, tensions are high. It's in the heat of the moment, I think is the actual phrase. It was heat of the moment, and yeah, we just got crossed up. It's like, wait, couldn't you also say it's the heat of the moment and Framber Valdez, a guy who loses his mind like 4 times a season, lost his mind again? Like, isn't that a way more simple explanation? And I only really have to take out the accident part, and it all makes sense. It all makes perfect sense, except for but it was an accident, guys. The guy who, like you said, after he threw the pitch, saw it hit his catcher in the chest, immediately turned around, didn't say anything, didn't go, my bad, nothing, just, oh, okay. It was an accident. Didn't mean to.
The way he framed it, it's like he's trying to pave the way for re-signing Framber this offseason. There's probably a sick part of Dana that's like, oh, thank God, this crazy guy.
Oh, they talked about this on First Take? Thank God.
I know.
By the way, they did talk about
this. It's the first time they've talked about baseball nationally in like weeks.
If you ever find yourself in a situation where they are talking about you on First Take on September 3rd, the day before a Cowboys game, you have done something terribly, terribly wrong. You've done something horribly wrong if they're talking about you on First Take and you're a baseball player in the month of September. Like, I'm sorry. Chances are you did something terribly wrong. Unless you broke a record. This is the only other thing that they could possibly want to talk about baseball. It's, look at this insane person. Can you believe this? Mad Dog, your thoughts.
Yeah.
It's basically what they did.
And I mean, they think the other thing that they had, this actually overshadowed. I don't even know if Rafael Devers hit a home run last night and got in a fight with the pitcher before he got to second base, which I've never seen before. And this stole the headlines.
Yes, an actual baseball fight, or not actual fight, but like an actual benches clearing.
A punch was thrown.
Oh, okay.
By someone. I don't know who.
That gets overshadowed by that's how egregious what Framber Valdez did, is that they don't even really care about that. This overshadows that.
More from Dana Brown. Are you down with Dana Brown? Dana on Framber. Oh, my God. We should really not dwell on this. We should move forward. We got to win the division. Okay, so he's on the Astros flagship station. I love it when people who are a part of a situation that has become tense, to put it mildly, tell people that are completely removed from the situation who are asking about it. We got to focus on the future.
Yeah.
We got to focus on the rest of the season.
Dan Matthews, you need to move on. What? Okay.
Insane to me. But hey, that's Dana Brown. I don't really care about anything else.
I really just wanted to hear a couple of them before, because I knew you wouldn't be able to get through them. I just wanted to hear.
I can't. The last one, Dana Brown on Framber's demeanor. Let's not fault Framber for being a competitive, mean guy, but he needs to keep it under control. What?
And how are they still also saying it's an accident? Like, that is something you would only say if it's on purpose.
That's a great point. That is a great point.
Like, you can only pretend like it's an accident for like 3 sentences, and then anything you say past that only makes sense if it's on purpose.
Woof. So that's, are you down with Dana Brown?
So no, we're not down?
No, I'm not down with any of that. This is enablement. Oh, no, I didn't get my girlfriend the drink that she wanted. She threw the drink at me. No, not the liquid. She threw the glass at me, but...
That's all right. Tempers run high.
But tempers run high.
She's a competitor.
She's a Latina. She's Italian. Like, listen, I'm just saying a bunch of stereotypes would say certain folks get a little bit more angry. She's Irish. I can say that about my people. Okay? So, sometimes things get crazy. They get crazy. I have a tip for Framber. Can you fade the music out? I need to sing this. I think that I have the right song for Framber Valdez. A group of wise philosophers saying this. Okay? Now I'm going to sing it in Spanish. I know the English lyrics, but I'm going to sing it in Spanish. And I think that Framber should sing this to Cesar Salazar, okay? Nunca quise ser tan malo contigo. Una cosa que dije que nunca haría. Una mirada de ti, yo que hará de la gracia. Y eso me oraría esta sonrisa de mi cara. Fue el calor del momento. Y ese dome lo que significa tu corazón. El calor del momento brilló en tus ojos. That's Heat of the Moment by Asia.
Yeah, I got
in
that.
Spanish.
I got that.
Doesn't really work. I went to a website. It's it translates things to Spanish for you. I'm just gonna give a shout out to those who speak Spanish. I do not know how you do it as quickly as you do it. You speak faster than I do, which is saying something. I speak very fast. You know? So anyway, I think if Framber Valdez saying that to Cesar Salazar in front of the whole clubhouse, it could be a bonding experience.
Oh yeah. That's how you bury it.
It'll be like in
karaoke.
Well, you've seen Remember the Titans, right? Remember? In the middle of Remember the Titans, they all start singing. and it ended racism. And that's how the team came together, despite being in 1950s or 60s Alabama. You know, I think they sang, what was the song they sang in Remember the Titans? 713-780.
That guy should be the next Alabama coach.
To call the text.
After they fired DeBoer.
Yeah.
This guy.
Oh, man. Let's see what the text line has to say about that. From the 346.
Universal praise, I think.
Was Paul performing an exorcism on live radio?
It did take the first 20 seconds for me to be like, "Oh, this is Spanish." That he's saying.
Yes. That was Spanish, guys.
It did sound like tongues.
Junior Broncos has a great point. Bring back Maldi.
Wouldn't have happened with Maldi.
It would not. I don't think it would have happened.
To quote Mark Wahlberg, things would have gone down the same if he was.
Yes.
I'll change the quote behind the dish.
If he was in the aisle of fire, picture the battery and stuff. Maldonado, I think it's time to bring it back. Maldi would beat his ass. I still feel it that way.
Yeah, how the idea of the locker or the clubhouse keeping them, but the fact that they are angry at him.
Yeah.
That helps, but and it helps that Carlos Correa is involved. If this was pre-trade deadline and if we're playing the game of who on the team pulls Fromber aside and tells him what the hell are you doing, guy? I don't know who you'd pick. Luckily, they traded for Carlos Correa.
Yes,
and now it's okay, I think Correa would be the one to do it. But
seriously,
I mean, it is something where in previous years you'd have Correa, you had Bregman, you had Maldonado, you had Justin Verlander, you had all of these guys.
Yeah.
Now it does seem like it definitely is just a more shallow group of people that can call out Fromber Valdez.
What if they? And this would be about the time in the movie where we're getting to the cliffhanger ending. What if, in the same way the last Fast and Furious movie ended, it ends with a phone call to somebody. You see his feet. You don't think anything of it. He's wearing baseball spikes? Why? He doesn't have a job. What is he doing? And then it slowly pans up. And it's Martin Maldonado, and his hair is orange again. And he picks up the phone. You ask for Maldi? You got Maldi. Hang up. Boom.
You some bitch.
From the 346. What's up with left-handed out of shape? Good, great. Houston All-Stars quitting their way out of town. Well, remember, guys, if you're left-handed, that's the work of the devil.
Oh, yeah. He
might be possessed by a demon. Maybe we see that exorcism I did. Maybe I just did it myself.
Conjuring last rites. Let's send Patrick Wilson and Vera Farmiga over there.
From the 832, they can't just hug it out. They probably could hug it out.
I think you can kind of Band-Aid that, like we talked about.
But it's going to happen again.
Yeah, and I think you can Band-Aid it to get through October, ? Whenever your season ends. Let's hope late October. Although, I'm not sure I would bet on it. But the long, I don't think, if he had another year on his contract after this, trade his ass. You know, this is definitely, I think long term, this is pretty unrepairable. Luckily, I guess, for the Astros, you don't really have to think long term with Fromber Valdez. He's going to be someone else's problem.
You got to think short term. I mean, this is the problem.
But I think you can Band-Aid it just for short term of
I want him gone.
If you don't like your roommate, it's okay, I only have to make it to July 31st.
Listen, I've put up with two bad roommates back to back.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to Jew and shout out to Curtis. His name was J-O-O.
Yeah, okay.
Thank
you for the clarification.
J-O-O stayed up till 4 a.m. every night playing his Game Boy, and he turned the volume on, and I was like, okay, I'm not going to complain about it, but 4 a.m., come on, man. And Curtis just never washed anything. And he slept on the plastic wrap that was on the mattress when he first moved in. So when he shifted into sleep, you could hear it. And he didn't like the window being open. There's no air conditioning at Syracuse. So imagine the stench is in here all year long.
God.
And then when it's slightly below 80 degrees, he says, I be cold. And calls out the RA at 3 a.m. to have a confrontation and say, you don't want it to go a third way. The conversation I'm having with the RA. And I was like, I will kill you, thinking in my head. But I didn't, because that's illegal. And that's what Fromber Valdez should have thought when he threw the ball at Cesar Salazar and nearly murdered him. Attempted murder. I'm saying that's what it was. What if it hit him in the heart? You know,
Stopped his heart.
I've seen
in
Kill
between
Bill.
beats.
Yeah, I've seen Kill Bill. You know, the dragon thingy. The dragon thingy. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Johan says they'll get over it. Hispanic people don't hold grudges. That's racist, sir. He was out of line, but I don't believe this will be an ongoing issue. Paul, thanks for singing last. LOL. Hey, that song. Yeah, that wasn't good. You would all hit that. We just try to experiment. I don't
shoot or shoot.
I don't know how many of those words I even nailed. Anyway, Paul Gallant Show. We are 1 day away. Shut up. We are 1 day away from the start of the NFL season. Stay put. Sean Mapes behind the glass. If Framber Valdez played football, he would have to do bull in the ring for what he did to Cesar Salazar. And I think that'll be the only way that the Astros can move on from what took place in last night's Astros-Yankees game, where the Astros also didn't score and they lost 7-1. Buried the lead. Also buried a moment in baseball where a dude hit a home run and did not make it to second base and left the base paths to fight someone. Rafael Devers, never change. We are 1 day away from the start of the NFL season. This is an interesting number because there have been, unlike the last couple, a couple of really awesome number ones. Warren Moon is a Hall of Famer. He wore number 1. Who knows how many passing yards he would have thrown for had he actually been able to play in the NFL from the get-go, because he was undrafted and he played in the CFL for a while. He didn't join the NFL until he was 28 years old, which is crazy.
Insane that happened.
I mean, Patrick Mahomes right now is 29.
Yeah.
Like, imagine he wasn't allowed to play until now. This is Ichiro Suzuki caliber. It's like, oh, who's this Canadian black man who's coming into our league? Who the hell's he? But he starts with the Oilers, 17-year career.
Yeah,
he played late. Like I remember him late 90s.
Started in his late 20s and went 17 years. It's crazy.
How old is Warren Moon right now? Warren Moon, born in 1956. He played football from 1978 through 2000. So he played football in 4 decades. That's impressive. Now, some of the off-the-field stuff post-career, not so impressive. Also, other than Warren Moon, you've got Cam Newton. Newton did win an MVP. He did win Offensive Player of the Year. He did get to a Super Bowl in which he played poorly. You got a couple of kickers, Gary Anderson and Jason Elam. I guess Jim Thorpe changed his name a couple of times because...
Changed his number, yeah.
My bad. Changed his number, right. And then you've got today, Jamar Chase, who I think is a strong case as one of the best players in the NFL, quarterbacks included.
Yeah.
And you got Jalen Hurts, Channel View's own.
Yeah, Jalen Hurts or Cam Newton?
Jalen Hurts.
Okay.
I will join Gilly
Gilly
the Kid of the $1 Million Worth of Game podcast. There's no denying how awesome a player Cam Newton was. I don't know that I'd want to be on Cam Newton's team and play with him for a prolonged period of time. With Jalen Hurts, I know I want to be his teammate. He is a legendary teammate going all the way back to his time at Alabama, how he handled getting benched for Tua, how he has handled his career since then. He's already been to 2 Super Bowls. Like, after Patrick Mahomes, who's been the most successful quarterback from a wins-loss perspective.
Post-Brady.
This era, it has been Jalen Hurts. Yeah, especially now that Brady's out.
I guess, yeah, post-Brady retirement, because Brady did play for
and the Bucs did smoke the Eagles in one of, I think, Jalen Hurts' first playoff game.
Yes. Or I'm not sure if that was the first. I think that was between Super Bowl appearances, wasn't it? Oh, no. That was the first one. That was the first one.
My memory's,
his first year starting.
Memory's a little fuzzy, so sure could be.
There's a year between, when everyone was afraid to fire Nick Sirianni.
What's worth remembering in a post-Tom Brady world?
Post-Bill Belichick world.
Hey, he's not dead yet. As far as the Texans, until 2021, only one player had worn number 1 for the Texans. They went from 2011 through 2021 without anyone wearing number 1. Matt Turk wore number 1 from 2007 through 2011.
I was like, I know it's a punter or kicker. I forgot which one.
Who was number 1 for the Texans in 2021, Sean Mapes?
In 2021?
Had a TV show.
Oh, Lonnie Johnson?
Lonnie Johnson Jr.
Life of Lotto.
Life of Lotto on YouTube. I think I have more subscribers. Shout out to my loyal subscribers at Paul Gallant on YouTube.
Next year, that should be just part of this is who on the 2021 Texans wore this number.
Yeah.
And have us both be like just completely stumped on who was on the 2021 Texans.
Who wore number 1 in 2022, Sean Mapes?
This is also hard. Not much easier. I don't know. A receiver?
No, cornerback. Tremont Smith, who's on the team.
Okay.
Sort of.
Okay. Tremont Smith.
Who wore number 1 in 2023?
I have no idea.
Jimmy Ward.
Oh, yeah, I shouldn't have known that.
Stephon Diggs, number 1 last year. Who's wearing Stephon Diggs this season? Or excuse me, who's wearing number 1 this season? That would be weird, wearing Stephon Diggs. Hannibal Lecter.
Cardi B.
Yeah.
Final answer.
Who's wearing number 1 this season?
Those women on those. I don't know who's wearing number 1.
Apparently it's Azeez Al-Shaair, even though the Houston Texans website does not say that. I thought he was 0 as well, so I don't know what the hell's going on.
Oh, hold on. He was named captain today. to, I don't know,
commemorate the number one-age.
localize it. I guess tie
Hell
in
yeah.
some news. I'm just looking on what he was wearing in the Photoshop or in the like.
So he is wearing a jersey there.
He is. 1 second.
He's not shirtless.
He's wearing 0.
Oh, okay. What the hell? AI lied to me. Okay, so from what I understand, unless it's Jimmy Ward again, I'm not sure that there's a number one on the Houston Texans this season.
Have they given Jimmy Ward a jersey number yet?
He was back in the locker room apparently this week.
Okay.
And
Okay.
certain members of the Houston media may or may not have been very friendly with him. So I would assume that means that things are probably going to be okay. It does seem like there's a very good chance there's a no bill on the charges against him, at least based off of what I read. So there you go, guys. We're 1 day away from the start of the NFL season. Shout out to Davis Mills. He got a contract extension.
Shout out to Davis Mills.
Shout out to Davis Mills, now the second highest paid backup quarterback in the NFL behind Marcus Mariota. And shout out to Robert Woods, who's available again if the Texans need him. Follow Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Framber Valdez. For bleep's sake, man. What do you do with Framber Valdez? Serious question. What do you do? Because you can't DFA him, even though I want to. You can't suspend him for his next start against the Toronto Blue Jays, even though you want to. And it's probably frowned upon in 2025 for everyone to go to Walmart.com and order a bunch of socks and bars of soap and give him the private pile treatment. Watch Full Metal Jacket. So what do? You answer that. It's the most interactive sports talk show in town. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
What do you do about Framber Valdez if you're the Astros after last night? Because while on the outside, looking in, we're supposed to believe that it was just a misunderstanding between Framber and Cesar Salazar and everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's good and fine. Nothing is wrong. I'm feeling great. Everything is good and cool and nice. But on the inside, I don't think this is the kind of incident that everyone just gets over immediately, you know? Tempers run hot. And if this was an isolated incident for Framber, that's one thing. But Framber's been with the team long enough where he should be a leader, right? He's been here a while. Oh, he's just a crazy head case off to the side. No, you've been here long enough where you have a pecking order in the clubhouse, and you got to treat your teammates well.
Yeah, by the time Alex Bregman got to the age where he was going to be no longer on the Astros, by the time that Carlos Correa got by the age where he was George Springer, when he got to all these guys, we've gone through it before. When they leave, those guys left as team leaders. You know, really, Kyle Tucker's the only one that you can't really say that for definitively. Framber Valdez is still kind of the same guy that he was in 2021. He got better there for a little bit, not just performance-wise, but also just, psyche-wise. He became a pretty consistent pitcher, a very consistent pitcher.
He did.
There.
2022, he was awesome.
Yeah,
but now
it seems like there's a backslide, or at least a return to old form. And yeah, now he's doing this for the last month, and it's something where if you're the Astros, we've talked about can you sit him down because you're in the middle of a division race? Is he helping your case in the division? Is he helping you win games?
Right now, he's not. He has been awful.
Even take out the Salazar thing. Has he pitched well in the last month?
He's been awful.
When you're not playing the Rockies?
Right. And, I missed a pitch or two, all these pitchers say. Framber's not alone on that
He missed 7 straight pitches to start the Tigers game before he got an out. He's been terrible.
He really has been bad. And it's been against good teams. And this was another opportunity against a good team in a contract year. And the only times he's looked good over the last month, plus, were against the Rockies and the Nationals. And against the Nationals, I even defended him when he did some diva stuff. But the diva stuff, it's gotten old, and something's got to be done about it. But what? And that is really more a question for the Astros, but I do not think this is something that they can just say, yeah, that's just Framber being Framber. No, not with where you're at right now. You should be leading the AL West by significantly more, and you're not, because you keep on fumbling opportunities that the Mariners and the Rangers keep giving you.
You also put up with it because he's Framber Valdez, in past years, because he's Framber Valdez.
Yeah.
But the Bulls, you put up with Dennis Rodman because he's Dennis Rodman. Right. You put up with him because of how good he can be. You put up with Lawrence Taylor because he's Lawrence Taylor. You put up with all the bad stuff when a guy is that good. You don't put up with it when he's pulling down a 7 ERA for the last month.
Yeah, and you also just don't have the leadership in the locker room like a Michael Jordan. The Bulls comparison, and I would say with the Giants, Joe Espada is not Bill Parcells.
No.
So,
not Jimmy Johnson with Charles Haley.
Yeah, exactly. A texter from the 832 says, I would trade them for Verlander at this point. Verlander had a fun outing this week.
Oh, my God. Is there the baseball equivalent of scoregami for a specific pitcher? Because he might have gotten it.
What was it?
It was 5 innings pitched.
125 pitches.
120-something pitches.
10 strikeouts and a bunch of walks, I'm guessing.
A bunch of walks, no earned runs. It seems like a Mad Lib of a pitching line of how does this add up to
doesn't make any sense.
A good start, and it's somehow, I'm not sure if it actually was. I guess it's a good start because he gave his team a chance to win. But yeah, I think The thing is, we'd be complaining about Justin Verlander now, and it would be more sad because we would want him to do well.
Yeah.
Fromber or Ryan Presley?
Fromber or Rafael Montero. Montero's numbers over the last
you sent me that.
9 games. Whoa. I was kind of stunned.
I
runs.
would like to apologize. I'm not familiar with your game.
I mean, it's Detroit. Rafael Montero.
Yeah.
He's reeling them in slowly before the inevitable Qualls moment.
The Astros know best. All he needs one good postseason out of Rafael Montero, and he might be lifting the trophy.
Oh, you got to pay him 3 years, $30 million.
Yeah, well, you don't have to do that part.
You don't have to, but you could if you want to.
I don't know if they're gonna fire their GM or let him walk and have
I would think not.
Have Prince Fielder be the GM for 3 months.
Yeah, right. What to do about Fromber Valdez? 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Please stop saying deport him. Someone said this. Come on. On a serious note, come on. If you want to do some sort of compromise over the fact that he doesn't speak English, how about this? He is forced to take an English class. He has to learn English. How about that?
Like a fantasy football league punishment where the last place guy has to do the SAT. Just Fromber. We need a a 14-day Duolingo streak before you can pitch again. We just need 2 straight weeks of you being on Duolingo, and then you're ready to pitch again. It's not a suspension. We just want you to,
I think he's going to break his phone if he takes Duolingo. Once you run out of the 5 hearts.
The stupid owl.
It's frustrating. It's frustrating. Well, once you run out of the 5 hearts and you don't have the unlimited with Duolingo, so there's if you have unlimited with Duolingo where you pay for the subscription.
You know what?
There's no stakes.
Fromber, you can pay for this.
No. He's not allowed to. No, he has to do the 5-star thing because he has to. You have 5 hearts, and every single time you make a mistake, you lose one of the 5 hearts. And if you run out of hearts in the middle of a lesson, then that's it.
And you have to start over?
Yes,
the next day?
Slightly different the next time around. But
that's
going to teach him. That's going to teach him.
Fair.
That's going to teach him to maintain his composure.
Okay. Hopefully someone's looking after that owl. Might throw a baseball at him.
Trill O'Reilly says he has to take a baseball back, and he's not allowed to wear a cup.
Ooh.
Cesar Salazar.
Happy Gilmore style?
Yeah.
Just sit there.
Would you trust a non-pitcher to throw a baseball at you and hit a specific spot?
No.
I think I would trust a catcher.
That's true. If anyone, a catcher. But even, they can throw it hard, but it's not going to be as pinpoint as a pitcher.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess a catcher is the one guy who does do that still. Because even shortstops, the first baseman normally has to reach for it.
Do you know who I trust? I bet Bobby Witt could do it. Did you see Bobby Witt's web gem last night?
No, I didn't.
It's one of the most impressive shortstop web gems I've ever seen. He makes a play, diving to his right, gets up, not even a half second, and just lasers it over the first base. The camera couldn't even keep up with how quickly he got it off. He was on the ground, gets up, throws it to first base. I have no idea how he got the guy out. The cameraman could not even keep tabs on how good the play was. That's how awesome of a play it was.
That is crazy.
It's insane that he did that. I think Bobby Witt just did something that an old school 1800s gunslinger could do while fielding a ball. No, you laugh. That's legitimately what it is. I've never seen someone dive for a ball, get up that quick, and effortlessly just howitzer the ball over the first.
It's Johnny Ringo and Tombstone doing all the gun tricks. That's the equivalent of what he just did.
Oh, boy.
Oh, Ronald Acuna, too, from a couple weeks ago. the throw he made to get a guy out at third, where people were like, he should have slid. It's like he had no idea that anyone on earth could make that throw.
Right.
I think he's all right.
Yeah. Ugh. Anyway, it's Framber Valdez, 97.5 and 92.5, brought to you by the same people who brought you Aziz Al-Shaair, 97.5 and 92.5. Listen, we're doing this all day. 1 hour left. I don't know if anything new has been said about that, but some of the pieces from Chandler Rome's article we will dissect. And what do the Astros do about their mercurial ace? How do you get this guy back on track? Paul Gallant Show, stay put. Third and final hour of the most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. I thought the Chandler Rome of the Athletics account of last night's very, very awkward 3-pitch exchange between Astros ace Framber Valdez, who has been pretty bad for most of the last month and a half, and backup catcher Cesar Salazar is probably the best account that anyone has of what went down last night. So, in case you're just tuning in and have missed the first 2 hours of this show where we have been very heavy on this topic, Framber Valdez, after this little moment, went to Cesar Salazar's locker. They spoke with one another. Framber showered and in street clothes. Salazar in a chair wearing his full uniform after his 14th Major League start. The conversation was interrupted by bench coach Omar Lopez. Both were brought into Joe Espada's office. Both players had explanations as to what went down. They differed a little bit in detail. Maybe that conversation they were having before they were brought in allowed them to get their story straight. I would imagine if you're Cesar Salazar, even if you got wronged, you're thinking to yourself, I got to figure out a way to make sure this doesn't end up seeing me get demoted back to Sugarland. But the theme from both of them, and I don't think they were brought in separately, Valdez did not intentionally throw a 92.8-mile-per-hour pitch at Salazar. Said Valdez, through an interpreter, must be nice, he's my teammate. He's always here for me. I don't ever want to cause any harm to my teammate. It was something that I excused myself with. I got crossed up by mistake, and I hit him by mistake. But watch that pitch again. It just does not feel like a mistake, doesn't it? I don't know how anyone could make that argument. Yeah, that was a mistake. He didn't mean to do that. He walked straight back. Didn't even look back. I think if he hadn't meant to do it, there would have been a little hands on his head or bending over or swearing loudly at himself. None of that happened. None of it. More from Framber Valdez through an interpreter. Did I say Framber? More from Framber Valdez through an interpreter. Per Valdez, Salazar called a curveball, but I wanted to throw a sinker. Talking about the Grand Slam. He called for a curveball, but I already had in mind that I was going to throw a sinker, so that's what I threw. That's what happened. It was not intentional, continued Valdez. I called for a sinker, and that's the pitch I wanted. There was a lot of noise, and I thought that was what he wanted me to throw. But no, it was not intentional. How do you know what he wants you to throw? You don't wear a pitch comm. He doesn't wear it on his glove to call his own games. He was trying to do that back in the day. Asked how he could call anything given that circumstance, Valdez replied, it wasn't necessarily that I called for it. That was just the pitch that I had in mind. He called for the curveball, and I didn't hear it because of the noise. When I realized that he didn't want that, it was too late, and I was already in my throwing motion. It was totally my fault in that case. I wonder if this Astros interpreter ends up staying longer with the Astros, but if I'm Framber and I hear that this is how it all came out, where the story seems to change enough where it makes everything that you heard seem a little less plausible, I probably, if I'm Framber, want somebody else. Much like when he first had Yainer Diaz as his battery mate. He seemed like he wanted someone else. The accommodations this team has made for Framber Valdez over the course of his time here are understandable given how good he is as a pitcher, how consistent he's been, how durable he's been. I am not taking shots at his talents. And as far as I know, off the field, good guy. But this temper stuff happens so often. At what point is it going to improve for him? You're an adult. I mean, Framber Valdez is not a 22-year-old. Framber Valdez is 31. He's going to turn 32 on November 19th. That's not an old age. There's a lot of very beautiful people who are 32 years old. Very, very beautiful people. Very beautiful. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, love you. But Framber at 31 should be more mature than he is. You might be thinking to yourself, Paul, you're one of the most immature people I know. Yes, and I am paid like it. I am paid like it. I know I don't have a $300 million contract on the table this offseason, not 200, not 100 million. Can we get to 100,000? Would be nice. It would be nice. Investors, possibly you, it would be nice. This is why I don't act mature. Paul, you need to act for the job that you want. You have to dress for the job that you want. You're just wearing a Coug shirt, stolen valor today. That's not the point. Framber should know better by now. And there's been no progress. And that, to me, especially knowing that he has gone after this year, just given the Astros track record, unless he agrees to a 6-year deal of some sorts, or a 5-year deal, or whatever the Astros end up offering him. I do think that Dana Brown, with the interview that he did today, he just gets mean, angry sometimes. Like he's
red.
He's red. Yeah, that's what baseball people always say, Sean.
That's what he needs to shift the narrative, because in today's baseball, this is inexcusable. This is bad. This is something you just don't do. Back in the day, it's just, hey, don't mess with this guy. Yeah. You know, he didn't get the pitches. He didn't get the catcher didn't call the pitch you wanted. Boom, hits the catcher. Called the right pitch. Now, also, don't get up. Don't give up a grand slam.
Yes.
2 pitches before that.
Right.
But hey, don't get in Framber's way. He only knows how to go one way, and that's 100 miles per hour. Well, 92.
90. Sometimes 94.
In the chest of the backup catcher,
who did have padding, thankfully. Some comments here from the 409. It seems like a lot of the general managers and front offices for the major sports in Houston do a lot of accommodating for less than stellar performances. Cough, cough, James Harden. Cough, cough. Well, speaking of James Harden, interesting piece. A very interesting piece from Culture Map. James Harden's Houston restaurant locked out over $2.2 million in unpaid rent. NBA star James Harden's time as a Houston restaurant owner may have come to an end. A lockout notice has been posted on the door of 13, his restaurant in Midtown. The letter states 13 owes more than $2.2 million in unpaid rent for its space at 1911 Bagby Street. If the amount is paid, the restaurant would regain access to the space and could resume operations. Their social media accounts are still active. The restaurant is still accepting reservations on OpenTable.
Oh.
Harden opened 13 in 2021. You know, considering all the negative reviews that Steph Curry's wife's barbecue joint got, I'm surprised that Harden's hasn't gotten more. Supposedly, it's not bad. I've never been.
Well,
supposedly his wine's not bad either, for what it's worth.
Well, I saw it on the court. He's good at whining. Hey-o, boom. Yeah, it doesn't sound like we'll be able to get I mean, they'll take a reservation. Doesn't seem like they can serve food, because you can be short $2 million on your rent, and like it takes until $2 million for them to be like, all right,
yeah,
you gotta pay. Like, what? Should I not pay rent and just see what happens? Can I just live for free for a little while?
Yes, just do it. Just see what happens.
Yeah, James Harden got the $2 million before he had to face any
That
consequences.
is honestly wild. Like, what?
$2 million.
I'm assuming he doesn't own the building. So
I'm sure they're charging more than like $1,200 a month. Like, I'm sure it's a lot of money.
But how much? How much would it realistically be? You know? Because you got...
Yeah, how many months of missed payments do you think you get to $2 million? It has to be like 6, at least.
Man, is that place worth $50,000 a month?
Probably not. Actually, yeah, it's probably, what, like 20?
Because even... 50. Well, I
What's
mean,
the
again,
square footage? What are we doing?
Right, exactly. I know nothing about commercial real
I just
estate.
assume it's expensive.
But $50,000 a month, still, I mean, it would take 20 months to get to just $1 million.
Okay, and it's been 4 years, and 20 months is a little less than 2 years. Has he ever paid rent? Has this place ever paid rent? It opened in 2021.
Just put it on my tab.
We'll get to it.
We might have to do some deep diving on that.
Pablo Torre. You know what? Let's tweet this at Pablo Torre. Hey, check this out.
Check this out, indeed.
Actually, you know how many DMs he probably gets of like, hey,
all the
check
time
this
now.
out.
Especially with Kawhi today.
Yeah, this is the second. I'd say the second most noteworthy. I'll say corporate malfeasance from or underhanded business dealings from a current LA Clipper.
A lot of this going on right now.
Yeah, in the LA Clippers locker room, really.
Mm-hmm. Clippers locker room just does not understand business etiquette.
Jerry Jones would be very disappointed because they don't respect a handshake and a look in the eye when you make a deal.
Jerry Jones is going to get some ideas from this.
Oh, you don't think it's crossed his mind before?
Honestly, he might have already done it.
I think a lot of teams have done
for sure.
Essentially, what Steve Ballmer and Kawhi Leonard are not accused of, that Pablo Torre reported that they did, is basically Kawhi Leonard got a no-show job speaking for
trees,
even though he never spoke for, or, just general being a spokesperson for, a tree planting company, a company that supposedly would go out and plant trees.
Very green. Salute.
Yes.
Saving the earth.
Kawhi Leonard never did that, got paid $28 million, and Steve Ballmer was a investor in that company and invested $50 million in that company. Whoops.
Thought we were pro paying players.
Yeah, it's tough, though, when you have a salary cap and the owner is basically paying you outside the salary cap. That's where it gets tough.
That's fair. Anyway, guys, it's the Paul Gallant Show. That's Sean Mapes behind the glass on Framber Valdez, 97.5 and 92.
Sorry, we went 5 minutes without talking about Framber Valdez.
A texter asks, and I'm pretty sure it's the same person, have y'all covered Framber? Why are you talking about James Harden? Ugh. Anyway. That's life.
That's life.
Anyway, sports, it's a thing. We talk about them. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. There is another Astros game tonight, believe it or not. Who would have thought that going into tonight's Astros-Yankees game that we'd be looking and perhaps trusting this man more than Framber Valdez. And I'm talking about Jason Alexander, because Jason Alexander's been pitching pretty well recently. Jason Alexander for your Houston Astros looks a little like me. Does have the thick eyebrows. When I had the beard, looked a little bit like me. So pretty solid, pretty effective.
Yeah, I can see it. It's not the most ridiculous. You look like this guy one. I don't know what is, but Jason Alexander, I can see the. If you were to like draw a picture, like a police sketch, and it's like you both would get called in for questioning.
He has big eyebrows, and when I had a
the
full beard,
it
the
looks
full
similar.
beard was very thick. It's very white now, so I'm not sure how it would work. But since his ERA was a whopping 10.5 on, actually, check that. When was his ERA the worst this season? I'm just scrolling down. After a 19-2 loss against the Los Angeles Dodgers with, I believe this was with the Oakland, check that, the homeless A's, where his ERA was 18, and his ERA for the month of May was 34.71.
Oh my God!
It's one start, 2 1/3.
Okay.
2 1/3, 9 earned runs.
That'll do it.
That'll do it. But since then, his ERA has slowly dropped from 18 to 10.5 to 8.4 to 8.14 to 7.36 to 5.97, 5.02, 4.74, 4.59, and it went up a little bit after his last start against the Rockies, where he allowed 2 home runs. But his ERA in August, 2.17.
Whew.
In 5 starts. 1 of which was against the Yankees, 2 of which were against a Baltimore Orioles team that at least at one point in the distant past was good. Also against a, at the time, red-hot Miami Marlins team. And that's really the game I thought where he seemed to get the most confidence. You could tell coming out of that game when he was pulled after 6 innings just how pumped he was with the performance that he'd put out there. So, big outing for Jason Alexander tonight, and amazingly, he's more trustworthy than Framber Valdez over the last month. Statistically, that is true. Vibe-wise, shouldn't be true. I still would trust Framber Valdez, but I don't trust him that much. It's more like, well, I've got to pick between Framber Valdez and Jason Alexander. I'm picking Framber, but there's so many possibilities when you open that door with Framber. Like, I do not know what I'm going to get. Is Framber Valdez going to throw a no-hitter or a shutout or go 7 innings of 1-run ball with 12 strikeouts? He could. He also could have a rough outing, and he also could have a game where he has a meltdown, throws at a person who hits a home run against him, throws at the person who hits after the person who hits a home run against him, throws at his catcher, which he did. Paul, but like you're supposed to throw at your catcher because they have a glove and you catch it, balls and strikes and all that stuff. Yes, but he
did it the wrong way.
Did it in a way where it's hard to believe his side of it. It's hard to believe the guy who got hit's side of it. It's hard to believe Joe Espada, Dana Brown, everyone in the Astros. And big setting to turn the page because you're at Daikin Park. You got Astros media. They're going to be asking questions to everyone that will stick around for long enough before the game. Like this dialogue ain't done.
No.
Maybe on the record might be done. Can you turn the page, or is this something that's going to linger in the air? It's going to fester. It's going to be like a fart, minus a match, minus Febreze, just hovering in the air. It's like the real rank, deathly kind that comes when you've had a lot of meats and cheeses.
I don't know. Or is Jason Alexander the Febreze?
He's just a flamethrower. Methane gone.
He's Jason Potpourri Alexander.
Zoe Z, this is a good question. Has Fromber watched Bull Durham? Pause. Bull Durham, amazingly, as far as romance movies goes, pretty damn good. I teared up watching that movie. Did not see that coming. I thought it was going to be a comedy the whole way through. It's a movie about a journeyman catcher who finds love with essentially a baseball groupie. That's to put it politely. Did he confuse Cesar Salazar for Crash Davis and figured Salazar sold him out like Crash did when his pitcher didn't want him to throw the pitch he was calling? Could be. I mean, that would make me feel a little bit better, but I doubt that happened. You know? Woof. It's hard, man. It's rough. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. The Twitch waiting with bated breath for Texans season to begin. I can't wait. For the 281, the fart was way too descriptive, bro. Well, listen, I'm just painting you a picture.
Theater of the mind.
I can't help if HEB is just right now showing a minute-long commercial showing all sorts of meats that they have there. The silent but deadly ones are created by meat. The loud, tutti-frutti ones, that is generally fibrous. I'm just saying, look it up. I'm right.
Okay. I'm not going to look it up, but okay.
Paul, how are you such an expert on toots? Well, you know, sometimes you just got to pass gas. You know?
I thought you were going to play the sister as a doctor card there. It would have been much easier for you to play that card instead of, I don't know, sometimes.
I'm just into farts.
Yeah.
What do you want from me?
Yeah. You love what you love. What can I say?
Mm-hmm. I'm with you. Oh, boy. I would like, just once, to come in and do the God wills it thing with the Astros. Like, we haven't been able to do this in a really long time. We probably haven't been able to do God wills it since the Miami Marlins series, and that was almost a month ago. I think the last time that we did it on the show was after AJ Plubaugh's performance on August 5th.
What a performance.
It was a hell of a performance. It honestly felt a little supernatural, you know? It has been a while. And hey, they took 2 or 3 against the Yankees, and they took 2 or 3 against the Red Sox after that. But it's just been a funky last couple of weeks. You shouldn't have split that series with the Rangers. You should have swept the Rockies. You should have swept the Orioles. And you should be leading the American League West by more games than you're leading it right now. And, you know, you got the Yankees, road series against Texas, road series against Toronto. This is a very tough next 8 games. And Fromber not only spoiled one of them, but he has you wondering about how much you can trust him for the next start, which happens to be against the best of those teams on the road, the Toronto Blue Jays.
Yeah.
Woof!
Don't have super high hopes for this. And this is what we would talk about when the Astros would lose those winnable games against the Orioles, against the Angels, against all of them, where, hey, it's okay. It's actually kind of good that the Mariners keep losing so that you're not falling behind the Mariners, but you are missing an opportunity to build a lead, build a real lead, gain some wiggle room in this. And now comes the part where you're like, really wish that this was like a 6-game lead, which it very easily could be, instead of a 3-game lead. You feel a lot, or not better, but you know, we could talk about what do you do with Fromber? Do you skip Fromber Valdez's next start? Do you do this? And now it's like, can you afford to do that? What can you actually do in this? And never mind the fact that Framber Valdez actually is just pitching badly, and you would prefer, hey, maybe he gets on track and figuring things out when you're, again, up 5 or 6 games as opposed to 2 or 3.
Sigh. That's all I got. This topic has made me more mad at Framber Valdez than I was at the beginning of the show. But now, all the life, all the zest.
He couldn't have had this start over this weekend. So
I know. Why didn't he do this on Saturday when I wasn't watching?
Yeah.
Hey, Framber, next time you screw up, when you do it on the weekend. There's a chance they might not pay attention going forward.
Weekends during football season's a great time to
It's a great time.
slip in a little bit of
You might make
meltdown.
in case you missed it. You might make that Mondays at 2:30. You might, or Tuesdays at 2:30. Wednesdays at 2:30. We do a little segment called Washed Watch. Is sports media washed? Is Kyle Field different? Seems like it. All of that next. Stay put. First, let me tell you about my friends at Walmart. So many things that you can buy at Walmart. They've got 500 million items online. Socks, soap, TVs, you name it. The Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? Furniture. But the thing that's really changing the game for Walmart right now is that you can get groceries there. And even better, you can get groceries delivered. You think groceries cost more when they're delivered? At some stores, that is true. Not at Walmart. Grocery prices are the same for delivery as they are in the store. And since it's Walmart, you know the prices are low. Walmart can deliver many eligible items in as fast as an hour. Use express delivery to get all the eligible things you need from Walmart, from groceries to home goods to prescriptions. When it comes to feeding your family, hosting a tailgate, or throwing a party, think Walmart for all your grocery needs, or when it just comes to ordering something online. Socks, soaps, TVs, furniture, you know it. The Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? With groceries too, walmart.com. Text in, Paul Gallant Show is washed. It hasn't talked about Framber Valdez in over 3 minutes. There's others that are annoyed that it's been all Framber Valdez today. Sorry, it's a big story in Houston sports. We'll turn ahead to the Texans and do some season predictions and look at Thursday night football between the Eagles and Cowboys tomorrow. We'll probably make our own NFL predictions. I think NFL predictions are kind of stupid, to be perfectly honest. You know, like anyone can make predictions. I was right one year, and people were like, "You should brag about it." I was like, "What?" Because I said they were 10-7 in August, and they ended up being 10-7. Like I didn't know that I believed it.
Yeah, you just pulled out a number.
Everyone was so down on them. I was like, "Well, screw it. I'll be the one who's on them." And then everyone had the same prediction last year, and guess what? They did the exact same thing they'd done the year before.
10-7 and lost the division.
So this year I just said 10-7, and they're going to lose in the divisional round.
Yeah.
But we'll talk a little bit more about that tomorrow.
What was more exhausting, or is more exhausting? The Framber Valdez 97.5 or Azeez Al-Shaair 97.5?
I liked Azeez Al-Shaair 97.5 because I was on Azeez's side. Like I don't like dumping on a player. I actually don't. You know,
and there's also like 2 sites to be on Azeez Al-Shaair.
Yeah.
There's really only one.
There's only one. I don't see how anyone can defend Framber for yesterday. I really don't. Like, I can understand how you don't think it's maybe as big of a deal as I'm making it out to be, but to me, this has just been boiling for a while, and it has finally gotten to a point of, I'm done. The last month, all the other moments where he's had little meltdowns out there, I'm sorry. I just can't do it anymore. Washed Watch. What is washed to the world of sports and beyond? I saw a lot of complaints about the Kyle Field experience for Texas A&M fans. This from somebody who goes by @HopWebsider on X. Kyle Field earned its reputation as the best game day atmosphere in college football for the deafening crowd noise at critical times. Today, our game day signature is deafening electronic music for 3+ hours. Man, should have had that during the Johnny Manziel era. He might have never left for the NFL. Except at the snap of the ball when the music stops and all goes quiet. Mike Elko was even asked about all the blinding lights. I guess reporters are starting to get a little mad about it.
Yeah, they do a lot of schools do this. They do like some LED light show after they score a touchdown, and yeah, they asked Mike Elko about it.
Here's what Mike Elko had to say about Kyle Field, which is now a rave, apparently.
Yeah, I'll tell you the same thing I told my son. I have no idea what the LED looks like because I didn't even realize that they did anything with them. I guess we did a show after the third quarter, apparently, that I found out about after the game, and I had nothing to do with them. They tried to set up all these meetings with me, and I was like, yeah, I don't care about the LED lights. You guys will be fine. Just get them back on when the ball goes down and we got to play again.
Huh. So he's trying to act like it doesn't bother him. I don't know. I think it bothers him a little bit. I came to this culty place because I knew I was going to have the best home field advantage in the SEC, which I do think Kyle Field has. I really do. I think that's a brutal place to play a game. As someone who watched the game at the field level before the stadium added the end zone stands that weren't there. Like, I was there 2012 before they finished the stadium and made it an actual complete circle around. I mean, that was the coolest experience I've ever had in my life. It was so awesome. And it was so loud. It was so pumped. Yeah, I don't like this becoming an EDM rave.
Yeah, Mike Elko's like, I didn't sign up for this job to listen to Tiesto. I can do that in my own time.
Or Little Baby to Baby.
Yeah.
Or Little Tiesto. Or Little Yell Leader.
Yeah. Avicii 2.0.
It would be funny if they had a remix of the Aggie Yell Leaders that they played to the electronic lights. It could be perfect. It could be perfect because the people that actually like all the Aggie traditions, unironically, they'll still have them. And then all the people who think they're a little bit over the top will see them and laugh and have a good time and still get amped.
Yeah, and then you put, some beats behind it.
Yeah, put little beats behind
David Guetta on the horn.
Fighting Texas Aggies. Fighting Texas Aggies. Yeah. Fighting Texas Aggies.
And then
fighting
bass
Texas
drop.
Aggies. Yeah. Here comes the beat.
I mean, I can't speak for Kyle Field specifically, although I believe it, because that a lot of places do this. Like basketball, they do the same thing. The last Texans game I went to, it's the same thing where it's like either we're playing very loud music, or the game is being played currently, or there's like a halftime entertainment or quarter break entertainment thing. But other than that, is just blaring a song in your ears right now. And I do agree that I don't think it's actually great for getting the crowd into it.
Yeah, I think it's a lot. It's just a lot.
Yeah.
And it's confusing, especially if you've been going to these games for years and you know all these traditions, and it's just like, oh, bye. They're gone. It's over.
Or we had to like shout them over.
Yes.
I've run out of DJs to name.
Yes.
I can't keep naming DJs.
I can't either.
Skrillex.
Deadmau 5.
There we go.
Eric, Steve Karaoke. Those are two guys. Anyway,
Marshmallow.
Watch 69.
Wash.
It's a DJ right there. What else is washed in the world of sports? Single Sydney Sweeney. Over. It's over. She's dating Scooter Braun. Allegedly.
Government name Scooter?
I don't know. All I know is, listen, I'm taken. I'm in a relationship with a woman that I love. But I look at Scooter Braun. I think he looks very beat upable for me. And I do not approve. I do not approve of this.
Scooter Braun height. 5'11".
Oh, I can kick his ass.
Tail of the tape.
I can kick his ass.
Pretty
He hasn't played at Haskell Field.
Yeah.
He isn't an all-district safety that was third on the team in tackles.
44 years old.
Oh, he's 44 too? I could definitely take him.
Washed up.
He's got 8. Wait, she's dating. Oh, come on. Date Tom Brady if you're going to date someone in their 40s. Come on. I'm mad about this.
I love that day.
Yeah.
If we're going to date someone in their mid-40s.
Pretty sure Brady was interested, although Brady might be, how old? Tom Brady. He might be 50.
He's like 46 or 47.
He's 48. He's 48.
Oh, wow.
You could have had Brady, and you chose.
I know. He was still winning Super Bowls at 44.
He chose someone named Scooter, who apparently the entire music industry hates. Anyway.
Discovered Justin Bieber, according to Wikipedia.
Cool. Helped Justin Bieber discover certain other people. Then.
All right.
What? That's a thing. Anyway, Washed Watch continues. Who else is washed? Is sports media washed? Last Saturday was Lee Corso's last broadcast. Did anyone see Dave Portnoy's entrance on Big Noon Kickoff in Columbus, Ohio? Noted Michigan fan Dave Portnoy of Barstool Sports, now that Barstool's a part of Fox Sports.
Hail to the victor stallion! Hail to the corporate hero! Hail to the shark in the leaders in best! Hail to the corporate heroes! Hail to the corporate heroes! Hail to the shark in the leaders in best!
Oh, yeah. I love that. I'm not kidding. I actually love that. I thought that was awesome. But this is what sports pregame shows are now. Barstool has Dave Portnoy to act as a wrestling heel. College Game Day without Lee Corso now turns to Pat McAfee, and I know this is certainly not for everyone. I like it. I think it's good to have something that actually makes the pregame shows fun. I think they all take themselves a little bit too seriously. Like the NFL pregame shows are basically unwatchable now. But this is what you're going to have a lot of going forward. A lot of this in this little game that we like to call sports media.
Yeah. It is interesting that it's like at 9 a.m. This is a lot.
It is a lot.
It's a lot.
It is a lot.
To have someone screaming at me.
Yeah. I did.
9 in the morning.
I did enjoy it. I laughed. He said, "Shut up!" First thing he tells them. They're playing one of the best songs by The Who, Eminence Front in the background as he's going out there. It's got just a fat beat, yo. For real.
I'll be honest, I don't really watch any of these shows anymore.
I don't either, but I watched that clip and I was like, that's funny.
Yeah.
I hope there are more clips like this.
The beauty of the Lee Corso thing is that it's the last thing on.
Right, it's the last 15 minutes.
It takes you right into the games where it's like, I really don't need to be sitting here.
You know, the more you say that, you're right, because College Game Day, it's a long show, but
it starts at like 8.
A lot of people put it on a pedestal, and I'm like, okay, like it's the entire show, great. This is the best sports show that there is. Well, it's long, so give them credit for filling out a 3-hour time slot, and there's going to be like Tom Rinaldi talking about some dying person and with dramatic piano in the background and stuff, but like
they do a good job of like.
You're right. I don't watch the whole thing.
Showcasing the place that they're at. They do a good job at that. They do a pretty good job at breaking down the games.
That's also true.
But, I mean, like we talked about last week, it's Lee Corso. That's the best part. And the Lee Corso signature moment, especially in more recent years as he's done less and less of the show, is when they're picking games. And really, I don't care about who they pick. I just care about the last pick.
Watch Wednesday, every Wednesday, 2:30. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. You know how to get in. Some garbage time before we get out of here, and your final chance to ever say anything about Framber Valdez, who until further notice is dead to this show. He is officially that washed. He is so washed, we are scrubbing him from history like we're the Soviets back in the day. By the way, fun fact before the break. Did you know that Vladimir Lenin's body is on display still in Russia? He's been dead for like 100 years. Just in an open, mummified like little thing you can go in there. Take a look at him. It's still hip. It's crazy.
It's pretty rad.
It is pretty rad.
Not gonna lie, that's cool.
I actually like that's one of the most impressive things Russia's done. Like he still looks like Vladimir Lenin. Yeah, anyway, that's Watch. We got garbage time next. And your last chance to weigh in on Framber Valdez ever. We will hang up on you and block your number if you ever do it again. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
The last chance to dance on the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Your last chance to ever talk about Framber Valdez, who is dead to me! He's dead! We will never talk about him again unless the Astros are in the playoffs and he does something.
Will he just not exist? Will we just not talk about the Astros?
He must not be named. He's
Okay. I was going to ask, or
New
we'll give him
Voldemort.
Voldemort treatment. Oh, sorry. He who should not be named treatment.
Yes, exactly. No, Voldemort we can say, but we do not say as of...
Because he's dead now.
Here's the last time we're ever going to say it. Perhaps ever. 3, 2, 1. Farewell and adieu to Framber Valdez. Farewell and adieu to you unhinged starting pitcher. Farewell and adieu. Okay? We wish you well. Best of luck in your future endeavors.
Including the Astros stretch run and into the playoffs.
Mhm.
But especially whoever your agent is. I hope he does whatever's best for you.
Yes.
And gets you the best deal that
deal.
Jim Crane has no choice but to let you walk.
Exactly. Exactly.
Oh man, what if he is tanking his value so he stays? That'd suck.
What if he's exploring a career in sports talk radio? And as Tony the Handsome suggests, the Paul and He Who Must Not Be Named show, noon to 3, weekdays ESPN 97.5. That would be
Great.
fun.
That would be great.
It would be so fun to have a person speaking English and a person speaking Spanish. He speaks English and he speaks Spanish, and together they don't know what each other are talking about.
How will they get along?
It's what? That's the name of the show. Working title. What K? K for your queso.
Yeah.
I don't know. Working title.
Well, Framber and Paul.
Hey. We don't say that
sorry.
word anymore.
The FAP show.
Well, we've done Vag before.
Yeah, I was gonna say
the Vanessa and Gallant radio.
We've done Vag, Gag.
First thing that just came up on my Instagram is Vanessa's doing some advertisement for something. Just to,
For Steve Ballmer's planting tree company, or is it legit?
Gotta find a way to pay Alper and Şengün under the table with all these threes he's hitting.
She's actually creating content for this, so
Yeah.
she is doing more than what Kawhi Leonard did.
For sure. She already has done more.
She has fulfilled the contract more than Kawhi Leonard.
For sure. All right, a little garbage time. Let's get out of here. God, Framber. Ugh.
Shall not be named.
I'm putting a dollar in the F word jar for he who must not be named.
Yeah. Back-to-back days, you said the F word.
That's true. I did accidentally say the real F word yesterday. Wait, no, it was on.
It was yesterday. Talking about.
All right, days are all blurred together.
Herb Street's dog.
It's Choi 713 says, I wouldn't mind. This sounds, now when I say it like this, I wouldn't mind, redacted, throwing a ball at my face. I think you would, Choi. That would hurt. That would definitely hurt. As someone who once had an ex-major league pitcher as a pitching coach who may or may not have been intoxicated while he was throwing at my head in high school to the point where I got scared of the baseball and stopped playing altogether. True story. You do not want any ball thrown at your head. 61 is enough when it's regularly hitting you in the head. 61 with a helmet on. Now imagine 92 right in the chest.
Yeah, he definitely has a bruise.
Oh, yeah.
Like 100% he has a bruise.
It reminds me of I'm not going to sing it. I've already sang enough today. We sang in Spanish, Heat of the Moment by Asia. What a moment that was. Garbage time. What else is garbage? A fan who bet on Colorado at a Vegas sports book had a seizure when Haynes King scored a late touchdown for Georgia Tech. Listen, I don't have a gambling sponsorship right now, and I will gladly take this back if someone ever wants to pay, but this is why you don't gamble on games that involve teams that you probably don't have a lot of interest in.
Yeah, or at the very least, you shouldn't gamble enough money to where you have a seizure at the thought of losing it.
Seriously. You got to watch Uncut Gems. You got to watch Uncut Gems. There are certain things that you watch. I watched Boogie Nights for the first time in a while over the weekend, and I've had some soul searching to do about certain things I used to watch going forward. And I would say the same thing when it comes to the movie Uncut Gems. Gambling on sports, after that, I mean, why? Why would you ever?
Yeah, he had a great business going with the jewelry stuff.
You did. And then
he had the bedazzled Furby. Come on.
And then next thing you know, his brains were bedazzling the trunk of a car. Spoiler alert.
Spoiler. Actually, he won that bet.
He did win the bet.
He won that bet.
Never saw it.
KG did get a triple-double.
And what's her face? The
Julia Fox?
Right. Which is his mistress?
Yes.
And he was married.
Yes. I believe.
And
yeah,
not separate and like still with the wife.
I believe so. It's been a while since I've seen the movie, but
I have to watch the movie to try to wash out the things that my eyes saw last night.
You need to be uplifted, so you're gonna watch Uncut Gems.
I'm gonna watch Uncut Gems to uplift myself after last night's Astros-Yankees loss. Astros, get it together. The rest of the AL West is literally trying to hand you the division, and you keep throwing it at your catcher's chest instead of his glove like you're he who should not be named going forward. That's going to wrap up today's Paul Gallant Show. Big thanks to everyone who's tuned in. Subscribe to the podcast if you haven't already. Make sure that you subscribe and like ESPN Houston on YouTube as well. Big thanks to Sean Mapes, texters, callers, YouTubers, and Twitchers. We appreciate you so much, as do we appreciate you, the listener. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long and farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Wednesday. The Killer Bees are next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. B-Mac behind the glass. Busy show, Wednesday, all of that. Let's just get right into it. Who do you think's going to win the U.S. Open?
I don't even know who. Alcaraz.
All right. Framber Valdez yesterday went off his rocker, which he's been known to do, off his meds maybe. Gives up the grand slam to Trent Grisham, which was right after Cesar Salazar saying, get off the mound. Pitch clock was winding down. Framber probably didn't want to get a violation or whatever. They clearly weren't on the same page on signs there. Framber throws it middle. Grisham hits the home run. Yankees win. Yankees win. 2 pitches later, Framber and Cesar are not on the same page. Cesar is obviously expecting curveball. Framber gives him a sinker right into the belly button. Right, it could have been a belt buckle, that fastball that Framber he threw yesterday in that 1-0 count to Anthony Volpe, which is very funny that Anthony Volpe just watched it, by the way. That was a perfect pitch to hit.
He's the biggest loser of the night.
It's a perfect
he took 93 middle.
What are you doing there, Volpe? Now's your chance. The guy's rattled. So the question everybody has, 713-780-ESPN. Did Framber intentionally cross up Cesar Salazar for whatever reason?
Yeah, look, I think looking at it, defining intentionally, do I think that he blatantly just did whatever the hell he wanted to do? I do. Do I think that he crossed up his catcher in the process? I do. I do for a ton of reasons that I'm sure we're going to get into. But when you watch the fact that, and then just the comments after too, he's got a pitch comm that's in his hat. A lot of guys carry the one on the buckle, on their belt buckle or somewhere on their glove, and they call for pitches. He said he called for a pitch that Salazar evidently didn't pick up on. And Salazar's got an earpiece. There's 5 guys on the field that have a pitch comm. The biggest telltale thing to me is the reaction. So when I say intentionally, the fact is that we know that Framber has meltdowns. When Framber has a meltdown, it seems like nothing else on the planet matters but what he's pissed about, and he's just going to deal with it however he feels like it, and a lot of times he just melts down. I feel like once he gave up the grand slam and whatever happened there with Salazar clearly telling him to step off, that he looked at the scoreboard, he knew it was a 6-0 game, and he just basically felt like this one's all but over and just started throwing whatever. And the first one, yes, it was a changeup. It was way out of the zone. Salazar reached over and caught it. Seemed like everything was fine there. But the second pitch, I feel like maybe the pitch clock was running down. But
not on that one. That one was very fast. That one he threw like 12 seconds left.
With the one that hit him?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, he just felt like he had his mind made up on the next pitch, and it just seemed like he was zoned in. And he did whatever the hell he wanted. And the reaction to me says it all. I mean, I would think that as a pitcher, if I crossed up my catcher, my bad immediately, and check and see if he's okay. But the fact that we've talked about how he's reacted before when he's ticked off on the mound, and he just turns and walks behind the mound. He threw that thing. He saw exactly what happened, and he turned around and just basically walked back to the mound. Define intentional all you want. I think it was intentional from the fact that he did not care result or outcome or anything else at that point. He just did whatever the hell he wanted.
Yeah, I wouldn't use that definition on intent. Because, I mean, a lot of what you said I agree with. The issue that I have is landing on intentional. Like, Framber clearly lost his mind, which Framber does. Going back to the grand slam, I think that they weren't on the same page with pitches. That's why I was telling him to step off. And the pitch clock was like down to 2. So it's like, okay, Framber's just going to go here. I have a theory. I don't know this for sure. I have a theory that Framber could be on a sinker unless told otherwise plan. Where it's like, okay, if you don't get anything, it's sinker. Kind of like, hey, you're an infielder, you go get the ball until you're called off type of thing. I think that could be possible with Framber. Like, okay, I'm throwing the sinker unless you tell me to throw something else. If you go back and you watch the grand slam, they're not on the same page. Framber does shake there, not on the same page. Framber goes into the wind. You see Salazar start punching on the pitch comm. So he's trying to deliver a message to Framber Valdez as he started his windup. And you hear some things from Framber later on. As soon as I started my wind, it was too late at that point. I think that's what he's talking about on both of the occasions. So that one was late in the pitch clock. You know, they're not on the same page. Do I think that Framber Valdez was mad at Cesar Salazar at that point? Why? Why would Framber be mad at Cesar Salazar for telling him to step off? That makes no sense to me. Then you go back to the 1-0 on Volpe. The other thing that doesn't make sense to me, doesn't add up in like the intentional part of this whole conversation. Why did he do it on the first pitch? Why wouldn't, if he was so mad at Cesar Salazar, why didn't he dot him on the first pitch?
Yeah, that's one thing that I have struggled with because that's why, again, it's the word intentional. I think that he basically just intentionally was in a zone to do whatever the hell he wanted because that's the one thing I struggled with. If I'm going to do something, if I'm truly mad at anybody, I'm doing it immediately after whatever triggered me to be ticked off. If I have to throw a punch or if I have to scream and yell at somebody, whatever the case, that changeup does change things a little. And as many times as I went back and watched it changes it for me.
That's also up for debate. Like the graphic shows changeup. The TV graphic show changeup. That's why you said changeup. If you go look at the like MLB.com, their whatever they call their thing, Gamecast or whatever, it shows sinker. It shows it at 90.3, so it's kind of in the middle. Like, like he throws harder than 90.3. Was it a changeup or was it a fastball? He just didn't throw as hard. Like I don't know. Like, there's some questioning on whether or not that was a changeup or fastball.
When I looked at it, I was trying to see if you could see the spin at all, but when I looked at it, it looked like the changeup he threw that he actually got a punch out on Stanton, where it wasn't located right at all, and it wasn't exactly what a changeup was supposed to do, but it was a letter high strike three.
Yeah, like whenever I saw the pitch, I was like, oh, changeup. And then it said changeup on the graphic. Oh, okay, changeup. When I went back to look at it today, because it baffles my mind that Framber was so mad at Cesar Salazar that he throws a first pitch changeup, if it were a changeup, to set him up for intentionally crossing him up to hit him in the gut with a fastball. Like, that is so out there. Like, that is an amazing reach. Framber's mad at Salazar because Framber threw his pitch on the grand slam that he poorly located and gave up a home run. He's mad at Salazar. Framber threw his pitch to Gresham. He didn't throw Salazar's pitch. He threw his pitch. But he's mad because Salazar told him to step off because this is the theory. He's so mad that he didn't tell him to step off. Okay, let's carry that scenario over one more pitch. He's so mad that he threw him a changeup right away, first pitch. And then he's so mad that now he's going to throw the changeup on the first pitch of the at-bat to Volpe so he can intentionally cross him up to hit him in the belly. That's ludicrous. That is wild. Framber Valdez isn't trying to hurt Cesar Salazar. He's not trying to hit him with a pitch. That is ludicrous. That is crazy.
Think about what you just said, Jeremy, because it might add some light to the level of intentional or intentionality, as the case may be, that people are looking at. If he throws first pitch, changeup, or anything out and up, where's the next pitch going?
In the zone, hopefully?
Or fastball in.
Yeah.
So
I don't think he's worried about sequencing at that point, but yes.
But at the same time, normally as a pitcher pitches, if that's the outcome of where the first pitch is, the second pitch, you kind of take it to a different eye level and at a different location.
Yeah.
And that's what he did. But that's why the more I watched it, the more I was like, he was so checked out on everything after that grand slam that he was just in his zone to do whatever the hell he wanted to do at that point.
That's why I have the theory that he's on a sinker unless you tell me otherwise, because those next two pitches he threw incredibly fast. He was incredibly fast. And I do think Salazar wanted curveball on the 1-0 count to Volpe, but Framber, who was working so fast, didn't allow Salazar enough time to get the sign in. If you go watch the replay, if you go watch the one that I posted, because TBS doesn't have it because they're celebrating the home run. The Shin doesn't have it because they're celebrating the home run. The Yes Network doesn't have it because they're celebrating the home run. I went to kind of, behind the website, whatever, and I found pitcher, catcher, camera. Pitcher, catch, so it shows the whole sequence. And I posted that on Twitter. And you can see how quickly Framber's working. You can see Cesar Salazar punching the pitch comm after Framber Valdez started the wind. So I think Framber's thinking, okay, I'm throwing sinker here because I'm not being told otherwise. He starts the wind. I think Cesar Salazar at that point, after he started the windup, is punching curveball. Framber talks about it after the game. Framber says that once I started the wind, I'm throwing the sinker. I heard him call curveball, but at that point, it was too late. Why would it be too late? Because he's already in his windup, because he was committed to the sinker, which I think is an unfair ask to a pitcher. Hey, once you start your wind, audible off of the sinker to go to the curveball. I think that's an unrealistic ask. So my thoughts on where Framber was mentally. I think Fromber, one of two things. That's my prevailing theory. That's the theory that I think the most, is that Fromber was just working too fast, didn't give Salazar enough time to signal in the pitch. He was committed to the sinker because he throws sinker unless told otherwise. And then whenever he got curveball in his ear, it was far too late because he already started the windup. The second theory is Fromber just lost his collective mind. It was madder than a hornet that he just flat out whiffed on the pitch com. Flat out just like didn't hear it and is just like in his own world because he's madder than a hornet and he's like lost all thought and then throws him the sinker because he just kind of whiffed on the call. I don't believe intent whatsoever.
I am totally in, because we've seen it before. It's not the first time we've seen Fromber essentially check out once emotionally he is spent by something that's happened. So that's where I was when this morning when I was watching it again and going over everything. Because of the fact, but there's so many things that we need to at least address and discuss because there's things leaning both ways. I listened to the press conference from both guys. I think no matter what you are hoping to hear or thinking you're going to hear in the press conference, at that point when they're talking to the media after everything happened, once they went from the tunnel and then after the game and Espada's office and everything that they said, they weren't telling you anything, right? They had worked it out underneath no matter what happened, I think.
I think Salazar's lying about pushing the wrong button. I
totally agree with that, but that's where I'm going with this.
Yeah.
Because when you listen, and he said it twice, but Fromber said, and maybe that's something I hadn't heard before that you said, that what you said might be relevant to this is, and very interesting, the fact that maybe unless you hear otherwise, I'm throwing the sinker.
Mm-hmm.
Because of the fact that Fromber, through the interpreter, said on both pitches, the grand slam and the pitch that hit Salazar, he said, I called for it. I don't think he called for it because he doesn't have, and he never throughout the game goes to call for his own pitches. He already he will shake off what Salazar calls, but the interpreter clearly says twice, I called for it, and I don't believe he called for it.
See, part of the issue that I have here is that a lot of this can get lost in interpretation.
Yes.
Like one word in Spanish, then using it in English isn't a direct translation. It doesn't always mean the same exact thing. And look, I know a little Spanish. It's broken Spanish, and there are times whenever I'm like, okay, Fromber there makes sense. And then like the interpreter will say something like, that didn't sound exactly right. In fact, we're going to bring Esme in here in a little bit and get her translation because I think she's better translator than this Astros guy. I actually looked into this Astros guy a little bit. Like, you would expect a Spanish translator, to not be named Otto Lure. The dude's name, the Astros translator for Fromber and all the Spanish speakers is Otto Lure. That is a Dutch name.
I brought this up to you guys.
What are we like? What?
That is odd because I brought this up to you guys, I think, early in the season this year when we were going through interpreter stuff.
Yeah.
And I said, he's not the same guy that's been there for years.
Well, I mean, I brought that up. But
I thought I brought it up first because I was asking around. I actually thought I brought that one up.
We'll have to check the tape.
But regardless, I started to check around a little bit, and then no one was saying what happened to the old guy, but this is clearly a new guy this year than the guy that they've had for years.
Yeah, the old guy was good, man.
He really was.
He
really was.
He was a muchacho.
Because this guy I see using his phone, using a notepad.
He asked Fromber in the middle of a translation. I'm sorry, what was the rest of it?
Yeah,
his name's Otto Lure.
So
He's Dutch.
It's very different than what we've experienced. But yeah, that to me, when you say that twice, that throws question marks into this to me. Like, you didn't call for anything, and maybe you're right. Maybe unless there's further communication, I'm throwing sinker. That was the only way that's the only example that I've heard now finally from somebody that makes sense to me that's legit.
Like, if you're going rip and go, like, what are you throwing there? You're throwing, and there is a piece of I pulled some Spanish audio here where Fromber kind of touches about it. He's like, if I don't hear anything, I'm throwing sinker.
Okay.
Like Fromber says it yesterday, and like I don't think Cesar Salazar is going to give you anything. Like, he's a third string. He's probably going to be sit down today with Victor Caratini coming off of the concussion.
We actually have breaking news on that. So I didn't want to interrupt the flow, but we might as well now. Apparently he has been recalled, but it's Chaz being sent down.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
They didn't want to get Salazar as the whistleblower.
Yep.
Man. Okay.
They didn't want to whistleblow. They didn't want to whistleblow the guy. No, but let's listen to what Fromber had to say with Salazar, because I don't believe anything Salazar said. I think Salazar's fallen on the sword for his teammate.
He's playing excellent teammate at this point.
I do 100% think that. Like, I didn't really buy into the Salazar. I pressed the wrong button. Maybe it was late because Fromber's working so fast, but I don't buy the whole wrong button. Now, Fromber, I think, is pretty insightful, at least a little bit, maybe. You can be the judge of that, but we'll discuss that. We'll get Fromber, we'll get Salazar. We'll get a real Spanish translator here in a little bit to break down some of the stuff Fromber said as well. We'll talk a little bit about the game because there was other things that really annoyed me from yesterday's game. NFL gets underway tomorrow. We'll discuss that. Also, your last chance with us, at least, to win some tickets to the ESPN listener party coming up on Friday at St. Arnold. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on Twitter at ESPN975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. Brian at Sacked by B-Mac. I'm at Jeremy Branham. We are the Beast. ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
By gosh, that's Fromber Valdez's music. You can see why. Did he intentionally hit his own catcher? Have you ever in Major League Baseball history, or at any level of watching baseball, and I was trying to figure out how many baseball games I've watched today. I'm in the 10,000s, I think, Flex. Have you ever seen a pitcher intentionally hit their own catcher?
No.
I've never seen it. I've seen pitchers intentionally hit umpires.
Yeah, I've seen that. Sure. I've seen that.
I've never, ever in my entire life, look, some of you have seen way more baseball than me. Have you ever seen a pitcher intentionally hit their own catcher? Like, think of the claim we're making. Like, so let's take our opinion out of it for a second. Intentional, unintentional, whatever we think. Let's eliminate that for just a moment. Claiming that Framber Valdez hit Cesar Salazar on purpose might be the first time in Major League Baseball history that has happened, at least in like our generation.
Yeah,
that is the claim.
I was trying to think about this. I think I saw you tweet on it, and I was trying to think about, like, is there ever been a character, a personality, a player where there's no doubt between umpires and guys on the other team that pitchers are going to intentionally throw to hit? But I can't rationally give you an answer of a guy on your own team, because you go to war. Those are your brothers. The guys in that dugout and in that clubhouse are guys that no matter what happens on the field, you're supposed to be able to, after that game, leave it behind and move on because you got 162 to get through.
Mm-hmm. I've never seen it.
I can't honestly say that I've ever seen anything like it.
And look, there's only one person who truly knows. It's Framber Valdez. It's the only person that truly knows. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Anthony, you're in the Hive. What is up?
Hey, what's up, guys? Long-time listener, first-time caller. I just want to say I would not be surprised at all whatsoever if during the off-season we might hear some stories coming out about turmoil in the clubhouse like surrounding Framber Valdez. And also while I'm talking about that, since Carlos Correa got traded to the Houston Astros, like, we thought, hey, like, our leader is here, right? Like, maybe things might get better from here. But no, maybe the situation's not exactly what Carlos thought it would be. So just want to put that out there. Go ahead and hang up and listen. You guys have a good one.
See, I'm not putting anything on the clubhouse. I think they handled it exactly the way they were supposed to handle it. They handled it internally. We, again, to your point, let's also remember the fact that there's more than 2 pitch comms on the field.
Sure.
So because I think there's up to 5 pitch comms on the field. If you had problems in your clubhouse, if you had personality conflicts and more, some guy who had his different agenda than whatever, if they weren't all on the same page, somebody's coming out and saying, oh, I heard this.
Yeah. No.
And calling it out. The way they handled it and the way they've handled, which, let's just be honest about what kind of season that they've been able to get through, endure, and be in first place in, where a lot of teams would have already folded up their tents and gone home. I can't sit there and say because of this incident, look, might be more stories coming out that after the season, this clubhouse was in turmoil. I don't believe that at all.
Yeah, I think it's an isolated incident. And look, I've related Framber Valdez to a wild horse before. And it's also ironic that I was celebrating Cesar Salazar catching Framber yesterday, and this happens.
Yes, it is.
Like
I noticed there's no response
trauma.
to my text.
Well, your text was very I responded to your text.
He did. I saw it.
I'm apparently having problems with my phone. I didn't get it.
Jeremy
I said,
respond. I chuckled.
I'm apparently having problems with my phone then.
I said no one likes to know it all, Brian. But you were a little bit, you did take liberties with that conversation. Because the conversation was that Cesar Salazar would be on the playoff roster, which he survived today, would be on the playoff roster if he and Framber worked well together the rest of the year. So, like, you completely moved the goalpost on that.
No, I was dunking on the idea that having Cesar Salazar back there at all made any difference to Framber's mental state, and clearly that proved the case last night.
But the take was Cesar Salazar, if he works well with Framber the rest of the way, will be on the playoff roster. So dunking, sure, but you're goalpost moving the take.
I never moved the goalpost.
Absolutely.
I was saying that the take was ridiculous. The idea that Cesar Salazar was going to make a big difference for Framber's mentality.
I don't think that was the conversation.
No.
You said he would be more sharp because he could trust Cesar Salazar back there and block the curveball.
I do
as
believe
we get
that.
to the playoffs, we talked about if he was his personal catcher from now to the end of the playoffs, and Framber was the old Framber or the best version of Framber, that he would be on the playoff roster, because we were both on that page.
I know, but was he?
That's changing the conversation. You're changing the conversation. That's why you're on that side of the glass, Brian.
It's a
feels like you're running from the L.
Now to the end of the
you're
season,
running from the L.
I'll take the L that Salazar pitched was a terrible battery mate yesterday with Framber. How could one argue otherwise? That pairing did not work yesterday. That is an L. Eat that L. But the playoff roster conversation was if they worked well together the rest of the season. That was the rest of the story. I forgot what we were talking about. Oh, the wild horse. This is why I think it's more of an isolated incident than a clubhouse incident. Framber Valdez is a wild horse. And look, after wild horses get tame, for the most part, they look great. You get a great, horse rider to get in there and you break the wildness out of this wild horse. But every now and then, that wild horse you thought was tame. You thought the wild horse of his past was in the past. But every now and then, that wild horse will show its true colors. And yesterday, Yellowstone taught me all of this. And yesterday, we saw the wild horse come out in the wildest of horses we have seen in maybe ever for Framber Valdez. If what people are claiming, I don't agree with this, but if what people are claiming is true, that Framber Valdez did something that may be the first time we've seen a major league pitcher go at their own catcher in a game, this would be the wildest horses of any wildest horse pitcher story in the history of the game.
Yeah, this is, if that was indeed true, and you would think that guys within that clubhouse that respect the rules of the game, the unwritten rules of the game period, would have major issue with, and maybe even speak about it, because of how impactful that would be, right? Because we've seen it in other sports. We've seen other players that have completely gone off the deep end, and whether you were a teammate or a foe, people are going to speak up. They're not going to sit there and be silent and go, that just doesn't belong in the game.
Now, to Anthony's point, who called in, because look, I'm out on Framber. Like, people think my tenor of my tweets yesterday, people think I was defending Framber. I wasn't defending Framber. Like, look at the tweets prior to the tweet that went viral or whatever. I'm over Framber. I'm tired of the Framber drama. I think that he is now to the point where all of the head case stuff isn't worth it. I still think he's incredibly talented, but the results haven't equaled the talent for really since the post-All-Star break. I've never, even before the whole head case stuff, I've never wanted to pay Framber Valdez money to re-sign here. So I'm out on Framber. Let's be very clear. And what he did yesterday, really post intentional, unintentional pitch. The storming back to the mound, although Chandler Roman, his piece in The Athletic, said that he does that on the advice of his sports psychiatrist, that like that's his way to cope with anger is like, hey, you walk to the mound, you turn everything off. And after reading that, I do recall moments where he does do that. He does do that.
Before.
I wouldn't have thought that in the moment, but after reading that, I was like, okay, yeah, I do have some recollection of that. But like the lack of professionalism to not check in on his catcher that at minimum he accidentally crossed up, I thought that was unprofessional. I thought it was Bush League, all of those things. Michael Schwab tweeted about a couple hours ago that there was a flare up in the clubhouse where they went at Framber for not being professional in that moment and like being, hey, my bad, Sally, like, hey, that's not a good look. So all of those things I'm not pro Framber at all. I just can't arrive at a point where I think a major league pitcher, even the wildest of horses, intentionally hit his own catcher. That is wild horse to me.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at it and you look at exactly everything that transpired, the things that stuck out to me are that if something with other guys with the pitch comm, if that would have been that blatantly intentional, someone would have reacted. You've got enough guys that aren't Altuve that have enough fire in their belly and leadership in the clubhouse.
Yeah.
They would not have accepted that. Period. End of story. Now, I didn't hear what you said Chandler reported or read about but the reaction did puzzle me because, like I said, if that happens to me, if anybody else, and I think most people that played ball would say, if you did that to your catcher, you feel awful. And you want to make sure, one, he's okay, and two, that he understands, I did not mean to do that.
Admittedly, the perception of it looks awful. At minimum, the perception looks absolutely awful.
Yes. The other thing is, having seen this throughout sports and getting to your point about, because I saw people DFA him immediately, and we're done, and all this other stuff, and, in the moment, just getting completely over the edge.
That's what inspired my tweet, actually, was I saw the same thing.
Yeah.
DFA Framber, come on.
Seriously. That's ludicrous. But at the same time, when you think about it, at what level are you and where is your patience level because of how good the player is to deal with it? Royce White, at a certain point, he wasn't worth all of the extra. They just walked. They went away. They went their separate ways. Now, when you look at what happened with a guy like Rodman, and you even saw it in The Last Dance, Rodman throughout his career was so damn good as a player that they're going to tolerate a whole hell of a lot at the end of the day.
Charles Haley.
Absolutely. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but at a certain point, it has run its course.
Would you say that he got pissed off?
I think that it has run its course with Framber Valdez. Now, I say run its course. I still hope he has 2 more months as an Astro. I hope like the DFA him is the worst take I've ever seen in my life.
It's just absolutely
and that's what inspired my this is like you guys are tweeting emotionally was the DFA him. Like I totally understand being mad about Framber. Like I can even hear the argument that it was intentional. Don't agree with it. I can hear the argument that it was intentional. I even understand that it looks very bad. It gives the perception that it could be intentional. The DFA him?
That's so stupid.
DFA Framber? Like, if the Astros have any chance to win it all,
exactly my
Framber
thought.
Valdez has to be at least 90% of who Framber Valdez is.
We have been singing this for the last couple of weeks about the fact that if you have any chance of going anywhere in the playoffs, your 2 horses at the top of the rotation have to be Brown and Framber, and they've got to be at their best to take you where you need to go. If you're telling me because of this, your gut reaction and your knee-jerk reaction for sure is DFA Framber, I'm sorry, you don't know ball.
Where are you at on this, Brian? Do you believe that it was intentional or unintentional?
I believe it was intentional.
Okay, lay out the case for us when we come back.
Okay.
And we'll try to get to it eventually. Eventually. I mean, this has a mind of its own here. It's kind of like Framber. The conversation about Framber is kind of like Framber. We'll hear from Framber. We'll hear from Salazar. We'll hear from a better interpreter than a Dutchman as well. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Framber Valdez, did he or did he not? 713-780-ESPN. Brian's on the case that it was intentional. Brian, present your argument, please.
So, look, admittedly, all of what I'm about to present is speculative, well, not speculative, but circumstantial. But I think there's far more circumstantial evidence than there is reasonable explanation on the other side of this, to the point where I think that thinking he didn't do it, or at least dismissing the possibility that he did it intentionally, is naive. First, I'll go to what Joel mentioned, I think, right at the very start in segment one. Like, Framber's reaction, every pit, like anytime you've heard a teammate done something like that to cause someone else harm, your immediate reaction, if you didn't mean to do it, would be, oh, my bad, go check on him, see if he's okay. Framber very coldly showed no emotion, no reaction, and took it to the extreme of turning his back and walking away from it. I mean,
which is a psychiatrist advice there.
To turn away and not offer help.
It is.
See, I didn't know that till you said.
This has been reported.
I guess.
Taylor Rome said that is a coping mechanism whenever he's facing adversity.
Don't you think the care for your teammate would override what you've been trained to do in that moment?
It absolutely should.
Okay. So that's the first part of it.
Can I also just say, because I know it's not when he's on the mound. I mean, when he's literally pitching. Because if you face adversity in a pitching situation and you turn and walk away, that wouldn't be trying to get the guy out.
No, I mean, it's between pitches.
I understand.
Yeah. I mean, we see him storm around after, like, behind
Well,
the mound.
remember
That was the
before
whole
the
pitch
pitch clock.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
he
was
used
the
to do
pitch
it all
clock
the
thing.
time.
Like, is Framber going to have enough time to storm around the mound?
Maybe I haven't noticed it, but is he turning his back and walking away after every pitch in the pitch clock era?
No, only when he's upset with a call from the umpire.
Or very adverse situations, or like he's mad.
We saw
he did it
this-
with the Yiner thing the other day.
That's when it was.
Yeah.
That's when it was.
Okay.
Yeah, he does it pretty often. Like, I didn't really put two and two together until I read it today. But no, that's something that he does. That is a thing he does.
That's a fair pushback. I still think if there wasn't, it's still really at the very best for Framber, it's cold to turn away and stick to that sort of reaction when you see that you hit your teammate intentionally or unintentionally.
Yeah. And in defense of your defense, I do think that the sympathy for your teammate that you just crossed up accidentally should override it. I do agree with that.
The other part of it, to me, I haven't heard anyone say this, but look, I know as great as Framber is, as great as pitchers are in the major leagues, they can't obviously control where the pitches go exactly, even though they are the best in the world at doing that. But to me, if you're saying, okay, if Framber's saying, I'm throwing sinker, I'm ignoring the curveball call, I would at least put it where Cesar Salazar is expecting it. Because Cesar Salazar, when calling for the curve, his setup was low and in, I believe. It was definitely low. I think it was low and in. So if I'm at least going to, okay, he's not expecting this, but I'm throwing my sinker anyway, I'm at least putting it where he's expecting it, so hopefully he can frame it, hopefully he can be there to catch it, present it, all that sort of thing. So to me, putting the sinker middle is a sign of something other than I'm just stubbornly throwing my own pitch. Because if I were putting myself in Framber's shoes, which is a scary place, if I'm just throwing sinker anyway, I'm thinking, well, at least I'm going to put it where Cesar's expecting it so he has a better chance to catch it and present it to the umpire as a strike.
I don't think he's looking for a strike there. I think he's just trying to get out of the inning. Also, I could argue that wouldn't the best place to put a catchable sinker would be right down the gut?
Not if he's not. Well, clearly it wasn't. It hit him in the chest.
Well, that's because he expected a curveball.
Yeah,
I think the other thing that you have to factor in, at this point, I believe he's checked out.
I think he was certainly checked out.
I believe that once he saw 6 on the board for the other team and given up a grand slam, he's checked out. So at this point, that's where my argument has been, which is when more nitpicking the term intentional.
Yeah.
Because I think he's so checked out at that point, and no matter what he's supposed to do, walking around on the mound and everything like that, that's all out the window. Because at this point, he thinks game, set, match. I'm done. I'm just rolling, rocking and rolling.
What else do you have?
No, but to that point, I get you. Yeah, down the middle would be the easiest place to catch, but it's not the easiest place if Cesar's setting up low and in. And the evidence was that it hit him in the chest. He wasn't ready for it.
Well, it's not going to matter where that pitch is located. Like if the catcher's thinking breaking ball and he sees it at that release point, he's like, well, that's in the dirt, and that's why he flips the mitt. Like the problem there wasn't the location. The problem there was he threw the wrong pitch.
Sure. I just think it was compounded by the location at the very least.
I mean, where would the better spot be? Low?
Where he was expecting it.
I mean, he flipped the glove. He's ready to block it.
I know. At least it would have hit him in the chest.
It would have hit him in the cojones. He did him a favor.
The other part to me is what, and we're efforting to have on Michael Schwab later in the show. But the other part of it to me is the reaction. Like Joel, you've mentioned several times about guys would react if this was intentional. If what Schwabe reported is true, they kind of did. Now they didn't show it on the field because I think they're professionals and they're also know they're in the pennant race and they're trying to keep this thing from falling off the tracks, just getting completely derailed. But I think if we believe what Schwabe reported, the tensions and the escalations of the tensions and the confrontation in the clubhouse, to me that speaks to his teammates believing there's at least a partial possibility that Fromber did that on purpose.
I think, and to what Brian's referring to, Michael Schwab reported that there was a very heated discussion amongst the players after the game.
You want me to read it? I have it up.
Go ahead.
Yeah, please.
Sources tell me tensions rose in the Astros clubhouse last night after the loss when players confronted Fromber for his in-game actions involving Cesar Salazar. The argument escalated and coaches eventually stepped in to calm the situation. While intent behind the pitch remains unclear, Valdez's initial refusal to address Salazar frustrated many in the clubhouse. While I'll concede that maybe the chance goes up 1% that it becomes a little bit more likely that it was intentional versus unintentional, that last sentence says intent behind the pitch remains unclear and that the players were frustrated with the way that he handled it post-pitch.
But again, that kind of goes to why, like, us not believing what Cesar Salazar says. Oh, I just pressed the wrong button. Like, anything those players tell you, once it gets to the point of the media's in the room, they're going to circle the wagons like the Buffalo Bills and try to keep this thing from going off the tracks. I don't think they're going to, if they were mad at Fromber for at least the possibility that he did it intentionally, they're not going to tell you that.
I disagree. I agree with they're not going to tell you in the media. I disagree reading this swap tweet, and they're automatically thinking that the players, they're thinking that it was intentional.
I'm admitting this is circumstantial evidence.
Like Blankers brought up the point earlier where other players have PitchCom. So, like, they're going to be able to hear it, too. They're going to know the timing of it as well. Like, let's play out the opposite scenario where Salazar punches in curveball, but it's after Fromber's in the windup, like Fromber says, and it's at that point it's too late, right? If we're just playing out this scenario. But then his behavior that we're pointing out, just walking away, didn't show any empathy, didn't check in on his catcher, wouldn't that tick off the rest of the players?
It could be both,
That doesn't equal intent. It just equals that he acted Bush League as a professional player in a moment where he should be checking up on a catcher that he crossed up. So I don't think that tweet, in my opinion, really amplifies the intent at all.
Yeah.
The only thing to play devil's advocate on that, the only thing that goes to Brian's point is if other guys with PitchCom heard,
that would make that a completely different stance for sure. Like if Correa's in there now, I did go watch the center field, like the big overhead cam. I went back and watched that. Like nobody really reacts. I went back and like some people are like, oh, can you believe that Callis and Blum didn't bring it up? They didn't. But I went back and watched the TBS copy. They didn't react. They were talking about the Grand Slam. I went back and watched the Yes Network copy. They didn't react. They were talking about the Grand Slam. I watched the third base camera, which shows the Astros dugout. No one even budges in the moment. Like, there was no reaction whatsoever. They didn't realize the gravity of the situation in the moment at all.
From the TV
nobody did.
I think that's one of the first takeaways I had watching the Shin was, why the hell aren't they talking about what just happened? But because a lot of these guys for reacts, and Jeremy can attest to this better than anybody, but a lot of these guys for reacts, once the play is actually over, are watching their monitor. The monitor of what they're seeing is the actual game cast that's going over the air. And the over-the-air was Grisham's reaction on the Grand Slam, the Yankees jumping around and chest bumping with Judge, and all of that. So you never even saw, even on the Grand Slam, they came back to the center field camera late. Mm-hmm. You couldn't see Salazar telling him to step off.
I was actually mad for a moment because I couldn't find the whole sequence. Like, because whenever you see him hit Salazar, like, it's already in the windup. So you can't see when Salazar's punching in the pitches.
Right.
But if, like, I'll retweet it here. The video that I pulled up, it shows the entire sequence. So it shows Fromber start very quickly, and it shows Salazar still punching at it after the wind.
Yeah, the Shin didn't have. I went back and rewound
no
it.
network did.
Yeah, right.
No network did. This was off network. All right, we're gonna go ahead.
Yeah, I think part of that is going back to a point you made earlier, Jeremy. Like this would be so unprecedented that I think it just took people would it's that thought would never pop to their mind that that's what happened. So it takes time for that to come up. The only other things, and I'll say these both very quickly, but the only other things I would point out with this as to whether it was intentional or not. One, obviously the track record, and we saw what happened. Now it would be unprecedented doing it to your own teammate, but we saw what happened last year with the Angels where he went off and did his own thing. We saw what happened where he just started throwing at Rangers in that one game a year or two ago. And the last thing is, like, I think, Jeremy, one of your points was, like, why didn't he do it on the first pitch? I think it's dangerous with a guy like Fromber to try to assign logic to all of his actions and behaviors. Like, I think if we're going to say, well, he couldn't have done it intentionally because he didn't do it in the logical way I would have done it, is far missing the point, because Fromber is not operating emotionally the way that we would in those situations.
I'm bothered a little bit by the track record aspect of this. Because what track record is
there? Record of losing his mind and doing things that are stupid.
See, but that lets
But hitting his own teammate with a pitch,
I started off.
That's a leap. Like, that's asking a guy that does like just regular petty theft, like with murder. Like, that's how big of a leap that is.
Well, murders do escalate, but
if a guy had, or a lady, I don't want to discriminate in 2025. You could be a guy or a lady that does little, simple theft. If somebody had 3 counts of simple theft, are they as likely to murder somebody as somebody who had 0 theft?
No, of course not. And that's why I said I said that at the beginning, that it is not the same thing, and it would be a far, escalation of previous meltdowns. But it's within his personality profile to lose his mind and do something that we would all regard to be stupid and immature.
The resume isn't spectacular for Fromber.
Yeah.
No, see, and I think that's why when we started talking about all this, about the word intentional, I just think that he completely checked out to the point where he was just going to rock and fire, and he wasn't dialed into anything that was going on behind the plate. I don't think that he tried to intentionally put a fastball in the ribs of his catcher.
Yeah. Yeah, 713-780 ESPN HRP listener line. That's where I'm at. Like, I can't quite get there. I'm not pro Fromber Valdez. I'm not defending the action. The moment that he realized that he crossed up Cesar Salazar, whatever side of the aisle you're on this, I feel like that action was awful. I could totally understand why the team would be ticked off. And then
no doubt.
And then people reading Salazar's anger. Like, reading her, like, Salazar's anger and be like, oh, you can tell in Salazar's face he thought it was intentional. What? If I got hit with a pitch at 93 and I knew you didn't do it on purpose, I would have the same look.
Well, I'm ticked off one way or the other.
Exactly.
I just took a 93-plus ball right to the ribs.
Yeah, like, that's the thing. Like, oh, well, you can tell that it was intentional based on Cesar Salazar's reaction. What? How? He's mad because he just got drilled, whether it was intentional or not. Like, I felt like that was a massive, well, you can tell in tip because of Salazar's face. That's conjecture if I've ever heard it.
I think that any catcher's first reaction, regardless whether they got hit or not, is what the hell was that?
Yeah.
And that's fair.
Absolutely.
Because that's exactly what every catcher should react to.
Especially if he's punching in curveball.
Right.
Whether Fromber either, like, he's so mad and didn't hear it, whether it was too late. I think it was too late. And Fromber was like, okay, well, it's just too late. Screw it now, which I think might have come in play. Like, I think Salazar had a couple of instances where he was plugging in the pitch late. Fromber got mad and just, here you go. Let me throw it on in there.
Yeah.
713-780 ESPN. Texture said he didn't look mad. He looked disappointed. Looked pretty mad to me. Don't you think?
Who?
Salazar.
Salazar looked. I don't think there's any question he was ticked off. He just took one to the torso. There's no doubt he was upset.
Texture, like a wrestler losing his mind and beating the heck out of another wrestler. People snap and do dumb things sometimes, man. He's a dummy. That was a work. Take a tent out. The guy is a mental little person, and most fans, I can only guess some teammates are done with it. No, I see, that's where I agree. Like, I agree to that point, like that part. Like, yes, absolutely, 100%. We're going to have Esmia here talk about, she's going to translate some Spanish for us from Fromber Valdez, because I'm not a huge fan of this Astros interpreter, because he's Dutch. You have an English to Spanish, Spanish to English interpreter that's Dutch. His name is Otto Luhr. So Esby's going to break down some Fromber Valdez sound here in a moment. I really hate public defender Branham. Feelings not mutual. I like you. Branham, just because he's a professional ball player doesn't mean he can't do stupid stuff. He does a lot of dumb, suspend him a game. I'm not saying he's not dumb. I'm just saying he's not intentionally hitting somebody. Why didn't he just punch himself in the face like Ken Giles? That would have been better. I agree. Intentional, unintentional. My initial reaction was, what, Fromber? Come on, get a hold of yourself. That's perfect. Fromber isn't that intelligent or mentally tough, but he ain't the first MLB pitcher in those categories. All right, Esme's with us. I think Fromber in Spanish yesterday gives us a little bit of insight on what was going on between he and his battery mate, and I don't really believe Otto Lore a whole lot, which is bad because if you have a bad translator and all these English journalists are taking this, translator's words and he's not 100% accurate, that could be an issue, right? Could be a problem. So Esme's joining us now. You there, Esme?
I am.
That mic's not working.
Yeah, I don't. Do you keep talking?
Hello.
There we go. There we go. Okay. When was you talk Spanish every day?
Just about every day, but wait.
Yeah.
How come it took y'all so long to get me on the air?
Well, Brian didn't let us have you on.
Well, hold on. I've been with y'all for 14 years.
Well, we've had you on the air like 2 months ago.
Yeah. By the way, we
2 months ago
graciously put you on the air whenever we can.
Mm.
Yeah, it was like 2 months ago.
Why we're coming in. You're coming in guns blazing already.
Maybe 3. She's our Fromber Valdez. But anyways, I want you to take a listen to this that Fromber Valdez said yesterday in Spanish, because I think I hear something here that gets lost in translation that these English-speaking journalists didn't write, and I think it's pretty important. So here's Fromber yesterday in Spanish.
Okay.
No, me crucé. Cuando uno se cruce, cuando uno no escucha el picheo por la cantidad de bulla, simplemente creí que fue single y tiré mi próximo single y le dio sin querer.
All right, do you know what he's saying there?
First of all, he's speaking really fast, but he is saying that he hit him without wanting to. He said sin querer means without wanting to.
Okay. And what was this question, Brian? This was the question, I believe. They were asking him about like what happened or whatever. Play the front part again of that, because I think he says something about hearing. Escucha. Yeah, I think he says that.
Does he?
Yeah, I think so.
¿Es it intentional, Fromber? No, me crucé. Cuando uno se cruce, cuando uno no escucha el picheo por la cantidad de bulla, simplemente creí que fue single y tiré mi próximo single y le dio sin querer.
No.
He doesn't say that?
No.
What does he say?
That he didn't. He didn't mean to.
Okay.
It wasn't anything in a bad way.
Mm-hmm. So you're saying he accidentally hit him?
That's what he said. I accidentally hit him, but did he really accidentally hit him, or
that's the great debate.
That's the big issue today.
Everybody's well, I will say that 90% of people think he did it on purpose.
I heard chocolate suavemente in Los Angeles, but that's me. I mean, I didn't hear much more than that.
I didn't hear too much because
he's very fast.
Yeah, and then he's got a heavy accent that I like, a really heavy accent. It's not he's what, Puerto Rican or Dominican or something, and they always have a really heavy accent.
Oh, and you're Mexican.
Yes.
Yeah, me too.
Yes. You're not Mexican.
Yeah, I'm half Mexican. My mom's a Rios. Yeah, my grandparents are from Villanueva down in the valley.
Really?
Yeah. You can't tell?
No.
It's not very
nice.
So
where does Branham come from?
Oh, that's German.
So then how am I supposed to...
family, though.
No, that's my dad's side. That's my dad's side.
So how am I supposed to know that you're Mexican?
Well, look at this tan.
Joel has a tan.
Yeah, but he married a Mexican.
No, he didn't. She's a Latina.
That's another story for another day. There's a lot more into that. Yeah.
Here's what the translator said, Esme. Let's see how close you were, I guess.
Okay.
No, it was not. It was not intentional. I called for sinker, and that's the pitch I wanted. There was a lot of noise, and I thought that was what he wanted me to throw, but no, it was not intentional.
Okay, I think you got it.
Yeah, he said it wasn't intentional.
Yeah.
But I did look at his face when he did it, and
oh no, you're gonna read body language too?
Well, of course, I'm a woman. I'm supposed to read.
She did her research coming on the show. I like it.
That is a good point.
I have to. But did you see how? Like his eyes just kind of...
They glazed over?
Well,
he's a cold-blooded killer. Well, he was trying to kill Salazar with that sinker.
No, wait. But doesn't the guy, the receiver, or what's his name? Catcher. With the vest? Yes,
Salazar.
the catcher.
Yeah.
The vest.
Doesn't... Yeah.
we brought her here for a translation,
right.
not her baseball.
Yeah. So doesn't he wear a vest?
Yeah, chest protector.
Chest protector.
Okay. Is that bulletproof or ball-proof?
I think it's made out of Kevlar. Yeah. No, I'm just kidding. It's just very
heavily padded.
Yeah. I mean, it's still gonna hurt if you wear one off of it.
Going at 90-something miles an hour, I mean, it would definitely hurt.
It's not. I mean, it's pretty. I mean, I don't know what you would call it. It's padded, like just cushion, like a bunch of.
It's kind of
sturdy
like if you
cushion.
take a bullet from a bulletproof vest. You're not going to die from it, but
Yeah.
you're going to feel it.
But you're gonna feel
Yeah,
it.
so if the baseball hits that thing, it's going to be less than if it just hits your torso.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
still going to hurt.
Esme, I have a chest protector. I can wear it one day, and you can throw a sinker at me.
Okay, I can do that too. But
I
wait,
thought you were going to say you're going to throw it at her. I was like,
No.
you're
No,
not doing that.
I'm a
no,
gentleman.
no. Let me see. So
Whoa!
no, wait. So he threw it at 90 something an hour.
Yeah, 93, I think.
Oh my gosh! So that's fast.
Yeah.
What's the likelihood or the possibility that he throws it so fast that it doesn't hit his chest? It hits like down by the kahunas, like down.
It's happened.
By the
It's happened.
They wear cups.
Yeah, but
it would still hurt. Yeah.
Kind of like a different feeling than the chest protector. But
Usually-
it won't hurt as much. You're still going to feel
but
it.
that's why they have their fingers or their hand covering whenever they're doing their little.
They don't do
No,
that.
that's
signs.
no, that's not that. No,
and they don't do that anymore. They
No.
have what they call pitch comm,
Yeah.
so they can do it with a computer, so that they don't have to do the signs anymore.
Yeah. Now, a lot of times when you see pitches and baseballs that go there,
Uh-huh.
usually it's on a bounce. Usually it skips.
Oh.
Like a breaking ball in the dirt, skip. Fastball low, skip. Usually they don't wear it, without a little bit of a layover.
Sure. So wait. So do they actually throw like a? Does the ball when they throw the ball so fast that it's a curve ball? It really does like curve.
Oh, it moves.
Oh yeah.
It spins
Yeah.
different and it moves different.
Does it really?
Guess how many
like
RPMs?
in the cartoons? Like
yeah,
in the
almost.
cartoons?
Yeah. So they measured this. It's
Okay.
called it's spin basically,
Uh-huh.
and they measured it in RPMs. Guess how many RPMs that a curveball can go? Framber Valdez is probably one of the better ones at it.
Wait.
in terms of movement,
RPMs like in our car, like from 1 to.
I think it's
7,
pretty similar. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So.
So how many times does the ball spin
I think
by
it's-
the time it leaves his hand to the time the catcher
Yeah, I
catches
think it stands for revolutions per minute
Okay. So.
or revolutions.
Revolutions.
Whatever.
Yeah, revolutions. My brother's a mechanic, so I think it's revolution. Oh, shout out to Philip, by the way, and my daughter CJ. CJ knows all this
Okay,
stuff. She was
okay,
telling
we
me.
got to dial it back in. Then we're
Oh.
gonna, on the way out, because we're not done, but when we're on the way out, then you give all your kudos and your hellos.
3,000.
3,000. So
3,000.
that's
Get up to
3.
3,000.
That's 3 on the scale.
Oh yeah, because you're right. Yeah, because they measure by thousands. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So-
That's how much spin they get on it. Well, some, the best.
That's how many times the ball spins around from the time it leaves his hand till the time the catcher catches.
Yeah.
And does he have to do like a certain move?
It's a different
Yeah, you
grip.
usually
On
hold it
his
here.
wrist?
Different grip, and
Hold it
your
here,
wrist has
spike
to
it.
snap down.
And you
Yeah.
just throw it with all your.
If that's
Might.
that's the curveball. Sweeper's a little different. But
I-
yeah, you're on the right track. Yeah.
I saw the game on Sunday.
As
No, Monday,
we gotta
on
go.
Monday.
We gotta go to break.
Oh, let's go to
we
break.
gotta go to break. Let's get to
I'll wait for the next segment.
Yeah,
then.
you got more to interpret.
Let's hear from Fromber through his interpreter, Otto Lore, which is not nearly as good as our interpreter. Although we might do this anytime we need an interpreter, bring you in, see how close you get, or if you're better even.
I might be.
So we'll do that next time. But Fromber and Salazar, what they had to say post game: 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Football is back. Underdog is the place to make picks and win money all season long. Perfect time to play is right now. If you're in Texas, you can play right now. Even it's so easy playing on Underdog. Pick whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, yards, interceptions, and much, much more. Get your picks right, and you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. And you can play with as little as $1. You can still get that Saquon Barkley free play until they kick off. Will he be higher than 0 rush yards? Of course he will. So take advantage of the free play. Why wouldn't you? Look into some of these Astros and Yankee ones. I like Alexander today higher than 4.5 Ks, and I like Will Warren higher than 2.5 earned runs. It's a bounce back game for the Astros. And, of course, you still got about 27, 25, somewhere around there, 24, 25 hours to hammer out these best balls. I'm still grinding. You can find me in the lobbies. And, of course, with Underdog, you have the originals like streaks. Each streak starts by making 2 picks. If both are correct, the next pick for the streak becomes available. So take advantage of that as well. Download the app today. It's my favorite app. I use it more than any other app. Sign up with promo code KILLERB, and you're going to score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. Giving you money. Promo code KILLERB, KILLERB. Millions of fans have already won billions of dollars making picks on Underdog. Will you be next? Underdog. Make picks, win money.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
All right, let's hear a little bit from Framber Valdez through the interpreter on what happened yesterday. This is the first question. Framber kind of goes wild horse here because he was asked about the Grand Slam, and then Framber then immediately, he answers the Grand Slam, but then he starts to talk about the cross-up. Here was Framber answering what happened to the Grand Slam and then gets to the cross-up as well.
Yeah, it was just a pitch that I wanted to throw. I called for that pitch, so I wanted to throw that pitch. Unfortunately, he was able to get it and hit it for a Grand Slam, and I was able to locate it. And afterwards, what happened with us, we just got crossed up. I called for that pitch. I threw it, and we got crossed up. When we went down to the dugout, I excused myself with him, and I said sorry to him, and I take full responsibility for that.
Okay. So a lot of people are hearing that and saying, well, how did you call the pitch? I think that's the part that's lost in translation. It's also why I think he has a primary default sinker. And until you hear otherwise, that's what you're throwing.
That's what I was referring to earlier. Like, I heard him say it twice. The interpreter said it twice. And I'm like, well, he doesn't call his own pitches. So that stood out to me as I need some more explaining.
Yeah. Now, obviously, pitchers can shake off. So, maybe he's also like, I'm shaking until I get the one I like. Never get to the one I like. Late in pitch clock. Okay, I'm going to throw what I want. That was the Grand Slam. Whereas the 1-0 to Volpe was, I'm on the rubber, I'm in my windup immediately, and I'm not giving you the time to call the pitch.
You see so many pitchers, the biggest thing they struggle with is once you are in the process of winding up to throw the ball, even when the umpire says the hitter called time, depending on every pitcher's different, where their eyes are and where their pre-delivery of the pitch body language is, so to speak, where their mechanics are, that is a really tough thing to do once you start the throwing motion to just stop.
Yeah, you're not going to
hurt
that.
yourself.
And also the pitch clock, you are worried about, getting behind the count, things like that. Like hindsight 2020, do you rather he just stepped off, get on the same page? Of course. But you're talking about making a decision in a matter of seconds. Framber can probably think, okay, I'm going to get a sinker in there, get a strike, and then, live to fight another day without making it a 2-0 count or whatever would have been to Gresham.
What you said does add up simply because of the fact that I don't think that there was any way that he was in communication with Salazar on what to pitch. I think he was just going to throw. And I think that what he threw was exactly, if you're right, that the default is I'm throwing a slider unless we agree on otherwise. I mean, a sinker.
Yeah.
And so that was the pitch he threw.
Yeah, here's another one from Framber Valdez discussing this. He was asked point blank, was it intentional?
No, it was not. It was not intentional. I called for a sinker, and that's the pitch I wanted. There was a lot of noise, and I thought that was what he wanted me to throw, but no, it was not intentional.
You want to poke hole, though?
Please do.
It was not loud. It was well after the home run. It was another pitch
Ooh.
into the at-bat.
Two pitches
and I
into
think,
it. And they were celebrating.
Right, this was the second pitch, and I think that even if there was still noise, it would have died down after the first pitch to Volpe. The fact that it was the second pitch, and the Astros fans were stunned, disappointed, ticked off, but they were, for what I could going back and look at it, it did seem like it was pretty quiet in there. It's not like, there's a big rally going on and you got to put your glove over your ear and I can't hear it.
Yeah, I mean, there were some good amount of Yankee fans there.
There was.
I do believe they were still in celebratory mode. I don't believe that he can't hear the pitch comm. So I give some validity to they're loud. I don't give a whole lot of validity to it was too loud to hear.
I think he could hear it just fine. I think he wasn't trying to hear it. I think he was just rocking and going.
Or I think that's in play. I think him being mad and just kind of tuning it out is in play.
But that's part of it. That's what I mean.
And also, I think my opinion is that he was working so fast. Salazar punched it in after he started the wind. That's my thought. Here was the question, the follow up to Framber on how did you call the pitch when you don't have pitch comm?
It wasn't necessary that I called for it. That was just the pitch that I had in mind. He called for a curveball, but I was already in mind that I was going to throw a sinker, and that's what I threw, so that's what happened.
See, a lot of people heard that and like, oh, he's going rogue. I hear that, and I'm thinking they have you're going sinker, unless told otherwise. He's like, well, I was already committed. I was already in the wind. That's when I heard curveball. That's my thought.
See,
that's why I think. That's why I get there.
That's where the cross-up can be legit. Because as you said, if the sequencing is he's already in the windup And the understanding is, unless I shake you off and you see me shake you off, the pitch is going to be a sinker that it is legit that if he called it, no matter when he called it, he didn't hear a response, see a shake of the head. He thinks it's going to be what he called, the curveball, and Fromber is hell-bent on throwing the pitch that is the default, which is the sinker.
Yeah. To me, that's like a lot of people were confused by that soundbite. I'm not that confused by that soundbite. He's throwing sinker until he's told otherwise. He said he heard it late. What does that mean? It means that he's already starting the wind. If you go back and watch the video footage of it, you see Salazar punching after Fromber already started in his windup.
I hear what you're saying, but hearing that quote kind of has me thinking what Joel was just saying earlier. Like, he was just out of it at that point. He was dead to the world, and he was just going to rock and throw. Like, that's hearing that quote where he specifically says, I had that pitch in my mind. I interpret that as, basically what Joel said. Like, I'm just, I'm pissed. I'm throwing sinkers, and that's it.
Why would that pitch be his default, though?
Well, we already know he wanted to throw sinkers in situations where Salazar didn't earlier.
Would you agree that his best pitch is his default pitch? If you're going to do that with a pitcher, your best pitch is going to be your
like your
pitch.
strike pitch. Like,
Correct.
you're not going to go to a curveball. Like,
Right.
that's not going to be your default.
It could
pitch.
be the default pitch, or it could just be that Fromber, like he did just to Grisham not that long before that, just decided to throw sinker instead.
I just think that at that point he knew the game was out of hand. He knew that his start was out of hand.
Yeah.
His pitch count was way up too. That he just said, "Screw it, I'm
That's
throwing."
That's what I heard in that quote too. The other thing,
I'm of the belief that every pitcher has a pitch that they're going to whenever the pitcher and the catcher are not on the same page because of the pitch clock. Like, you have to be able to have a trump card because of the pitch clock, because you have to get a shot up. In the Grisham home run, they're winding down. Like, there's 2 seconds whenever Salazar's telling him to step off. Nobody talks about that. The Volpe one's different because Fromber's just, like, blowing and going. Like, he's just going as quickly as he can. I think that's why he's thinking sinker, because if you're not telling me otherwise, I'm throwing sinker. Why did he hear curveball? He heard curveball because Salazar's punching it in late. Not to Salazar's fault, because Fromber's going too fast.
What was the count on the slam? When
was it 1-0?
I thought that he still legitimately could have stepped off, and it wouldn't have cost him the at-bat.
Also, Salazar could have just got up and ran out there.
I thought there's plenty of times, just like the hitter calls time, that the catcher can ask for time. And when he's doing that, sometimes the umpires will give it to him because of the fact that he's demonstrative in saying, hold up for a sec.
That's been the veteran move since the addition of pitch clock. Is like, hey, time, and you'd run out there.
Right.
Like, to make it look like you're paying a visit. But Salazar, who hasn't caught many games in his big league career, probably isn't comfortable doing that with a guy of the stature of Fromber.
Sometimes the pitcher's not paying attention to the pitch clock, and the catcher clearly sees the one in center field, and with the bases loaded, he'll do you a solid, as you're saying, and just step up to basically tell the umpire, call time.
It was a 1-0 count. So, I can understand Fromber not wanting to be behind 2-0.
Mm-hmm.
And he probably thinks, okay, if I can spot my sinker, 1-0 count, he's probably taken.
Or get him to chase him.
Well, I mean, he threw in the zone.
I don't think he threw it truly where he wanted to throw it.
No,
I
definitely
think he
not.
wanted to throw it under his hands.
No one's throwing middle, but also you're trying to throw a strike 1-0. Like,
right.
That's not, you're not getting a chase on 1-0.
No, but I'm saying based on the circumstance, the pitch clock's running down. I got to go. And so I'm just going to throw something that hopefully either is inside, I scrape the corner, or he swings at it.
If he was content of throwing a pitch borderline strike ball, he would have just stepped off and take the pitch count violation.
No matter the minute I step off, it's 2-0. I still have a fighting chance to get a strike out of this if I throw it somewhere on the edge.
I really wish I knew their logistics on how they handle this.
Oh, for sure.
Because that would answer a lot of questions.
I think the media could have asked more. I thought the media did a pretty good job, but I think the media could have asked those kind of questions.
Yeah, I thought they did a good job. Could they have asked more? Sure, but they would have.
I would have asked
given
the guys
answers.
with pitch count.
I don't know if they were available.
You got to believe if it's Correa and Altuve that they would be available.
They don't talk every game. They don't talk every game. And like the guys who went up to the now credit to the Shin. I was wondering before the post-game show started if they were going to air Fromber.
Because they'd cover it for the
And I was like,
team.
because there's been times when Fromber doesn't have good starts where Fromber they don't show it.
Well, because the team owns the network. Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, I've lived that life.
So I was wondering if they were going to air it. They showed the entirety of it, like 6 minutes of it. Yeah, I tip my cap to them. That was awesome. I admire that, Shin. And then they also showed Cesar Salazar's 3 minutes. Like, it was awesome. Like, thank you, Shin.
Good on them.
I
Good on
appreciate
the-
you for doing that.
Whether the team was involved in that or not, good on them, because I've lived it from the team perspective where the team is adamant that ain't airing.
Yeah, here was, did we get all the Frombers? Fromber? No, one more from Fromber. Why didn't you step off on the Grand Slam, Fromber?
No, he called for a curveball. I didn't hear it because of the noise. And when I realized that he didn't want that, it was too late. So I was already in my throwing motion. But yeah, it was totally my fault in that case.
There you go. That didn't sound like the pre-Grand Slam answer. That sounded like after the Grand Slam, didn't it?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Now, I have a question for you guys. If that's either one of the other two catchers, does it end the same way?
I don't think he respects Yiner.
I think from a Yiner perspective, he's still young enough that he wouldn't react. I think from a Caratini perspective, he's coming out from behind the dish hot.
Oh,
what
I
if
agree.
it was? I've heard this speculation. What if it was Maldi still?
Maldi would have put him in a headlock.
Yeah, Maldi would have beat his ass in the.
He would have been beeline right for him, and it would have been ugly.
Martin Maldonado would have charged the mound.
He would have put boots.
He might well have.
If Maldonado thought it was intentional, he would have charged the mound.
Who was that guy that got sent down to the minors and threw his bat at the pitcher? He might have taken
the Mariners.
Was the Mariner? Yeah, I couldn't remember the guy's name, but he might have taken Volpe's bat and thrown it at Fromber.
He would have been after him. 713-780-ESPN. The Hive has some thoughts on this. Fromber, was it intentional, unintentional? Some people are asking, will Fromber be back next year? I think we all know the answer to that. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Do you know a pitcher that's a little temperamental? He's a little angry. He might do some things you don't love. You know what he needs? He needs some rest and relaxation at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Some people are looking to escape the rat race for the weekend. Some people are looking to escape the rat race of curveballs they don't want to throw. The hustle and bustle of the job. That's a stressor right now in certain clubhouses. Whatever's causing you stress, you got to get out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Escape the city. Escape 1-0 curveballs and enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Book that stay at twocreekscrossingresort.com. From open green spaces, wildlife you don't see in the city, maybe even a wild horse or two. Beautiful, majestic trees and some of the best fishing in Texas. You can't beat it. They got the Two Creeks right there on the property with great fishing. They have the catch and release pond in the middle of the property, which is fantastic for the kiddos. It's only 90 minutes from Houston, too. You can escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. I could drive there into the ballpark, and I would make it by first pitch. Hike on their 92 acres of property, kayak, play some pickleball, hang out by the pool with a drink. Two Creeks Crossing Resort always looking to take care of their visitors. We were out there start of the summer. Food truck both nights we were there. They had some live music on a Saturday night. We stayed in the treehouse. Branham kid, Branham baby loved it. Branham family had a great time. They have the glamping. The glamping is great. They have the cabins nestled up on the creek. Those are tremendous. Or if you have an RV, it's a perfect hookup spot for your RV. They have the perfect stay for everybody. So book that stay now, twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Isak Paredes is taking ground balls at the dike.
That's crazy to me.
Taking ground balls at the dike. He did some running in the outfield. Spada said Paredes went for follow-up imaging on his hamstring yesterday. So I guess the imaging's good if he's taking grounders today.
I guess the PRP or whatever actually does work.
I'm curious what position he was taking grounders. Not that it matters a whole lot.
I mean, where else would he? I guess he could take it at first.
First and third, I think.
I don't know. I don't like the idea of him running in the outfield and taking grounders. Like, just come back and hit in DH.
Well, he's got to be able to run,
run the bases.
Yeah, I guess.
But I do think DH is the avenue. I'm with you on that. Like, unless there's an injury, I don't want him at second base. I don't really believe he can ever play second base, but certainly not coming off a hamstring that could have required surgery. I think the plays Altuve at second, Jordan in left, Isak is your designated hitter. I agree there. But he does got to run. He's got to build himself into shape, Brian.
Yeah, I guess. I just think I have too much PTSD from, hey, they're running around. Oh, there's a setback. It's just, especially because of how quickly ahead of the timeline we thought this would be. To hear that he's already running, kind of, I don't know. It just raises a red flag to me.
But hopefully they get him back. I know Dana was optimistic. He was on with the quarterback this morning. I went and listened to that on the drive here to see what he had to say about Fromber. We had a texter about it. Did you listen?
I heard some of it, yeah.
Dana was like, "Oh, don't talk about it anymore. Don't talk about what?"
And you don't want to take away his competitive juices.
He did kind of go to Miko. Yeah,
you don't want to take away his competitive juices.
Well, I hear him
and
on
his
that.
Fire.
I actually hear him on that.
Okay,
like
but there's a difference between that and what he did.
For sure, like he crossed the line, but at the same time, you don't want to neuter Framber Valdez.
No.
Like his bulldog mentality is what makes him him. Does he cross the line? Yes. Does he go too far? Yes. Do you wish to avoid that? Yes. But how much would you try to tame him so he doesn't do that? Like if you completely neuter the guy, I don't want to be in that reality either.
No, but I think that lends itself to when he had the sports psychologist about the fact that there is a line and you do have to be not only aware of it, but you have to respect it.
For sure.
Because he crossed it multiple times with his emotions in the past.
So I was in that Rome article. I just sent Brian some Joe Espada sound saying that people were blowing this out of proportion. The incident is over as far as he's concerned. Let's see how good Brian is at his job, people. 713-780-ESPN. How much confidence do you have in Brian turning this around? It's from McTaggart, too, by the way. But what was I going to say?
About Espada commenting on all this?
No, before that. Can't remember. Lost my train of thought.
About the fact that whether it's the sports psychologist or not, the competitive.
So Chandler Rome in his article in The Athletic today says he still meets with that sports psychiatrist or whatever, but he like lives overseas, but he comes here for a yearly visit. Guess what day he got here? Yesterday. Yesterday.
We got plenty to work on now. We got material.
Should have been a day early, and we avoid all this stuff. But I thought that was funny. He came for his yearly visit. He said he's one of the team sports psychologists, and he came for a visit. His first day of his yearly visit was yesterday. It's crazy. Texter's asking, is Esme single? She is, but she's not interested in you. Here was Joe Espada with the media moments ago. Thank you to Brian McTaggart. There we go. Thank you. Case settled. Case settled. He didn't do it on purpose.
There was one thing in there that was complete BS.
That he didn't look at stuff?
He doesn't look at stuff, followed by none of it was true. Well, how do you know?
Well, he said
people gave it to him.
Come on.
People gave it to him.
Yeah, okay.
It's in play. It's feasible.
Media's going to come to him and say, have you heard and seen all of the backlash because of the incident last night? And if he says, I don't look at social media, they're like, well, let me tell you what so-and-so
maybe.
said.
I don't know. I don't know.
Happened a lot.
I think it's in play. I don't know if it's necessarily true in this instance, but it
didn't ring true, but I see your point.
Yeah, it's possible. There's coaches who don't. They're good at it and stay away from it. Absolutely.
I think they're all liars.
No, I believe that.
All of them?
I think almost every one of them looks at it. They might never respond. They might not have an account, but I think they.
Nah, they're not all liars. Not all of them. I know coaches that
I do think most of them listen to it. Like well, it
depends on the coach.
I know this is one coach out of a million, but I just finished watching that SEC documentary. There's literally a part of that where Mike Elko is driving to the stadium listening to sports talk radio.
Now, a lot of that is put in post-production.
Well, that's asking for it.
Oh, he's driving in the car.
A lot of that's post-production to tell the story.
It didn't come off that way. Maybe.
Editing is...
I mean, he still thinks wrestling is real, so...
That's true.
It tells me all I need to know.
That's like saying everything that happens on reality TV shows is as it happened in the moment.
No, of course
every
not.
storyline of The Real Housewives is...
So they've never taken audio from inside the car in one of those shows,
It's
though?
possible. But
Okay,
I think a
thank
majority of it is post-production so they can tell their story.
Well, you watched it. Did you that come off
I
as
don't remember it that specifically, but I have a hard time. Like...
You don't think Elko listens to sports talk?
Also, what sports talk was it? Like
it was local.
Do they? What is their like? Do they have sports talk in College Station?
Could be Nuno and.
But that's. I don't think that airs on the radio.
No, Nuno doesn't.
No,
that's
What's the
online,
other guy that we've had on? He's been there forever.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. He's got the big.
Yeah.
I don't remember his name.
But they have a radio flagship station, so whatever that radio flagship station would be.
The radio flagships aren't always sports, though.
Fair, but if they're carrying the Aggies, they're carrying at least one Aggie talk show.
I disagree.
I think they have a sports talk. I can look it up later.
Yeah, I don't know if they do. I have no idea.
I think they do.
I don't want to get lost in Aggie sports talk radio when Fromber's going on, but I can look it up later.
Bigger anger issues: Fromber or Bauer throwing a ball, hitting your catcher, or throwing a ball into the bleachers where it might hit a fan. I mean, there's other things that Bauer's been accused of doing too. Maybe we should tell that story. I don't think Fromber is doing that. Hopefully, he's not. La Grasa. He's not doing that. Why am I laughing? 713-780-ESPN. Hive has thoughts. Some people want to throw me under the bus, want to talk some crap. I enjoy it. 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey, guys, before we go to the break, I want to absolutely give you an update on Walmart because we all know that Walmart's got a ton of selection all the time and the best prices in town. But now, did you realize that there's a new and improved Walmart.com that is absolutely exactly what you need to do? Because if you get to Walmart.com, you're going to find out that not only is it new and better than ever, and not only is there more than 500 million items online with a lot that isn't even available in stores, but the greatest thing is those low prices are fantastic and delivered to your door where you don't even have to go to the store. That's right. Like grocery stores, when you go to ask them to deliver to you, there's an upcharge, but not with Walmart.com. The same prices they charge in the store are going to be the same prices to deliver it to your door. That is absolutely a game changer. When you talk about my family and talk about all the different things that we need, from the kids needing something like a birthday gift this weekend to prescriptions, home goods, and of course, all the groceries in the big selection, we'd like to save the time of not having to take the kids and get in the car and waste all that time shopping and getting everything in the cart, and then there could be long lines at the checkout. You don't have to worry about any of that because they're going to get you pick it all out online, they bring it all to you, and you don't have a thing to do like getting into the car, parking the car, waiting in line, and getting all your groceries. It's phenomenal. We used it this weekend for a birthday gift because we forgot to get one for my daughter's party she was going to. We got it. It got there in a little over an hour, and we were ready to go. It was absolutely fantastic and saved us so much time. Now, you can get it in less than an hour but there are fees that apply for that. But as long as you're not in that big of a hurry, but you just don't want to go to the store, all you got to do is go to Walmart.com and find out that whether you're hosting a tailgate party, throwing a birthday party, need a gift for a birthday party or a special occasion, or you just need to do your grocery shopping and you ran out of time, they bring it to your door for the same prices as they charge in store. That is a game changer. Check them out today. They can't wait to hear from you, and you can find out all the different things that fall into play, like all the different fees and terms that go with getting it in as fast as an hour, or just the fact that they will back up for you right there on the website. They will charge the same prices in store to deliver it to your door. No upcharges. That's a game changer in itself. Learn more today. Check them out. The whole new Walmart you thought you knew is now brand new because of Walmart.com. Who knew? Walmart.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Salazar's still the best back catcher for him. He keeps the ball in front of him, and he catches tip balls, says a texter. I still believe that. I still think he's the best receiver for Fromber. Obviously, that went off the rails yesterday because some people just can't be tamed. You can lead a Fromber to water, but you can't make a Fromber listen. Can't. Is Branham still pumped about Salazar catching for Valdez? A little less pumped up now than I was yesterday.
Sailed?
Yeah. I think I don't need to see Salazar with Fromber again. Let's go. Let's give Caratini a shot. And if Caratini fails, let's just sign Martin Maldonado. You know who I'd rather catch from? Just let Carlos Correa catch him. Get out there, pump him in the chest, mound visits. Just get Correa behind
Pass
the dish.
balls.
Give him the tools of ignorance. Correa figure it out.
At least he can throw some
He'll
guys
figure it out.
Yeah.
Tex Saints Patrick says this is y'all's fault with that celebration crap, J-Bone. It's our fault that Fromber may have intentionally hit Cesar Salazar.
Thanks for the time, Jeremy.
haven't heard that one. Without a doubt, Fromber hit him on purpose, says Eric the driver. Yeah, he threw wrong pitch on purpose, but trying to hit him might be a stretch because if Volpe hit the ball, this wouldn't even be a story. I mean, he did put that ball. It was a very hittable pitch.
I still can't believe Volpe took that.
Very hittable pitch.
Volpe's reaction to, like, in shock of what was going on after the pitch was interesting because his reaction should have been that he should have been stomping mad that he let one go right down Broadway and didn't do something with it.
Yeah, that was weird. That was weird. I wonder if he was reading Salazar. I wonder if the Yankees were up to no good.
I mean, they have been all year.
Because a lot of times you're like, whoa, how are they getting the pitches? A lot of times a catcher will tip. The catcher has different setup on fastball, curveball.
Yeah,
Like, you can get tips off catchers.
You can read the pitcher. You can read the catcher. I mean, if there were guys on base, they can read everything.
I mean, maybe Volpe's reaction was, how in the world was that a fastball whenever my guys are telling me Salazar setting up for a curveball?
Not out of the realm.
Well, I mean, yeah. He was set up for a curve.
And he's like,
so.
what was that?
Remember, even when Jazz was on second base and he was...
See, I heard somebody on the internet today, like that was one of their theories, that Salazar wanted him to step off because he was worried that the runner at second was either peeking or had something. But, I mean, I don't know. Not that it's illegal. I mean, that's all within the legalities of baseball. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Jeff in Clear Lake, you're in the Hive. What's up, Jeff?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Hey, I was just curious, man. I'm not real sure how this goes, but, I mean, it's kind of like, you know, if the dog's got fleas, why do you want him around the rest of the dogs? Can you just sit him down and not pitch him? I mean, we're getting some pitchers back. He's been hot and cold. He hasn't had the best pitching year. The last month has been kind of horrible. Can you just sit him down and see what happens without him?
I mean, you could, and then you're basically telling your team and everybody else that we really think that we have no chance of winning at all. Because I think that it would have to be something very severe when he is arguably your first or second best pitcher, but far better than any of the guys that you're thinking about as in the equation. And we talked about it earlier. We talked about this in the last week or so. Like, if you go anywhere in the playoffs, your two horses at the top of this rotation, Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez, have to pitch very well.
Texter said Salazar proved Valdez's pitches can't go by him. That's a good one. That's a really good line.
So maybe Yiners would have gotten to the backside.
Yiner would have jumped out of the way. Can we move past Diaz being the horrible defensive catcher that can't block balls in the dirt? Because it seems to me that no catcher can block Valdez's horrible pitches in the dirt. I don't know if that was Salazar having a bad block day. I don't think that was it at all. It was just the communication between the two. Isn't your pitcher supposed to be trying to hit the catcher? He's supposed to be throwing a pitch that they're agreeing on.
The mitt, not the chest protector.
Do you think Fromber over the last 2 months is pitching his way out of a massive contract?
I will say this. The agent chiming in and sending quotes to ESPN and anybody that would take them definitely had that in mind. The fact that there's going to be discussions when he hits the market about the mental aspect and whether any of this was he's trying to recoup some money by sending that out.
Yeah, I've been pretty anti-no. He's not costing himself money for a while, but yeah, I think after last night he is. I have a tough time seeing him getting $200 million.
Especially with how widespread the conversation. Like, it's not just here. I mean, A.J. Brzezinski's been talking about, Will Middlebrooks was talking about on CBS. Obviously, MLB Network was talking about in their morning show. Like, it's the idea of Fromber and his mental, fragile nature, that is now becoming a national conversation that's spread outside the Houston city limits.
And most of it has been he did it on purpose.
Right.
Like, I think all of it actually has.
Most of the ex-players for sure are of that belief.
Which it was funny, though, because, like, Brzezinski was like, I don't know if he did it on purpose. Like, he flat out, I don't know. And then the other guys at Kratz like, oh, he did it on purpose. And I think Brzezinski, do you ever work with PitchCom? He's like, no, I never worked with PitchCom.
Kratz said he would have come out to the mound and put him in a headlock.
I think a lot of I don't believe that. I think he would have came out to the mound. I have a tough time thinking he would have put his pitcher in a headlock on the field of play.
I think it would happen in the dugout. Remember now.
I think he might be bluffing a little bit there.
Well, I mean, it's part of getting clicks for the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
I think that if you think back to it when McCullers kind of on the field sold out Yuli that time, they weren't going to do it on the field, and Altuve waited till they got to the dugout and yanked McCullers into the tunnel to basically tell him, don't ever do that again.
Well, he did it before he came into the dugout.
Yeah, well, he directed him to get from on the bench, and they started in the corner at the entry to the tunnel, and then they ended up going into the tunnel.
Not sure if you discussed this yet, but does this act by Fromber put him at risk of not being an Astro in 2026?
That's already gone.
Yeah, I don't think he was ever going to be an Astro next year. If anything...
It might help.
Yeah, you're right. If anything, you're right. If anything, his value being lowered might increase the chances of Fromber being an Astro. Because at $200 million, he's not an Astro.
No doubt. I think if anything, that might be a reason why Dana tries to soft sell this more, because now suddenly they're in the equation. Because when you think about this, and forgive me if this is a bad example, but there's been plenty. But when you get a hyper talented player that has question marks about their attitude and or stability, this is where you will still get the money, but you will get it on a very, very short-term deal. Antonio Brown, there's been plenty of others, to where the Astros are now in the equation on a 1 or 2 year deal if they can get it instead of going 7 or 8.
Yeah, if I'm desperate for pitching and I'm another team in baseball, I'd have a tough time giving them more than 3 years.
Oh, no doubt.
That feels a lot for a head case like Fromber Valdez. I don't think the Astros will be in the business of Fromber no matter what. Even if the price tag comes down closer to their range, I think they're over all of this. I think Fromber's days are fading away. I really do.
Well, because let's keep in mind, too, for any team that's inquiring, what they don't know, they're not going to be told, which is the team that's had him for all this time probably has a whole lot of things in place for how to deal with and what to expect that they're going to keep as far away from anybody as possible so that they don't know that and aren't willing, so they might have reservations.
Rocky, serious question. Do we praise Joe Moore or Dana Moore for keeping this team afloat? It doesn't look great right now. I don't see an afloat team at the moment. I see it. I see a team that's losing afloatness. But the Mariners are also no longer afloat.
They're just lucky that the team around them that's closest to them keeps losing too.
Don't they feel like they're on the verge of unraveling?
100%.
Absolutely.
Like we always hear things aren't as great as they are. They're not as bad as they are, and I think that it's good that you're in baseball. Like this isn't going to linger all week, right? Like if this was football, and there was like the comparison of this in football, like whatever that would be, it's a 5-day conversation. Like Aziz Al-Shire, it did what even his own teammate, right? But if you had, let's say you had a Buddy Ryan, Kevin Gilbride situation where you have the OC punching the DC or DC punching the OC. We would talk about that for 5 days.
Oh, yeah.
But the Astros play a baseball game today. If Costanza goes out and pitches well, or even if they lose, the narrative and the conversation is different tomorrow. Like this is one of those instances where baseball is good because you're playing the very next day, and the further and further and the more games you play away from this, it starts to fade off a little bit.
There is a chance that it comes back up, but that would be if the team completely does what they've been doing. Like they don't hit and then you can say, hey, is this a spinoff of what happened last night? And does it feel, feel like it's crumbling?
And it will be recycled too whenever Fromber pitches again.
Oh, without
the next time Fromber pitches,
everything's
it will be
under the microscope. From how he gets, what happens when he takes the mound, depending on where it is, especially if it's at home, how the fans react, how he reacts, who catches him. It's all going to be on the table.
Who's your guess?
Who catches him?
Yeah.
Victor Caratini.
That's my guess, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, unless he gets concussed again.
You can put it all to bed and put it to rest in terms of the extra if Caratini's catching him.
We had a text earlier. We'll tease this. 713-780-ESPN. The next time Fromber starts at home, what is the crowd reaction when he takes the mound? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, we know it's still hot, and it's the dog days of the Houston heat. And they are still here, and they're teetering around 100 degrees every single day. The last thing you can afford to have happen is have your air conditioner go out, and especially when I say afford to have happen, that means you also don't want to get a company when you call somebody to fix it that isn't trusted, isn't reputable, and doesn't have your best interests at heart, so they can just cost you a whole lot more. That's why I'm here to tell you about Temperature Pro. Temperature Pro are the best in the business because you can trust them. Their ratings are the best in the business. They use all the best brands, and they're going to take care of you before, during, and after the sale. How do I know all this? Well, it starts with the fact that the owner of the company, John Blitz, and I grew up together, and I know him, and I've known him, and I know absolutely how he treats people, and I would not speak for him if I didn't think that he is 100% who you should go to because he takes care of people, and I've also sent him my neighbors. I've sent him friends, and they came back extremely happy that they went to Temperature Pro because he makes sure that he takes care of the customer. That means warranties. That means fantastic service people that are going to do everything from the actual evaluation to the installation, and they're going to explain everything to you every step of the way. You need to put your AC needs in the trusted hands of Temperature Pro and my friend John Blitz, because they have 20 years of experience. They are trusted, they are reliable, and they got an A+ Better Business Bureau rating to start with, and plenty of other great ratings where that comes from, including the people that I've sent to him. You could be next in line. From a checkup to your AC system to make sure that it's up to snuff before it gets a little cooler around here, to the fact that if you need a new system or just something fixed, they are the people to go to. Check them out today. Go to blitzproservices.com. That's BLITZ proservices.com. Or just call them on the easy-to-remember number, 281-247-5925. 281-247-5925.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Salazar for sure catches him next time just to clear the air. I would put that at plus 750.
There's no way.
Salazar does not play when Yiner and Caratini are both active. History has told us that. And then after this, it's
they
plus,
don't want, again,
plus 750.
That's what we just talked about. They don't want this coming up again. The chance that it's brought up just simply because of the fact that he's catching him again is too great.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes when it feels like it's going to unravel, things turn around. I'm going to keep a positive attitude for now. Look, go one of two directions. Like maybe this is the wake-up moment that Fromber needed. Like if you want to take the optimistic point of view, like there's always optimistic and pessimistic, glass half full, glass half empty. I like to say the glass is 50% full. The optimistic view is, this is the kick in the butt Fromber needs. He's going to be nails for his final 2 months as an Astro. The pessimistic view is this is the straw that broke the Astros camel, and they're going to unravel. Like, it could go either way. Obviously, it's within the range of possibilities.
Yeah, I've been saying all along as we continue to go injury after injury throughout the season, when are they going to get to the point where they just can't keep overcoming it? And this also goes with the emotional fragility of a clubhouse that's had to endure the most injuries in the league. The thought that I had last night was, this is a team that somehow, some way, miraculously has maintained first place to this point in the season with all they've had to endure. But this feels like a team to me that once they get to the playoffs is going to be exhausted, going to be drained, and isn't going to do anything.
They're not playing their best ball. Like, more importantly than anything else, they have played nowhere near their best ball. Like, if this is the ball they're going to play if they get to the postseason, they're going to be eliminated quickly. They're playing nowhere near their best. Like, any hope you have of the Astros having a deep playoff run is that they flip the switch, that they start living up to their potential.
Didn't they score the least amount of runs in all of Major League Baseball last month?
Is that true?
I think it is.
I know their offense has not been good. I didn't know it was that bad.
Them and the Nats, they had the two worst for the month, worst run production in all of baseball. That's ridiculously bad. And the only thing why I said it just feels like they keep getting lucky is because every time they lay another egg, so do the Mariners.
Yeah. Jason Worth isn't going to walk through that door. If the crowd boos him during, does he start drilling fans in the crowd? Oh man. What do you think the crowd will do? His next start at the Dike.
I think it'll be mixed. I really don't think a lot of people are going to be cheering. I think that he's going to get booed. He's going to wear this one. And I think that it's going to be pretty quiet. Yeah. But I think if you're going to hear anything at all, you will hear some people boo him.
I think it's going to be mostly quiet. I think there's going to be a few cheers, a few jeers, but mostly like a pretty low-level buzz. Because I relate buzz to just like any noise. Like tons of boos and tons of jeers, like that's loud. Like that's noise. That could be noisy. Same thing with cheers. Like, oh yeah, the roar of the crowd. I think it's going to be silent. Like some cheers, but mostly silent.
I think you're going to hear a rumble of booing.
I think there'll be some.
Yeah.
I think
I definitely think that what you will hear is going to be booing, and I think that it's going to be not just a murmur. I think there's going to be some vocal booing.
Louder than what I'm saying, you think?
Slightly.
I hope they carry it. Because Fromber's always late to his starts, too. You ever notice that? He's always like 3 minutes late.
No, but I definitely think that they are going to do more than just under their breath. I think there's going to be some people that get pretty vocal. It's going to be
interesting. He wins the rest of the games, all is forgiven. Of course it is. Told y'all this head case should have been traded. People are dunking that they should have traded him at the deadline. Who would you rather have, him or Laramie Tunsil?
Oh, man. I'd take Fromber.
Yeah, it's Fromber. Easy for me. He's a World Series champion. He pitched a game clincher. Tunsil was getting Beyonce autographs. If Blue Ball pulled the same thing as Fromber, would he be sent down? Yes.
Yes. He would have been reprimanded in a lot different fashion than you kind of have to handle Fromber with kid gloves for a lot of reasons.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So, and he's got skins on the wall.
A texture says if he stepped off the clock, the pitch clock resets. That's not how that works. Like, otherwise, people would always do that. Like, if you could just step off and the clock reset and there was no penalty for it, wouldn't pitchers always do that?
Well, you get two disengagements. So you can step off and get charged with a disengagement.
Yeah.
And then the clock does reset.
It would be that's the penalty when there's a runner on base. That whenever there is not a runner on base, you can do a disengagement. But there was runners on base here. So maybe that's what the texture meant and just left off the disengagement part. Good point. He can't move his fingers on the ball. That's starting the wind up and then going curve.
That's one of the biggest points. Aside from just how much momentum you build up to prepare to throw a baseball and stopping that with the intent going that intensely with that intensity. The other thing is, you're in your glove trying to get a different grip as you're still moving. Mm-hmm. That ain't easy.
I don't think that you can ask a pitcher to do that. Like, he starts his windup, he's throwing sinker, and change the grip. I don't think one they're gonna see that
for sure.
And then secondly, like that's a tall task. That's a big ask for a starter, for any pitcher to do that.
I guarantee he ain't throwing a strike.
No. Which, I mean, that case would have been better.
So that it would kind of factor into what happened.
Hindsight would have been better.
But you may be able to kind of get a similar grip or get close to the grip you need, but the fact that you're doing it so quickly on the fly while you're still moving, I don't think the success rate is going to be anywhere close.
23 games left. They're in good position, especially with their playoff experience. Yeah, hopefully they just get back on track. Costanza working today, too. And when Costanza's on the mound, it's a big game. Costanza's the stopper.
Summer of joy!
He's the stopper for the Astros. What else stood out to you yesterday in that game? Astros-Yankees losing it. That sucker.
Bunting.
It drove me nuts.
Plain and simple bunting.
Which one drove you more nuts?
I think they both did. I think the fact is, on the Pena one, he's your best hitter for average. You're getting to the top of the lineup. They did you the solid so that you could turn the lineup over. And you're bunting? Like, look, Salazar, if you're just basically admitting he can't hit major league pitching and he's trying to bunt, that's one thing. But, oh, my God, Jeremy Pena, why are you bunting? And by the way, which one was the one where Fried, he had something on his hand? He either had a blister or you could tell that it was too much sweat on his hand. He kept wiping his hand.
I didn't catch that.
So his velocity went down about 5-6 mile an hour on a couple of the pitches. He kept wiping his hand on his pants. He threw two wild to one in the dirt and one completely like Bull Durham style all the way to the backstop to Dubon.
Yeah.
Then he plunked the next guy. And so you know that he's struggling with something and he can't find the zone. And the first thing you do is do him a favor and you lay down a crappy bunt and you give him an out. Like, what are we doing?
I think I hate the Salazar one more, but it's pretty dang close. I hated both of them. Pena had runners at first and second, nobody out, bottom of the third, down 2-0.
Yeah, nobody out, and it's a 2-run game.
You're down
Your
2
best
runs.
hitters up.
Like, if it's 0-0, okay. I still don't love it, but pitchers match up, play for a run, take a lead. I think there is something psychological about that. Cool. But you're down 2 runs and you're playing small ball with one of your best hitters? I couldn't stand that. And then the Salazar thing, I would have pinch hit. Well, you're DH. Why can't you? You're going inning to inning with these relievers anyways. The pitcher's not going to bat.
But Niner was DHing, right?
So, burn the DH.
I guess. Yeah, but the thing that bothered me was you're bunting and you're down 6 runs. Like you got 2 on and you got the chance to really put a big number on the board, and you're bunting as if it's a 1-run game.
How do you do that?
It's stupid.
I think that the Fromber thing kind of took Espada off the hook because that was not asked. How are you bunting with Cesar Salazar with runners at first and second, nobody out in the 7th inning? In the 7th inning, when you're down by 5, you have 9 outs left, and you're giving up one of those outs down by 5. Espada got bailed out by Fromber.
That was just nails on a chalkboard to me.
So bad. I would have pinch hit. I don't care about burning the DH there. I really don't, because you're in the 7th inning. None of these relievers are going to pitch multiple innings unless you absolutely have to. They would be in the 9th spot, so they're not going to bat for a couple of innings anyways. I would have 100% burned the DH. I would have pinch hit Jordan if he was available.
Like, looking at both of them, and then I heard people say, well, Pena was trying to bunt for a base hit. Why?
Maybe.
But why? I get it, the third baseman's playing deep.
Yeah.
But, again, you have a pitcher who can't find the zone, whether it's a blister or sweat or something's going on with his hand.
Yep.
He's all over the diamond. He just hit the last guy you faced. He's thrown more balls than strikes. And the first thing you do, whether you're trying to get a base hit out of it or not, is you bunt. Stop it. That's not good baseball.
Dubon, who never walks, walked. Salazar, who got hit twice last night, once by each starter. He got hit. He's first and second, and you're bunting Pena. Now, I wonder if it was Pena or Espada. That would have been a question I would have liked to ask, but Frombergate. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Willie, you're in the hive with the bees. What's up, Willie?
Hey, taking my call.
Of course.
I'm sitting here listening about not re-signing from and DFM and all that kind of stuff. I just don't understand. Why would you want to get rid of a pitcher that won you 2 World Series games back in 22?
Yeah.
And who you gonna get to take his place? McCullers?
No.
I don't understand these fans.
Willie, would you pay Fromber $200 million?
Who said he gonna get 200?
I mean, projections.
You pay Verlander 66 for 2 years
He was
for
older.
nothing.
He was much older.
Yeah, again 3 years.
What's the most? What's the most you'd pay Fromber?
Maybe no more than 4 or 5 years. No more than 150.
Okay.
He's been a head case, but he also been available.
Yeah. No, he has. He's a workhorse.
These old broke down. These old broke down pitchers. You want to get rid of one of the top 10 pitchers in the AL. You win by talent. That's the same thing I was saying about the Laramie. Talent win games. I listen almost every day. Somebody, we were already bad, so we get rid of the best one we had. We still go. We might get better. What kind of logic is that? Players make plays.
All right. Appreciate it, Willie.
Player make pay.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Willie.
Willie does famously have an eye for the game. So,
Oh, boy.
I mean, he knows ball.
Couldn't wait for it, Brian. He could not wait for it.
He knows ball.
See what he did there?
It's not. We don't want to get rid of Fromber. We just don't want to pay him.
Jeremy's
the
like
contract
that
he
wild
demands.
horse Fromber Valdez. Sometimes he just can't control himself. He just has to make the eye joke.
I got another one coming. It's got to be the right moment though. Like it's a very specific
I like to
moment.
think that Jeremy
I
at
thought
night
about it. Like
sits up and thinks of jokes about Willie's vision.
It depends. Something like triggers my mind, but there is one I have in the old holster.
You got one in the chamber?
I got one ready to, but it's got to be a specific call. It can't just be like a run of the mill, like keep Laramie Tunsil. Like it's got to be.
Willie's a
something
hell of a
specific.
good sport because the last time when he called
love
back
Willie.
in and rolled with it.
He's one of my favorite people. I love Willie.
Well, I didn't say that, but that's what I meant.
See, famously knows
I think
ball.
at 30 whatever Fromber is years old, he's not looking to give the Astros a deal at $25 million. He's taking as much as he can get.
Yeah, that might be in the ballpark though for Fromber, depending on how much the market moves on him because of this. I think it's a somewhat fair offer. Like I think that's the most I would go on him.
I think some teams
he's
going to
onto
throw
something.
30 plus at him.
Probably. Yeah, I would balk at that for sure. All right, 713-780-ESPN. The Texans have named their captains. Wrong answers only. Why are these the captains? Aziz Al-Shire, Dare Agungu, Will Anderson, C.J. Stroud, and Nico Collins. Wrong answers only. Why are these guys the Texans' captains? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Wrong answers only. Why are these guys team captains for the Houston Texans? Any of these guys catch you either off guard that they're on it or off guard that they were omitted?
Dari's the first one.
Yeah, 100%.
So the five captains, my bad. C.J. Stroud, Nico Collins, Will Anderson, Azeez Al-Shire, and Dare Ogunbowale.
Yeah, Dare's the one that stands out like a sore thumb.
So usually they'll do like...
Is that the special teams element?
That's my guess. Because usually you get a couple of offensive guys, a couple of defensive guys, and you get one specialist to be your captains. Like, Leckler used to be the guy. John Weeks has been that guy for years. I wonder if he's the new special team captain.
The thing is that really kind of still, even if because the first thing I thought of, well, that's got to be a special teams. But then I thought, well, he almost didn't make this roster this year.
I don't think he was on the bubble as much as you think.
I thought he was in question. And so, and I don't know what I don't know. But I just thought that was kind of an interesting one to me. And the other thing that stood out to me is I just feel like you just need 3 captains. I don't know that I need this many captains.
You're gatekeeping how many captains?
No, I mean, and
that's
I've
unnecessary.
I've heard different perspectives of this for guys that played in the league. Some guys think that the level of respect goes way down the more captains you have. And other guys believe, hey, it's a big locker room. You need more than just 3.
Yeah.
I just thought it would be offense, defense, and special teams.
I mean, I think 2 and 1's a decent ratio.
Yeah, the other thing that stuck out to me was Azeez over Daniil Hunter.
I think Azeez is more vocal, though. I mean,
he's the green dot. He's the leader of the defense.
Yeah, I mean, if he's willing to do a little bit of the dirty work, he's willing to do that. My kind of guy.
We know.
I don't think Stingley?
No, he's very quiet.
He is very, very introverted. He does not like that.
Was Petrie a captain last year?
I don't recall.
That sounds right. I don't know if it is, but it sounds right.
2024 Houston Texans captains. C.J. Stroud, Laramie Tunsil, Stephon Diggs.
Which we talked about at the time, like they might have done him a solid there.
Oh, this one's bad. Will Anderson, Azeez Al-Shire, John Weeks. Can you name the really bad one?
Really bad one.
Really bad captain 2024, a year ago.
Oh, Jimmy Ward?
Jimmy Ward.
Ooh. Yikes.
What was Aaron Hernandez up to? Was Ray Lewis?
I mean, that's a little harsh.
Around?
Going Jimmy Ward going full Aaron Hernandez.
I mean, he hasn't killed more
This is
than
like you said,
3
just
people.
because you robbed a couple of CVS stores a couple times, you didn't murder anybody.
Well, I mean, it was a massive reach for the jokes. It was a massive reach for the ha-has. No, it is a reach. 2023 was Stroud, Tunsil, Petrie, and Ward. So Jimmy Ward, 2-time captain.
So why'd Petrie fall off the captain's list?
I don't think he's lost any of his leadership / vocalness.
And they keep saying that he's the ultimate
I think
Texan.
I think they re-signed him for his leadership.
No doubt.
And what he meant for the culture.
Hometown kid and really good values and all that stuff.
Yeah. Do we remember if the Texans vote on this or if D'Amico anoints them?
I have no idea.
I think D'Amico anoints them.
That's what it came up because last year I questioned if it was a team vote on Diggs or if it was D'Amico and or Nick.
Yeah.
Because they wanted to do a solid by Diggs to make sure that he kind of fit in the locker room.
Maybe they vote on the initial and then they add some. I think that might be it.
I wish Cal did that. That'd be more fun.
Steven Nelson was a captain, remember?
That's right.
That 1 year?
Was that before or after that he criticized Casario's
No, it was after.
Okay.
He did the vest emoji, got a redone contract, and then, by the way, you get a C on your chest.
Yep.
You get that little C with the additions of those dollars. Petrie's surprising to me that he's not a captain.
Yeah, because especially if it was 2 years ago and they had that respect for him and they just re-signed him, you would think that he would be in the mix there.
No one else stands out to me, but maybe Titus Howard. But you're not going Titus over Stroud or Nico. But maybe if you did a third.
I think Daniil is the only guy that I thought was worthy of it.
Yeah. Well, his stature is good.
Veteran, extremely highly respected.
I don't think he's vocal enough.
Maybe not.
I think he's kind of silent. He's kind of stingly, with the
But he
vocalness.
carries 2 big weapons around that people notice all the time.
He carries a club
His
and
biceps.
His arms.
His biceps.
Okay. Yeah.
His biceps are the size of both of my legs. All 2 of my legs.
Whoa. Whoa.
Phrasing, pal.
Whoa.
I messed up.
Hey, phrasing.
I messed up. I
Jeremy's a
misspoke.
tripod.
I misspoke.
Talk about a humble, not so humble brag.
Self-proclaimed.
I was thinking about a third defensive player. That's my bad.
You would call yourself the human
Can you
tripod.
rewind? I didn't mean it.
He sure did.
My cheeks are blushing. I didn't mean to say that. I apologize. If you were going a third offensive player, who would it be, though?
A third offensive player? In my mind, it would have been Joe Mixon before the season started.
Jeez, Jimmy Ward the last 2 years, and then Joe Mixon now.
That's
I mean,
not-
what are
yeah,
the
that's not great.
prerequisites?
Joe
That's
Mixon
not great.
played his tail off last year.
Yeah, his track
What are
record's
the
not great,
what are
though.
the prerequisites to be a Texans captain?
This is off the field in the community work.
These are not Bob McNair's Texans.
No.
Not at all. No, I hear what you're saying. I'm just joking. Titus, I could see there. Nick Chubb hadn't been here long enough. I don't know how vocal Nick Chubb is. I would probably go Titus.
By example, you can't put Dalton Schultz.
He says he likes to block in this game.
Oh, you know who it could have been? But I don't think he's been here long enough. But Christian Kirk.
He went at practice today.
Yeah, I saw that. There were two guys, right, that didn't practice.
Did they have sent out their injury list yet? The other one was Berrios.
Yes, Braxton Berrios. That's correct.
So Jalen Knoll, what is up? You ready to return some punts, Jalen Knoll? 713-780-ESPN. So those are the Houston Texans captains, right? C.J. Stroud, Nico Collins, Will Anderson, Azeez Al-Shire, and Dare Ogunbowale. Wrong answers only. Why were these guys named captains? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Houston, the Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? Did you know that Walmart has more than 500 million items online? Find a huge selection online that you can't find in stores at walmart.com. Branham family has been ordering online from Walmart for quite some time now, and it's wonderful for someone like me that doesn't have a ton of time, doesn't like to mess with the crowd, doesn't want to turn off the game, so we order online with Walmart, and we get all the groceries we need without even leaving the house. It's great. We like to just update our cart as we go through the week, knowing we're going to order on Sunday. You know what I put in my cart today? Bananas. Added some bananas to the cart. Put them in my smoothies because I'm trying to get Buff Branham over here, and I love to do that with Walmart.com. They help me out in that quest. I know what you're thinking. Oh, that's too expensive. Online grocery shopping costs more. That's not true at Walmart. Grocery prices are the same for delivery as they are in store. And of course, because it's Walmart, you know the prices are low, and they are fast. I love that about them. Walmart can deliver as fast as an hour. Going online at Walmart.com, ordering the groceries I need is faster than me going to the grocery store and getting those groceries. They're going to save you time. Use express delivery to get all the eligible things you need from Walmart, from the groceries to the home goods, even prescriptions. Yeah, Walmart's changing the game. They're making life easy on you. So when it comes to feeding your family, hosting a tailgate, throwing a party, think Walmart for those grocery needs. Start an order today at walmart.com.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
I'm over all the Fromber stuff. I'm not going to argue it anymore.
Okay.
I've spent way too much of the last 14 hours arguing this. I'm done. No more responses from me. 713-780-ESPN. Stroud, Nico, Anderson, Aziz, and Dare are your Houston Texans captains. Wrong answers only. Why are these guys captains? Do you have any blinkers?
I got 3 of them.
Let's hear them.
For Will Anderson Jr., they needed something that could actually slow him down and get him to concentrate other than football, and he needed to ice his ankles.
Mm-hmm.
I had Dare. He's versatile, and he can kick butt in a pinch. And Aziz, he isn't afraid of a confrontation no matter when, where, or why.
Yeah. I mean, he's your enforcer. He's willing to take somebody's head off.
He could drop the hammer.
He threatened to take whoever's head off that's making these decisions.
Duval.
You can't spell Nico without a C. Can't spell Collins without a C. C.J. Stroud, captain.
Shut up, Stroud!
Yeah.
Right?
No.
It isn't?
No.
Oh, Nico's as it is.
Yeah. Nico, you're thinking Nico's. Will Anderson Jr., I got nothing on him. I love Will Anderson. And his hair looks fantastic in this.
But they always
he probably beat you up if you don't make him a
They
captain.
always
He's a
say that
Terminator.
his ticker's always on.
Yeah, he's very
fast.
active. And then Dare's just a captain, so they have an excuse to never give Woody Marks any touches. Never going to get a touch, Woody Marks. Traded up for him, drafted him in the 3rd round. You can't get a touch. Dare's a captain.
Is that going to be a talking point this year?
I think I'm going to start the movement.
It feels like you're already starting it in your head.
I think that he's going to keep him off the field. Dare's your 3rd down running back, and Woody's not going to play for early downs. That's Chubb and Damian Pierce to split. I'm very, very interested. Like low key, like thing I'm looking for on Sunday. How many snaps Woody Marks? How many touches Woody Marks gets? I think it's going to be low. I think it's going to be very low.
It's a homecoming.
Kind of, yeah. I don't know where he's from originally, but yeah,
He
went to
played at
school.
SC, yeah.
I don't think he's going to get many touches. I really don't.
I don't think it's in the realm of possibility he gets 0.
First of all, it's a very big matchup, too, against a good defense. I think that short of an injury happening, I don't think that he's going to see the field.
Yeah.
They're going to go with who they trust in this game.
Yep.
Big game on the road. For really good, they could really start the season the right way. They can't afford rookie mistakes.
Josh says all the captains are in a Madden dynasty with Cal. You're in a Madison. If you play
having a little party.
You play a Madden dynasty with me, guys. I'll make you a captain. Can CJ spell captain? We're not doing that here. 713-780-3776.
Shut up, Stroud!
Oh, so Aziz is a captain because he's able to teach the team about the targeting rule.
Okay.
He thought he was within his rights whenever he knocked out Trevor Lawrence. They're all captains because they're the only ones with Costco memberships. Grade the joke. I don't know if I love that one.
I don't like it.
Yeah, that one's not the best.
Wouldn't a CJ one be because he in difficult situations he has touch and feel?
Do captains usually have that?
I mean, you got to have a softer side too sometimes when there's a tough, when people are had a tough situation.
Yeah, I can. You can sell me on that. They had a handshake battle, and the best handshakes made you a team captain. Yeah, Danielle Hunter would have been a captain in that case because Danielle Hunter's got a strong grip, I hear. Because captain is easier to say than Aguna Bawale. It's a good point. Maybe I'm out of it, but what do the captains actually do? Is there an annual retreat that they go to? I mean, every coach has like his little players committee that, hey, what's the locker room feel like? What do we need to do? Like they all have that. Leadership matters.
Yeah, I think more and more you're seeing teams that actually outwardly promote the fact that they have a leadership council.
Yeah.
Cowboys have one now. Packers have one where the veterans in the locker room and the assigned guys are the guys that actually try and nip things before it gets to management, coaching, etc.
Texter says Stroud is the coach's son. That's not true. CJ Stroud is not the coach's son. They had 7 captains last year. That's a real tweet. It's a serious tweet.
That's a lot.
I think D'Amico adds a couple as the season goes. Because I remember they added Nelson. I don't remember if they added anybody last year, but I think that he does add people as they go. Stroud promised spots for each player on Parsons' podcast. Alshire threatened to tackle everyone like he tackled Trevor Lawrence. Anderson Jr. took everyone to the movies, and Dari slipped players a roofie. What? Why is Dari doing that?
I don't know.
It's messed up. Long snapper can't get it every year. Aziz got to see his reward for nearly ending Trevor Lawrence. Duh. I think you're about to say something.
Oh, I read Keith's text. It's very good.
Oh, they're all captains because they all beat Cal at Mario Kart. Branham Kid plays Mario Kart. I get on the sticks every now and then, teach them a lesson. It's hard to do wrong answers only when you feel like all of these guys deserve it. LOL. They do. I think they do. Aziz because he threatened to spear everyone. And Dari's the funny one, but he's clearly the special teams guy, I think. They drew straws, and those guys lost. Had to reassure Stroud after keeping a third quarterback and signing his backup to good money. Oh, I'm not reading that. Not reading that 8185. Even I won't read that. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Gary, you're in the Hive. What's up, Gary?
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call. What do you guys think of this? I heard it's been reported that the Eagles and Cowboys, that the Eagles probably won't be out there. It's for the fans. They're going to be in the locker room when they're raising the banner. Let me tell you what I think. I think that's the dumbest thing to do. You know why? Because somebody's going to bring their little kids there tomorrow, that game, and get to celebrate, and you're not there, and they're not going to witness that. You're in the locker room under the name of just focus and putting the championship behind you. You may not ever get back there again, and that's a great experience for everybody. Every champion has celebrated in some form of fashion that following season as a tribute back to the fans and the community and the center. I can see if it was the White House. You know, but these people are coming out paying their hard-earned money, and the point is, I know you're super and hyper-focused, Jalen Hurts and everybody, but guys, that doesn't determine your season. Giving back and enjoying that moment in life is short. Those are rare opportunities, especially for fans.
I don't disagree, Gary. I think that, I know that I think their mantra and a lot of championship teams' mantra is always the minute that the parade's over and everything, we stop thinking about and celebrating last year and realize we start from scratch. But to his point, just like the parade, just like the ring, like you may never get that opportunity again. And we see it with the big ring night in the NBA, and we see it with the baseball with the same way when they raise the banner, the tin thing that they put up in the dike. I think that the players should be on the field for that, even regardless of the families and everything like that. I think from the fans and for their own personal benefit, they should be on the field for that.
No, I thought it was a strong take by Gary. I hadn't heard that. I didn't realize that. But that's no, I think that they should be on the field too. Like you said, like, hey, we're going to celebrate in this, even if you're not doing it for yourself. Do it for the fans. Do it for the Philadelphia faithful. I know why they wouldn't do it if that is indeed true, and it's what you said. Like they're turning they're turning the page. This is a new story. It's a new team. I know I heard a few of their quotes, like they were like on that weird kick where we're not defending champs. You remember that? They're like, we're not defending champs.
I was just about to mention that. Jalen Hurts was the one I think I heard specifically. But, yeah, they made a point to say that they are not the defending champs. That's part of their
Sirianni
mantra.
on the big kick of, that's behind us. We don't talk about that anymore.
Yeah. They're very much on a kick of last year is last year. This is a completely different entity, which I think is the right headspace to be in as a defending champion. But yeah, you could go stand on the sideline for a banner unveiling. Like that's not that big of an ask. That's not you getting out of the headspace that last year is last year. I think it would be a good touch. I agree with Gary.
Yeah, I think that and again, the other thing is how most teams, almost all teams, are always saying, "Hey, we couldn't have done this without you," to the fans. Well, then as a team and your fans, celebrate the banner.
Yeah, I agree 110%, not possible. With what Gary is saying, it is crazy and kind of ignorant for people to do what they're saying the Eagles will do. Aziz got the captainship because it was in alphabetical order. Israel would make Cam Smith a captain, and Dari's the truth. That made him a captain.
And Shador would be a captain for the Browns.
You think he would make Shador a captain?
He's got his number retired.
He did have his number retired.
Yeah, he did have his number retired.
Yeah, without
for a 14-13 record or whatever it was.
Yeah, you were beefing up Prime and his record at Colorado yesterday, and now you're going. Yes, Yes, whenever you were putting down Bill Belichick, you're like, look what Dion did at Colorado. He went in there and won, and now you're poo-pooing on Shador's record. You're a hypocrite.
How is that a hypocrite?
Because you're boosting up and praising and inflating Dion's exact record at Colorado while also demeaning and putting down Shador's exact record
I'm demeaning
at
the
Colorado.
idea of retiring a jersey for a record that's barely over 500.
You see, he's
Not not the job that Deion Sanders did.
Look at this Dion record. Belichick can never do it.
Man,
Look how
you are
bad
so apples and
Shador
oranges
was.
right now.
That's not apples
Oh,
to
you're
oranges.
so
Is
classic
Brian being a
Branham.
hypocrite? 713-780-3776. That bothered me a little bit. The hypocrisy there
Alex
triggered
will say
me.
that you're a hypocrite.
Alex
on social media is the one that always nominates you for
okay.
yeah, AV.
I don't know. I have a clip for that.
I do not know this man.
I don't know that man.
He's inflating Prime.
He was at our last
He's
remote.
deflating Shador.
I don't remember everyone that's at the remote.
Brian wasn't there.
Oh, that's true. I wasn't at the last remote.
Oh, you weren't at
I wasn't at El Tiempo, no.
yeah.
Brian kind of big leagues our listeners, though.
I won't have that opportunity Friday. Unfortunately, I'll have to walk and shake hands with masses.
It's so unfortunate. You're going to have terrific beer and great food. Oh, my.
And everybody wants to see the host of the bullpen.
Don't worry, Brian. No one's going to bother you.
Hopefully. I think
Israel
Gary
was going
will.
to chime in. There
I
you
think
go.
Gary will
You
bother
asked
me.
for it.
Israel Shador still has the highest percentage in NCAA history. Emoji. Almost messed up there. Clowns emoji and then grimace emoji.
What percentage?
I'm sure he's
Is it a single season record?
I think it's either completion percentage or winning percentage. I don't know.
Well, it's
He
not
just-
winning
Definitely not
percentage.
winning percentage.
No, it's like 14
in
or 13.
Israel's mind, it could be.
No,
It has to be completion percentage.
It's like 70%.
Israel doesn't make up stats. He just inflates ones that don't matter.
He doesn't. Okay.
You see what I'm saying? Like batting average.
I think he's made up some stats.
You think?
And he's also made some really bad. Again, we don't know ball, but he's made some of the worst predictions we've ever heard.
I've never caught Israel in a lie.
Okay.
I don't think. Have you? The highest single season
I tried
completion
to
percentage.
avoid
This is
thinking
current.
about it that hard.
I can't find that quickly enough. All time.
I think the one that he always
percentage.
quotes is that his completion percentage last year something like 70%.
So, I mean, this is from Grok, so take it with a grain of salt. But he's not in the top 5 according to this, which is Bo Nix, Mac Jones, Colt McCoy, Joe Burrow, Kellen Moore.
Yeah, that's a pretty good list.
That's a pretty good list, and Shador's not on it. And it's the top single-season completion percentages in college football. And again, Bo Nix, Mac Jones, Colt McCoy, Joe Burrow, Kellen Moore.
That was career?
No, it's single season.
See,
I took it what he said as single season. Maybe he meant for a career, but I still don't think he's even on that.
Bo Nix is the highest I see. Is that what Grok had?
Yeah, Bo Nix was highest.
77.4.
Yep.
Was Mac Jones on your list?
77.3, number 2. Then Colt McCoy at 76. Joe Burrow also at 76. Kellen Moore at 74.
Shador. Now, this list stinks because they have 2025 numbers that's skewing the data.
Oh.
But Shador is 74% behind Kellen Moore.
For completion?
2024. Oh, career leader.
It's for career.
Shador
Okay,
is
not
the
single
all-time career
Is he
leader
really?
pass completion percentage, minimum of 875 pass attempts.
Does that
Shador
include
knows
the
ball.
Jackson State?
Israel knows ball.
Does that include Jackson State?
I'm sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Although it says from 23 to 24. No,
That
I
would-
don't think it includes
Yeah,
Jackson
that would just
State.
be Colorado.
Because that wasn't Division One.
Right, it's not Division 1.
No, it doesn't include Jackson State.
Okay.
Which I wonder if that would have inflated or deflated.
Oh, I'm pretty sure it was pretty easy to connect with Travis Hunter.
Yeah, but he was young. Guess Shador Sanders' completion percentage. It doesn't have it anywhere.
At Jackson State?
It's not on his bio. Guess what it would be?
72%.
70.6 his second year and a 65.9 his first year. He had a 70.1 completion percentage at Jackson State. That would have actually brought down his
I went
completion
over.
percentage. That would have brought it down. So that's what Israel's talking about. He is first all time at 71.8.
I figured it was.
Second is Colt Brennan. You know who cracks the top 10? Case Keenum.
Case Keenum.
The greatest quarterback statistically in college football history.
Timmy Chan.
Is he still?
I think he's number one in one of the yards.
Because I thought, what's his name? Dylan Gabriel was close to breaking one of his records.
No, he did pass him in one of them.
Okay.
I don't know if it was total yards or
It was either yards or touchdowns.
passing
I don't remember which
yards.
one it was.
I think Case is still number one in maybe total touchdowns from scrimmage or something like that. I'd have to go look. But no, Gabriel did pass him in one of them. Case is number one all time in passing yards.
So Gabriel passed him in touchdowns?
Case is the only quarterback in college football history to get to 19,000 passing yards. Go Cougs. He's the greatest quarterback in college football history. Gabriel and Keenum are tied for passing touchdowns in their career with 155. We could use that stat to push back at Shador in Israel.
Yeah, statistically the most prolific passing touchdown quarterback in college football history.
Case is number one in total yards, the only player ever to have 20,000 total yards. So whenever I say that Case Keenum is statistically the greatest college quarterback of all time, I'm dead serious.
Our beloved Cougs. You kind of rapidly, you don't throw in the statistic.
Well, I don't need to. Everybody should know this. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line, 713-780-3776. When we come back, your final opportunity with the Killer Bees to win tickets to the ESPN 97.5 listener party at St. Arnold coming up on Friday. And to win, we'll be playing Man of the People. So Blankers will have a teammate. I'll have a teammate. 713-780-3776. Last chance for you, for us at least, to win tickets to the ESPN 97.5 listener party. Football is back. Football is back. College game already underway. The pro game gets underway in 26 and a half hours. Cannot wait. Cannot wait. And Underdog is the place to make picks and win money all season long. You already know that Underdog's my favorite app. I'm close to 500 drafts right now. And playing on Underdog is so easy. I spend more time on Underdog than any other app on my phone. And you will too. It's so fun. It's so easy. You can pick whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, yards, interceptions, and more. All you got to do is get your picks right, and you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. Talk about value. And you can play with as little as just $1. I've been telling you about that Saquon Barkley free play. What are you waiting for? Will he be higher than 0 rushing yards? Yeah, so take advantage of the free play right now. Download the Underdog app. I was looking at the Astros game a little bit. I kind of like the Astros to bounce back today. How about the Astros to win outright? How about Alexander over 4.5 Ks, and Will Warren, 2.5 earned runs. I think he's going to be higher than that because the Astros bats are coming to play. And, of course, you still have a few hours to hammer out those best balls as well. Also with Underdog, you have the originals, like the ladders. You make 3 to 5 picks, progressively win more based on how well each pick performs. So download that app today, the Underdog app, with promo code KILLERB to score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. That's promo code KILLERB, KILLERB. Millions of fans have already won billions. Making picks on Underdog. Will you be next? Underdog. Make picks. Win money. And a chance for you to win tickets to the ESPN 97.5 listener party, 713-780-3776. Your last chance from the Killer Bees. So make sure you get in on Man of the People. Maybe you'll be lucky. You'll get on Blanker's team. We'll do it next. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
The Killer Bees are back, and I honestly have no idea what's happening next. Could it be the next great big food debate? The biggest Joel rant of all time? Jeremy trolling someone to the point of crying? Or just some actual bees making some honey? Well, let's find out. It's time for the Wheel of Bits.
Oh my goodness, would you look at this? What an enormous spin.
Let's play Man of the People.
Yeah! Man of the People. Your final chance. Win tickets. It's going to have so much fun out there at St. Arnold on Friday. Food from BB's. Great plate hospitality. Nico's Taquerias and Portillo's. That's Joe's favorite. And, of course, all the drinks from St. Arnold. First time we are bringing you the roast of the 97.5 host as Barry Lemonak will be roasting us. You can win a pair of tickets.
Who should be most nervous about that?
Who should be?
Yeah, who should be most nervous about the roast?
Me.
I mean, probably me. I'm with his ex-lover.
Oh, yeah, that's what it is. He knows me well enough to freaking.
Yeah, I was going to say Joel. I think he has the most material on Joel.
You think he will?
I think he might.
How are you going to handle that?
I have to deal with it.
You going to take it in the chest or are you going to charge the mound?
Will you be bothered?
Not from Barry.
You get a little steamy?
No, I think he's respectful, but he's funny, and he doesn't hold back.
I'm excited.
I hope he's not respectful.
I mean, if you've ever seen him in one of his comedy shows, when someone
roasts, yeah, I want him to be unrespectful.
The off-the-cuff stuff when
even.
someone chimes in when he's doing stand-up.
Oh, the what is that called? The
heckling.
Oh my God, he can just turn someone inside out.
That one dude who got canceled is a big believer.
Oh,
in that.
Matt Rife. Yeah, Matt Rife.
It's
Yeah.
called heckling.
Yeah, or what else would you call it? I mean, that's what people do in the
I
crowd.
know the crowd heckles the comedian.
Oh, you're
but
talking
the
about crowd
act-
work.
Yeah, crowd work.
Crowd work. That's what you're looking for. Okay.
Yeah, I like a little crowd work from time to time.
Matt Rife's his entire stand-up was basically entirely crowd work.
Yeah, I like that. That's pretty cool. Yeah, but it'll be fun. It's gonna be a great time. And right now we're gonna play Man of the People. Jesse's on Team Blankers. Jerome's on Team Jerome. And we're gonna see who wins this sucker.
You're calling yourself Jerome now?
My wife and her friends call me Jerome. I don't know why.
I don't know. I don't know if I want to dive into that or not.
Yeah, I mean, what is there about
I
Jerome?
don't know.
They call me Jerome.
Friends call you Jerome?
Yeah, it's my name in their group chat, I think. Jerome. What's Jerome doing? I don't know. Watching sports. All right. Anyways.
Okay. I'm oddly fascinated by that. Anyway, question number 1. Again, buzz in with your own name. Name something greasy and cheap.
Joel.
I was not ready. That's all right.
Joel.
French fries.
French fries is number 2 on the board. So
Chips.
2 points there. Chips is not on the board.
Really?
Sorry. Yeah, number 1 answer was burger.
I was going to say burger, too.
Followed by French fries that Joel got. Then, Jeremy, you're going to kick yourself. Chicken wings.
Oh, your favorite.
Grease/oil/lard, which feels 2 on the nose.
Chicken wings aren't always greasy, though.
And then pizza was the last one.
I could see that.
Yeah, I'm with you. Like chicken wings, I wouldn't have said chicken wings, but that's your go-to.
I had some chicken wings last night, as a matter of fact.
I know. Jerome had chicken wings.
You are intrigued by that.
I think I might start
Brian's
calling
going
him
to be in your
Jerome
wife's
half
group
the time.
chat.
I don't care. I'm not insulted by Jerome.
All right. Question number 2. Name something you do when you're home alone.
Joel.
Watch
TV.
Watch TV. Number 1 answer. Joel out to a hot start. 5 points so far. Jeremy, 5, 4.
Walk around naked.
That is on the board. It's on the board, but it's the last one, so it's only 1 point. The other answers between TV and walk around naked were eat snacks, dance or sing, and nap.
No read?
No, Reed wasn't on there. So right now, Joel is up 5-1.
All right, I need to lock in.
With 5 questions to go. Name a sound that might scare you at night.
Joel.
Okay.
Dog barking.
Dog barking is on the board, but only worth 1 point. Jeremy, 5, 4.
The wind?
Wind, not on the board. No. Number 1 answer was footsteps. Number 2 answer, door creaking. Followed by glass breaking, dog barking, which Joel mentioned, and unknown voice.
Okay.
So
6-1.
6-1, yes, is the current score with 4 questions to go. All right, number 4. Name a bad habit people try to quit.
Joel.
Yes.
Biting your nails.
Biting your nails, number 2 answer.
Smoking.
Smoking, the number 1 answer. Yeah, that was. I thought you were going to say smoking there, Joel, but you still get 2 points with the number 2 answer. So now lead is 8-4. Going into question 5. Name something. Oh, I didn't give you the other answers. The other answers were so smoking, biting nose. He said overeating, swearing, and drinking were the other answers. Number 5. Name something people say they never have enough of.
Buzz.
Jeremy.
Money.
Money, number 1 answer. Obviously, good job there. Joel.
Love.
Love, not on the board.
We got plenty of love.
Other answers were time, sleep, energy, and vacation days.
Let's go. Let's rally. Let's
so
rally.
That leaves Jeremy at 7 and Joel at 8. It is neck and neck here going into the final 2 questions. Question 6. What's another word people use for butt?
Buzz. I think he got me.
Joel?
Ass.
Number 1 answer. 5.
What was the word?
Butt.
Behind.
Behind is on the back. It's actually backside. I don't think I can give it to you. No, that's not on the board. Other answers were
Rear
backside, derriere, bottom, and hiney.
No rear end?
Rear end's not on the board. No. So that I think wraps it up because Joel is up 11-7 with 1 question to go. But we can play it for fun and giggles. Question 7. Name something that includes the word super.
Joel.
Superman. Superman, number 1 answer. Joel is on a roll. 5.
Supernova.
Man, Jeremy, rough day for you. Not on the board. Other ones were Super Bowl, Supermarket, Super Glue, and Superstar.
Congratulations,
So
Jesse.
final score is 14-7.
Sorry to let you down, Jerome. I apologize.
That means if he wants,
Did
he
we
can
rattle
take
you by
Jesse's
going
girl.
with the Jerome there in the middle?
No, I didn't bring my A game today. I was a little rattled. Pitcher and I weren't on the same page. I apologize.
You didn't hear
Jerome.
me calling curveball? The
Here.
Yankees fans
Pitch
were
comp
too
was
loud.
messing up. No, I got beat by the better man today. Congratulations, Jesse. We'll see you out there Friday, and I apologize, Jerome. I hope next time to be better than I was today. Let's get to the car wreck of the day. 713-780-3776. What is your car wreck of the day? It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Oh, that's all FCC compliant there, Brian?
We'll find out.
Man.
Hey, they aired it on the air. I think we're fine.
Yeah, back in the day, too.
Yeah.
Like, that was network TV. You ever watch Seinfeld episodes still?
It's hard to find them on TV now, isn't it?
I don't know. It's on Netflix, though. They have it on Netflix.
Yeah, and it was on Hulu before that. I did a rewatch of it like 3 years ago, but since then, just very casually.
Yeah. Now, rewatch? You committed to a rewatch of Seinfeld?
Yeah, about 3 years ago.
Whoa. That's interesting.
Like every one of them?
Yeah. Yeah, my wife and I will do that. We'll rotate shows. Right now, we're watching King of the Hill.
I mean, they were around how many seasons?
8?
8 or 9. I think it was 9.
Huh. Interesting.
You never rewatch a show?
I do. It's never Seinfeld, though.
Oh, okay.
I usually don't like to. Well, I don't know. It's hard. I don't commit to one. Like I'll do random sitcoms that I used to watch, like when I go to bed. But I'll only watch like a season or two, and then like go to another one. Yeah.
9 seasons. Wow.
Seinfeld had a good run. Made a good run. That's Costanza's music, though.
The Summer of George!
As Jerome drops his wedding ring.
No longer Jerome, it's Jeremy now. Jerome is my married alter ego. But Costanza's been the stopper, though. Like every time the Astros have needed a win, it's been Costanza on the mound.
Yada, yada, yada. Yeah, it just worries me that the Yankees are red hot, and they've seen him now, and they've seen the changeup. I think he's going to give up 3. I'll go 5 and a third, 3 runs.
Will you take that right now?
I mean, yeah, except for their offense hasn't been great.
I know. I would take that, I guess. I would take that. How many strikeouts?
5.
Okay, that's good. I need it to be higher than 4.5. DraftKings mobile, my favorite app. Promo code Killer B, KILLERB. Yeah, I'm on Will.
I think you said the wrong one.
Did I?
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did. You said DraftKings.
Well, it's not a live read.
Okay. I'm trying to help you out.
You can get away with it in the middle of the run of the show.
I know, but you gave a promo code right after it, which is the wrong app.
Obviously, meant underdog.
When you gave it out the first time, it was awfully slow, too. Like, you thought these people just weren't going to get it.
I needed the Hive to spell it correctly.
KILL.
Pause.
You know who I was channeling there? I'm glad you caught that. I was channeling. No, I was channeling Cal.
Oh, okay.
Glad you caught that because it was deliberate that time. Actually,
Let's do it. Okay.
No, but promo code Underdog, my favorite app, KILLERB. Promo code $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5.
Remember how Fred used to do it? Especially if he got ticked at AJ. 713-780-3776.
I love him. Go Cougs, by the way. Busy show after us. Comcast at 9. The Mike Elko show at 8. I think he's listening to Sports Radio on the way
I hope
to
so.
his own show. Swarmcast at 7, which I noticed, by the way. I noticed the promo for Swarmcast.
Uh-oh.
Guess who they listed first in the billing between Will Kunkel and Joe George?
Joe George.
No.
Oh.
No.
Will got top billing?
The lack of respect that Joe George has for me, that he gave Kunkel, who he's known for 15 minutes, top billing over him, whenever I get second billing on what's our show called? The podcast we do?
Oh, Inside the Icebox.
Inside the Icebox. I get second billing on that show. I've known Joe for 15 years.
Maybe that plays against you.
It's unbelievable. It's better to be a flash in the pan.
He's had more time to learn the real you.
It's not nice.
When you said what's the name of the show, I almost said Inside and then what you call the current stadium.
I wanted that to be the name. He didn't let me.
I thought you went even more vulgar, actually.
I had one with Junction Jack.
That's what it was. That's what I'm thinking of.
I had a play on Junction Jack that Joe didn't allow me to use.
I can't believe that name didn't take off.
I'm surprised. In Destination 2026, Glenn Davis coming up at 6. Let's get to the car wreck of the day.
Don't drop the ball.
Brian really lets his hair down the last 15 minutes of the show.
Because of the Costanza clip?
Yeah, I heard that one a little closer today, too, the car wreck.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Car wrecks of the day. What do you got, Blinkers?
Obviously, Fromber. I mean, that's what everybody's talking about, the meltdown. So it'd be Fromber, the Astros bunting with 2 on and
good call.
Scoring position, and then your 3 legs.
That was a fun moment in the show.
Yes.
Jeez. We're living rent-free.
Jerome hit us with the humble brag that he's 3-legged.
Jerome and Tripod. We found out our now nicknames.
Accident. How about Kawhi Leonard? Signed a $28 million endorsement deal with a fraudulent tree planting company that was funded by Clippers owner Steve Ballmer as a way to circumvent the will/salary cap. The salary cap will.
This
Unbelievable.
Really messy.
They need to kick him out of the league.
I mean, we're talking a fine in the millions, right?
Billions, even.
Billions? Lost
Taking away
draft picks?
Remember
It's gotta
back in
be
the
a
day,
ton.
and you guys probably don't, but Joe Smith, when there was tampering
in Minnesota,
with Minnesota
right?
with McHale, there was a massive punishment for that. Yeah, they got to drop the hammer on Ballmer.
They need to do to the LA Clippers what the NCAA did to SMU in the Pony Express.
Death penalty?
Death penalty. No free agents for a decade.
Oof.
You got to build through the draft. We'll show you, Steve Ballmer. Plus, it's the Clippers. They're the second best team in that town. What you got, Brian?
I'll mention. I was going to mention Jeremy's 3 legs, but Joel beat me to it. So I'll mention pimping out DraftKings accidentally there about 5 minutes ago, and giving out the promo code.
It's Underdog. It's my favorite ad. Promo code KillerB. KILLERB.
KILL.
I gotta make sure the Hive knows how to spell it.
Anyone? Bueller.
Who's a fat guy in his underwear living in his mother's basement.
You were treating the Hive like the Twitch there with that spelling.
Do you think I can get to 500 drafts?
How many you at now?
The Fromber news and me arguing with people on Twitter really slowed it down. Ticked off at Fromber for making me argue with people. I like 465-ish.
I don't think you could get there by tomorrow night.
Sounds like
24 hours.
Sounds like a dare.
Challenge.
You gonna do 30-something in 24 hours?
I'm about to do one on my computer. I'm about to do one on my phone.
You gonna?
I can't do it. The clock's 20 seconds.
Yeah, that's rough.
Car wreck of the day was Jerome's performance in Man of the People. I own that. I wear that. I'll take the L. Branham car wreck, bringing his best Fromber impersonation. I'm not really sure what that means.
I don't either.
Josh from Seabrook, Fromber pitching a fit. The Astros for going Dutch on their Spanish translator. Great call.
Really well played.
Good call. All right, what y'all want to win here?
Fromber.
Yeah.
Although we're letting Jeremy off the hook.
We are.
Which I don't like, but it's Fromber.
Fromber, congrats. Got a dub yesterday. Does it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. He's Blank. I'm Branham. We'll talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Coming up next, Glenn Davis, Destination 2026 on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
All right, welcome in, everybody. I am pumped for tonight. We have had some great radio lately. By the way, you're part of it at 713-780-3776. 7 World Cup games here in Houston, Texas. We are well under a year till next summer. 7 matches. 2 of them will be elimination, all at Energy Stadium. We're seeing infrastructure being upgraded here in Houston, stadium renovations, all kinds of things. I've got the information tonight on FIFA's new dynamic pricing for all the matches. So let's go tonight. But the question of the night, here's the Bouncing Souls. The Ole, Ole, Ole. It's a lot of fun. It's a beautiful game. So what I do want to tell you is tonight, the question remains the same as last week. And we had some wonderful callers at 713-780-3776. The first moment you had a connection with the World Cup. You might have went to a game. You might have watched one on TV. Your father might have introduced you to it. Give me a good story. Now, last week we had a great caller who brought up the fact that he was at the Russia-Cameroon game and he saw the record-setting 5-goal performance from Oleg Salenko of Russia. And then in that same game, a 42-year-old, the oldest goal scorer in the history of the World Cup, Roger Milla for Cameroon. Believe me, I was not expecting that one. So if you got a good World Cup story you're pumped about next summer, give me your story. It might have been 94, so that was in the United States. A lot of people got introduced to it in 94. It might have been 90. Speaking of 90, tonight on the show will be Hugo Perez, who was on the 90 World Cup team, also on the 94 World Cup team. So Hugo comes on tonight. By the way, his last job, he was the head coach of El Salvador. He has worked extensively with U.S. youth national teams as well, and Hugo is always excellent. I'm going to try to corral him to come on again next week to talk player development as well, because he's worked with all kinds of players, including the likes of Christian Pulisic at the youth level, and he's got a lot of really good ideas on it. I really like Hugo a lot, so looking forward to having him on the show here tonight as well. So FIFA introduced dynamic pricing. This is the words they're using for all matches. It's a first for the World Cup. It's also a first, 48 teams. Ticket prices are going to fluctuate, according to them, based on demand. Starting at $60 for group stage matches and potentially going up to $6,700 for the World Cup finals. So based on the draw, I think, and where certain teams are and the power of, the Brazils and the Englands and these types of teams, that's going to be a part of it. Visa's going to have a pre-sale draw. There's early ticket draws, random draws, all kinds of things. You can learn about it at FIFA.com. By the way, right here in Houston, if you want a hospitality package, you go to lsse.net. But it's FIFA.com/tickets, FIFA.com/hospitality. And we'll talk a little bit more about that later because we're getting some calls about people's first connection to the World Cup. 713-780-3776. Let's start with, okay, 1 second. Brian's taking a phone call there. Let's start with Federico, who, of course, Federico was on the show last night. Great friend of mine, and I had a feeling he might call in to talk about his first World Cup connection. Federico, welcome back to the show.
Glenn, it's good to be back. Listen, for me, I was actually going to mention 1994, that moment when Maradona walks out, with the nurse for the whole country back in Argentina. That was a big thing. But I was a kid. I was 5, so I don't have many personal memories other than the news and a lot of sadness and people being very angry in Argentina. But my real first connection was in 98, actually. I remember very vividly the game against England. We got together with some friends from school, and I remember that team very, very well as well. There were some fantastic players, Ortega, Almeida, Verón. That game for Verón was particularly complicated because he was playing in the Premier League at the time, and a lot of people were saying that he was actually pulling back a little bit playing for Argentina. In the end, we ended up winning, but it was quite an experience for me, feeling that sense of connection with everybody around you, you know.
Sebastian Veron, La Brujita, right? His father was a famous player. He was an excellent player. He was at Manchester United, but wasn't he at Parma in Italy as well?
Yeah, he played in Parma, he played in Lazio, but at the time he was having a good presence there at Manchester United, and people were not so sure, especially with the whole history between Argentina and England, how he was going to perform. But fantastic player, really elegant, you know, tremendous right foot, fantastic player.
Oh yeah, I loved watching him play, and of course in the Serie A days he was younger. But that's when I think the Serie A had more of the stars than the Premier League at that time. The Premier League ultimately eclipsed the Italian Serie A, but the Italian Serie A had Ronaldo, the real Ronaldo. I mean, on and on you went. Maldini, Baresi, Del Piero. I mean, we can just go on forever.
And thinking about this Argentine team, you have Ortega, who played in Parma. You have Crespo, who played in Parma. You have Batistuta playing in Fiorentina. You have Simeone playing in Lazio as well. So I mean, it was the place where you wanted to be at that time. Serie A, you know it well. You were very very aware of that at the time. It was what you wanted to see every weekend. Exciting, good atmosphere, great soccer. It was something else.
The most amazing games, and I remember Roma with Totti and Marco Del Vecchio. I used to fly to Los Angeles every weekend from Houston. The former New York Cosmos, Rick Davis, and I would call two games. One would be live, and then the other one would be out of a studio in Los Angeles, and it would be live to tape. It would be a game that had already occurred, and we just put our voice on it. But you know, when you're able to dig into a league like that had those stars and that quality of soccer, it was pretty amazing. It was quite an opportunity that I was lucky enough to get, I'll tell you, because I can still recall a lot of those games, and there's so many players.
Fantastic. It was fantastic.
Yeah, it was.
And thinking about actually, I might be wrong about this. I'd have to double check, but I think, if I'm not mistaken, that Beckham had one of his only, because I don't remember getting that many red cards for violent plays, but I think in that game he lost it at some point, and he got a red card, if I'm not mistaken.
Is that the one with that would have been the one with Diego Simeone. Some people say Simeone got him sent off, and then Beckham became the scapegoat of the entire country of England. By the way, he still has not come out and spoken about Luis Suarez spitting.
That's
I mean, where are these guys? Come on.
Where are they? Something, you know, give me something.
What is this? We're closing the door and we're going to hope it goes away. Come on. This was disgraceful behavior by Inter Miami at the end of that game. Not Messi. Messi's going to get a lot of stick for it simply because he's Messi. But Luis Suarez, what he did at the end of that game, and for nobody to come out yet and issue some consequence to this, I find it weak. It's weak leadership.
Or a statement. Even if you don't have to prepare the sanction, you know, at least say something. You know, they're losing a lot of ground. If they were already not in a great position, I think after this, it's not going to be easy to get things going back for them in a positive way.
I'll tell you why I'm disappointed in David Beckham, because David Beckham has always espoused, and I truly believe it because of the way he grew up in the game. The integrity of the game is important, right? He was that player who grew up at Manchester United at their youth club Carrington. He came through the youth club. He's an Alex Ferguson guy. Alex Ferguson respected the game. He passed that on to these young players. That's why it kind of bothers me that he hasn't, as an owner of Inter Miami, come out and spoken. I don't care to hear from the Moss brothers, but I do care to hear from Beckham, because Beckham actually played the game and is forever, to me, been a real symbol of respecting the game, morally, his integrity to the game, great. You know, the things you want to see out of somebody, but, you know, to see his team do that, and really mainly Suarez, and I guess Sergio Busquets didn't look very good either. I don't know. Kind of sad. I wish he would come out.
Yeah.
So
I agree. It's surprising. You know, he has always shown a different side than this, and you know, again, money corrupts it all. We'll see how and what he says.
all right, Federico, we're going to nickname you Fernando. Because how many times I call you Fernando? Because I keep thinking of the guy who was on the Cosmos, Fernando Di Matteis, who I know.
I'll take it.
No,
Federico,
you are Federico.
Federico Fernando De Michelis, your favorite correspondent, opera singer in Houston.
Yes,
there we go.
I'm going to put that out. By the way, great job last night on Soccer Matters. We had a really good, hot, spicy show last night, so I appreciate that. And thank you for letting us know about that World Cup moment. That's a good one.
Thank you, Glenn. Have a good show.
All right. See you, Federico. Really like Federico a lot. Good opinions on the game, passionate about it, brings a lot to the table. All right. Somebody bring me 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. Your first connection to the World Cup. 713-780-3776. I was at the World Cup final the year I broke into TV. I was actually doing indoor soccer for television, but I did go to the 94 World Cup final in the Rose Bowl. And it wasn't the greatest of games. It was Italy-Brazil. Brazil, if you'll see in the team pictures, when Brazil won that on penalty kicks, you'll see in the team picture a little guy in the front row. Well, not little, but a guy that looks very young. And they brought Ronaldo, the real Ronaldo, to that World Cup to get him acclimated to what a World Cup is like, because, you know, he was projected to be the superstar for Brazil, which obviously ended up happening. But that was an amazing crowd. I was behind the goal, and Roberto Baggio had a big hamstring issue. He's basically playing on one leg, and went to penalties. Baggio missed the penalty, and it flew right over my head almost. All right, let's go to Luis. Luis has got his World Cup story. Luis, what's happening?
This is Luis. I was born in La Paz, Bolivia. My grandfather took me to see Pelé almost 61 years ago. And that's the first time that I saw the scissor kick, or as it was known as the chilena. Chilena.
Yeah.
And from then on, I'll follow Brazil to all the World Cups, because Bolivia never made it up there. That is my story.
That is an awesome story. How about those World Cup qualifiers? Well, they play them in La Paz, and the ball doesn't look like it. You know, it's just moving so fast in the thin air. It just doesn't even look natural.
Correct. That's 12,000 feet above sea level, and all the players would have to come almost like 3 weeks before to get acclimated.
Yeah, it was always a tricky one, and Bolivia would get good results there a lot of times and be a real problem for teams like Argentina and Brazil that even had more talent than them, obviously. But, yeah, that's a great one. Well, I guess you were a great lover of Pelé throughout his entire career, huh?
Oh yes, all the way to the Pepsi commercials. I love them.
Yeah, those were great. Did you ever get to see him play in the United States?
No, I never did. I was never lucky enough.
I was lucky enough to grow up near Giant Stadium in East Rutherford, so I was able to see him a lot, more than the normal person, which I'm forever grateful for. Well, listen, Luis, thank you for that. Thank you for bringing up the scissor kick, and I appreciate you calling in tonight.
Thank you very much.
All right, there's another really good one. I mean, this soccer community here, you know, the stories that can come out of our soccer community is amazing. 713-780-3776. Somebody else, give me one. 713-780-3776. All right, you've heard me play this a lot. It's called a group called Sounds of Africa. There's a real world feel to this. That's kind of why I play it on this show. Sounds of Africa, and it's called Football Fan. So, it's a great song. Take a break here at Destination 2026. Take a listen.
You're listening to Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the Cup.
Presented by Coca-Cola Southwest, Houston Methodist, NRG, and Quanta.
From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to Destination 2026. Right to the phone lines. Let's go to Rodrigo, who's got his World Cup moment that was influential to him. Rodrigo, the floor is yours.
How you doing, Glenn?
Doing great. And by the way, just for my listeners, this is Rodrigo de Luna. He has been a part of handling a lot of the pro teams, including Argentina, that have come through Houston, Superliga, Interliga. He's been a part of so much of the soccer history in our community down here, also initiatives with the company Fiesta back in the day, and is a big part of our soccer community. I'm glad you called in, Rodrigo. We got Hugo Perez coming up quick, but I want to hear your World Cup moment.
Well, 1986 in Mexico. You know, my family's from Monterrey, and I was there in the summer because I used to spend my summers as a young man in Monterrey. And I remember when England came to play in Monterrey. And the thing that always, I think they played, if I remember right. And, seeing these English players there, I remember all the women going crazy over Gary Lineker. Lineker, it was amazing watching them. And what a nice guy the English players were, especially for Bobby Robson. What a gentleman he was when he spoke, when he's interviewed, and, how he spoke well of, being in Mexico and, the enjoyment of the game and the historicness of it, and they were one of the bright spots of World Cup '86. This is before the Hand of God incident, of course, but it was during the knockout stages. But it was a great experience to see England, in Monterrey in the World Cup. It's something not easily forgotten.
Well, Rodrigo, I appreciate it. And, of course, Monterrey is going to be one of the host cities coming up. So thanks so much for that, buddy. It's always great to hear from you.
One quick thing, Glenn, before you hang up. I want to commend you on the interviews you've been doing here the last couple of programs. I listened to your programs. The interview you did with Mr. Pat Onstad, you asked questions that a lot of people are asking. There's a lot of fluff out there, Glenn, and you asked them the right questions that had everything to do with the Dynamo and their situation and what they've been pushing out to the public. And also last night talking about the Luis Suarez Sounders and Miami FC incident, how MLS has not yet spoken, and I'm going to say it, so Golden Balls, David Beckham has not said anything. No, everybody's trying to hope it goes away soon. But, Glenn, I commend you for asking those questions and bringing up the things that need to be brought up so that people will be informed. And you do a great service to the soccer community here in Houston.
Thank you for that, Rodrigo. Appreciate that very much. We aim to please, and our next guest is a guy who's very much about being real about the game in the country. Thank you, Rodrigo. Let's go now to Hugo Perez. Played in 2 World Cups, 90, 94, but we know him also post-career, developer of talent. He has worked with U.S. youth national teams. He's been the head coach of El Salvador. He was a great player for the San Diego Sockers and many teams. I could go on and on about Hugo, but I want him to talk, not me. Hugo, welcome to the show, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Glenn, for having me. Greetings to all the people who are listening to your show.
Well, we got a lot of El Salvador fans who listen to the show and a lot of U.S. fans, and you cover both bases. I want to start it off with you by just saying, because one of the themes tonight with callers, they've been calling in like Rodrigo, talking about what was the first connection you had maybe as a young kid to the World Cup and when it first became something that you connected with and thought about.
Yeah, I always tell the story. When I was 7 years old, I went to buy something to a store. Where I used to live, we had little stores where they sell bread, sodas, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I was 7 years old, and I remember standing before I went to the store, and they were showing the World Cup, 1970, Brazil against Italy, the final. And I stood there because I didn't have a TV at that time in my home. And I stood there, and then I said, you know what? One day I want to play in a World Cup. Whether it's here, I said, which obviously I was born in El Salvador. I said, I want to play in the World Cup. And that's the time that I got hooked.
Wow. That's a fantastic story. So that became possibility to you. You actually achieve it. What does it mean to you now as you're older and you look back and you were in the rarefied air of playing in a World Cup, which it's only a small amount of people that have actually done this. What does it mean now looking back?
Well, I think that individually, I thank God for living that dream. I think every kid who has a passion that is playing soccer in every part of the world, I would have to say that a big percentage would like to participate in a World Cup, and I was able to do that. And then as far as here for our country, I think it's great that we're hosting the World Cup again. I think in '94, we all remember how the World Cup was. I hope that this coming World Cup here next year will be better than the one that we hosted. The fans, and there's so many nationalities here in America that, for the World Cup, at least with us, when we play, and a lot of the games that we saw during the World Cup before we played our opponents, the stadiums were packed. And I hope that the people here, again, now that the World Cup is coming, they're going to show the same interest. And obviously, for us, hopefully, we'll have a very competitive team that we can cheer and be proud of it.
Hugo Perez joining us, 1994 World Cup. We'll get to his participation in a minute, but what do you think the residual value is going to be in this World Cup? Now, it's 48 teams, but you've spent a lifetime involved in the game. You have mentored young players. You have developed young players. You've put a real care and concern and passion into doing that. What do you think will be the residual value of this World Cup being here? Because we always get a little bit of a bump, but how does it directly maybe go down to youth fields all across the country?
Well, no, I think the youth soccer has grown a lot in the last 30 years. Some things are good, some things are no good, some things are a way of trying to see if we can improve it. Now, what's going to happen, I think, this is my personal opinion after the World Cup, it depends how we do as a nation, okay? And I'm not talking only about whether we're going to win games or that. I'm talking about the whole package. And our national team, for example, I remember in '94, one of the talks that we had when Bora took the team, he said, guys, I want to tell you something. He says, I'm going to be taking over the World Cup. I'm going to be a coach, but I'm going to change something. And he said, we're going to change the way we play football. And then he says, and the way I want to play football is I want players that are technical, that love the ball, that want the ball, and they want to play with the ball. And that group, '94, we had a lot of talent that could do those things. Okay? And then, obviously, our goal was to come to the map internationally in the world, that America had good players, that they could play football, even though there was no league at that time. If you remember, some of us were playing in Europe, or in my case, I also in Asia. But it was a big step how we played against top opponents in the world. And that, for me, will always be the mark that really identify our team. Now, for this World Cup, we have a lot of players playing in Europe. Hopefully with Pochettino, he can find the right mixture of players that can play a style that would be something that could really have an impact internationally. And Glenn, I'm talking about not just, again, playing games and winning games. I mean, that's part of football. Okay, but we need to show that in the last 32, 40 years that have passed, and we're going to host this World Cup, that our American players can play football. Not only that they can run, they can slide, they can fight. Now, we had that since 1990 when we went to Italy. I want to see our national team play better football. Okay, something that I could be entertained when I go watch them. Whether we win the World Cup or go to the semifinals or quarterfinals, I don't know. But you know what? I'll be content if we can have that type of football with our players. And I personally think that we have the players to do that. I just hope that Pochettino finds a way to put those players to play that type of football.
Fantastic stuff here. We're talking to Hugo Perez. Hugo, I'm going to invite you right now. I'd love to have you on again next week or the week after, whenever your time permits, because I would like to do an entire segment or 2 segments with you on player development, if that's something you'd be interested in.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I'm always open to,
Yeah, because
to
I
talk
want to
football.
hear your ideas, and I want my listeners to hear your ideas. And now I'm going to steer it back towards you playing in the World Cup. What's the big indelible moment that you had in your mind, at the World Cup? Was it the smell of the grass? Was it the first ball you played? Just take us into some of that kind of stuff from 90 and 94.
I think that for me the biggest thing is, and I always set those goals in my life as a young kid, and I play against the best in the world. When I was growing up playing soccer, I never played at my age. I always played like in the streets against guys who were 6, 7 years older than I was. So as I grew up, I got used to that, and then when I started playing pro, I started realizing that playing in America was important for me, but testing myself to play against the best in the world, that's what really was in my mind and in my heart, to prove myself. And that's why I left for Europe. I didn't stay here. I could have stayed here, but I said, if I'm going to finish my career and one day I'm going to play in the World Cup, I want to play against the best in the world. And that was my goal. And that was why I dedicated so much to this game and the way I prepare myself. So I would have to say that when I got to the World Cup, Glenn, and I don't know if you remember this, a couple of weeks ago I was talking to Bora, okay? And I had like a podcast and I was interviewing him and I said, Bora, do you remember how many games we played since 91 to 94 when you took the national team? Because I said, those were the games that helped us to prepare for the World Cup. And I didn't know the amount. He said, we played 90 games.
Oh, I remember. Yeah, it was an amazing amount of games. And you guys
Yeah,
were in residency, right, in California.
Correct. And then when he said that, then you know what? All the players from that group, the ones who were playing outside and the ones playing here, we took advantage of that, because when the World Cup came, we knew we could play against anybody in the world, and we were not going to be scared.
Yeah, no
or
fear factor.
intimidated. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think personally, I would have to say that that's one of the things that I always had in mind. Can I play against the best in the world? Not one game, not 2 games. Be consistent. And I think I've accomplished that. So I'm proud of that.
Yeah, that's really interesting, and I think people forget that because there was no pro league. The players
Right.
were in California in a residency like Hugo. Hugo, by the way, 73 caps for the U.S. national team. Fantastic amount of games you played for the U.S. Italy and the 90 World Cup. What are some thoughts from there?
I think that team, it's in the books of history because we hadn't qualified. If I'm not mistaken, you can tell me if I'm wrong. It was close to 50 years.
Yeah, it was a long
Okay.
time. I can validate it was a long time.
Yeah,
That's
that the U.S. had not gone to a World Cup. And second, if you remember that team, there was only about 3 or 4 players playing outside the country. The rest were college players. Okay?
correct. Yep.
Players that played only 3 months out of the year football. And that group, for me, is as important as the 94 because it established what America could do with little, and then from there build up to what happened after 94. I would have to stay with that. I'm proud of all those players that played in the 90, 94. And that's why, Glenn, sometimes I don't understand, to be honest with you, and this is something personal. If you play in the national team and you retire and obviously you stay in the game, whether it's as a coach or a mentor, or maybe you have a place where you have a podcast of football. I've always say, you have to be respectful to every generation that put the shirt of the United States. Now, if you're going to talk about football, then talk about football and evaluate and go deep, okay, when you're talking about the national team or players, but never on a personal note. I think we need to get rid of that because all of us that play in the World Cup or in the national team or for the America national team, everybody deserves respect. Everybody deserves what I call integrity. And then after that, you can comment about football, you can comment about tactics, you can comment if a player plays well in this position or not, but never on a personal basis. And I think, for the last couple of months, I heard that from ex-players, criticizing certain players. We need to stop that. Our team is the national team. Our country is the U.S., and we want to do well next year. Yeah, there's a lot of issues. I get that. But, man, those kids, and I tell you something, I grew up, I know a lot of those kids that are now playing in the national team. I know them personally like nobody else does. And I know when they come here and they put that shirt and they play, okay, and they represent our country, all they have in their mind is to do well so we can be proud of them. So I hope, we stop that thing and we start, rooting and helping these guys.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it became a little bit of it went over the top too much. I think everybody's fair game for healthy criticism about performance and coaches for tactics. Correct. But to make it personal, which I felt it was personal from some individuals as well. So I agree with you. That's really good advice from you. I don't think there's any question. By the way, I want to remind the listeners, Ugo's also a member of the U.S. Soccer Hall of Fame. So if you're ever up in Frisco, you can learn about his great career. And he's also been a manager for El Salvador. And, boy, you've been in World Cup qualifying for El Salvador. It was challenging for you, wasn't it?
Yes, because our country is not a country that is a country that really has any leverage in the world. Our league is a semi-pro league. Our players are not players that right now are playing in top leagues. But the challenge was, can we bring those players that are at that level to play against, national teams in CONCACAF or all over the world? Because we play some really great games against some of the top teams in the world. And can we make them better than what they are, even if we don't have what other countries have? And I have to say, look, maybe I didn't go to the World Cup, Glenn, but when I took the national team, and I never tell the story, but I'll tell you right now, quickly.
Yes.
In 2020, El Salvador played in Fort Lauderdale against the U.S., and they lost 6-0. Okay? Mm-hmm. I was watching that game, and believe me, I played for the United States, but I was born in El Salvador, and I said, there's no way that El Salvador is so bad that we can lose against, it was the C team of the U.S., okay? And a month later, they called me to see if I wanted to work with them, and I said, yeah, I do, because I got to prove myself like I did as a player and as a coach that I can make those Salvadorian players, bring them to a level that we can compete against the U.S. when we play them. And that's what happened. We played the U.S. 4 times. we lost 2 times in the U.S. 1-0. And the U.S. had their top team. But what I was able to do with our players was teach them and make them believe that they could compete that day against our national team here in America. And not only compete, Glenn, but to play football, okay? To have the ball, to press them. And I think we did that. We did that in El Salvador when we played them twice. We tied them there for Nations Cup and the World Cup for Qatar, and then when we came here. So I know that when you work hard and you prepare and you convince the players and you give them the confidence and you trust them and then convince them that the way you're going to play is going to help their game, a lot of things can happen. That's why, look, maybe I'm wrong, Glenn, but that's why I hope Pochettino now coming to coach us for this World Cup, I hope that he can bring that to the team, to those players that play abroad or here, and, you know, and make them play football so we can be proud of those guys. So with El Salvador, we did it. I couldn't stay anymore because the people don't understand that it is a process. When you don't have the tools, when you have the players, you don't have anything. It is a process, and over there, they're not patient. But I'm still very proud of what we all did.
You did a wonderful job with El Salvador, and you got as much out of them as you possibly could with limited resources. We got to hit a break. I'll be in touch with Ugo because I would love to have you on to talk overall player development, see what the 5, 10, 15-year vision is for the U.S. soccer, and maybe get into some of these topics if you're willing.
Yeah, anytime, Glenn.
All right.
Thank you.
You're the best. He's Ugo Perez.
You too,
and
thank you.
he did this in between having to go out and coach, by the way, and he did that for us. So a big, big thank you to Ugo for that. We're going to take a break here. I do want to remind you, Senate Avenue Brewing next Tuesday. It's live radio. Jane Campbell, Houston Dass will be there. She's been representing the U.S. women's national team. 16,000 Dillard craft beer. If you wear a jersey, you're going to get a free craft beer. And I'm telling you, that is fresh, good beer. Brian McDonald knows about that as well. It's Senate Avenue Brewing in Jersey Village next Tuesday. Sugarland became the sole official host city supporter for the 2026 FIFA World Cup in Houston. It's going to be a big boost for their local economy when the World Cup goes on. And they are, congratulations to Sugarland. And again, tickets for the World Cup, FIFA.com/tickets. And if you want to do a hospitality package, it's lsse.net. Let's take a break. We'll come back with, well, a person that has created the poster that'll represent Houston for the World Cup. Stephanie Leal is up next.
Ronaldo. Oh, genius! Absolute genius! Would you believe it? And it's a hat-trick for Cristiano Ronaldo.
This is Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the Cup.
Presented by Coca-Cola Southwest, Houston Methodist, NRG, and Quanta.
For the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
And we're going to add to that, visit Sugarland, the sole official host city supporter for the 2026 FIFA World Cup in Houston. So congratulations to Sugarland. Visit Sugarland. We'll get that advert updated here. 1974 World Cup. Yeah, it's called Monday Night Football. It's the event we've been doing September 15th. It's ongoing monthly. We show the official FIFA films. Batiri, hugely involved with this. West Germany, Netherlands, 1974 World Cup. It'll be at HCC Southeast Campus, room 217. That's on the east side from 6 to 8 p.m. And again, Senate Avenue Brewing next Tuesday. We'll be doing World Cup talk out there as well with live radio at 16,000 Dillard, Senate Avenue Brewing. All right, Oasis back on tour. They're packing them in. I think they're on the East Coast tonight, maybe in New York. All right, let's bring on our next guest. She is an artist. She is the creator of the official Houston FIFA 2026 World Cup host city poster. She is Stephanie Leal, and she joins us now. Stephanie, thank you for coming on the show.
Of course. It's an absolute pleasure to be speaking with you.
Yeah, nice to be speaking with you, too. I mean, I'm just looking at the poster, and we'll describe it in a minute. But I'm thinking to myself, you know, you now are like etched in World Cup history, whether you know it or not, right?
Yeah.
That's pretty amazing, right?
It's incredible. It's pretty surreal.
Yeah, so how did you find out? Because there was a lot of bids submitted by a lot of artists. So tell me how you found out and, you know, what your initial thoughts were. Take us through the emotion of this as an artist, because you're putting yourself out there with this. Take us through it.
Yeah, absolutely. So I had the opportunity to be the lead designer at the Houston Dynamo, Houston Dash for a few years. And when I left the team, my mentor from the Dynamo, he actually sent me the post that the account for the Houston World Cup posted looking for artists. And he told me, you know, they're looking for an artist. You should try it. And, you know, I submitted my portfolio. I didn't think I was going to make it this far, but here I am.
It's incredible. So I'm looking at it right now. And by the way, I posted Stephanie's FIFA World Cup poster up. I mean, this is going to be a keepsake. You should get one because this is something that's frameable and it will be indelibly etched in history. But I'm looking at it right now, and it's really cool because it's an astronaut because we're a space city. He's leaning back, chesting a soccer ball in the full astronaut garb. We got a little bit of the galaxy out in the distance. We got a goal in the background, and we got a cowboy hat kind of floating off him as well. So describe, you know, how you came up with the idea and then ultimately put this, you know, to work.
Yeah, I think the first thing I did was, you know, listen to a good World Cup playlist, you know, some Shakira and Ricky Martin, just to get in the vibe of the World Cup. And from there, I just started writing down ideas and words that remind me of Houston, or what does Houston mean to me. And a lot of those words, you know, were, like you mentioned, Space City, the Houston Rodeo, and, you know, the skyline, and diversity, and just so many other words that for me describe Houston. So that's kind of how I went with it. Just the inspiration around the city itself too, and there's a lot of art around Houston, and to me it was really important to, you know, grab inspiration from everywhere from the city, and I was able to create this poster like that.
You could see it in the piece, and then you've also got, you know, the globe in there as well, which is, I mean, that's soccer, right? It's inclusive to everybody. I mean, It doesn't need to be fragmented. The entire world loves it, plays it, the same like here in Houston. I want to remind people, if you go to @GlennDavisSoc, or if you go over to @SoccerMattersGD on Twitter, I posted Stephanie's poster in one of the promos for tonight's show, so you can take a look at it there. But where else can people learn about your artwork, Stephanie?
Yeah, of course, they can follow me on Instagram. It's st.leo. And, they can follow my journey in this